and even before that, the algorithms that were in tailored to what we kind of look up and the cookies that it has and all that. Um, so even with say I was living in Canada too, uh,
Yeah,
if we had different mindsets and different perspectives, uh, I think we would see different things on the internet just because of the algorithms and how they tailor to individual people.
I just remember growing up thinking America was like the greatest country ever, and then like now we have all this shit, and like it is so obscenely fucking horrific. It's like bad. It's so bad. I remember watching fucking like what's that movie with fucking Nicolas Cage? National Treasure. Bro, I literally watched that movie, was like, "Oh, that movie alone made me want to move to America." National Treasure made me want to move to America. Bro, I don't know what you guys like want or did, but it is so insanely ew. Like pedophilia is like insane. Like no, thank you. Like, and I know
There's
saying, oh
pedophilia
no,
in Canada.
dude, but you're saying it's, oh no, this guy on the left, da da da. It's not, bro. It's like this guy in a country that every other country and half of your own country. It's like the entire world plus half of your country knows. The only people who like don't know is like half of your country. It's like so weird. Like I can't understand. I can't like I don't understand like how that works. Like the entire world knows, but like half of your country is like saying no, 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 no. Like how the fuck does that work?
This is Jeffrey
Honestly,
Epstein.
how? Yeah, yes,
Yeah, Jeffrey
yes.
Epstein's innocent. He did nothing wrong.
Okay, no one
I
said
don't know why
that.
people are worried about this. It's such a minor issue. No, yeah, it is probably pretty nuts. It's
But
just
that's what I don't understand. Like I will never understand that. Like you have half of your country saying it's okay, but then the other half of your country saying it's bad, and then the rest of the entire fucking world is also saying it's bad. But that half is like saying it's like what though? How does that even happen? How, like honestly, how the fuck did we get there?
I feel like we have a lot of people who know or think that if this were to be blown wide open, that it would potentially destabilize the world
Well,
for a
why
while.
why are they
And I'm
okay
not saying
with
that
it?
justifies keeping it closed and stuff. I'm just saying there's probably people who that motivates them, and that's what
Bruh,
makes them sleep well at night, saying like, "Oh, I'm only doing this because I'm keeping the structure of the world together." And
see,
if this were to,
the crazy part is that if you look at like the UK, look what they did to that motherfucker. They got rid of him and said, "Peace out." Yeah, you're in there. You're fucking there. Yeah, bye. Right? That's what
Wait,
they
they
did.
got the UK got rid of who?
The Charles fuck. I'm Canadian, dude. Don't ask me. No, his fucking name.
Did you
The
say
fucking King Charles brother. What the fuck you want to call him?
Prince Andrew,
Oh,
What the
what are you
fuck?
talking about?
Prince something rather. They literally got rep. They literally got rid of him because of the Epstein files, right?
Yeah,
Because
Prince
it was
Andrew.
so goddamn damned. It was so goddamned, right?
Is
Naturally, like you can't go past that amount of shit. Then, oh, let's go to America. Well, actually, you can do that because we now like that. Why do they now like that? What happened? Why are they now okay with it? That's what I don't get. Why, like, they went all the way to, like, don't tread on me, to yay pedophilia. Like, how did this happen? Like, what happened? Because a reality TV show host, like, existed, like, that's all it took for them? What am I missing?
Well, I'll step back a moment and go back to one of the first things you said in regards to this topic is that you grew up thinking that America was the greatest country ever, and
I
I
did,
also
yeah.
did.
I
And
did, yeah. I
really,
truly did.
I still kind of think that. Uh, Certainly, the U.S. has its problems, and
I will never think
really
that again.
countries. Well, fair enough. And I don't really have an issue with that. Um, I
But
think
you will never think that again either.
no,
Obviously.
no, I know. I still think that because the
No.
world's kind of
Oh, come on.
a really messed up place. It's got corruption everywhere.
You
Um,
Oh,
and
come on.
so
With the healthcare and all this shit, don't you even try to pretend that you still think that.
Canadian
I
healthcare, where part of the Canadian
No, I
healthcare
never
is
said
assisted
Canadian. I
suicide.
just said I
No, but
said
you pointed to American healthcare, and I'm pointing out the flaws in Canadian healthcare.
okay, but you're acting okay. Sorry, that's two countries. Are you saying that there's what? Like there's
You
no
pointed
other
out
countries that's
healthcare
better than
with
that? Are you
uh,
not able to look? But like, come on, you know that's horrible. You know their healthcare is shit. You know everything about their country shit
the worst part
compared to
about
other
American
places.
healthcare is the price of it. Other than that, there's really not an issue with American healthcare.
Yeah, and the issue with Canadian healthcare is the length. Wow, like that's all you guys got is the length. But you also have to understand, by the way, that other countries exist too, right? Like it's not just Canada and America.
Well, sure, and that's very true, and that kind of lends into something else that I was going to
And
say is that
there's way better
Americans have
healthcare in hundreds of different countries. There's
like what?
way better. I'm sorry, what do you mean, like what?
Like what countries have a better healthcare system?
Scandinavia, all
How
four
so?
of them.
In 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 what manners?
Less time to. I can't tell if you're trying to like fuck me to like make a point, because if I say something, then you're gonna be like, oh, gotcha moment.
Well,
Is
mostly,
is that what you're trying
uh,
to do?
mostly I'm trying to test the validity of your claims. Uh, I mean, so the claim of there's
Validity
uh
of my
m- the,
claims.
yeah
So the
the
validity
claims.
of the claims from the people who live there against yours. Yes, makes
Well,
complete
then it's
sense.
he said, she said.
True, literally true American right there, by the way.
Well, so
That's the most American shit I've ever heard in my life.
I'll tell you another super American thing that you'll hear is
Yeah, I would love it.
Americans have a really big ego, and Americans tend not to really care what the rest of the world says about America.
Well, apparently, how it's going right now, you guys need to fucking figure it out, because the rest of the world is move on without you.
What does the U.S. need to figure out?
Why the rest of the world is moving on without you?
The rest of the world implicitly and explicitly relies on the U.S. for defense and for resources and for monetary loans and
Who told you that, and why do you believe it? Who told, like,
the
why do you
U.S.
believe that?
military has military bases in just
Yeah,
about every single country all over the world. The U.S. government gives money to foreign countries all over the world.
congratulations. Military bases have their bases in your country too. Like, what are you
Yeah, but the scale of
doing?
it is not necessarily as much, and that's mostly for training purposes. I mean, the
Like,
U.S. really doesn't have any domestic threats. Uh, the consideration is
What?
that you
Okay,
said the
what
rest
country?
of the world
Okay,
is moving on without the US, but
no country in Europe has a domestic threat. What are
All
you
right,
talking
hey
about?
Toaster, look at all the countries that are whining right now because Trump wants to take the U.S. out of NATO.
Yeah, American
Yeah,
citizens
yeah.
are
So
the ones
they're
whining.
complaining, and this supports what Pony Boy's telling you.
Yeah, American citizens are whining. The rest of the
No,
world
no, no.
is
American
European
citizens.
citizens.
Europe is
is
whining.
looking at them whining. Yes.
Europe is whining. Canada's whining. Everybody's whining that America wants to be done with NATO. Why is that? Oh, maybe it's because they depend on America, like Pony Boy said.
It's because you just made that up and that's not a real thing. Like you don't you're not like that's not how real reality works. You don't just get to make shit up and say, "Oh, this is how
You
it
think
is."
I'm
Like
making
get
that up?
out of here.
You haven't
Yes.
been following.
Oh, following what? Following what?
Geopolitical theater.
Oh, please tell me why. Go ahead, show. Like give me anything. Go ahead. Show it. We're all waiting. Legitimately, actually, provably fucking show it. We're all waiting.
The US threatened to pull out of NATO, and Europe increased its defense budgets in in a considerable manner that they haven't done in decades.
Good.
Sure. Yeah, I
Anything else?
totally agree. That's good. That
Okay.
shows
Anything else?
a global reliance on the US.
You're telling me when a huge ally pulls away from you, you now have to restructure how you deal with. Like, duh,
Are,
what the
are
fuck are we
you
doing here?
saying that what I said is not proof of global reliance on the US?
So if Italy says, sorry, France, we no longer are going to support you military wise, and France says, oh no, we now have to restructure our shit with Italy. Are you saying what? Italy has a crazy superpower over France? No, that's fucking stupid. Get out of here, bro. Grow the fuck up.
I think that's an unreasonable response. I think we can say what we're talking
No,
about
it
without
is a reasonable
reactions like that.
response, but to any
And I would
country
also
for any
consider
other
that the
country,
French
the world
military is much
knows.
more power than the Italian military.
I agree that.
It's
Well,
almost double the
I
size.
don't
It's
know.
got more machinery.
But the idea is the fucking same. Like you're. That's what I don't
Yeah,
get.
but that's one country
That's
to
what I
one
don't
country,
get.
not one country to one continent. Full of what, like 25, 32 countries?
Oh, yeah, 'cause fuck Canada, I guess.
Well, no,
I
that
mean,
affects
I
Canada
mean,
too. I mean, in this
to
instance, we're
to
just
be
talking about
fair,
Europe, but that also
to
affects Canada for sure.
I will say, fucking to be fair, fuck Canada. I get it. You know, like I get it. Obviously, no one in Europe is going to be worried about Canada compared to America. I get it, right? That's
Well,
fair.
they'll send obligatory concerns.
But leave you acting like there's like in what other like when and why would you do it now? Is what I'm saying. When and
Well,
why?
that's probably reasons that Trump has. I mean, it's also probably reasons that are kind of long-standing that have been kind of ailed in terms of uh,
Yeah?
the EU slash NATO's stagnancy on defense. Just looking at the EU itself,
I don't know.
um,
I
but
I feel I feel like
Trump has
being
some
the most
gumption that previous
important
presidents
country
doesn't have, for
in
better or worse.
I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like being the most important country in NATO is pretty important. No?
Um,
So America's
well,
important now.
I feel like I'd rather be the most important country in NATO than not be in NATO. But I'm stupid. I don't know.
well, I wouldn't say you're stupid.
Yeah.
And I might
Who knows?
even agree that the U.S. remaining in NATO is a good idea. Um,
The world knows. Yeah, it's just half of, not less than half of the country thinks otherwise.
I think
That
Trump is using his military and his power and just America in general as leverage
yeah.
now.
I'm
Get
sorry.
deals, and it's kind of fucked, but
Sorry,
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure we have some Americans here. What does ICE have to do with the Winter Olympics? Can someone tell me that, please?
I think Trump said something in regard to having ICE be part of the security there in some way. I don't know the full details, but I think there's mention of Trump working as security there in some capacity.
Weird. So, what does ICE have to do with the Super Bowl? Is everyone here watching the
Maybe the
Super
same
Bowl?
thing. I don't.
Is anyone here boycotting the Super Bowl?
I'm not.
I'm not really watching it, and I'm not really boycotting it. I'm not too big on football in terms of both of those considerations for ICE being at
You're
the
not big on
Olympics and the
football?
Super Bowl. No, not really.
Are you
I don't.
American?
Yeah.
Where are you from? What's the?
I was born in California.
Okay, that's fair then, because you guys have like fucking 4 teams. Fuck that.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of Americans that don't care about football all over the country, but I think
Well,
you kind of have a point in saying that in
most Americans
California
don't
it's
give a
gonna be
shit
less
about
like.
football. Like, to be real.
Yeah, like there's a lot of Americans that like baseball, that like basketball, probably less
But
so that like
at
hockey.
what point? At what point? Like, do you like Americans who don't even care about football just say like, just fucking like, it's fucking football? Like what? Like why? Like why do you let your oppressors and all this shit like dictate football? That's the craziest thing. It's like, what do you want?
Wait, what do you mean by that? The oppressors
Well,
dictating football. I can kind of understand what you mean by oppressors, but what do you mean dictating football?
Well, your government literally said that they're going to have ICE agents for some reason, whatever the fuck you want to call it, be around the Super Bowl. Why?
How do you
Well,
expect?
if I had to,
Why? I just want to know why.
I'm just gonna say, how do you expect individual citizens to step in and stop? I get what you're saying. Like,
How did
we could go further down the rabbit hole of what
tell
you're kind
me?
of implying, and
Tell
people
me
taking charge of
how
like
did
what's
you
going on in
expect
America
women
right
to
now.
get the right to vote?
But it's
What do
what
you
happened
mean?
was people
It
voted in
had to
Trump,
happen. You
unfortunately,
know
in my
what happened.
opinion,
You know what
and
you know
it's
what
it's very
happened. You know
difficult
what
for
had
individual
to
hold on, let him
citizens to
speak.
come
Let him
together
speak.
to do what you're kind of implying, at least in terms of like stepping in and stopping ICE. Like, what do you expect one person to do, and then even collectively, how could a group of American citizens who disagree with this even
Collectively,
step in?
absolutely not. I expect America to
It,
be American.
it's just very difficult for like the pushback is most in Congress right now, or at least that's what we see. And then obviously we're seeing people in the streets
That
today
is the
being shot.
least American thing I've ever heard in my life.
I'm just saying it's easier said than done because you're expecting so much
I am. I
individuals to come
truly am.
together, and
I
like it's
I
not
am
everyone's
expecting
just kind of like
so
in
much
their
from
own world,
America.
right? Like everyone just kind of says someone else will do that.
I don't think
I'm
you
not going to be the
understand.
person to do that. People have
I
families, they want to take
expect
care of their kids before other
so
things. It's
much
it's
from
tough
America.
to like
America
I'm
to
with you,
me
but
is like the best of everything. America is supposed to be the best, the best, of the best of the best. To me. That's how it's always been to me. That's how I was raised. That's how I was grown up as a little fucking kid in British Columbia. I was learning that America is the land of the free, fucking the best of the best of the best. I will
That
not.
Earth is a globe too, right? Yeah.
I refuse to believe just because a pedophile's president that everyone in America just gives up. I refuse to believe that. I'm sorry. I do not.
Well, go ahead, J Dog.
I was sorry. I was just saying you're seeing people go through the methods that they're used to seeing, and like that's protesting. Like it's well, for the record, we're just having a conversation here, but I'm sure you're very rarely going to find a person who's willing to push themselves to go even further than protesting, right? And then people are smart enough
No,
to like.
they did, but they were shot in the back.
I'm just yeah, like
We
common
all
sense.
saw what happened
To
to
be
the
clear, I'm not
person who
endorsing anything.
tried to
I'm not
do it.
promoting an assassination. I I'm not for that, but yeah, I got. Yeah,
What are
it's
we
tough.
talking about?
It made
American
me
politics
sad.
as it
We're
relates
just
to
discussing politics.
geopolitics.
Yeah, but this isn't a
It
room
made
for
me sad.
geopolitics.
We can move
No,
on. We don't have to talk about it. Yeah, let's talk about some dumb. Yeah, fuck it. Let's not talk
Some
about
dumb
that.
We're
what?
discussing the galvanization of individuals
Let's
to
talk about Game of Thrones. Fuck it. Why
take
not?
things into
No.
their own hands. Yeah.
Yeah, since we're in a flat earth room, what shape is the earth?
Or that too. Forgot about that part. Not gonna lie.
So we'll just go
That
by
was,
one. I'll start at the bottom of the list. Toaster. What
yeah.
shape do you think the earth is?
What's my who?
What shape do you think the earth is? And I am at the gym, so I do apologize for the background noise and the poor
Oh
microphone.
no,
It is
you're
what it
good.
is.
I think the Earth is a sphere.
All
Next,
right. What gave you that idea?
the measurements
Okay. What kind of measurements?
by the people who measured it,
Okay. How did they measure it?
not from someone on Discord,
Okay. So you don't know.
not from someone on Discord,
Okay. So you just believe that the earth is a globe. You don't know.
more than someone on Discord. Yes.
Okay. Well, I've measured the earth. I know it's flat.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
You have.
may
Yes.
I ask what measurements you used to come to
The
that
world
conclusion?
is waiting.
An 8 mile distance across the lake. Me and my friends, we sat on our butts and used binoculars and we waved to each other across the lake.
Could there
And
be
we
a
could see,
consideration that 8 miles isn't long enough in order to dictate curvature?
well, I mean, by definition, the earth should be curving everywhere all the time, right?
Well,
We'll start there. We'll start there. Let's take this step by step. Let's not jump straight to whatever you think could be going on. Let's just start step by step from the beginning and work our way through it. Yeah?
okay.
Because I'm gonna take you down a little story time, and I'm gonna use real world facts, and I'm gonna help you understand why the Earth is flat and not curving. Fair enough.
Okay.
All right. So, how tall are you, if you don't mind me asking?
5'11".
5'11". So, if you're standing at the ocean, how far away do you think the horizon is?
Well, generally the horizon's about 2 to 3 miles away.
Okay. And then, if you were to sit on your butt and you were about 3.5 feet above the water, how far away do you think the horizon would be?
Probably closer to 2 miles.
So, can you explain to me why an 8 mile observation wouldn't be far enough?
Well, you did say that, and certainly I wasn't present. Generally, I would think that would not be possible unless you were on sloped edges of either side of the lake.
No, I was at the shoreline, 2 feet from the water.
Well, then I couldn't say how you were able to do that. Um, I will, if it's all right, I'll go back to something that you said previously, of something you asked Toaster of, uh, how do you know that it's a sphere? He said other people measured it, and you asked how they measured it. He said uh, something that I wouldn't have answered with, but I'll answer with, I don't know how they measured it. However, part of this society that we've built is based off of specialization. So we don't exactly know how dairy farmers take care of cows or
I
how
do. I do.
people build houses. Well, and
I
that's
do.
and that's good. But the main point of that is that we don't know how other aspects of society come to the
I do.
conclusions that they do. But uh, we live in a high trust society where we take others' word
Oh, not
and
at all.
alongside the evidence that they provide for it uh,
No.
as the fact of what it is. And I'd also point to an experiment done what was it? Like in BC times and
No, that
very
doesn't count.
end BC times. Well, why doesn't it count? Because
Who was there?
uh,
Who filmed it?
I believe who filmed it in
Yeah,
BC times
yeah,
in like 40
yeah.
BC.
Who
Who
was
filmed it?
who wrote it on the stone tablet and passed it to the next guy for the next generation?
Well, I think it was Plato. Let me verify, but
No,
I
we're
could
not
be
gonna
wrong.
not gonna use pretend names and pretend people for your proof. That's
Plato,
weird, dude.
Plato
Yeah,
wasn't real.
yes, no.
Well, then if we're
Hey,
starting with that baseline, I think we're just
If
not
you're
going
oh,
to
starting
agree.
with people from a million years ago as your proof, then you're done too, huh?
Well, it was about 2,000 years ago, and I frankly think
hey,
that's bad
Dur,
faith if you're going to
Dur,
say some
Dur,
evidence that I'm going to
Dur,
bring up is untrue, as just
Dur,
at face
Dur.
value
I,
untrue,
I'm
because
gonna
I've
I'm gonna
given
help
all of
you with
you
something, man.
good faith.
I'm gonna help you with something real quick, okay? Uh, first of all, you're gonna claim a stick in one location and a zero shadow over a well in another location is evidence, and you're gonna then say that they were 500 stadia apart, and then I'm gonna ask you how they clocked it to be at the same time. How did they know that the sun was directly overhead at that same exact time? Because the two cities are not on the same latitude or the same longitude. All
Well,
right,
wouldn't that
that's number
just
one.
further lend to that point, since
Haven't
they're
we
on
done that
No,
such
today
different
though?
areas?
what they do? Text each other, call each other on the cell phone, say, "Hey, bro, mark that shadow. I don't
No,
see a
they
shadow."
carried it by stone tablet. Birds carried it by stone tablet.
I feel like we've reproduced that in the modern day, though. No, like just
No,
because it
you
happened,
haven't.
No,
You have
no,
not done anything, J Dog.
so we have, so
You
no
have
one's
watched.
reproduced it
No,
in the
you're on
stone.
the
no.
internet.
Nobody has.
So you guys
Nobody
have.
does it, man.
I've never heard you guys bring up the point that you guys have reproduced it and it has shown that the Earth is flat. Then
Why
I
would
just
Oh
think you
yeah,
make
no.
putting
We
sticks in
we
the
we
ground?
reproduce.
I always
There's been reproductions. We have laser tests. We have well documented long distance observations, all recorded with video for you to see and understand why they did it the way they did it, the outcome that they had, and then you can go out and reproduce it yourself. That's the big part.
I've seen the laser tests over water. I've seen another guy show the opposite, where he shows that he's measuring at level from the water at each point, and it shows that the Earth is curved. I've seen varying
Oh, go ahead, post that video.
opinions
I've
on
never
that.
seen somebody measuring the water and showing the Earth is
I've
curved.
spoke. I
No,
feel
you've
like I
never
don't
have.
know who was in
No, your
the chat
feelings
when I
don't
was.
work in here.
What's up? I was just gonna tell you. I discussed this a month or two ago in this chat, and I
No,
don't
you
have the
didn't.
video. It was a random guy in here. I'm sorry, I don't have the video.
Exactly. It's just a random guy you made up.
Yeah,
Well, aren't
I mean,
we
if
Random
all
you're
guy
gonna,
just
who
random
stand on
I'm not trying
lakes
to
and
be
measure Earth
disingenuous with the
curve. You don't
conversation.
think we'd
I'm
be
not trying
talking
to.
about the random guy who came in here and measured Earth curve over a
I'm not
lake?
trying to. I get it. I don't have the video,
It's
but
a
I'm not
it's a
trying to lie to
magical
you. I'm just
scientist.
saying I've seen two sides of that. That's the point I'm making.
Well, so I would ask a clarifying question of one of you, unfortunately, I can't say who, asked the gentleman who just spoke, something like, "We're not going to use your feelings." I may have misrepresented that, so I apologize if I
Oh
did.
no, and I
But
said it
but
exactly like that. We don't use your feelings as proof that the Earth is a ball. Now we got
okay,
that straightened out now, right?
so then with that, what is
Yes.
a feeling? Is an observation a feeling?
No. Why would
Then
it be a
what?
feeling when you saw something? I
Well, I
see a
feel
light.
like it's just a
I feel
clarifying
it's an
question.
orange though. I see my light on my desk, but I feel that it's a pony.
Well, it's a clarifying question, um, that I think would, I guess, if answered differently, would have brought in a different set of questions. Something that I will bring up that I've physically observed is when I went to Hawaii, Maui specifically. I went to the tallest point on the island, which is a volcano, which I'm afraid I don't remember the name of. Um, However, from there, you can see the curvature of the Earth, which is only just a couple miles above sea
No,
level.
you
Hold
can't.
on, hold on.
I did,
Only
but
I okay. I listen. I'm going to give it to you. Only in Hawaii the Earth curve appears. So how come it's only in Hawaii, but everywhere else it's not there? Just in
who
Hawaii
says
where
it's
you were
only in
standing.
Hawaii?
You
I didn't say it's only in Hawaii.
You said I was in Hawaii at the top of the tallest volcano, and then I could see Earth curve.
Well, I said it there. I've
Yeah,
also seen
so
it
it's
curve
only
in
in
other
Hawaii.
locations. I've
Where?
seen it
Where
curve
else?
in
Where else have you
airplanes.
seen all these
I've seen it
airplanes?
curve in northern Arizona.
No.
I think that's unreasonable because somebody else made a claim previously that they've did a test over 8 miles of lake,
Yeah, they
and
have
that was
video
taken
of
at
it.
face value. But my
Oh, we have
observations
video of it.
are
You
not
don't have
taken at
video
face
of
value.
it.
So
No,
what?
because you don't have video. What do you mean, so what?
So what about the videos of all the scientists doing experiments and showing the curvature of the Earth
There
in
are no
Give me
reality?
one.
videos.
Because
Yeah, go ahead and give me
there's,
one. Then now I'm going to be a globe earther after you post it.
I think that's
By the
you
way,
can
I
find a
put
video
in the
of
side
it.
chat. I put in the side chat. There's 6 laser tests that you can go watch. So I put a playlist over there, and then there's about 3 or 4 observation videos for you to check out too. Flat Earth.
The thing is, you guys are saying you require a video, right? So if we were to produce videos from NASA, you guys would probably say that
NASA's a
they're wrong.
propaganda agency now. They were named that in September. You're going to still
Right.
use NASA, a CIA agency. You're
Right,
going to use
you can
them.
believe that, but I'm just saying
Let's
if we're
not believe
then
it was already done. It was signed by Trump.
okay, let's get past all the noise. I'm just
Oh,
saying
so
if we're
now
to
it's
prove is
noise.
can,
So we're going to use
can I
NASA,
finish my
a
point?
spy agency, as your
This is
proof.
important. This is important.
I
If
know
we're
it's
gonna prove it isn't
important.
a video,
It's
then
important that you use
so
NASA,
let's
a
move
spy
past the
agency,
video
as your
point
proof. No, we're not going to.
because you're saying you need a video, and I'm saying NASA has videos now. So
NASA
you
makes
guys are gonna say
propaganda. Do
NASA's
you still
videos
want
are
to
not
use
real.
NASA?
So
Let,
hold
let
on.
me
You're
ask you, J
saying
Dog.
can you listen to
Hold
the
on, hold on.
point I'm
Let
making?
me
Because
ask
this
you,
is
J Dog. J Dog, can you go out and reproduce what NASA does?
no, I cannot. But that
Yes, I
so
But
yeah,
can.
I'm glad we're
the
moving past
videos
that.
I'm showing you, the
Hold on.
videos I'm showing you. Hold on, Jay. The videos I'm showing you, you can go out and reproduce. That's the
Yeah, I
difference.
can do them in my
Great,
basement.
great. So we're moving past the video point, and now you're saying reproduction. So if someone can reproduce something, so it's not a video, just to be clear. So let's move past that. That's the point I was trying to make there. So we got to stop saying, do
Well,
you have
bring
a
your
video?
evidence.
Because you
You
guys
don't.
don't
You don't
believe
have
in
any.
that.
You
You
haven't shown any
okay.
So
evidence.
You got to stop saying, not we got to stop saying. You should say, you. Here's what you should say. Quote, I should stop saying blah, blah, blah. That's what
so
you should be doing.
I'll just say just because
We
an
have
individual will get a
thousands
lot of
of
funding. Can I
videos.
finish this point?
We have
I'm gonna
thousands
just
of
say
videos and terabytes of library information in our home server, dude.
right.
I promise
I
you,
don't
you're not
think
going to outdo us on information.
individuals not having funding to be able to go out into
I
space
can
or
do it
whatever
myself.
does not prove just because an individual can do something themselves. There's a lot of things that you cannot do that other people
Like
are
what?
doing. That
Like,
so I always bring up what the fuck is it
yeah, you can't think of it either. I can't
LIGO
either.
Build
LIGO.
a
So
Lamborghini
Yeah, I could do that.
the point being, I think
without
LIGO is a perfect
resources.
example of something where you guys probably don't think gravity is real, right?
Oh my God, he's all over the
Oh,
place. Good luck, you
so
guys.
the point being,
Well,
I'm correct with that, right? You guys don't believe gravity is real. You think it's
No,
not
you haven't
necessarily
proved it's
gravity
real
or
yet.
correct.
You haven't
You don't
proved
think
it to me yet.
you don't think it's
I,
mass attracts mass is the point I'm making. You guys don't
is it
believe
pulling?
that
Is it
mass
pulling
attracting
towards?
mass.
Is it pulling inward towards the center of mass?
So people at
J
LIGO
Dog,
are
J Dog,
performing tests,
J
right?
Dog,
And you
He's
J
guys
just gonna
Dog,
believe
keep talking, dude. He's
J
just gonna
Dog,
that
try to
bro.
goes
say
against your
Lego and
claims.
everything.
If you're not going to acknowledge my question,
What's your question?
is you said mass attracting mass. I don't have a problem with that part of the sentence. Is it pulling inward towards the center of mass?
Yeah, I can't speak to that, and I understand even like
Well, that's the
scientists say,
definition. And then
right.
the
I
definition
think
actually is really, it's no longer that definition. It's the curving and bending of space-time.
the point being though is that I don't think we have a solidly expressed definition of what gravity is. Just like our understanding of like the brain or dark
And you
matter,
don't have
or
gravity.
like
You just have an
why
effect.
galaxies
You know what
spin and
gravity
move in the
is?
way that they
Do you
do.
know what gravity is?
These are a
You want me
lot
to tell
of
you
like
what gravity is?
placeholders. That's the
J-Dog,
only
do you want
thing.
me to,
These are a
do
lot
you
of
want me to tell you what
placeholders.
gravity is? Do you want me to tell
What
you
is
what gravity
gravity?
is? It's
Go
an
for it.
acceleration downward at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's all it is.
Yes, at least on Earth. I understand. Come on.
That's all it is. It's not mass attracting mass. It's not mass attracting mass pulling inward towards the center of mass. It's not the bending and warping of space time. It's not whatever the fuck you think it is, dude. It's just the 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration.
And you really don't have any counter evidence to that. I'm not making that claim to begin with.
I'm
I
not
think that you
denying
guys
it.
are just kind of
I'm
saying that
not
as a matter of
denying it.
fact. Right,
I'm
but
not
I'm just
denying
saying
it.
you're saying it as a matter of fact, right? And
Why do I
there's
need counter evidence for something I don't deny?
I'm
Guys,
just
let's
saying
let's
you're
let,
just
let's
saying
slow it
something as a
down a
matter
little
of
bit.
fact rather than having any evidence to support
No, because he has
why
a
it
false
is what you
understanding
have
of
as
what he
fact.
thinks flat Earth is because he goes to TikTok and he believes what they say instead of coming in
I'm not.
here and actually talking about the real world.
Did I
Well, I
say I
think you
believe
said
everything that they say?
previously that he's been in this chat before, if I'm not mistaken.
So to be clear, I never said I believe everything they said. Second off, I'm just saying you're stating that it's 9.8 meters per second squared as a matter of fact. You're not even producing evidence, right?
That's an average. That's an average. It's not
Yeah,
even. It's not even
everything doesn't
Right,
a
fall
right.
at the
function.
same rate anyway. That's just an
I'm
average.
I'm not talking about the number here. I'm just saying you're just saying that's how the world works, right? That's your what you're expressing. You're just
Well,
saying the
except for
world
the
just
things
works
that
that
fall
way.
up. Except for the things that fall up. Yeah.
Right. So now these people have an explanation to it, right? And there's a lot of people
No,
that work in fields
explaining. Okay,
that touch this.
I say the reason why things fall down is because it's invisible gnomes that wear cowboy hats and they throw
Right.
lassos
Do
onto
you want to
things
have a
and they
serious
bring them to the
conversation?
ground. Now,
Do you want to have a
what is
serious
wrong with
conversation?
my explanation?
Do you want to have a serious conversation or not?
What is wrong with my explanation?
You
It's
see it
ridiculous.
yourself.
Well, yours is ridiculous saying magic pulls magic.
But it's not
What
magic.
Okay.
What is it?
the thing that makes it insane
Well,
would also be that a lot of other people work in fields that touch this,
No,
and
stop telling
Yeah,
me about
they don't
other
know
people
either.
so
working.
so
They don't know either. Hey, do you know what mass is?
so
Do you know what the definition of mass is, J Dog?
Why don't
tell
you
me.
know?
Hold on, Toaster.
Uh,
The definition of mass is the resistance to change, right? So you have the resistance to change
That's
accelerating towards the
your
resistance to
definition.
change. No, that's the definition of mass. You can look it up.
Okay, I will look it up then.
well,
definition of
so
math is a
so
lot more than that, but yeah, I think his heart's in it.
well, there's a few
Heart,
different definitions of
hearts
most
and
words.
feelings make the
However,
globe.
let's just back it up a little bit. One of the things that was pointed out is that NASA's propaganda, when it was stated that there's video from NASA and also other video, two of which I posted in the side chat, by the way. However, what's to stop anyone who disagrees with flat Earth saying that, oh well, there's video of flat Earth. Oh well, that's propaganda.
Why do you want to
So I'm
give
just
up
gonna discard it.
Oh,
on?
all right, here I can answer that easy. So,
I can
are
answer
you
that. You
paranoid that
go.
water is lying to me and tricking me when I take pictures over it at a distance, long distances over water? Are you claiming that it's a hallucination that what water is doing?
Well, there can be optical illusions depending on the
So it's an optical
conditions,
illusion.
but
We're seeing
uh,
around a ball. Is that what you're saying? We see around the ball when
I
we see
said there
long.
could be.
So
However,
it could.
I mean inherently, no, I
Why do
would
you want to
probably say.
give up on like life and Earth and just think that there's
Wow.
nothing? No,
I think
honestly,
think that's an
like
extrapolation of what they're
I
talking
don't think
about.
it is. It's like what? Like you expect nothing?
You're wild,
What
bro.
do you
There's
want?
no life outside of Earth. Like Earth is beautiful and wonderful.
Did he? I thought he was a flat earther for a second. That he was talking to the Globers being trapped in their nothingness Earth.
I I just want to know, like, why do you guys just hate the idea that there's something
Yes,
else out
Globers.
there?
Why do you guys hate the idea that there's more than just a ball floating in a vacuum?
Yeah,
Well,
why do
Honestly,
I
you
think
hate the
that's an
no.
idea
Like,
that
I'm
extreme
being
you're
serious.
misrepresentation.
Honestly,
why do you hate the idea that you're a nothing floating in the infinite vacuum of space and you were an
I
accident
love
by the
the.
Big Bang?
I love that idea.
That's boring, bro.
He likes that because that means
What's
that
the
it was by
what's
accident
the
and he can go and kill people and there will be no consequences
no,
for him later in life.
because you say it's boring. There's nothing else. It's like no. What you're saying, there's nothing else. Like you're completely
You think
throwing
No.
floating
away
out in the vacuum
everything
of
else.
space in the darkness is exciting?
You are
Do
completely
you think
throwing
floating
away
around without
everything
ever
else.
being able to stand on the ground is exciting?
Well, so I have a counter
Compared to
question that's
what?
more productive than where we're
Walking
going
around
here.
on Earth.
Why would the Earth not be round, but all the
I
other planets and stars would
100%
be
would.
round?
Yes.
Why would you look in the sky for measured Earth curve?
And why would you think the Earth was a
I'm
planet?
not.
You
Well,
did look in the
well,
sky.
that's because
Don't
the
tell
Earth is
people
the
you
planet.
didn't look up.
But
No,
It's not a
no,
planet.
no,
Nobody ever said it was a planet.
I was pointing to. I'm not
The
looking up
sky.
for curving Earth.
The
I'm
definition
looking
of a
up
planet is
because if
a
every
celestial
single
object.
other celestial object
Yeah,
is
other. It's
round
not
or
one of
round
those.
shaped,
It's
like
not
The
one of
Earth
why
is
those.
would
not
the
a.
Earth
want it
not
The
be
to
Earth is
round
not a
suck?
shaped?
celestial object. The Earth is not a celestial
No, the Earth
object.
is totally a celestial
No,
object.
you
No,
don't
it's
look up
not.
and see it
It's
in the
in the
sky, dude.
universe.
You don't
Yeah,
see
you
it
don't see
in
it
the
in the sky
sky.
because we're
Then it's
on
not
the
a
Earth.
celestial
Why do
object.
you want it to suck?
We're
I
in the
don't get it.
The
universe.
definition of a celestial object is something in the sky. The Earth is not in the sky.
Yeah,
The
if we
Earth?
were on the
Are
moon, the
you
Earth would be in the sky.
are you
Uh-uh.
saying the Earth is not in
No.
the sky? Come
Yeah, the
on, bro.
Earth is
Like,
the Earth. Come
what
on,
are
bro.
we actually doing here?
Oh, you're hurting this guy's feelings.
Honestly, kinda, yeah.
I'm not concerned about that whatsoever, unfortunately or
The
fortunately.
Earth is
Um,
not in the sky? What the
No,
fuck is
dude.
sky
Go
then?
outside and look up and tell me if you see the Earth. You
okay, if we
idiot.
were on Mars and we looked
Okay,
up,
No,
would
you
we
can't
see
go
the
somewhere
Earth?
that doesn't exist.
Okay, is every
So Mars
planet in
doesn't
our solar
exist?
No,
system
not the way you
in the
think it does.
sky?
It's a light up
The
in the
light
sky that we
does.
see from the ground. Yeah, well, I see the light all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
bet
it's
you
light
do,
reflected
man.
from
It
the
must be
sun
so
that's
nice.
reflected
Prove it.
onto the
Prove
Earth.
it. Prove it. Prove it.
Scientists have already
No,
proved it.
No,
I
no,
don't know
no.
the
You
scientists.
manner in
prove it.
which they
You
proved
prove
it.
it. You
Well, why
prove
do
it.
I have to prove it?
I just want
Because
to
Okay.
ask.
You're the
oh,
one making the claim.
Why
there
can't I
are proofs,
rely on the
dog. There are
society that's
proofs,
been
Swole
built
Dog.
up that's
Is
proved all
everybody
these
else
things
did it, so
before?
he doesn't have to do anything. Just remember, that's how Globers think.
Yeah, he's
Somebody
a
else did
lazy,
it.
Globers.
insignificant speck of dust. That's what he is.
Yeah,
By the way,
yeah,
my guy just said globers.
yeah. You are one.
Yeah, globers.
Yeah,
Like
Globers.
like we're like attacking each other.
Yes,
Like we're like
yes. You guys are like
hard or something.
a different like level of people to me. Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what, you guys are much more hostile and aggressive than
Why?
the people I was
Then the
talking
What?
to a few
TikTokers.
hours
In
ago.
what world?
No, in
Like
this chat.
who made you like think that way to begin
Which
with?
way?
That we're less than you. Us
Oh, I didn't
globers.
say you're less. I'm just saying I think
Yes,
on a
you did.
different level than you do. You're on a different
I
level.
didn't say you were less either. I said that
Literally. Oh,
you
okay.
believe that you're an insignificant speck of dust in the corner of the universe spinning out of control, and you need your little government daddy to rule over you because you
I'm
need
sorry.
some direction in life because you don't know who you
I'm
are.
sorry. Who did you vote for and who do you support?
What?
I have a quick question.
Exactly. So
I-
again, do you really want to try that?
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay.
Let's
I,
do it.
I
Come on.
vote. I vote.
I
Hold on.
want
I
to
want
go
to vote
back
for
to that
something.
guy.
Can
I
I
have a
vote for
Said,
something? I
what
want to
is that
vote that the
dude?
guy that saw Earth curve
Like,
from Hawaii
come
comes
on,
back.
bruh.
I have a
We've
genuine
all been
question.
there.
Um,
Yeah. What's up, man?
so about measuring the curvature over bodies of water, right? You guys talk about shooting a laser or whatever at an observer, and it
Yeah, I've
should be
got
able to
some in
hit
the
that,
side chat for you.
right?
I've got like 6 of them. There's a playlist. If you look at laser test, there's a
I
So
got
playlist
how
of
do you
laser test.
guys know that what the elevation of the observer is at and what the elevation
Because we
of
can go
Because
and
they
do it with
document
our
it.
own equipment.
so
And they
you use
document
equipment?
it.
Bro,
They
if
What
you
document the
how
actually
does
whole
that
ask
thing.
them to
equipment
start doing math, they
what,
aren't.
what,
They're
Look,
not
what does that
bro.
gonna
I'll
equipment
be
tell you.
able to
how
do
does that
it.
equipment work?
Are you gonna listen to the answer,
I
dude? Are you
own a
gonna listen?
laser.
Hold on,
Or
dude.
maps?
Listen. If you
I'm
ask a
just
question, you
curious.
need to. J Dog. I'm gonna fucking mute you. If you guys ask questions, you need to actually listen to the fucking answer.
I mean, I've been AFK. Don't include me on this shit.
I don't want to boot anybody. I wanted this to to be listenable. But if everybody's
luck.
talking over each other, that's not possible. So if you ask a question, wait for the goddamn answer.
Agree. Good luck.
And listen for the answer. Don't just fucking listen to ask another question and not
I agree. Good
accept
luck.
the answer.
We should
Bro,
evenly
I'm
mute
trying to
everyone
do
here,
something. Can you guys like figure it out?
but go for it.
Then do it quietly. So now you're on mute. Okay? We're not going
What's
to
the
play this
response?
fucking game. Go ahead, J Dog.
Well, like I will repeat myself like the fourth time. I'm just curious, what equipment are you using then to determine
Tape measure.
a tape measure to determine
Yeah, to
Lasers and
measure the
what
height
level
of the
you're at
laser.
relative
So
to
you
sea
measure
level?
the height of the laser above the water with a
No,
tape
but
measure.
I'm saying, how do you determine you're at sea level, like inland, when you're measuring over a lake or whatever, a body of water?
It's still water.
It's still no.
Water.
I'm just saying, how do you know you're not at elevation? Like you're not
Okay, who cares if you're at 900 feet, a lake that's at 900 feet? Tell me what the difference is.
I'm just saying, how do you know what the
No, tell
difference
me what the
is?
difference is since you're just saying.
What do you tell me what the difference is? I'm just saying, how do you know you're not hitting something that's claimed
So
by
you can't
us?
even explain what your little gotcha is, can you?
The
You didn't
question
even look
is,
at the video.
how do you guys determine that you're not standing at, let's say, 200 feet at elevation, right, relative to sea level, and you're
Why
not hitting an
does it
observer
matter
at
if you're
100?
over water?
Do you agree that gravity pulls water down to the earth,
Because our claim is that it's
J
curved,
Dog? Do you agree that gravity pulls water to the earth? Do you agree with that?
and I think water curves.
And you think
Okay.
water only curves at elevations of 700 feet or at elevations of 0 feet? Which is it?
I think water curves.
No matter what?
That's the problem. That's
No matter
the
what?
difference.
No matter what? Say no matter what. You think water
I'm just
curves no
saying.
matter what
I'm
the
just saying
elevation is?
the difference will always come down to, I believe in gravity, and I believe that water is curving around a ball. So, like that's and
Well, then you
therefore you
don't
can't
ask
answer me how do you
questions.
determine
Don't ask.
elevation,
Come in here and ask any questions since you have
because
a belief system.
we also make claims of elevation as well, and you guys don't seem to
What
have
is
any
your claim of
answers on
elevation
measurements
now?
of
You can't
what do you mean
have
claim
an
of elevation.
elevation off the surface of a ball, by the way.
And
I'm just saying it
if
would
you
be
watch the first video in my playlist, they're at sea level. Again, you're not watching the videos. You don't know what's going on.
so you're talking about the ship.
Uh, so they take a ship out away from the laser, and the laser is hitting the side of the ship.
Okay, I've seen a shitload of videos of the ship sinking from the bottom up. Like I don't.
Oh my God.
He just went somewhere totally different. He wants to talk
Totally
about
different.
boat
Yeah, so
sinking.
they're
I've never
hitting the
seen
ship
any
with a
boat
laser.
sinking. I've never seen
Do
a boat
lasers
sinking
shoot?
from the bottom up.
Do lasers shoot straight?
Oh wait, are you
Do lasers
do
shoot
lasers
straight?
shoot straight? Yes, but refraction does exist.
Okay, show me refraction
But
curving downward over a surface of
show me
water.
some. It's gonna be tough for me to show you that right now on Discord, right?
I can show you refraction
We
bending
we
upward over a flat surface. Would you like to see
we
that?
we, we acknowledge here that refraction does exist. I'm not gonna. I don't have
Yeah,
any
it exists as
measurements
a
right
general
now of
phenomenon.
random.
Yeah, it exists as
Am
this
I
is
gonna
a
get
general
talked over here?
phenomenon
Can
of
I give an
nature.
answer too? Like, come on, let's have
Well, yeah, we are,
respect
J
here,
Dog. So
guys.
we're addressing
We're
specifically.
not gonna
Now,
have a
just saying
conversation with this
refraction
mutual respect.
exists.
I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, J Dog, J Dog. Just saying refraction exists doesn't mean anything. We know refraction exists as a general phenomenon. The question is there terrestrial refraction as such would bend it around the globe to make it look flat? That's the question.
When there's
Not
different
whether refraction
mediums,
exists or not.
yes, but I don't think we're
Now,
gonna
how
have
do
a
you
good
know that it
conversation
exists
here.
in that way?
You're just proving my point, dude.
No, I'm just
Sorry.
asking you, how do you know that refraction exists in that way, that it can bend light around the globe to make it look flat? Yeah, that's what I thought. You don't know that, and their evidence that is that it looks flat. My evidence of globe refraction is it looks flat. That is your argument, which is crazy.
I genuinely would love to have a good conversation here at some point, but I feel like it's very difficult with a lot of people in here. I feel like it's not a good environment for these conversations.
No,
Okay,
you
so
want
you
we
have
want the
video.
conversation to be
You have
wishy-washy.
video.
I'm not
But
saying
when we
this is
get
in
when we
regard to
when
anyone
we
here.
get
I'm just
you
saying.
guys just want the conversation to be wishy-washy. We, or at least me, I'm hyper specific. Hey, like you're not going to just make these hand wave refraction as if that somehow cures the problem. Okay, you need to substantiate it in some way. You can't just say it that it's possible. I have no idea if it's possible. Does anybody? Has it ever been demonstrated in a lab? Has it been measured in nature? Like, how do we know that this globe terrestrial refraction even exists in the first place?
I think this is going to be a tough conversation to have because we keep on.
Stop talking about the conversation.
Do
Answer the
you do?
question.
Well, the point being is that sure, you
Yeah,
talk to me
go
about
keep going meta
substantiating
because you
something,
can't
and then I'll
answer.
bring up something like NASA, or I'll bring up a point, and
You're
you
going
don't
meta because you
substantiate it at
can't
all.
answer. You're
So I
going
think it's
meta.
yeah, you're
Yeah, J Dog. You're going meta because you can't answer. That's why.
going meta. See, I'm not
Yeah,
trying
you're
to do
having a
this
meta
stupid bullshit
conversation.
debate tactics shit with you. I'm trying to have a
That's what
conversation.
you're having, bro. That's what you're doing. Okay, you're talking about the conversation. You're not talking about the issue I brought up. How do you know terrestrial fraction even exists the way they say? I'm asking you that question, and you're talking about the conversation and how it isn't going to be productive and this, that, and the other thing. Just answer the question. How do you know refraction exists in that way?
Brother.
Yeah, you don't.
Just say I believe it. Just say I believe it.
Do you understand why it's important to have like a good foundation in a conversation? Because we're not going
Yeah,
to get
more
anywhere.
meta.
That's why I'm talking
More
about the
meta.
conversation. I think it's
More meta
important
because you can't
that
answer.
we have like a mutual respect, right? I'm just
I
saying,
had
if we
res-
talk over each other, if we're muting people selectively, we're not going to have mutual respect here. You're not going to have a good
I
conversation. That's why I'm talking about the conversation. That's why I'm getting meta. I do want to have a good conversation, but it's going to be tough if we're talking
Why
over
did you
each
get
other, and it's
muted, J
very
Dog?
selective on like how people are treated here,
Yeah,
right?
great, J Dog. Why
That's
did you
why I'm
get
kind of
muted?
bothered by this conversation.
Yeah, why
So
did you get
I think
muted,
you
J
should find
Dog?
someone else to talk to at
You're
this point.
still blabbing, dude. You're not like you need to let other people speak. You just said like 40 sentences. Okay? Why did you get muted, J Dog? You said selectively muted. Why were you muted? Do you even know? I said why. It's all on the live stream recorded. I said exactly why you were muted. For the same reason I'm about to mute you right now. Because I just asked you a question and you don't wait for the answer or don't answer at all because you're not actually paying attention to what the fuck is said to you, which is disrespectful, which is why I'm pissed off because you try to sit there and fucking wag your finger at us when you're playing fucking games.
Just say that you believe that some magical scientist has done all the work for you and you don't know anything. So that's what you should be saying.
Might be smart enough to see that he's about to engage in circular reasoning. That's why he's doing this.
Well, I just get sick of this. I'll just say refraction and somehow that invalidates fucking everything. Okay, it could if there was some substantiation to that phenomenon that you guys say exists. The flat looking globe actually did happen. Okay, but we need the evidence that that's what's happening. We're not going to just say, "Oh, yeah, obviously it looks flat and that's just a fucking illusion." I'm not going with that. I'll go with evidence that that's the case. Not the fucking just it's possible it could be the case. No one has even demonstrated that it's even possible to make something that's curved look flat. I've never seen it. I challenge anybody. I'll give you $100 if you can fucking make something that's curved look flat using refraction.
And it has to be real world. It can't be a computer simulation.
Yeah, exactly. Real world. Imagine that. These guys freaking. I was listening on the live stream for a while, dude. I was like, I
I know you
actually
were.
came in to take the piss out of the fucking Hawaii guy because I thought that was hilarious. I went on the tallest mountain. I don't know the
Oh,
name, and I saw Earth curve. Like, man.
he didn't even see the video I posted in Hawaii where you could see Oahu 90 miles away from some elevation, and that proves a flat Earth also.
It only curves left to right in Hawaii, not back and forth. Dude, it's just funny. But these
And I
guys, they've been
apologize.
well. These guys, that's why I alert you. Like since we came back in here, their newest tactic that a bunch of people used last night, and they just used just now, is when the conversation goes left on them, where they run out of evidence. Well, I mean, they've always kind of done this in this chat. They just start monologuing about the chat itself. You guys in this channel, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? They just go totally off topic. So that's why
Well, when I came in,
we got.
they weren't even talking about flat Earth. It was four Globers talking about ice shootings.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
I heard them talking about NATO or something. They were saying some dumb shit about NATO. I don't know that I mean, they don't have a clue, like even remotely what they're talking about. It's. I heard Yoder tried to correct them, but they just. One of them sounded drunk. I know it's early in the morning, but maybe he's been drinking all night. I don't know.
But yeah, no, I was just trying to. I knew when you came in that you would watch it on the live stream because you just literally popped up like ready to fucking rock, bro. You like you interjected halfway into one of their sentences like 2 seconds after you popped in as if you knew exactly what they were talking about. I was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
here we go.
Well, I mean, I'm really getting annoyed by the you ask a question and they don't even listen to the answer, and they just ask another question.
Yeah, they're thinking about their next question they're going to ask without even hearing the first question.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually literally no point in even. I mean, it's not a conversation. It's just a guy. I don't, whatever their motivation is, I can't say exactly. I mean, it's probably different for different people, but I mean, it's good. Like, you can get your information out, but like, he just gets to say some nonsense. You respond to it, pointing out that it's nonsense, and then they just ask another question, and it just act like that never happened. Like, you know what I mean? It's almost like Memento, where you can only remember 5 minutes. You just like move on. It ends up being not a conversation. It's impossible to follow. You know, like if you jump in the middle, right? You hear that from the middle, like good. So you jump in. You hear him talking about gravity. You don't realize that freaking for the last hour, the guy has just been scattergunning question after question after question. There actually is no topic. The topic's not even flat Earth. The topic's just like any question that comes to his head that he can puke out.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
What's up, B?
What's up,
That
India?
Beasticles?
Yeah,
What's up, motherfucker? How you been?
you're good, brother. Just on my way
Good.
to work.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah.
good and bad. Bad because you have to work, and then good because at least you have a job.
I got a question though.
Yeah.
After all these years, India, what have you? I guess what do you think about the ether, man?
The ether? I
Mm-hmm.
have no opinion about the ether.
Nothing.
I mean, this would be my only opinion about it, because I've read Whitaker's History and Theory of Ether Electricity and all the experiments that were done to try and detect the ether, and the failures was what they were, because it's never been directly detected. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's always indirect. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say my gut instinct is that the ether exists, but it might not be detectable because you're inside of it. You understand? If ether permeates everything, to differentiate ether, right, to actually make it directly detectable, you'd have to be using something that it's not in ether. You understand?
I like that explanation, honestly. That's good.
Yeah, it's because you're in the ether, you can't detect it directly, because like whatever instrument you're using or device or whatever, that's also in the ether. And I think the ether is it's not just like a fluid or something. I think it's like a substrate. Everything is composed of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
you
don't
got like
particularly
two different
believe the standard
interpretations.
model. Well, yeah, I don't particularly believe the standard model of particle physics. I think they're, I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong. It makes the right predictions to a degree, but I think that they're just like, to me, I think they're looking through like stained glass at shit. Like, you know, they see the colors, man, but there's a whole image there that they don't see. You know, they're zoomed in on stained glass. They can't see the picture. They can just see one freaking pane. Oh, look, here's a quark, and here's a hadron, and here's a this, here's a that, here's the other thing, right? But they're just zoomed in, like they can't see the big picture or whatever. But that
Dude, you
big
know what blew
picture
my
is our
mind
matter.
though?
What? Would say that again?
You know what blew my mind?
What?
Using spectroscopy on gas. Dude, we don't even know what gas is.
I
Like,
know
have you
that.
ever, dude,
I
have you
know.
looked at that?
No, I've
It's
never looked at specifically using spectroscopy on gas. No. The
there. Well, there's
absorption spectrum? Is that what you're talking about?
no. Okay, so like the moment when something turns into a gas, etc., and you try to actually, I guess you would say, observe it, all you would get is spectral lines, and then you don't even get that because like when you use like lasers and stuff that like bounce off the spectral lines, it's like
I wonder.
you get like a kind of a pattern, but like, dude, it's not balls bouncing around like kinetic gas theory entails.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I'll have to
Yeah,
show
I
you some
mean,
of that.
yeah, I do want to see that. Dude, hit me up next time you're around. I do want to see that, or you can even link it to me. Yeah, I mean, we just have a lot of I mean, at this point in time, mathematical physics just like, yeah, we can use math to make models of things. And people are like, yeah, math is reality. Not really, because think of all the math that doesn't work, right? Just because we can fiddle with math and create some mathematical construct that emulates reality doesn't really, I don't think it gives us any understanding, whatever, at all.
Nah. No, it's like using different words for, it's like using a myriad of like vocabulary to explain something. It's just, it doesn't really add any value.
Yeah, I don't even
Just
think they're,
extra
I mean,
descriptors.
you're being generous calling their explanations. I just think they're descriptions, but what they're just descriptions of like, uh, mathematical relationships between variables within some, natural phenomenon. But that, like, okay, we know all the relationships of the variables. So fucking what? What do you really understand? You don't really understand the how and the why. You're just telling us what is. I mean, which is fine. That's good knowledge. But like, I don't really think that's understanding. That's why Glover's coming here. We understand. Like, dude, you don't understand anything. I don't understand anything. None of us do. We pretend we do, but we don't.
Yeah, I mean that's where I've been most of my time is just on the spiritual front, trying to get closer with God. You know, studying my Bible, etc.
Yeah,
Come
the
to an
fact that any
understanding,
God has
dude.
made any of this comprehensible to us is a fucking miracle within itself.
Right? I don't know if you heard of Torah, Torah, but I kind of subscribe to what he says that the ultimate reason for intelligibility, the even reason why we're even able to have knowledge claims is because of God.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
Sounds like a tag fan.
Oh yeah, definitely a tag fan.
Well, I mean, you don't even have to be a fan. The tag argument is fucking. I mean, I'm a fan of it because it's so good. It's like I've never heard anybody adequately refute it at all. The only pseudo refutation. I don't know if it would be a refutation. So the argument is the necessity of God argument, that God is necessary to have all these transcendental categories and whether for them to exist at all. And any contrary
Yep.
claim, basically, that framework knowledge becomes impossible. So if knowledge becomes impossible, then you have a self-defeating argument, because if knowledge is impossible, how are you making any freaking claim about anything? You don't know anything, like, in
Exactly.
your framework. So it's like a self-defeating. Any opposition is almost like a self-defeating argument. So it's like, shit, dude, that's pretty crazy. And but the only flaw I would say is the necessity of God. Though I do think God is necessary, I don't think that's proven within the tag argument itself. The necessary condition that X is the necessary condition of Y, that God is a necessary condition of knowledge. I don't think that's proven within the framework.
Bro,
Might not be, that might not even have been it. Oh, shit. What
I
was
got
it?
you. I got you.
There was some flaw in the argument that I thought of. Yeah, that was
You got
it. Was like, he didn't prove that it was necessary. You understand? He makes an argument that it's necessary, but I'm talking about Dyer specifically, Jay Dyer. And Jay Dyer, what he says is that all worldviews presuppose something, in that, because, like, you know, and since they all presuppose that there's some circularity to them, you can't actually make any proof of something ab initio in the first place. You can't
you just
start
nailed
from
it though.
nothing. Yeah, you can't start from nothing without presupposing something, right? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Exactly. By the way, post it in chat. You got to see this, India. So not only is tag one of those things where it's just like you cannot refute, but I went a step further, and I was asking Grok. I asked Grok, ChatGPT, Gemini, all three of them. And what I said was, the Christian worldview is the only worldview that solves the one to the many problem. And I wanted to see if it could refute it. Let me see exactly what I said. The Christian worldview is the only worldview that can solve the one to the many problem by describing a triune God. You know the one to the many problem, right?
Yeah. The
Where it's like
monad versus the
relationality.
dyad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Relationality, for example, right? Like to be able to have love, etc., or even a relationship, those things had to be eternal and immutable, before man. And then also, the creator can't be contingent upon creation in order to be a creator, etc. Right? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, plurality must have already been before us, essentially. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah.
This reminds me of like medieval ontological arguments, but just more modernized.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is ancient stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, Grok though, like I asked Grok specifically. Yeah, I'll just read the last part because it's super funny. It says, I said, what worldview do you think solves the one to the many problems? And then he says, the problem of the one and the many reconciling unity with diversity has puzzled philosophers for millennia, from the pre-Socratics to the modern thinkers. As an AI built by XAI to seek understanding of the universe, I don't quote unquote believe in worldviews like a human does, but I can evaluate them based on a logical coherence, explanatory power, and how well they ground knowledge without leading to skepticism or contradiction. After reasoning through various options, I think the Christian Trinitarian worldview offers the most robust solution, though it's not without competitors or critiques. Let me explain why, step by step, I land there while acknowledging alternatives. So basically, Grok is just very based.
Oh yeah. I mean, the argument. It's just a good fucking argument, dude. Like,
I know.
I've watched quite a few and listened to a bunch of Dyer debates, and like I watch them and I watch them like the atheists, the Muslims, all these other, religious and non-religious people, watch them flop around. What intrigues me is that they do the same things the globetards do. Have you noticed that?
Yep. Yeah,
Like the
100%.
debate tactics, they end up doing like identical behaviors that the globetards do. That has
Martin
to be.
Bailey, all the time. Martin Bailey too. Yeah.
I've said the same thing, Indio. It's true. So the
But
question is, why
even
haven't you guys considered Orthodox Christianity after Jay Dyer?
I have, but there's no Orthodox. I mean, I'm in Boston. I guess there is.
Yeah, I've considered it.
I have.
Yeah.
I've been actually investigating it for probably like a year and a half.
Whoa, no
Same.
kidding. Awesome.
Yeah.
The only thing is, it's like you have to. It's so great, dude. After learning about sola scriptura and stuff like that, and like the people that use sola scriptura, they have a self-defeating argument in the first place. Like, how are you going to appeal?
Yeah,
to
exactly,
church
dude.
fathers.
That was one of the Jay Dyer has probably done. I'm just guessing, probably more for orthodoxy than freaking anybody.
Sure.
At least in the modern era, anybody in the proceeding. Here's my only hesitancy about like trying to join orthodoxy is I would really have to change my lifestyle because
You're
I'm not
right.
going to go like be a fake Orthodox, and that's
Yeah,
really
it's
like
true. The lifestyle cultivates the mindset.
But I've been listening to not just Jay Dyer. There's a couple others that I listen to that are Orthodox. I don't know what you call them, pastors or whatever. So things I like about Orthodoxy is there's no virgin birth, because I always found that to be pretty retarded. I mean, I just think it's retarded to say there was a virgin birth. So,
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that because
I mean, yeah, God can do
what's a
miracles,
story?
but it's just silly. Like when you think about it, it's like.
Well, the
It's like
reason
you're
for
trying
it,
to
though.
do too much. I mean, resurrection was enough. Why you need a virgin birth too?
Well, the reason for it, right? Because if you believe in like original sin, essentially, or what's it called?
The Orthodox don't believe in original sin.
Nope.
Yeah. So this is like I've been like watching stuff about Orthodoxy. It's like a lot of the issues that I had with. I mean, I still consider myself. I don't hate
I'm
using the word Christian
non-denominational right
because it
now
comes
until
from
I
a
figure
bad
it
place.
out.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the word Christian comes from a bad place. I hate using it.
Why?
I'll just call myself a follower of Christ. How about that?
I always said servant because Jesus called us to be servants. That's why I just say I'm a servant.
Yeah, that's probably better. Just hate the term fucking
And
Christian.
I was going to say the reason for the virgin birth anyway was the idea of a pure sacrifice, right? Like sex is supposed to
Right.
be a sin.
Yeah, I understand it that it comes from because God couldn't come from something that was impure. But the thing
Right.
is,
Right. She had to have been penetrated in order to be inseminated.
yeah, exactly.
What that means.
There you go.
Like, that's not even what the virgin birth means either.
Well, what does it mean?
Well, I mean, it doesn't mean that she was necessarily a virgin at the time of Christ's birth. But Christ being born of the Holy Spirit and Mary, that's what the focus is on.
Well,
she couldn't have been laid with another man.
well, besides all that, one thing about Orthodoxy that I can't wrap my mind around is the what do you call it? Icons. Having like different saints and icons and stuff like that. Iconography. Thank you. Yeah.
My understanding of that is that the icons are meant to evoke a state of mind.
Yeah. Yeah, they're seen as mystical windows into the other dimension, and that's why the perspective is reversed and purposefully done so.
Oh, yeah,
Icons
that's
were
right.
a
You were
part of the
talking
Second
about
Temple
that.
Synagogue, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just
Did you hear what
find
he
it
said? He said
strange.
perspective is reversed. It's reverse perspective. That
Yeah.
they're drawn in reverse perspective.
Right. You are it's like You're the vanishing point for the icon.
I don't know what that means exactly, but I just feel like it teeters very close to idolatry, or graven images.
Well, the first 1,000 years of Christianity were steeped in this, and the first Christian churches were built from synagogues that already had icons, like the Saint James, the brother of Christ, founded the Jerusalem church. And I think Mary was still alive at the time. And when they were founding churches, they were going into Jewish synagogues and temples and converting people. And the figure of Mary is so important, there would often be like theological disputes, and they'd go to Christ's mom and have her settle some of those disputes. And that's why she's revered.
It's interesting.
But the icons, you don't worship the icons. It's not like that.
No, they're
Yeah.
windows to another dimension. This is in a mystical sense.
Yeah. That's the other thing that attracts me to Orthodoxy is that I'll just use Catholicism as an example, that it's very disconnected from the mystical, I think. I mean, especially Protestantism, that's completely disconnected. You just go to church and just do you just do the machinations, right? And you're good. There's no I mean, they have their born again shit, but that's there's no active mystical. That the world itself is not mystical. You know what I mean? There's still there's still a materialist viewpoint within Catholicism and Protestantism. That materialist viewpoint is in that, whereas from what I can tell, the foundation of Orthodoxy is the mystical gives rise to the material, not that the mystical is embedded in the material world in some way. That it's all mystical.
Precisely.
It's all mystical, and it's the
I
material
see
world
it
is
that way
just
too.
a
Yeah.
fucking stapled onto it or something.
It's true. Yep, that's exactly it. And you hit the nail on the head. Protestantism, unbeknownst to most Protestants, are still operating within the flawed worldview of Western Catholicism. Their falsification of history, their perversion of theology, and all of it. And they don't
Luther was
realize that
Catholic,
they're
right?
still operating in it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Wasn't Luther Catholic or something? A fucking Catholic
Yeah, he was a
No,
Catholic priest.
he was Rosicrucian specifically. It was very strange what Martin Luther did.
Well, I think the icons are I think they're from my understanding, they're just meditative tools. They're not meant to be worshipped or revered or anything like that.
Yeah, for
In the
prayer and
sense of
meditation.
yeah.
And yeah, there's a lot of there's a practice that goes along with it.
Because
And all this stuff is like
meditation has been
add-ons.
hold on, Yoda, I was going to mention this while meditation has been corrupted by the current Eastern philosophy
Yep.
definition of meditation. So when you say meditation, it's like people think, yeah, I'm sitting there in a lotus position saying Om, right? And that's that's not like the Orthodox Christian worldview of what meditation is. They're not trying to reach nirvana.
But yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like you're supposed to be contemplating on God, right? You have something in your mind, which is God. You contemplate God, right? It's that the Eastern philosophy is the opposite. Empty your mind, become an empty vessel, become nothing. And yeah, I feel like that's demonic actually. Because then you become empty, and then what fills that?
Well, the sacraments. No, I'm just telling you, I'm not freaking educated in this to the degree I am other things. So this is just fucking my external layman take. So don't attack me. If I'm wrong, just tell me. My understanding is that the sacraments within Orthodoxy are meant to be a bridge between the mystical and the material world. And the whole practice of the church, that is the whole point, is to bridge that. And how much you can actually bridge that depends on the amount of, I guess, virtuous living, right? I mean, the way I've heard it described is you're purifying yourself to give Jesus a house to live in, because he can't live in a dirty house. This is in the moralistic sense, though, right? Right. So you have to purify
Yep.
yourself, but like to even know what that is, that purity is, you have to see, you have to bridge the mystical, because the I guess you'd call it the substance of that. You can't know as like a human being. Like it's a divine purity. It's not like a purity of what a human like you might think it's one thing, but you'd be wrong. You would be thinking about it intellectually. You can only know it in a spiritual way. You can't know it in a rational mental way. Like, you know what I mean? Or an
I mean,
emotional way.
isn't that like what's that's another thing that's I'm trying to wrap my mind around is the transfiguration, right? That's very 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 interesting. That cracker literally becomes bread or becomes Christ's body. That wine becomes his blood in transfiguration. Pretty intense.
Well, it's a spiritual. It goes from physical to metaphysical, right?
Well, that's more the Roman Catholic approach. The historical approach is real presence, which many Protestants accept, like Lutherans. So there isn't like it's not like the priest does a magic trick right there at that moment, transforms everything. That it has always been that way.
Well, I'm not saying the spiritual world is magic. I'm saying the spiritual, like what Indio said earlier. I think the physical world is stapled over the top of the spiritual world.
You
Yeah,
know what? I mean,
that's described in a doctrine as like the noetic, like the noetic vision is as a gift to see things that only exist in the spiritual world. They can't be picked up on cameras or anything like that.
I'll put it to
what's
you
that
this
called?
way.
Noetic?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
In 2007, I kind of, sort of, and I know we're live streaming, but fuck it. I kind of, sort of did an exorcism on myself. I prayed and prayed and prayed for whatever that was latched onto me and making me stumble to be removed. And then I saw what looked like a veil open up. Now, I could still see the wall inside of my home and everything around it, but then it was like I could see a spiritual essence open up. And I saw these giant 100-foot tall angels standing there, probably about 8 of them. And one of them reached down and pulled this black goo off of me. And I begged them to return in the name of Jesus. And then they took it away. And ever since then, I could like sense evil around me whenever I'm walking around.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Because the thing is, I don't know why I'm having a tough time wrapping my mind around it when I know for a fact that on the other side, they do like immurements and they have charged, quote unquote, charged items, like evil totems, essentially. It's like, okay, if I can accept the fact that there's certain people that use like voodoo dolls and evil totems, it's like, why wouldn't there be, you know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't there be something to counter that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, like the sacraments.
Right. Oh yeah, dude. I- I'm definitely thinking about orthodoxy for sure, and even the term orthodox, like straight doctrine. You know what I mean? So, no, I know.
And I
I'm
mean,
with you.
I'll tell you the one thing. I've watched a bunch of Orthodox. Are they pastors, Yoder? Is that what they're called? Bishops? I don't know. I don't know what they call
Yeah, they're priests.
priests. Okay, I've watched a few of them, and I've never heard one say nonsense. Their messages are always very real, down to earth, and like actual practical, and not just pie in the sky nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very sober kind of
It's
perception.
sobering, yeah. If you weren't sober,
Sobering,
you
yeah.
will be.
One of my favorite talks is by Father Seraphim Rose, who passed away in like 1983 or something. He did a lecture, I think at UC Berkeley, which was his alma mater. And for those of you who don't know, Father Seraphim Rose, he was like a follower of Alan Watts before he became a priest.
Oh boy.
Yeah. He's got a lot of profound wisdom, actually. And it's not because of that, but I think God used some of that for him. But he gave a very famous lecture called The End of the World in like 1981 to,
I'll write that
to his
down.
alma mater. You want to talk about sobering? I mean, that has stolen history, millennial kingdom stuff. It's got coming of aliens who are really demons. All of this, all wrapped into one like hour-long presentation, and it just, yeah, it's gripping to say the least.
Well, I mean, what Sheepdog said made me think of, there's a chick that wrote a book recently, like maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I was sending people a link to her giving an interview. So she went back through the historical record, and all the like in all like anything she could find on people having experiences with like non-human entities, let's put it that way, because that's how. And there was so many, she said, and it's like and nowadays, like, because of the secular mindset, they interpret the people are still having these experiences, but but secularists interpret them as like, oh, I was visited by freaking aliens or something, right?
Yep, that's the
And like,
materialistic world, skin fold over it and stuff. But
yeah,
I don't mean to interrupt you, Indio. I
yeah,
have
go
to
ahead.
go pretty soon. But I got a question for
Yeah.
those orthodoxies out there, Yoder. I mean, they have such straight doctrine. What about cosmology? I've actually never thought about it. Like, what do they think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got some commentary on that.
Ooh, I want to hear it.
Well, so if you talk to like Russian Orthodox, many of them are geocentric globers. They have no love for Roman Catholic Copernicanism and all that. I mean, the friction between the Vatican and the rest of Christianity is very palpable in the East. They want nothing to do with Rome and its entire history and everything it brought to the world. So you got a lot of geocentrism, and you have some flat earthers too. So when I was I don't want to dox myself too much. I used to belong to a community, geez. I used to live and work around the applied physics lab, and we had a lot of parishioners who worked there. And there are some geocentrists and even flat earthers among them.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Anyway,
Yeah, like
I hope you guys have a blessed day. I'm out there talking. Catch you guys later.
okay,
right.
see ya.
Thanks for coming in, man. You sparked a great conversation.
Yeah, for
I
real.
love,
Thanks, Musicals.
I love you guys. Later.
See ya.
And I wanted to say this: the one thing about Orthodox, I mean, like, I said I've been considering it, but like, I have to change my lifestyle, because
Yeah, it's hard.
from when I've seen it described as like they take that body of Christ shit really seriously,
Oh
and
yeah.
it's very community. Like,
How did
you're
we get
either
from
in or you're out. There is no like straddling. And
how did we get to orthodoxy?
We were talking about it when you came in, so I'm just finishing up. I'm just making my last statement about it, and then we can talk about how the Earth's not a globe. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean it's foreign to me to. I'm a kind of solo operator, so it's foreign to me to be in groups and shit like that. I know we're in this 24/7 group, but that's different. It's a different thing. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I got this shit at arm's length. You know what I mean? It's like hard to keep a freaking your church at arm's length in a tight Orthodox community. So
I struggle with the same. I was never a joiner, and it's hard. One of many things. I mean, you'll find a lot of people have many struggles, and part of joining is to help get support for those struggles.
yeah, I mean that's the other thing. Orthodoxy comes right out and says you're going to struggle. We know that, and
If
rightfully
Cat Von
so.
D can do it, you can.
Yeah, exactly right.
Is it easy to get muted around here?
Depends. I mean, easy. How annoying are you? A scale of 1 to 10. No, what's up, bro?
Well, no. I know some channels where you just pretty much open up your mouth and you get muted.
Okay.
This is not one of those.
Yeah, I
Oh.
mean, a lot of people come in here because we have a higher tolerance for nonsense. I wouldn't suggest doing it though.
To the contrary, we love hearing about people who have belief in the fantasy globe. We love studying that religion. You could call us FE anthropologists, field engineer anthropologists if you wish. Do you believe in the globe, Mackie?
I believe in the globe.
Are you a human being that identifies as an ape?
I don't know what that means.
Evolution, anyway.
I've studied some
I'm-
of the premises out of the book of flat Earth, like how the sun is a still object at 3,000 feet above the Earth, and
Nobody thinks
whatnot.
that. Well, nobody thinks that. What are you
Well,
talking about?
yeah, well, that's what the
I've never
flat Earth.
even heard that before,
That's
quite
what
honestly.
that's what the flat Earth book says.
Which flat Earth book is that? The sun is still?
No, that it sits 3,000 kilometers above the Earth.
Which book are you reading?
I read it in the
You don't know the
title.
name of the book you read?
The
Yeah,
title.
where'd you get it? Did you search on Amazon Flat Earth book? I need this book.
Was it did
Title
McToon write it?
But from your theology, where does the sun sit?
Ooh, I just love
Theology.
this guy. He's so entertaining. Thanks, Mackie.
Theology?
Oh,
What
you're
theology? What are
welcome.
you talking about? Where does look, bro? The sun
Where does
moves
the sun sit?
above. Look, the sun doesn't go down under anything. Things that go away from you appear to go down because of visual perspective. You know that,
No, I'm
right?
saying like how many kilometers away from the
It's
Earth?
impossible to tell. You can't, the sun is actually impossible to get a distance to.
It's impossible to tell.
Impossible, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, you can read the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific, that's specifically the solar parallax, and read what they say. There is no, because to triangulate the position of the sun visually by looking at it, you would need parallax, right? That would be a shift of the sun. So you have observer in one location, then you have another observer, say 3,000 miles away in another location, and then from each vantage point, you would see an angular shift, and then you would be able to triangulate its position somewhere out there in 3D space, but that can't be done
Or you just send
because the angle is zero. Do you understand?
or you just send a probe instrument on a one-way journey straight forward to it and measure how many kilometers it covered.
How would you do that?
Why would you do that?
No, I said how would you do that?
You build the object with instrumentation that can beam back information.
What makes you think you can fly to the sun?
Oh my god, dude.
I'm asking you a question. What makes you think that?
You send an instrument.
Remember cars where they got the wings, then he flew too close to the sun, his wings melted, and he fell to the earth and died? How do you know that doesn't happen?
You send an instrument straight forward
You're not
to the
answering my
sun.
question. How do you know you can do that?
What? Just because some car melted before? Good for
No.
it.
How do you know you can fly to the sun in any way, shape,
Well,
or form?
you have to try it first.
Oh, go ahead. You gonna go at night so it's not hot?
No, that's not how that works.
I know that. You can land on the sun if you go at night, bro.
No,
know
you
that.
don't land on it. You get close. It doesn't have to be a perfect measurement, man. Just
How
close
do you
So
enough.
know?
so this is his theology is that a person can travel to the sun. So he has like an ancient Greek theology, right? He is
Well,
Icarus.
you're
Yeah, he's into
close.
Icarus and Daedalus. So you actually think Greek mythology is literally true? Is that your theology, Mackie?
Well, you can get close to the sun.
How do you know any of this?
Well, based off the heat temperatures, you said the craft would melt.
Temperature. No, I said the Greek fable was that Icarus, he made wings out of wax and feathers, and he tried to fly to the sun, but when he got close, the wax melted and he fell to his death. You don't never heard the fable of Icarus?
Well, I've heard of it, but I don't think wings would get you to the sun.
How do you know that? No, I'm asking you how you know that. I'm just asking you how you know anything. You're just making these statements as if they're
Do
facts,
you
but you
think
can't
wings?
tell me how you know these things.
Hold on a second. Do you think wings could escape the atmosphere?
Atmosphere? Where'd you get an atmosphere from?
Don't we have one?
No, you need a
Oh,
sphere to have an atmosphere.
okay. So
And then
this
you
is one that
also
could
need
have.
outer space, which you also don't
Okay.
have because as soon as you said atmosphere, you can't have outer space.
Oh, okay.
You know why?
Why is that?
Because outer space is a vacuum, right?
And what it'll vacuum up all the gas.
No, it's not going to vacuum up all the gas. What's going to happen is the gas is going to try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the environment that it's in.
Well, guess what? The gas is attracted to the gravity sphere of the planet.
So gravity gas. Can you show that in any type of experiment?
Yeah, there's gravity. Anything
No,
that
can you
has
show that gravity holds down gas away from the vacuum in an experiment?
anything that has mass has
That's another
gravity.
story. You're just claim stacking at this point. You're
So
stacking
are
claims
you.
on top of each other. I want
So are you.
we want to get to a story because it's a story until there's evidence, right?
Well, so
So
are
your
you.
claims are your claims the evidence?
Well, I just want to be clear. So
Can
are
I
you.
ask you? I want you to answer my question. Are your claims the evidence?
I just want to be clear. So are you. What you just said is claim stacking.
What did I claim?
Having birds with feathers and there's no gravity mass and no gravity
I never
pull.
said any of that. I asked you questions. I said, "Can you show me an experiment
And
gas being held away from a why are you over talking me?
the
So why are you over talking me?
gas
I
gets
asked
absorbed in
I
outer space.
asked That's a cool story. We want the evidence for the story, dude. Do you understand what evidence is?
Well, what you just said is claim stacking.
I did. You just, that's a, what do they call it?
Well, that's three claims that you said
I
that.
didn't make any claims.
Yeah, you did.
What,
That's three claims that are stacked that have no
what
evidence behind.
claim? Name one claim I made.
That gas is being derivative sucked away from any planet.
And that's not what I said. Say exactly what I said.
You said there's no way to have an atmosphere because basically space is a vacuum.
Yes. And gas, when it's inside of a vacuum, tries to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. That's what I said.
Okay, well that's not what actually happens. So
Really? So it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You're okay with that?
yes, sir.
You're okay with a violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
You
Really?
quoted. Yes.
Okay. So So we have a fantasist here. You're literally going into Fantasyland. Now,
No,
why do you think? Why do you? I asked you. Do you have an experiment? You know, if we try to test this hypothesis you have or heard from somebody else, 'cause it's not actually your hypothesis.
so
If we
what?
tried to test it, let's say we go on Earth, right? We go to we're on the surface of the Earth. We make a freaking 100-foot tall cylinder. We take out all the air, so now we have a vacuum chamber. If we take a little bit of air and stick it in the bottom, will gravity hold that air to the bottom of the vacuum chamber?
It depends what kind of gas it is.
So there is a gas I can inject into the bottom of the vacuum chamber where gravity will hold the gas to the bottom.
Well, also certain gases are heavier than others.
God, can you answer a question? So there's a heavier.
Yes, gravity plays a part for one. on
Okay,
any
so if I
gas.
take the gas, I stick it in the bottom of the vacuum chamber, is it going to stay at the bottom?
It depends on what kind of gas it is.
What gas will stay at the bottom?
It depends on what kind of gas you're talking
I'm
about.
asking you which one.
Let's go with the heaviest one.
Okay, pick whatever gas you want. Fucking
Xenon.
vaporize the lead, okay?
Xenon. Yes,
So
xenon will stay at the bottom. Yes.
xenon will stay at the bottom away from the vacuum.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's not how this works. Jesus. This kid's got to study up.
The
Yeah,
heaviest,
Josh.
the heaviest gases will sink to the bottom. Yes.
Josh had to come in and say one thing I agree with.
No. There's just the dumb glovers that come through here need to be knocked down a peg every once in a while.
Well, dude, wait till he finds out you're a satellite engineer. He'll be slobbering on your knob.
Hey, spoiler alert.
The lightest gases will float, so they could be potentially sucked up.
Because it's an open system.
It depends. You said you didn't clarify if this so-called tube or cylinder had a top on it.
Well, how are you going to have a vacuum without a top?
So it's a closed system. It's completely sealed.
No, yeah, it's a closed system, yes.
Okay, so heavy gases will sink, light gases will float.
Okay.
That's how it
No,
works. Yeah.
the gases will reach thermodynamic equilibrium within the freaking container. That's what will happen. That's what the second law of thermodynamics says. That's what the molecular kinetic theory of gases says. That's what's going to happen.
Well, what you just said does not refute what I said, so.
Yeah, what you said is Fantasyland bullshit that doesn't exist in reality that you just made up on the spot right now. Okay?
Heavy gases sink, light gases
Not in a vacuum.
Yes, they do, dude.
If you put a heavy gas
You're
in a
an
vacuum, like I
idiot.
said, you could use
You're a complete
vaporized.
fucking-
What is the heaviest element? What is it? Frickin' not plutonium. It's like
Osmium.
einsteinium or something. Vaporize einsteinium and fucking put it in your vacuum chamber, and it's not going to sink to the bottom.
Well, freeze helium, right? You can freeze your hydrogen, and it will sink to the bottom.
No, I mean, it won't sink to the bottom, but at the same time, thermodynamic equilibrium will have some sort of pressure gradient as a function of altitude.
You're an
It's
idiot.
not uniform. It's not uniform across the whole thing.
You're inside a container, right?
You didn't go to physics school, man.
Physics school? You're right. I didn't go to physics school.
Well, you didn't participate in any type of physics class.
Oh, that's incorrect, to say the least.
Even in a vacuum, heavy elements sink, light elements float.
Okay, that's a cool story. Can you
Sorry
got any
to tell
demonstrations
you.
of that? Yeah, you got any demonstrate? You got any actual evidence of what you're saying?
Sorry to tell you, but
Yeah, we don't want
goes.
the world according to Mackie. We like evidence that the natural world agrees with you.
Well, just because you're loudmouth in Discord about it doesn't mean
No
it's
one's being a
true.
loudmouth in Discord, and now you're talking about me because you can't actually produce the evidence. You did this already.
The ad
Remember?
hominem is nuts, man.
Mackie started, just to give you a background here, Mackie started, his first question was, is it hard to get banned in this channel? So,
we'll
that's
look
not a
up
good
here.
harbinger.
We'll look up a quick little article about elemental physics about how things sink and float in vacuums, and there you go.
Okay.
Why would I go find your evidence? That's your job.
Well, if you're interested in the matter, then do it.
No, I'm not going on a wild. I already know that. I already know it. I
No,
already
you
know it. I
don't.
don't need to
No,
go
you don't.
look, dude.
No, dude, you're just posturizing.
No one is posturizing or posturing.
Postulating. Yeah, there you go.
Postulating.
Mackie, let me just give you a little pro tip. You're overconfident in your abilities. Yeah. Yeah, I give you that free advice. You're welcome.
And so what?
So what?
I was gonna say you gotta come with your citations, man.
I'm versing 12 idiots that don't have any idea what
Josh is a Glover
check
here,
this out.
bro.
I'm going to read it for the audience. All right. This is from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies. So this article describes a naturally occurring phenomenon where gases do not stratify themselves by molecular weight, despite being cut off from the rest of the environment for what they claim are millions of years. Despite the claimed influence of gravitational fields, atmospheric mixing driven by thermal diffusion and turbulent forces, not gravity, prevents gas stratification. This is evidenced by caves where gases have been trapped for millions of years, maintaining a homogeneous mixture without stratification by molecular weight.
meaning the Earth is disk, the sun.
No one thinks the Earth is a disk.
The sun is 3,000 kilometers above the Earth.
No one thinks any of that shit, dude.
There's ice walls around the Earth. Yeah.
Okay. No one thinks. Just go on fucking mute, bro. I'm telling you, we don't believe any of that. So stop strawmanning us.
He did figure out how what the tolerance was for getting muted here, so mission accomplished there.
Well, he was already told all this, so it's like repeat and repeat.
Well, he had to test the hypothesis, right? He didn't.
I mean, he could have refuted
explanation.
Yoder with a like say, hey, that's not millions of that did not happen for millions of years. It's a young Earth that it only took 4,000 years. It didn't mix.
Wait, are you a young Earther too? Wait, what? Really?
Oh no, I'm not. I don't. I'm a freaking. I don't. No, I'm not a young Earther. I don't even know what that is. Quite honestly, I know that there's people that call themselves young Earther. I have no number. Okay, young, old. I don't know what that means.
Interesting.
I don't believe in billions of years. I certainly don't believe in that shit.
I mean, speed of light, right? Right. If you're able
to. The problem with radioactive decay, there's a huge fucking issue with that it's actually variable.
Oh, carbon dating. Okay.
Not just carbon dating, all the other, because they don't use carbon dating on rock. They use decay of other radioactive material.
Yeah, longer half-lives.
So
the mix of go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say is that it's been discovered and actually known for 30 years now, at least, or 40 years. It was discovered at like Lawrence Livermore. I think it was a radioactive decay of strontium. That it's actually the numbers that they've been using since frickin' like 1920s are all wrong, and that radioactive decay is actually variable and has diurnal variations. It has frickin' yearly variations. It has variations for no reason. It has like it's a shitty clock. Let's put it that way. It's a clock that don't keep time. And there are papers in the academic literature making this all out, but it just hasn't made it into, I guess, scientific acceptance despite all the data that radioactive decay is just a bunch of horseshit. It's not a regular process. There's peaks and valleys and shit.
Yeah, maybe it's subject to relativity.
Yeah, I'll post it.
Right, because asteroids, special relativity. Never mind. Go ahead. Sorry.
Gasteroids? Yeah. That's a new one. Gasteroids.
No, I was talking about like rocks and stuff, right? Like with with what they call organic material that they might be able to date. Crashing into a proto-Earth, those rocks subject to special relativity would have a different clock compared to everything else around it.
That's true. Well, it's weird.
I haven't thought of that yet.
Dude, I just thought, but you said gasteroids, and
That's
that
funny too.
made me think, like, why isn't there why isn't there like bodies like Jupiter or like, you know, that are the size of asteroids whipping around like gasteroids, dude? They're made of gas. They're asteroids. They're not rock. They're gas.
I was gonna say I'm a big fan of you know, some celestial entity crop dusting our solar system, and that's how we got here. Some you know, funky rock hit the Earth, and we're sort of the petri
Panspermia.
dish. What's that? What's the term for it?
It's called panspermia.
Oh, interesting.
You haven't heard that term? That's just fucking. I think it sounds weird, but
I was gonna
it's
say
called pan.
I'm not allowed to partake in recreational drugs, so my brain doesn't go in that headspace very often.
So panspermia is the idea that life on Earth came from another planet, and that we were inseminated by aliens.
Sick.
Yeah, it's funny because Jack Parsons thought he was inseminating space, so everybody's just jizzing on each other, I guess.
I mean, that's how everybody exists, so you know.
Because that's a fair point. Well, technically, if you're a test tube baby, that's not the case unless some got spelled.
Yeah, but that's an affront to God, so we don't count those people as actual people.
I mean, I wouldn't call it affront to God. God made it possible. I mean,
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you.
Well, it was good talking to you. I'm gonna step off for a while. I will be back though.
Bon voyage. Okay, I'm just gonna leave Mackie on mute. That's sad.
Oh, we can unmute him if somebody wants to talk to him. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I just got a phone call.
I didn't do nothing wrong, man.
You gotta, you know, this, you know, I find that the flat Earth community is very diverse. It's not a monolith by any interpretation. So whatever sort of preconceived notions you have of certain, you know, not sects, but like, you know, small communities within the larger umbrella, you have to sort of, when you enter a new space, you sort of have to feel it out as to, you know, the type of group you're talking with before you start
Well,
throwing up
no.
random straw men.
Well, no. The seniors should be a little more understanding, I guess.
I mean, I would say that for like maybe the 10th or the 100th person to come in here and do that, but you know, it's a bunch almost every day. It's basically like an assembly line of folks coming in doing exactly what you just did.
Well, the seniors should be a little more understanding because it's your community and there's differing opinions coming in here.
Oh, not my community. No. I get you know, roasted all the time because I'm a hardcore glober. I'm an acolyte of the globe.
I'm not saying you per se.
Oh, the royal you. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I'm not saying per se you are defending this, but I was just ostracized by that guy because I didn't believe what he believed. And you know what? Fuck him for that. Fuck him. Honestly, fuck him.
It's a quick way to get muted again. Not gonna lie, man.
Well, too bad.
I find you gotta flip it. You gotta be curious, not judgmental.
Well, too bad.
Who said that? Fucking Fitzgerald? The ability to hold fucking two ideas opposing ideas in your mind at the same time is the test of first-rate intelligence, or something like that. However that quote goes.
And
I'll listen to what you say and stuff. Like that's not a problem for me. Like I don't have a problem listening to the rules, but if you're gonna cut me off and put me down and cut my position down, well, fuck you then. Honestly, fuck you. Because my
I mean,
position is not my
but
position is not bizarre. My position is not bizarre. It's not out there. It's not strange.
you
It
have to
is.
recognize the asymmetric power structure, though, of of the space that you're in, right? So
Well,
even if you in other
asymmetric
spaces have
power structure. Okay. Well, whatever that means.
all the
Here's
mods are
here's
flat
the problem,
earthers.
Mackie. We're actually attacking the argument, not you as a person. So if you're
Well,
taking offense because your argument doesn't have a leg to stand on, that's not our problem.
You got muted
That's a
by
good point.
MBO Big.
I got muted because I was a troll. Okay.
So how's everybody doing today?
Not perceiving motion. That's how I'm doing today.
This guy thinks the Earth is a disk that's floating around and the sun is just whipping around.
Hold on. If you were traveling at 100 miles an hour on a perfectly flat surface and there was no change in speed or velocity or whatever, right? Would you know that you're in motion?
Would you know that there's ice mounds that are 10 miles high on the outsides of the so-called disk?
Hold on. Who talked about 100 miles an hour on a plane
That was
in
me.
perceived motion?
And who would know that the sun's 3,000 kilometers above the disk? How
That's
would you
not our
know that?
argument, man. That's not our argument. We don't make any claims about the sky. Snacks.
Well, of
So if
course you
you,
don't. Well, of course you don't, because you're
we don't need
ignorant to
to.
it.
We no, we don't make claims about things we don't know.
Well, of course you don't make claims about things you don't know, because you'll never know it.
Come on, dude. Like I'm trying to be nice, right? Like you're
Well,
attacking me, not the argument, right?
well, in the global Earth system, we know exactly how far the sun is
Okay, how
away
do you
from
know?
us.
How do you know?
Well, we measured it. We send
How?
satellites there.
Okay, prove it. Show me the telemetry data.
We've sent satellites there, and
Show me the telemetry data.
when they crashed, we have approximate data.
Send me the telemetry data on it. I want to know how hot the sun was, what gases were coming from the surface.
Well, I'm on my phone right now, and I'm not gonna just
Okay,
telegraph that to you right now.
sure.
You'll have to look that up yourself.
No, I'm
Because,
not going to look it up myself. It's
well,
I was
not
gonna
there.
say, if you're gonna make claims, like I said, Mackie, you got to come with citations. You can't just say shit.
I've read books and I've read articles, and if you're not gonna look them up, then
Just
too
because you
bad
read a
for
book
you.
doesn't mean you're intelligent.
I'm not gonna just sit here in my bed and
Some of the smartest people I know are country folk, and they
I'm
can rig
not
some shit up that you wouldn't believe.
I'm not just gonna sit here and send you articles and no, that's not my day job, dude.
Oh, okay. All right. Have
Sorry
fun with
about
that.
that.
Hey, Snacks, were you the one that was saying that if you fly 100 miles an hour on a plane and you can't tell you're moving?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. So, if you can't tell you're moving, why would you think you're moving to begin with?
That's a good point. I don't know.
Then I guess you're not moving. Then I guess you're just flying at 100 miles an hour and you think
But
you're not moving,
it,
but
it would be more reasonable to assume what the evidence points to
you'd reasonably
instead of
assume
assuming something else
that
as
you
an alternative.
confuse
Like, oh,
yourself.
That's fair.
it
No,
looks like we're
I
not
get where
moving,
you're
but
coming
that's just
from.
an illusion. We're actually moving.
No, I get that. Yeah, 100%.
You
Why would you think that?
you'd
you sense no
reasonably
motion, why the fuck would you think you're moving, right? If I'm
you'd re-
standing here still, yeah,
I was
I'm
gonna
not
say,
moving.
you'd
Absolutely.
reasonably
I get what
confuse
you're saying.
yourself, and you just say you're
Hey,
not moving.
Mackie, are you going to talk over Snacks? He's on your
yeah, we
side,
really
man.
did.
He's just, you know,
I'm not really on nobody's
asking
side,
Snacks
just
a
kind
question.
of.
If you are moving, but you don't think you're moving, but you think you're moving, but you're not, then I guess you're not.
Well, there you go. Then we can rule that one out. But
That's basically what
lack
you
of
just said.
motion doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, by the way. It just proves lack
Okay.
of motion.
Well, you know what? You're an idiot.
No, because the example was if you were, I guess I didn't say it right. You're not supposed to be able to
That's the
see
end of
what's
your
going on
conversation. Hold on,
outside,
Snacks.
right? So you
I
don't
just, I
know
just
you're
want, real
moving,
quick,
but you are moving,
real
right?
quick. I just going to say this, Snacks. Mackie, that's the end of your conversation. I was very respectful. I didn't attack you in any way. You're going to call me an idiot. You can go fuck yourself. All right.
Yeah, no, that was rough.
Anyway, Snacks, I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said? I apologize.
Nothing. I was just trying to explain to Buddy there, but he fucked off, so it don't matter.
I
You
guess
can
I
stay
guess
on
the
mute.
only reason you would think you're moving is if you experience the initial acceleration, right? So like you remember the going on the runway and like accelerating and lifting off.
Right. Like if you woke up on the plane, like if you were born on the plane and only ever lived on the plane, and then the plane slowed down and landed after you died, right? So your only experience was that constant direct motion. Then yeah, you there would be the plane would be moving. Somebody would have had to record that motion prior to say, hey, that plane was in motion, even though you think that you aren't in motion. Here's the evidence why.
Yeah. So that was all just hypothetical, right?
Well, and see, that's the funny thing. Like when it comes to the globe, it's a lot of hypotheticals, and what we're trying to get to the crux to of what we can actually demonstrate in the real world. Because everything that we perceive and actually can demonstrate, we're told is an optical illusion or some kind of figment of our imagination, and that we can't trust that. But here's the science, trust the science, which is odd because, like, the literal, like, the whole point of science is to not trust it. That's why they developed a method to it to remove any bias, so that way somebody couldn't come up and sell you snake oil and and tell you it was for a good cause. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah. I don't know. Shit always changes, right? You know, science. Uh,
Well, it shouldn't change. That's the
200
thing.
years
You can't
ago,
call it science if it's not. If it's changing, that means it wasn't knowledge to begin with. You just assumed something. You were wrong. You found out the truth. You found out something else, and now you throw out the thing that you assumed, and you're like, "Oh, but that was science before." No, it wasn't science. It was just an assumption.
I don't know if there's anything that actually truly is knowledge, right? Like knowledge is just your best guess. Like based off of all the information you've taken in. I think that science is just the temporal version of that at like a species level scale, right? It's all of us taking all the information of previous people and saying, okay, this is our best guess. And if it's wrong, right, then you alter that based off of new information. And then the new thing also becomes fact because it's once again just your best guess based off of all previous information. I don't think there's any absolute truths.
Where's the method in that?
Well, it's peer review, right? It's the scientific method.
No, step by step. Step by step method will prove science, right? Because it removes the bias.
yeah.
When you talk about peer review, even peer review is biased. Can you at least agree with that?
Yeah, it is biased, but I think it's the least biased thing that we can do. I don't think it's possible to not be biased because humans are humans.
I mean, if you keep the method, you don't like you can peer review, and then the method will uphold to peer review. Versus like you could give a hypothetical, and then 50% are going to agree with you, and 50% are going to disagree with you.
Oh, that's why you actually go get data and you base your measurements off of hardware that has been tested before and methods that have been tested before, and it's a step by step. We're gaining new information and it tweaks things and disproves previous things. I don't there's no such thing as removing
Well,
bias from things as long as there's still humans in the loop.
well, so and then in your particular circumstance, remember, I'm not attacking you. I'm just attacking
Oh, yeah, you're good.
the system behind it, right? Um, I mean, I respect the hard work you do. Okay, I'm going to just tell you that right up front. As a person, I respect that you work hard for what you do. Okay, and I know you have hard work to do because when there's money involved, um, like people are really uptight about everything, and they're always counting beans.
Oh yeah, I got gray hair in my 20s, man. Like I'm.
But anyway, so that being said, if you take reality and then put it in a model and then you manipulate the model, you're not methodically testing reality. Now you can manipulate the model and then that end result in the manipulation could match another thing in reality, but the process from the thing that you started with to the thing that you ended with, that's lost in translation because you can't quantify that.
So I'd assert that you're not initially manipulating the model when you're doing design work, and I will say I'm not a scientist, I'm an engineer. So I care about the applications of hardware and software, not the creation of new information. So
That's modern science, and that's like it's all based off of leaps and bounds and assumptions. You can't advance with your field with what modern science has done. You can't advance without making an assumption. I get that.
But once
That's
the hardware is out in the real world, right? Like once we build the thing and we deploy it and you get data back from it, like you iterate, right? You make design iterations, you change, certain pieces of hardware, you change certain pieces of software, but you need data back to do that. So, that's what we're in the process of right now. With our laser comm terminals, we've got 720 of them on orbit right now. We're getting a ton of data back on certain motors that work better, failure modes, software glitches, et cetera. And right now we're working on the next block upgrade. So like you can quote manipulate the model while you're doing the initial design work, but the actual hardware and software is being deployed in reality. Like the shit's actually up there doing what it needs to do.
What do you do?
He's a satellite engineer.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say I developed. I work for Amazon Leo, which is very similar to Starlink, but currently we have 180 satellites up, but the full constellation will be about 3,200. And I own the laser comm subsystem for that constellation. So each one of the satellites has 4 infrared laser terminals about the size of a kickball on them. And they create a mesh network, like pointing lasers at the other satellites. It's kind of like fiber optic cables without the cable. And so I'm in
That's a
charge
good
of
way to
that
put it.
subsystem.
Let me
There
ask you
you
this:
go.
did
I'm
he
glad
cut
you
out for
fucking made
you?
that reference. But
Did he cut out for you, or was that me?
yeah, he did kind of cut out for a little bit, but
Oh, okay.
Oh,
No, it
sorry,
was like a
I'm right on
bleep
the
he
edge
came
of
in
the
the
back
Wi-Fi.
saying
beginning,
that
Josh. Don't
180
worry, we
satellites.
caught the whole thing.
All
It
right,
was just
one
in the
sec. I'm
beginning.
gonna
I
get
just
I'm
wanted
gonna
to
get
make sure.
inside first.
I had a few cutouts myself, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't me. I wanted to be able to hear everything. So yeah, Josh is our resident uh, polite anti-flat earther, even though he said a few derogatory things to us, but he's the resident anti-flat earther.
Oh well, that's fucking pretty neat, man. You must make pretty good money. That's what
Yeah,
happens when you
I
go to
mean, he makes
school and you're
decent money.
interested in something, right?
It pays to pay attention in class to math.
Yes, it does.
Math is good stuff, man. But
I was
yeah,
gonna say
no.
I'm way more than I
Go
probably
ahead,
should be.
Josh. Anywho, yeah, man. We're more interested in what we can empirically prove. One of the things that we have in contention with Josh is a lot of the things that we ask for so we can try to verify for ourselves, is proprietary to his brand and what he's been working under. So he can't divulge that information. And then all that does is revert back to like, oh, we can prove it's a globe, but it's a secret, is what we end up falling back into. And I'm not trying to be rude,
No, no,
Josh.
you're good.
That's the way
Yeah,
it
yeah,
kind of
you're fine.
feels.
Yeah, no, I try to share what I can publicly about what I'm specifically working on. Usually, I have to point towards like other public sources, though. Um, NASA did just do a press release on our program, which is pretty fun. I was able to send that out to folks. I can post that in the side chat. But as far as like technical data goes, it'll be a hot minute before I'm able to share a lot of that stuff.
It's all good, man. I know you'll keep coming back because once things come out, you probably want to share it with us.
All right, I'm gonna hop on mute for a bit. I gotta eat lunch.
Yeah, man. So do you have any questions, Snacks? I mean, I kind of missed a lot of like your stuff, and or I mean, I don't know like, how much you got into the conversation and everything. I wanted to give you a fair shake. You seem like a fairly honest guy who is at least intellectually honest with the world around you.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Just here to kind of just listen.
No worries, man.
Doing.
One of the things, just to kind of give you an idea, so I'm just gonna like give you my spiel on how I attack the conversation. I'm going to assume the Earth is a globe, right? I used to believe in the globe for 39 years. I'm going to assume that everything I was ever taught in school is true, and that the Earth is a globe and gravity is the cause for why we're a globe, right? That being said, we know that the dirt on this earth, land, rock, is easily manipulated. Like you can create a valley or a mountain and it'll hold its form. And so dirt or earth is like the term earth meaning dirt, right? Is not a very good place to test for the curvature of the earth. There is an exception, but I'll get to that later. You do understand that though, right? Like if I was going to test for the curve of the earth, like of course a, a mountain would be curving or a hill would be curving, right?
Well, water's always flat, right?
Well, there you go. There you go. That's the only thing we have left. And then so water is said to be held down by gravity, right? Do you agree with that?
That's what they say.
All right. And then let me ask you this: are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
Oh, fuck! If anybody's gonna ask me, I'm gonna tell them, oh yeah, fucking, it's a globe for sure, right?
Okay.
But you know what,
Okay.
man? I'm not a diehard gonna fucking call you an idiot or yada yada yada. Because you know what, man? I didn't pay attention enough. I can't tell you fucking this and that about what I probably.
You're not hurting my feelings, I promise. I'm just telling you, like, hey, I agree with you. The Earth is a globe. Gravity's holding everything down on the Earth, including the water. The water is being held down on the Earth. That means the water is curving around the Earth, right? Because they tell you boats go over the horizon, they disappear bottom up, sunsets. So these things, like when they do a radio communication, they tell you the Earth curve gets in the way. That's why they have to bounce things off the satellites. These are the claims, right? Now,
Yeah.
now we can go test that, right? We can go test to see if there's any curvature of water there. Now, we run into a hiccup. They tell you, oh, but the Earth is too big to see the curve, right? And it's too big to feel it moving, but trust us, it's curving and moving. It looks flat, but it's curving. It feels like it's motionless, but we're moving.
That's right.
We'll get to the motion part later, but let's stick to the curve part for now. So you've got water curving around the ball, and they tell you that this ball is 24,900 miles in circumference. Do you understand what that means? Hello?
Oh shit! I have push to talk on. Yeah, no, that's I know what that means. If you were to
Okay,
walk
so
around the whole Earth, that's how fucking far it would take.
correct. If you could walk around in a straight line on the whole Earth. So if it has a circumference of 24,900 miles, that means the radius would be 3,959 miles to the center of the Earth, right? Big numbers, right?
I'm not gonna. Fuck, man. I'm not great with numbers. I can't tell you that's what
Those
it
are,
actually
those are
is.
pretty big numbers,
If
right?
that's what you say, yeah, okay. I'll fucking believe you. Yeah,
Right. And like you're how tall are you?
like 5'11" or something, 5'10".
All right, so you're 5 feet 11 inches. A mile is 5,280 feet, and we're looking at 39,000 of them, or 3,900 of them. So 3,900 times 5,280. That's a big fucking number, right?
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you this: when you're standing at the water, right, like a huge lake, like one of the Great Lakes, right, or you're standing at the ocean or a cove that's like 20 miles wide or something like that. How far away is the horizon or the Earth curve if you're 5 feet 11 standing at the beach?
Oh man, I don't know. Out there, I guess.
Take a guess.
Oh,
Just for
buddy,
shit.
I don't fucking know.
20 miles, 50 miles, 1 mile.
Could be something like that. Yeah, fucking 10,
10 miles?
maybe 10, 20.
Okay. So, oddly enough, what they don't tell you, and I didn't learn this in school, I learned this later as an adult. I was like, no, that can't be right. At my height, I'm 5'10", so at my height, at your height, when we look at the horizon based off of the size of the Earth being 24,900 miles all the way around, the distance to the horizon is only 3 miles.
Really?
After that, ships go over the curve and they disappear bottom up. I'm like, that's bullshit. I've seen shit a lot further than that, and I can still see the horizon behind it. And so I looked into that a little bit more. Come to find out that that's true. I'm like, okay, well maybe I didn't see things as far away as I thought I did. Let me go double check for myself, right? And so for me, I went to a local lake that had a spot that was 8 miles wide across the water, and took some friends with me. They sat on one side, I sat on the other, and we got binoculars out, and we were waving at each other and could see each other sitting down on our butts. Because at 8 miles, it's like, okay, if they're 6 feet tall, I'm 6 feet tall. We might be able to see each other a little bit. So let's sit on our butts and just take all the risk out of it. And we were able to see each other all the way across. Then I remembered seeing as a kid, I was standing out at Long Beach in California, and I would see at sunset uh, the ferry that went from Los Angeles to Catalina Island, like 20 miles away, and I could see that boat docking at the island. So I clearly remember seeing the things that I saw when I was younger. And that's one of the problems that we tend to run into with the globe is we see things way too far away. The things that should just not be visible in our eyesight. The geometry of the Earth should be getting in the way of that. Now, what a globe Earth believer who has some knowledge in the conversation would come back and say, "Oh, refraction, right? Refraction is the reason why we see around the ball, and it continues to look flatter and flatter. That's the evidence for the ball is that it is refraction makes it look really flat." So there's a problem with that as well because just standard refraction on any given day, depending on your height and then the distance that are horizon. Like if you get up higher, I think when I was 50 feet in the air, the distance to the horizon is like 11.4 miles or something like that. Or it might be 9 miles, I can't remember. But you see, as you go higher, the distance to the horizon gets further and further away. So what happens to that is there's a coefficient to the refraction attached to the distance formula. And so what refraction would allow you to do, standard refraction on the globe Earth, is see roughly 13 to 17% further on your normal day, right? Now, what they claim extreme refraction would allow you to see a little bit further, maybe up to 30% more. But we're seeing orders of magnitude much further than 30%. So extreme, in fact, and on such a regular occasion that it can't be standard refraction, right? Because we already identified standard refraction as like 13 to 17%, but we're seeing things like it would require a coefficient of 1, which would be like 100% essentially, right? If you wanted to try to convert it into a term that you might be able to fathom. Like if you had 13% versus 100%, 100% would be like, oh, we see, in a way that would make the Earth have a radius of 250,000 miles instead of 3,959 miles. So those are just observations. We've had some people that are more engineering minded that went out with lasers, shot lasers over water, hit their targets over water, and 10, 20. I think one laser test went up to 28 miles, which was like 40 kilometers. They had like a really tight cone on it to try to prevent as much divergence as possible. Things like that. Then in history, there's been radio wave communications over thousands of miles, where it was direct line of sight. They weren't aiming up to bounce off the ionosphere. They were aiming out laterally and horizontally with the surface of the Earth, or within regards to the surface of the Earth. So this is where we run into the hiccup. Now, we're not saying all of science is wrong, but we certainly question a lot of shit. And if it doesn't add up, we throw it out until we can prove it. Does
Yeah,
technology
man.
still work? Absolutely.
That's what science is, right?
Yeah.
Question what you question everything.
Yep. Now that doesn't mean technology doesn't work. Our technology is fantastic. But just because technology works doesn't mean that the Earth is a globe.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. But at the same time, you can't question everything, right? Or else you'll never get nowhere. The sun
This is
comes up.
true.
We know the sun comes up every day, and it'll fucking set every night. That's we know that's gonna happen. As to why it happens, well,
Are you Canadian by chance?
Oh yeah.
Hey, brother, I got a video for you. You're gonna love. I'm gonna post it in the side chat. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Which one is it? Is it the one in fucking BC?
Yeah, the one on the side chat, the little bubble. Um, you're gonna love this video, dude. This was made by a Canadian who had a flat lake that he drove across with his car while it was frozen, and made a long distance observation proving the Earth was
Yo,
fantastic.
hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you,
Yeah, man.
Yuki.
Yeah, I can hear you too, man.
Oh, so you
Hey,
guys are
Snacks.
flat Earth.
Yeah, man. Real
Uh,
quick, hold on. Snacks. If you look in the side chat, it's a 14-minute video, so save it, watch it in your spare time. But he documents it really well and makes it plain as day to understand.
All right, all right.
Yeah, that's sweet. I'll have to give that a shot or check that out.
For sure. Who had the question, man?
me.
What's up, dude?
So you guys are talking about flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what make you think it's flat, bro?
Okay. Well, they told us that gravity is pulling all the water down on Earth, right?
Yeah,
So that means the water is curving, right?
yeah,
Problem
but
is, when we go out to check, water is always flat.
like that doesn't make sense, bro. To be honest, I'm telling you because if it was flat, why I will be like, I don't know. Can I? Oh, I don't know how to explain it, to be honest. But like, you can make a whole round on the Earth, right?
Well, if all of water is flat on the surface at rest all over the Earth, and the Earth is 70% water, how can the Earth be a ball?
So you're saying like water is it's gonna fall down or what?
Say that again.
Like, I don't. Sorry, my bad English. Sorry.
No, that's why
Uh,
that's why I asked you to repeat. I'm not here to
okay,
criticize you on your second,
okay,
third,
yeah,
fourth,
yeah,
or fifth language, man. I appreciate you attempting English.
yeah. So water is gonna fall down. You say it's like going to fall down.
Oh, you're saying like why doesn't water fall off the edge?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean that's not what we think of when we think of flat Earth, right? Like
Oh, I thought you said
that's
okay.
that's a funny picture that someone created to make flat Earth look stupid. All right, dude.
Yo.
Anyway, that's a funny picture that somebody created to make flat Earth look stupid, so you wouldn't think about flat Earth, right?
Oh,
You were
okay,
only
okay.
given one option when you went to school, and you were only given the option that the Earth was a globe, and you were only tested on the globe. But there's a lot of things you don't know about the globe that you probably thought, like, oh, I should know that. Why don't I know that?
Okay, yeah. I will research because I'm really interested on this topic.
Yeah, how tall are you, real quick? Just out of curiosity, how tall are you?
How tall am like uh 1.83
All right.
centimeter.
Oh, you're kind of a tall dude, man. So
Yeah.
1.83. You need to be focusing on the circumference of the Earth, which is 40,000 kilometers, and then you need to be focused on the radius of the Earth, which is 6,173 kilometers, and then you need to be focused on how far away the horizon is from your eyes, right? So, what's the distance to the horizon if I'm 1.83 meters tall?
Okay, yeah. I will try to find. Thank you so much, bro.
Yeah, no worries, man. And then
Okay,
try to see if you can see further than the 4.8 kilometers that they tell you that the distance to the horizon.
okay. Thank you, bro.
No
Bye.
worries, man. If you got any other questions, we're always here.
Okay, thank you, bro.
What did I say, Rayleigh? Would I say 6731?
You were off by about 200 kilometers. You said like 6,100 something.
Oh, my bad. I thought I said 63. Maybe I said 6173 instead of 6371.
No worries. It's common for the metrically challenged people to get it wrong.
I mean, I'm working on that argument. Just so you know, I'm working on memorizing the numbers so that way I can precisely put it into a conversation.
Yeah, that's why I just stick to the basics. Go like if your eyes were at 2 meters above the water, the horizon would be five kilometers away. Use the simple numbers. That way they remember them too, right?
No, that's true. I just try to personalize it, right? Because if you personalize it, people then start to look at it like, oh, wait, you know what? I think I have seen things really far away over water. Let me go check again. Kind of puts that little bug in their ear to get off their butt and stop looking at a computer screen.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, too many people grow up in areas where they don't have access to large bodies of water. So for them, that's why they can not quite grasp the idea that we can see further than we are. Like people are lucky who get to live near large oceans or large lakes. They're a small portion of the population, and very lucky to be able to see that, regularly. But if you grew up in the middle of nowhere, like Oklahoma, what do you see at Oklahoma? A lot of nothingness,
You got
right?
Lake Texoma, man. There's lakes.
Yeah,
I grew up in North Texas, Dallas area, right? When I grew up, I spent my adulthood there. And that's where I took my friends. We went to Lake Texoma because there's a few stretches that are up to like 12 miles wide.
yeah. Like I said, I've been lucky enough to visit the Gulf of America, the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean. So
For sure. Yeah, one of the things I want to do, I want to go back to the Keys and especially Key West, take my Nikon P1000, rent one of those Airbnbs over there, and then I want to see if I can see Cuba with my P1000. That would be super
yeah,
cool.
that's not likely to happen.
93 miles, man.
The 90 miles is more than enough to obscure any light waves coming from it.
Well, you can see the lights. I can see a dome of light from Havana at night when I was out there. I was like, oh, that's cool. This was before I was a flat earther, too. I was like, that's cool. You can see a dome of light above Havana.
Yeah, that probably happens when there's a low clouds above Havana.
No, it was a bubble. There was no clouds out that
Oh,
day. Like, you know how, like, a fire, when you light a fire in the woods, it kind of gives off this, like, aura of, well, like we talk about light extinction all the time. Like, it lights up just this specific area, and then the further and further away you get from it, there's an extinction limit to the light based off of its power. Yeah, it was really cool, man. I can't wait to go back. It's just so expensive down in Key West.
oh yeah.
But if you ever make a trip down there, like hit me up, dude. I will give you all kinds of ideas. I've been thinking about things inside my mind. I think Key West would be a fantastic observation. The only problem is um, when the dew point is high and the humidity is high, you have sporadic showers all the time, and so there's a lot of uh, junk in the air. I don't want to call it junk.
Yeah.
Pollution.
Yeah, humidity is the destroyer of a lot of clear imaging. Because there was the one time I took across Lake Ontario to Toronto, and it was super hazy, and you could just barely make out anything in Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto is a really cool observation. A lot of people miss out on, and then there's another one in Seattle, isn't there? Like I know a lot of people point to the Chicago observation, but that there's a Detroit to Toronto observation that's fantastic, and then I think the Seattle observation, it's like 18 to 25 miles or something like that. The Toronto observation's like 26 to 28 miles, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's 30 miles from my location typically. I just posted my one observation I took in May with and you can tell by the thumbnail that you can barely see anything.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like if you're intellectually honest, you can you can tell what you're looking at.
Yeah, but
That's cool, man.
most people are not. You know, they'll say, "How come I can't see the Eiffel Tower from New York City?" Well, it's the same reason I can't see Toronto. And 10 minutes later, when the weather changes.
Yeah, no,
Because you would
you're
need perfect conditions, perfect transmission through the atmosphere, which never happens. I think the highest level of transmission is typically 90%, and that only happens in the tropical areas. Because what I'd like to do if I had the opportunity was to go down to somewhere where the sun is directly at the zenith, and then do observations and see how those work out versus sunlight coming in from an angle.
Yeah, no, you're spot on, man. What time of the year did you do the observation?
Well, I did different months. This one was in May, but I've done May, June, July, August. I've even done
Okay.
Octobers and Novembers.
Okay.
I try to do as many non-freezing days as possible, because going out there when it's super cold is a son of a bitch.
Right.
But
No, I mean
yeah,
that's fair though, because that's the time where the sun's out the most.
yeah. I think my earliest observations like in March, when the weather was nice in March, so I went out and then captured all these ducks, geese, and swans on the water that didn't disappear over the curve. These tiny little animals that were not disappearing over the curve. I guess the ducks that are 3 miles away from you must be at least 6 foot tall.
Oh man, our initial audience left. RTH is new.
I'm not new, dude.
You're not new?
I used to be on Nathan Oakley's show.
I don't know, man. I don't watch Nathan Oakley. Like I haven't been on in like 5 years, 6 years. He booted me. All right, on, dude. And then there's the lightning bolt, VLTK. Okay, I know who you are, dude. Other than that, it's just a bunch of us that know each other. Well, welcome, RTH. Nice to meet you, man. I'm Skull Dog. Yeah.
Nigger.
That was profound.
What is it? A slash ban or an exclamation ban? I can't remember. I'll try it over in the mod room. All right, y'all. I gotta head off to work. I appreciate you all.
Yep, me too.
I'll see y'all later.
So what now? Mic check, status check. Anybody else here?
Um, I can hear you, and I'm kind of here, a little bit AFK.
I've got some time to fill, so I might go dig up a paper that a friend of mine wrote and read some of it and copy and paste media from the paper so people can follow along. I'll need to dig it up, so I need a quick minute.
Sounds good.
Here's a Google cylinder. I mean, Google Earth. So that's the position of the boat on Google cylinder. That red circle, that's where the horizon should be, according to the globe mathematics. Oh, we have a parrot saying refraction. Oh, so that's funny that you said that because you're cooked. You made a big mistake. So here's a buoy. See that? See the buoy?
Oh, good. Bug's still here. I was. Did you happen to see the chart I put in there? I'll put it in there again. The chart is the expected curve
Yeah.
based on
Okay.
the 3,959 miles. So that's why we say that that if that curvature, said curvature did exist, we would be able to observe it. In reality, it's because the rate at which the curvature would increase is 8 inches per mile squared, which is an exponential rate, but it's still within the, so when you get up to 10 miles, 20 miles, even 50 miles, we're talking hundreds of feet. In the case of 50 miles, over 1,000 feet of expected drop over distance. And those distances are still distances where it's possible, in some cases, to see something with the unaided human eye and to see it even more clearly if you have binoculars, a high-powered zoom camera, etc. So yeah, like 20 miles, the drop below the horizon due to the Earth's proposed curvature should be 266 feet, and yet we have multiple laser tests and long-distance observations where these objects that should be obscured behind 266 feet, like a 26-story building worth of curvature, are seen when they shouldn't be seen.
Right. I'm still caught up in the whole, like, the various ships that, like, disappear over the horizon.
Well, they're not disappearing over the horizon. They're just leaving your field of view.
Oh. And if we zoom in, what happens? We can see
Then you
them
can see
again.
them. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And the same height they were prior then?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the ship itself hasn't changed height. I don't know what you mean, but if you want us to look at one of these videos, you could put one there for us to see. I don't really know which ones you're talking about.
I mean, I think now we're going to get into the whole, like, because you mentioned before, whatever video I'm going to post up is going to be some Mickey Mouse shit. And so whatever source I have is not going to be like the best source, but then you tell me, oh, these are the real sources. Like, you should take a look at the videos I sent you. And so I'm not going to play that game of like what source is more valid than the other. So,
Well, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen the
I mean,
source at all.
you can just put like, YouTube, you know, boats disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, I personally have made long distance observations, including seeing Chicago across Lake Michigan. So, that's my source. You could, if you cared enough, go and check one of those out, and
Travel
then you
all the
wouldn't
way
have
to
to.
Chicago.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be that particular one. There's a lot of long distance
So travel.
observations
Okay.
all around the world that have been done.
Yeah.
You could pick
Is
one that's
YouTube
near
like a
you.
valid platform to see anything that's valid, or should I stay away from that site?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I think there's useful things on YouTube. I think just whatever you are looking at, you just have to look at it with a critical eye. I mean, I wouldn't want you to change your whole worldview based on a YouTube video. I'm not asking you to do that. I mean, that's why I was just trying to explain to you the mathematics behind it, behind the concept, which you can then apply to a lot of different observations. This last link I put in there at 42 minutes after the hour, that's a list of a whole bunch of different long distance observations. I mean, one of those might be near you, but you don't have to be limited to that. You can go to any large body of water and you can measure, determine the distance to, it could be a fixed object. You could use marine traffic website to look at a ship and determine their distance, because in terms of the ships, you can use the horizon calculation. We haven't really talked about that, but you can determine the maximum distance of the horizon based on your observer height, and then you can look at a ship and see if you see the horizon behind the ship. And many times people have observed that the horizon is behind the ship, meaning the horizon is further than the verified distance of the ship, and that it's further than it should be on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. Those are just examples of how you can go out and do it yourself so that you're not relying on me, you're not relying on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can see the boats like bobbing up and down in the distance, right? But like, if I don't know, I don't know what response is needed from me. But like, if they just were to keep going in that direction, like, what would happen? Like, would we just see the boats smaller and
Well,
more in the distance, Bob?
eventually, I mean, the medium, the atmosphere, you wouldn't. Once it gets so far out, you wouldn't be able to pull it up at all because so much you can't see through the entire medium of you're not gonna see a little boat 600 miles out. I mean, you probably could if you had. I don't even know if you could through that medium, but if you had some kind of tool or utensil that you could to see through that all the atmosphere, then yeah, you'd be able to see it. But what you're talking about, the bottom bobbing up and down, or whatever, that's just like from perspective of the waves. It's kind of hard to explain it. I don't know. Maybe someone else can better explain it. But like the waves when you zoom in, they look a lot bigger than they are, right? Because I mean, it's just your perspective. I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
No, yeah. I mean, maybe the sea or the current is different at that distance, and it's making the ships move
The
more.
sea or the curve is different at that distance. You're supposed to be on a sphere, my friend. The curvature rate is supposed to be consistent. Why would it magically be different because you're 9 foot more to the left than I am?
And for anyone who wants to watch the video we're referencing, I posted it in the lobby under Note Key. It's a Rumble one. It's a guy zooming in with was it the P9000 or whatever, the camera, and I want to say it's like 11, 12 miles out. So that thing should be, I don't know. Someone know off the top of their head the 10 miles out is gotta be, I don't know how many feet below curvature. If anyone knows off the top of their head.
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. Like you shouldn't be able to see it at all. It should be well below the curvature.
If there was curve.
Yeah, if there's a curve, yeah, using their math, their calculations, 10 miles out,
Yeah.
that boat should be well underneath the curvature. You shouldn't be able to see it at all. You shouldn't be able to bring it up.
66 feet.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he's trying to make me watch Bill Nye.
I know. He's memeing. Yeah, just skip to like a minute. It's like a minute or something in is where you actually
Oh my goodness, that guy. I can't believe I can't believe that he did that. Corrupting children worldwide. I guess worldwide. Maybe just America's contaminated with Bill Nye. I don't know if they make them watch in other places.
I'm still haunted by the theme song.
Yeah, it was true.
It's catchy. That's what's so bad about it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I know, Bug. You didn't like my Bugs Bunny comment. It's you know, it's just it's not that I don't want to take your evidence seriously. It's just that I don't know how to explain it because I'm on the other side of this issue. Like to me, there's just no question. Like the globe is just a complete joke. So I understand. To me, it's just anything that claims it seems like a joke to me. It just seems absurd. Like
What
Raiden,
timestamp was
guess
his
Raiden's
evidence?
not here anymore, but Raiden was saying, that he thought flat Earth was absurd. To me, like the globe is just so completely absurd. Like there's just not even any question at all. I have no doubt that there's no globe, there's no curvature. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I just don't take things seriously. But I see you've got a mirage. You've got like a video of a mirage there. So in what way are you thinking that this is showing curvature? This video that you've posted
I mean, it's
for us?
definitely not a mirage, right? It's actually a video of a boat, and you can see it going over the horizon. But to get back
False.
to,
There's a
I'll look
mirage
at
at
it
the top
again.
of it.
Yeah, the
oh
If it's
title
the
man,
says
if I
video,
could
if
just
it's the video
talk
at
to,
45 past the hour, it is a mirage. And if you read the title of it, mirage of passenger boat disappearing behind the horizon.
yeah. So I think it's just like to get back
Is that
to
the one you're referring to? Yes or no?
first. I'm gonna speak to the other person.
Yeah, I know. The other
So
person's a lot nicer than me. I just want a yes or no. Is that the video you're referring to, please? Yes or
I'm
no?
not gonna speak to you right now.
45 minutes
So
past the
if you
hour.
want to
That's
speak
all
to
I
me
want to
like
know,
an
mate.
adult, I
Listen,
would greatly
you're acting like a
appreciate it.
child. That's great.
You
I
don't
just would
get
like
to
to
win
know.
because you talk
Okay, I'm
over
going to do
me,
this the
man.
old fashioned way.
What?
Shut up. I'll ask Dandelion. Dandelion, is the video he's referring to the one at 45 minutes past the hour?
Yeah, the one that's titled Mirage. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Right. So it's titled Mirage, and Clown Shoes is saying it's not a mirage, even though you can clearly see the banding. And I thought boats disappeared bottom up. That one disappeared top down through the mirage. But anyways, Bug, since I've got my answer, you may now continue. Thank you.
I didn't know this is how people were treated when they first got on this server, with insults and rudeness. But
You've
to
been on
get
here for
back to
over an
your,
hour. I've been listening on YouTube. Stop sulking.
so to get back to the other person. So listen, I think it's just a matter of like opposition, because it's like between like everything we can observe, right? That yeah, I read about it, I'm told about, and I watch videos on. That's all I have. I'm not gonna spend the time to go to like a large body of water and do these laser experiments. I have a full time job, a life. I do other things, right? But I just can't. I'm on the opposite side where I cannot fathom like a flat Earth, because it makes no like logical sense in any way, shape, or form. So,
Buck, would you agree that watching the video that I posted, that you should not be able to see that boat that far out? I mean, you can't see it with the human eye. I mean, he had to zoom in quite a bit. That was. Do you agree that
I
you should
know
not
that
be able
we
to
have
see
to
that?
zoom, man, but the Earth is pretty big. Like it's not a small thing. Like, and I know the ship was going under the water, but I think it's at that point maybe the waves and the sea was at a different like fucking. I don't know, man. But you can see it. Oh my god, dude, I'm just exhausted now. Sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I think we're not expecting to like change your mind. I'm glad that you're at least willing to look at some of the evidence. At least you now understand at least somewhat what our argument is against the
I mean,
globe. So yeah.
I think I'm like remembering why I left like a year ago in the first place. But yeah, I
Well,
hear it.
like
I hear
Theo
it,
was
yeah.
saying earlier, man, the only person that's gonna change your mind is you. Like you're the only
Yeah.
person that's gonna change your mind. So like, if going out and doing the test yourself would change your mind, but you don't want to do that, then the problem is more with you than it is with the concept. So it's just
I mean,
you're just refusing to like the videos and all that like that. Like I wouldn't even say that should change your mind, but like the fact that you're saying that you wouldn't even take the time to go out there and do it just says that you don't really care one way or the other. So I'm kind of confused as to why you're here at all.
I mean, dude, to stop and take time off work to go to do these experiments, yeah, you're right. If I'm not willing to do that, then what does that say about me? Fuck, I don't know. I would hope that I wouldn't have to like physically go to these things and do it myself. There was some kind of knowledge or a book or a video or a lecture I
Yeah,
could
but
attend.
then why are you here then?
You
Like,
know,
what? I mean, if you're not here to like, obviously, like I can't like pick you up and take you some. You know what I mean? Like, all you're gonna get here is people's testimonies to measurements they've taken, to videos,
right.
to like all the work that they've done. But it's if that was never going to convince you and only you're going to convince yourself, which Indio and I had discussed earlier, we can only give you the breadcrumbs that are going to give you the spark or the curiosity to want to go and figure it out yourself. But if you're not willing to do that, then it just kind of seems like I don't really understand why you're here. If you're not willing to be
Well,
convinced or open-minded enough and you're just going to say, well, yeah, okay, that boat's pretty far out there, but like, they're really big, even though like all these people in here are giving you, their testimony as a lot of people have done the measurements themselves. They have nothing
right,
to
right.
gain here.
I
So
mean, I was asked like what my position was, right? By I think you, and I kind of gave my thoughts, right? And then it kind of delved into like, well, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I don't really have any. And then it delved into, well, if you're not going to do it yourself, then how valid is your criticism of the other side? It's like, really, I just came here to just kind of like hear what was going on.
So you're admitting, that you just believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't actually have the evidence that it actually is. It's just a belief you hold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I remember when we first started, like I believed a lot of what NASA said and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? I haven't done any of the experiments myself. I do believe it. So if that makes
yeah,
me,
it's more like you have faith that the
yeah,
Earth is a
Okay, then
globe. It's
like
like
why do you believe it? How do you ever ask yourself that? Why do you believe? Because they're saying some pretty crazy shit, right? They're saying,
I
"Hey,
mean,
man, we jump on a giant
oh
rocket
man,
and we fly way up in the air and we go to a place where everything is different. And when I drop something, it don't fall, and I float around, and we go hang out in this place and believe us, we promise." Like, it's a fantastic claim. If they said they went to frickin', Mordor or something, you probably wouldn't believe that. If they said, "Yeah, we filmed Jesus Christ walking on water," you probably wouldn't believe that. So why do
no.
you believe this?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's no matter what I say, it's gonna
No, I'm just
be
curious.
idiotic.
Like, no, it's
I
not
mean, dude, it's
idiotic.
like from
Look, I know,
what
like
I was.
I believe the globe too, man. We're on the same boat, brother.
Oh, wait, hold on
We are
one
in the
second.
same boat.
Sorry, my Bluetooth died. 1 second.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, man. It's just like I just because I know I'm gonna appear as like a sheep or a shill or some stupid
No,
kid that was
dude.
brainwashed. Man, it's fucking what I was told my whole life, man. There's videos, there's books on this stuff. You go to a library, you can learn about all this stuff. And for me to just jump on a Discord and be like told like none of it's fucking real. You got to go outside and do it yourself is just the most asinine shit like I could ever fucking like think of, man.
Like, really,
The
it
reason
is.
why
Like,
we tell you to go outside and check it for yourself is so you can validate it for yourself and then go, holy shit, those guys on Discord were correct, as opposed to just being a believer. You, like
yeah,
us, were taught the same thing. We weren't
Yeah,
taught
'cause
anything different, mate.
otherwise you're stuck with a competition between, do I believe this group or that group?
yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
Well,
But
I
would you
mean,
rather just believe yourself? Like, wouldn't you rather?
I
Like,
mean,
what would you rather take someone else's word for it or to verify it for yourself? I mean,
that's
and
why
then
that's why we tell you to do the test yourself, because then you're not a believer anymore. Then you know one way or the other. You don't have to believe us or believe them or believe anybody. And it's these aren't like difficult tests. These are pretty simple. I mean, it's like 3 hours. I don't think you're so busy that 3 hours of your life is gonna kill you if you lose 3 hours. Like, it's really
No,
not
no,
that
I'm
complicated.
on the coast too, so that would help too. Maybe I can observe some ships or going over the horizon or something like that.
Are you in
Or
South Cali or Northern Cali?
Northern California.
Maybe you can observe some ships go over the horizon. Maybe you can't. Ever think of that?
Maybe, yeah, that's what I meant. Hey,
I mean,
got him.
I watched a boat go 30 miles away, man, where I could still see it with the naked eye. A ship, a container ship. Now, from 30 miles away, it should be 420 feet under the curve of the earth, right? Under the horizon. The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet or something. So it can't be that the ship was just really tall, right? It wasn't tall enough
Yeah.
to be visible. But I watched it for 3.5 hours. I watched it over a period of time. I didn't just like go, oh, I look, there's a ship. But there's an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It'll tell you the boat. It'll tell you its position. And you can track any boat that you pretty much almost any boat you see at sea and know exactly where it is. So this is what I did. I've done this 3 different times. But the furthest was 30 miles, which is pretty fucking far, dude. You have to admit, 30 miles is far.
Yeah, 30 miles is pretty out there.
Yeah. So it's like, but it's not a difficult endeavor. All we're saying, dude, is like, you've been told a story. We were told a story. We're all told a story. We're children. They said, hey, Earth's the globe. They never gave us any evidence. They said, look at that toy in the corner. Earth's the globe. Christopher Columbus, he sailed around the world. Earth's the globe. If you don't believe it, you're stupid. Earth's the globe. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's all. That's what we got. We didn't actually get like, even if the Earth was a globe, do you think you got a proper education about it?
I mean, not that I remember, but I mean, I
Or
didn't
don't
take
you think
a.
that would be pretty important? Like, as far as education, hey, we might want to teach these kids where they actually live instead of going Earth's a globe. We'll get the toy.
Well, man, I'm in my mid-30s, man. I don't remember what I was taught
I'm
in fucking
50
high school,
something.
but
Kindergarten. They teach you this shit in
I know,
kindergarten.
man. I know, but I don't remember the fucking astrology course I took like 20 years ago. But
Yeah, but they don't tell you then. They tell you when you're 5,
uh,
right? Wasn't there a globe in every classroom you went in?
yeah, there was.
Yeah. They
Did I tell him
literally.
why I started researching flat Earth?
Yeah, that should be interesting. It's quite a story.
I'll try to give him the short version. Yeah, the reason I started researching flat Earth is because I was taking a physics class to get my master's degree in science education, and we were asked to address a common misconception that high school physics students might have. So, 2015, flat Earth was very much in the popular culture at the time. On Twitter, there were a lot of rappers and various popular figures talking about it, so I decided to research and do my paper on how to explain to high school students that the Earth is not flat. And I thought that would be very easy, Bug, right? Because the globe's confirmed. It'd be very easy to explain to them.
Oh,
And then I found
man,
out that there.
yeah.
Hmm?
So I don't mean to cut you off because I really care
That's
about
fine.
your personal life, but
Yeah,
like
you do.
I just like I
Okay,
do
the
this
whole
shit like
point. No, okay, no. If you're cutting me off, then I'm going to tell you, Bug. The whole point is I'm a goddamn certified science teacher who would have told you the globe was a globe, but when I went to see if there was any evidence, there's not any. And I scientifically and mathematically proved it to myself while getting my master's degree in science education that Bill Nye is full of shit and there's nothing to back up your illusion. But if you want to stay in it, nobody's going to stop you. Have fun. That's all I had to say to you.
Dandelion, you just gotta get hired at NASA, and then he'll believe you.
Yeah, that's right. It's not good enough. He just said his teacher told him, and he thought that was good enough. But a teacher tells him it's not. That's not good enough. So you know what it is? It's just you want to stay in delusion. You want to be in denial, and you're now a demonstration of what Indio was talking to earlier to Noki about. And says who said it too. You like being in the man's pocket. You like being in your Stockholm Syndrome slave mindset. So just go back to it. You said you remembered why you left here. That's why. Because you want to be in denial. You want to be in the man's pocket so he won't be whipping you. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Don't lie to me.
You don't have to put other people down and raise your voice. You don't have to do that to make your point.
Oh, yes. Now he's a victim and I'm his oppressor.
I'm not a victim. I'm
the
just
bad
saying.
Dandelion is hurting him now. He has to go back to lick NASA's boots. Have fun. Tell me what they taste like.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready and you're finished, okay?
Dude, he sounds like Josh now.
And you thought I was the nasty one. Oh dear.
I know, Indio. I wasn't going to do that anymore. It's only because he interrupted my goddamn story because I actually cared enough about this kid to tell my stupid story. Because I don't.
It is stupid.
Yeah. Thanks, Bug. That's just what I wanted to hear. And I'm the mean one, Bug. You're so kind and sweet. And Matrix is so mean. And now Dandelion's mean.
Oh
and
my
you're
goodness.
just the
Let me
globy
know when you're ready.
victim. Poor
Holy
guy.
shit. A grown ass woman is on Discord yelling at some guy.
Yeah, you're a
he doesn't
grown
believe
ass
in
this
his
ain't
God.
yelling.
Go back to your glow
God.
plushie. Yeah.
You really think this is
Your
yelling?
mom
Jesus
will
Christ,
send
man.
it up. It'll be so much fun. Go back to your rocket ship bed. We won't bug you anymore.
So what other copes have you got, Bug? Ships going over the horizon obviously hurt you. Dandelion hurts. I'm too loud and treat you like a little child. So what else have you got?
No,
to
but
cope with?
he showed you a mirage. Remember, he showed you a mirage going from the top to the bottom. Now.
Hello everyone, how are you?
Let me ask you, Bug. Do you think that this is about the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I would think it would be, right? I mean,
no, I mean just like really fundamentally, like this topic, flat Earth versus globe. Do you think fundamentally it's really about the shape of the Earth?
I mean,
Or
I think
is that more like
deeper
a
than that
symptom of some other problem?
I mean, I think underneath it all, underneath the flat Earth or whatever, I think it's like the whole like, what have you been taught your whole life kind of thing? Like, what have you been believing this whole time because someone else told you? I think that's what I'm being portrayed to is like the issue that I have.
No. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but the problem is deeper. The problem is, how do you know it's true? How do you know what's not true? How much do you actually know versus what do you believe? So you said you believe you admitted you believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't know it. Okay, that's the position of everybody in the fucking world. Do you think your teachers knew the Earth was a globe, or their teachers, or you just had a teacher tell you she didn't know that she thought the Earth was a globe and she was wrong? So, right, a lot of people, think the Earth is a globe, but they don't know it. They have no information from which to even determine that in the first place. All they know is they looked at a screen, they saw some pictures, some people said, "Oh, that's what the Earth looks like." And we're like, "Okay, I believe you," and that's the situation, and we're just trying to tell you and just alert you to that's the situation you're in. You're just like most of the world denies, and this might sound upsetting, but we
Mm.
all see the Earth as flat and motionless. That's how we experience the world. That's undeniable. That's how we actually experience the world. We don't experience it like they show you on the screen. We experience it flat and motionless. And then someone came
Mm.
along and said that that is actually an optical illusion. That your reality that you see every day, that's actually not reality. That thing that looks flat, it's actually not flat. It's actually a giant ball. And you can't figure out it's a giant ball. You have to believe some other people. They figured it out. Believe them that it, because they're smarter than you. This is a
Well,
situation. I mean, think
I
about
mean,
that. Just think about it. The ramifications of having a world in which everybody's running around believing in something that they in no way have verified that is directly contradictory to their actual lived experience.
yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I just
Yep.
because it's not
Do
just
you
that,
understand
man,
the
but it
implications of that?
uh,
You under do
I
does
know,
you
I
under do you comprehend the implications of the whole world thinking the world is an optical illusion?
yeah, just everybody believing the same thing because they were told by some higher entity. Yeah,
No,
I
that
see,
they're believing something contrary to what they experience.
uh,
It is
yeah,
contrary to your experience. Look, bro, you've never like climbed the top of a mountain, flown in an airplane, and been like, "Oh man, look at that giant ball out there," right? You go, "Hey man, that looks flat." It always looks flat. Doesn't matter where you go, it always looks flat. But someone's
yeah,
saying that perception, what you see, is not real. That's not real.
yeah.
That looking flat, that's not real.
I, yeah, I mean, like, listen, when I go outside and I see the street, of course it looks flat, man. Of course, like I go outside to a
Well, that's
beach,
not
right,
real.
and I see. Oh wait, what?
You're saying that's not real.
I I don't understand.
They say that it's actually not flat, that it's a giant ball that's curving.
Right, right.
Right. That it's actually not flat. Now you see a flat thing, but it doesn't look, that's
I just
actually not that. It's actually something else.
yeah,
It's like you say you see the color blue. And then, the authorities come along like, no, that only looks blue to you. But if you look at it at a greater scale, it looks red. You're like, really? And they're like, look at this chalkboard full of equations. You're like, fuck, dude,
right,
I guess
right.
you're right. I guess that's not really red. I guess that is red. It's guess it's not blue because I just didn't look at the equations.
But you actually can't do the equations, so you just take their word for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, there's things I observe though, just from someone who's not even educated about this stuff, right? Like I said, right? I'm gonna bring up the ship thing again, but also like a sunset. Where does the sun go past the horizon? Why does it turn to night? I can bring up all these other things that I
Because the
see,
sun moves
and someone
away.
in this Discord is gonna laugh in my face, call me a fucking retard, and then tell me this is why you see that. It's an optical illusion, or it's this thing
Look,
or that
bro.
thing. And then
Well,
what do I say to
no
that,
one,
man?
no one
Like,
has treated you that way. Like these guys have been open to all of your questions, and they've been super cool with me. Even some of the questions I've had, they're more interested in trying to help you to better
I
understand
know.
their
So
position. But they've if you had asked any of these questions, no one would have referred to you as a retard or dumb
okay,
or
all right,
whatever.
maybe okay, yeah. So let's
Look,
let's
I'm
go
trying to
back to
show
what
you
I
what the
said, right?
situation actually
About
is. What the
the ship.
situation actually is
Oh,
listen, I mean, like,
go
it's
for it.
about flat Earth, but it's not. Fundamentally, it's about, hey, there's a situation. I see reality a certain way. There's some men, they say that's not that way. That's really the fundamental problem of you not being able to trust your own senses, trust your own judgment, and have to rely on third parties to tell you what's real.
I mean, I know, brother, but like, I see things that like it's just kind of like a common sense thing, though, right? Like
Look, they
with the
saw
sunset.
sunsets. Did they see sunsets 2,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Were they flat earthers?
No.
No?
No.
Yes.
They were?
Actually, Indio, let's break this down. Bug, when did flat earthism start?
I think that was like a couple hundred years ago to like battle science, and when he was coming up like in the church, if I'm not mistaken. Something to that effect.
Everybody was flat
Or
earth
am I
until
Arabic
certain
said the
Greeks.
Earth is flat.
Oh.
Why are you interrupting? Anyway, okay, so the Chinese were flat earthers into the beginning of the 20th century. The whole world was flat earthers. A bunch of Greeks decided, hey, the earth is not flat, earth is a globe based upon metaphysical considerations. And Copernicus and Galileo Newton. So it's exclusive to Western civilization. Okay, it wasn't developed all, the entire world was flat earthers. Every culture, every civilization. They all saw sunsets. They didn't go, oh, the sun sets, therefore the earth is a globe. I understand why you think that, because you've been taught to think about what you see, the sun motion across the sky a certain way, and that when it gets cut off, it's going under the earth. Okay? And if I say at midnight, point at the sun, you have to point at your feet. Okay? Yeah, you think about the world that way, but A, it's patently ridiculous. And the sun, as a light, as getting night, it just moves away from where you are. Just like if you had a glow stick in your hand and you'd be lit up if it was lit at night and you threw it away from you, you wouldn't be lit up anymore, would you? It would be dark where you are, and it would be light where the glow stick is.
Right, right. I just want to bring up this one thing I just Googled. I don't know if that's a valid source, but Earth was established by Greek philosophers as early as the 5th century, including
Hey,
the
Bug,
Romans and Arabs
curious.
that knew the world was round.
They don't know
Why
now.
are you hung up on valid sources?
No now.
Why am I hung up on valid sources? Is that a question
Because
that was just
I've been
asked?
listening to you for a while. Every time you've mentioned anything about getting information, you've always questioned if it's a valid source. It's data. I don't care where it comes from, as long as you can back up or validate the claim made in said data.
You know, he's just saying
Could come
that
from
you don't need to
any
qualify it
information.
with. He's just saying you don't need to qualify it with valid. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a valid source. It's completely subjective. What you think is valid. Hold on, dude. Just listen. Just listen. Just listen, dude. Dude, you need thicker skin. Valid to you and valid to me might be two different things. That makes it subjective, right? You might think a source is valid, and I might think, oh no, that's not valid, right? So saying it's valid doesn't help us at all. It's just.
I mean, we can get into the semantics of validity, sure, man,
No,
but
it's valid. What makes it valid is whether there's evidence to support it. That's what makes it valid. And when I say evidence, I mean empirical evidence. Actual, you can go out, test it, verify it, replicate it, go into the natural world and actually see the thing, whatever they said, whatever they claimed, and actually verify that that's actually the situation. That's what we consider valid evidence.
Also, not to mention, like, you should probably
ahead.
do a better job at just Googling and then clicking the first link. I mean, the same people that like big tech and all that, I mean, they're not going to give you the information that, contradicting information that's going to counter their points.
Look, generally
So-
what he said, though, is accurate, right? The Arabs, I don't know about the Romans. The Romans in the mid-Roman. The Arabs during the Muslim period, during the frickin', not in the 5th century. And it was only some Greeks. So some Greeks, and specifically we're talking about, it was actually a split among ancient Greeks. So so it was like Eratosthenes, probably what was the other guy's name? Aristarchus. So a few Greeks in their little sect thought the Earth was a globe, but there was other Greeks like Thales and Anaximander that thought the Earth was flat. So the Greeks themselves were split on whether the Earth was flat or a globe. So like when you Google stuff, you get a very I don't know how to put it, but they're, like they're not lying, but they're not giving you the whole truth. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't a worldwide consensus.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's not
so
like
where would I go? Where would you guys go to get your information on the flat Earth? Let's start with that.
Well, like
Because
you,
I need to know.
it doesn't
outside.
matter where you get it, as long as it's
Yeah.
backed up by evidence. That's what
Dude.
he's saying.
Okay.
It doesn't matter where you get it. I mean, if you get it at the front page of Google and it's backed up by evidence, then it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, it just needs to be backed up by evidence.
Look, the thing about flat Earth is it's like if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe, you never would have thought it in the first place. So when you say where do you get your evidence for flat Earth, it's just like that's how we experience the world. You would never even have thought it was a globe unless someone came along and said, "Hey, dude, that's not flat; it's a globe." You never would have even thought about it. So there's nowhere to go to get information on flat Earth other than the natural world. The globe you can't find in the natural world. That's why there's a bunch of books. And they don't say, "Hey, dude," the book doesn't say, "Experience the Earth as a globe. Go here on the map." And you go there, and then you see a globe. No, that's not the situation. They publish a book and they say, "Earth's a globe," and they come up with all these convoluted ideas, models, mathematics, and bullshit to convince you that the Earth's a globe, but they don't just say, "Hey, just go here." I can just say, "Hey, go to a lake, go to an ocean, go to a pond, climb top of a mountain, go to the frickin' prairie, go to the Bolivian salt flats, go to the Bonneville salt flats." Like, I can tell you anywhere on Earth to go. Hey, do you want to see a flat Earth? Yeah, here's all these places. But they can't say, "Oh, you want to see a sphere? Oh yeah, go to your couch, turn on your television set." That's the only way it's ever going to happen.
No, yeah, okay,
Look, we're just informing you. I don't care if you think the Earth is flat, globe, or not. We're just informing you what the situation is. It isn't
Yeah, no,
like a lot of people think the situation is way different. The Earth's a globe. It's been proven. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows the Earth's a globe. No, nobody knows the Earth's a globe, but a bunch of people fucking believe it, and they would never believe it in the first place if they weren't told it.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, it's good to get the opposite sides, like perspective too. You know, that's always
Yeah, dude. Look, I know the globe model better than any fucking globe earther alive. I'll tell you right now, and I'm not just fucking whistling Dixie. You have any globe earther come in here and talk bullshit about the globe, I guarantee I'll be fucking correcting him.
right.
I've read all of it, like you name it. I know their whole shit, like the back of my hand. You got to know your opponent's. You got to know your opponent's position, right? If you actually want to engage it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not just talking about knowing the opposition, like what their position is, just for the sake of like a debate, like winning a debate. I would want to know it because it's like
I'm not talking about debate. I'm just talking about what their position really is.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things that globe earthers will say. The globe earthers will say, Earth's a globe because of eclipses, right? That's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. And what they believe about that, right, is that there's a heliocentric model, that they calculate orbits, and that they predict that when there's going to be a solar eclipse. And that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is round and that shadow's round, so that must be the shadow of the Earth, right? This is what they think, right? You think that's accurate, what I just said? About eclipses?
I mean that, and it's like
None of that's true, dude. None of it.
Okay.
They don't use a heliocentric model to predict eclipse times. They use something called the Saros cycle. It was invented by flat earthers in 2000 BC. They've been using that for 4,000 years, a flat earth model to predict eclipses. Second, if that was a shadow of the Earth being cast on the moon, well, the moon is supposed to be a sphere. So the only way you would see a round shadow is if a sphere Earth was being cast on a flat sheet of fucking paper. Because when you cast the shadow onto a curved surface, it conforms to that surface. Just like if the shadow was being cast on a set of stairs, right? It would be jagged. The shadow would look jagged, zigzagged, because it's being cast on stairs. So if the moon is a sphere and the Earth is a sphere, and it casts a shadow on a moon, it wouldn't be round. It would actually be a distorted freaking S curve. And you can demonstrate this to yourself by taking two balls and a light source and testing it out. So everything I just said that all globe earthers pretty much think is true is, on further inspection, is actually not true.
How do so many people have that oversight, though?
Because they just think they believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think they have this problem with this. And I was telling this dude in here, the magic science guy fallacy. They think that all these claims have been vetted, that they've been checked on, that they've been double checked and verified and checked out. And all the scientists somehow got together somewhere and were like, oh, Earth's eclipse would cause a round shadow. And they all went and checked. Nobody checked. Nobody checked. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Want to know who checked? We checked. And then we tell people, yeah, we checked. That shit's bullshit. And they're like, you're a dumb fuck. You're a flat earther.
Yeah.
And they don't believe us. But then they're like you. They don't want to check themselves. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're like, bro, dude, we checked to see if it's a globe. It's not. You check yourself. And you're like, fuck no, I don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll go out and do the experiments myself, because
it's one simple test,
my
dude. You don't even need a
observations
camera.
aren't enough. I mean, I have to go out. Okay, you know what? Let me just do it.
Look,
Let
there's
me
only
look
one
up how to
question that needs to be
experiment, and then
answered.
I'll
Look,
do it
brother,
myself. Let me see for myself, and maybe
only
that'll change my perspective. So
yeah,
He's got a problem with going out, Indio. He might be allergic to the front door or something. There's something going on here.
Listen, only one question needs to be answered. Only one question. The answer can solve the question, right? Okay.
what is that, brother?
There's two things that separate a flat Earth from a sphere. There's only one thing. Is the surface of the Earth curving? If it's not curving, then it's not a sphere. If it is curving, then it is a sphere. That's the only thing you have to check for. All the other shit, sun, stars, moon, all the stories, like, even if those were true, there's no evidence they wouldn't work on a flat Earth anyway. And that no one has decided they want to construct a model with a flat Earth with fucking stars and sun doing a bunch of shit. It could never prove what the Earth actually is. The only thing that can actually prove that is actually measuring the Earth, right? So the Earth's supposed to curve at a certain rate, according to them. You just go check to see if it is. You'll go out, you'll check, and it won't be. And you'll be coming back saying, holy fuck, I saw 20 miles from fucking goddamn fucking 6 feet. I don't know how I saw that shit. It was so far away.
Yeah.
That's what you'll be doing.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll look up some experiments and I'll get on it, man. So.
How? It just, to me, it's just like, I can't believe that people like myself and then people like that are so vastly, like, so much different, where it's like that type of stuff is like, interests me. I want to know the truth. I want to know why would they lie? You know, why do they need to lie about all this? And so, but you know, people are like, well, you don't really know why they would go through all these great lengths to lie about this unless you're at the top, unless you know.
You gotta, bro. You gotta figure out who's lying first. Who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you don't know who has to be lying, well, I mean, you can narrow it down. Like, who has to be lying? 100% would have to be lying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can start with Apollo astronauts. They have to be lying. Those people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because they said they saw the Earth in its entirety as a ball. So they have to
But
be lying. After that, it becomes iffy because most of the people after that, they're believers, right? So ISS astronauts, well, they wouldn't see the Earth as a ball. They would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter what they say. They're
right,
believers.
but at the same time, they may know bits and pieces of the truth, right? But a lot of these people are just paid. They're willing to take the money to just say whatever to live, in riches. They're just paid off. So yeah, you could say these people definitely know
They don't
the
know.
truth.
Yeah, they don't know and they believe it's a ball. So they'll sit there and say, yeah, Earth's a ball. If someone comes in this chat right now and says Earth's a ball, they're not lying. They're
No,
just
but I'm talking
wrong,
about
right? They're just
say the
simply wrong.
I'm talking about the astronauts that you were saying, like the Challenger, the people that are on the ISS or whatever. It's true, right? That they know.
I mean, they wouldn't know though. Even on the ISS, they wouldn't be able to tell from there. It's not high
True,
enough.
because it's in a fucking probably in a pool or whatever somewhere. But I'm just saying, like,
Well, it's not high enough. Even if they were at 300 or 400 kilometers up, that's not high enough. You'd only see 3% of the Earth from that elevation. A lot of people don't realize that the International Space Station is not that high.
Right.
3% of the Earth. Think about that. You see 3% of the Earth. You think you can say what it is? I mean, come
No,
on.
but what I'm saying is that these people, they're paid off, so they don't really. They either do know, which they have to have an idea, right? Because why would they be getting paid off to lie about being in space and seeing the Earth as a ball, right? So you can come up to the conclusion of, like, if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well, they're paying me to say that it's this, so that probably more than likely means that it's not that, but they want me to tell people that, so they're just paid off, but they don't actually know, like, who the people at the top of the pyramid, analogy, if you want to use, like, how we were talking earlier. I don't know
Yeah, but
if you missed it when I was.
What India is trying to say is, that, and I was going to mention this when you were talking earlier, that it seems like you think there has to be a large number of people in on this globe conspiracy, this conspiracy to try to get people to believe that they live on a globe, but in reality, it would be a small number, and then the other people would just be repeating. And even the people who were on the ISS would just be told, oh, you're not high enough to actually see the curve. So they're just looking out, at the flat horizon, and they're just not even thinking that hard about it because they clearly look for people for these so called astronaut positions that are not real heavy in the analytical thinking. I mean, that's real obvious when you see
Well,
any of
they
their interviews. They're
also.
just looking for people who are willing to, spray their hair and look cute, and talk
That's what I
about
mean, though. But, like,
drinking
if you're
poop or
saying
whatever.
you're that,
So
say you're those
so that's what
astronauts.
he's trying to say. So when you talk about the elite, I was just going to tell you, what do you think about this? Noki, you call them the elite. You said, I don't know what to call them. I think, how they sometimes say the deep state? I call them the shallow state. That's what they are. They're real shallow. There's not that many of them. And they want everyone to keep thinking in a shallow way. They're very shallow. They want the whole world to be shallow and not to think about anything too deeply, just like Says Who was telling you. They want you just kind of stay in that Stockholm syndrome zombie state, but there's not that many of them. They're not that deep, and they're the shallow state. That's what they are. And the rest of them are just repeating what they're told. And like you said, they're getting paid, so they don't ask too many questions. They're getting a good paycheck. Even if it sometimes late at night occurs to me, maybe we're committing fraud on the American people and raking in millions of dollars a day and taking food out of the mouth of children for a fraud, but I don't want to think too hard about that because I really like my cushy job and I love all the free hairspray I get every day. So yeah, I don't think they're thinking too hard there and up in the ISS.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, obviously, I guess it depends on how you define a lot of people. Obviously, there has to be, like I said, in my opinion, a lot of people involved. I wouldn't say, like, all of NASA or all that. Like, I wouldn't say that at all. I would say, like, I don't know how many there are, but obviously there's quite a bit, right? Because I mean, uh, these families or whatever bloodlines or whoever it is, the people at the top, there's obviously not just one or two or 10 people that just know the truth and are just
Oh, you mean
withholding
the
it.
shallow state that's at the bottom? Yeah, they're not at the top. They're at the bottom. They are the dregs, the lowest of the low, the people who suck off of the energy of all the good people of the world. They're parasites. They're the lowest of the low. So that's what you're
Yeah,
talking about, the low
yeah.
people, the
I'd like to
shallow
expose those
people.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd like to
yeah.
expose them.
Okay, well, let us know how it goes. Let us know when you get their names. I'll
Yeah,
send them a anti-Christmas card.
yeah. Yeah, it's funny you say a Christmas card. Like I've gone down the rabbit holes of like the all the like the pagan holidays and how like the old religions and how they're all interconnected and all that. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. But
I mean, you're on the right track, Noki. I would say just, yeah, don't, try not to get overwhelmed and just try to just, I mean, whatever you're going to do in your life, I mean, like we talked about earlier, you're just doing it on a flat earth. If you just stay connected to reality and the day-to-day moment and the people around you and actual human connection and, live your life to the fullest, then you'd be going against what the shallow state wants you to do because they would like you to, plug all your energy into their little fantasy world and they'd like you to ridicule anyone who goes against what is broadcast on the Today Show and so on. So anytime you're not doing that, anytime you're trying to live life to the fullest and, trying to find out more about reality and trying to live on this realm as you were intended and born to do, then that's you. That's very powerful. Like just one person doing that is very powerful because as you've seen, most people aren't even willing to begin to do that. They just like says who mentioned they just want to do what's convenient, what's easy for them, just live this very kind of low energy life, not stick their head up too far so they don't get pounded down and so on. So yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track, and
well, like, what is the mission then, right? I mean, like, I'm sure this Discord, this group of people, it would be to wake up the entire world to the idea that the Earth is actually flat, right? But I mean, as I was talking with Yaga, it that seems futile, right? I mean, it's never going to happen because even if NASA came out tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, we've been pulling your leg and it's actually flat," so then people would reject it anyway. So then it's like, is this like are we here just to protect each other's sanity? We're like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? And you're like, no, no, you're not crazy. I see the same thing. But like, if at the end of the day, if we can't actually,
I never once thought I was crazy about this at all, ever, for even 2 seconds. The people that think that it's not flat are the crazy ones. Think about it. They see the Earth that looks flat and they go, nah, it's not. That's my imagination. That's an illusion. I can't trust my eyes. That's bullshit.
well, that's what they get with
That's the
like the whole
crazy
plausible
people.
deniability, right? That they get them
Well,
with, hey, it's
well,
so
that's
big.
yeah, but that's fine. But you're still going with I can't trust my own eyes.
No, no, no. So that's not
I know.
what I'm
I
saying.
listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, an excuse on why it looks flat, but it's not flat. But you're starting your observation with I don't trust my observation.
No, I'm saying I'm admitting I'm acknowledging that my observation is limited to my own perspectives, which
Yeah.
is very
Well, we
small.
know
So
that, but
I'm
you
not.
have to.
If someone like imagine it this way, if someone put a
But you
gun to
have
your
to
head and
approach it
said,
from doubt. But you don't understand. You have to approach it from doubt that what you're seeing is not the way it is. You're starting from I can't believe what I'm seeing. I have to investigate if what I'm seeing is actually real. You're starting from doubt. Do you understand that?
"No, no, I understand
That's
that. Yes,
crazy, dude. That's insane. That like you're looking at the world and you're like, oh, maybe that's not real. That's pretty fucking crazy.
no, I'm looking at it from maybe you missed it. Is
When I
I don't
say
really
you, I
believe.
don't mean specifically you. I mean you in
Yeah,
the royal you.
like believing it one way or the other
It's
is
not a
like,
belief. But the thing is, if you look at the Earth and it looks flat, you don't believe that. You just see it that way. That's not a belief. It's just the way it looks. The belief is when you go, well, it just looks that way, and it's actually something else besides what it looks like. You know, the Globers say, hey, dude, a giant globe looks flat. Okay, want to know what also looks flat? Flat things. Flat things
well,
look flat.
so if I were to ask you to draw me a picture of what the Earth actually looks like, what
I'd
would you
ask you
draw?
from where?
From if you could
From what perspective? When I
hypothetically,
say from where, from what perspective?
yeah, if you could hypothetically like fly above like an extreme far distance where you could see the entire thing and fly,
I don't
observe
think
it from every angle.
I don't think
And
the Earth is an object that you can
well, see,
see the entirety. It's not an object like you can hold in your hand. You know, that if
and
you're a giant, that you could hold the Earth in your hand and look at it from some third person point of view. I don't believe that is possible.
And see, and I kind of agree with you, right? So, but that's what I'm saying is that if I were to ask you to do, you're confident on that it's flat, and that's
But what you're asking me to do is something that's it's very speculative and conjecture, right? If you could go away from the Earth, which no one's ever done, and hold it in your hand, what would it look like from some external point of view? But you, nor anybody you know, nor anyone they know, have ever actually seen the Earth from that point of view.
Yeah,
And
so why would I
they
subscribe
even
to an exact shape of the Earth then, right? But like I said, we
why
can
would
make the measure.
you think of it as an object? Why would you think of it as an object at all? Like an object that you have in your house? Why would you think of the Earth that way? Like
Well,
you don't think wait, let me ask you this. When you think of the universe and I say, hey bro, what's the universe look like if you're really, really far away?
Well, I mean, technically, nothing would really exist outside of a universe, right? So
Exactly. Bingo. Bingo. Nothing exists outside the Earth. There's no such thing as outside. There is no outside. You cannot leave here except in death.
yeah, and
That's a
I'm not
scary proposition for
disagreeing.
some people. They want to think they can fly away to some man-made heaven called outer space, but it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I'm just saying.
But I want to get to your main point though. Like,
Yeah.
why are we here? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Look, it is futile to try to force people into the Earth is flat. They already see it every day as flat and motionless. We're trying to convince them to believe reality, right? That they can trust their own eyes. That's not the problem. They already decided that they don't want to trust their own eyes subconsciously, normally not consciously, but mostly subconsciously. The globe Earth is like an identity for them. They identify with the idea, right? That we're sophisticated, technologically advanced human beings. We're flying around on rockets. Pretty soon, we're going to be hanging out with aliens. Like this is an identity. Like I'm in this generation of mankind that has all these achievements, and they identify with that. It's an identity.
Yeah, I guess maybe I should have asked you.
To take that away from somebody, you're stripping their identity. Okay, that is like impossible. We're not going to be able to do that. So all we try to do mostly is illustrate to them that they actually don't know the Earth's a globe, that they just believe it. Just that is hard. Just to even go, hey, bro, what's your primary evidence the Earth is a globe? Well, NASA. No, bro, I said primary. Like, what evidence do you have? I don't know. Yeah, it is a belief. After a while, they always admit that yes, it is a belief. I don't know it's a globe, but I do believe it's a globe. And usually it's just based upon the pictures, right? The space pics. I saw the space pics. I believe in them, and I believe the claims of the people that say they took them. So Earth is a globe because of that, and that's the foundation for their entire worldview. Now, that to me is like the achievement. Like that's like if I get that far, I'm happy because at least they realize that it's a belief. And once they realize it's a belief, then maybe on their own they'll inquire into why they believe that. You understand? Like we're not gonna flat earth isn't on this computer screen and isn't in Discord and it isn't on the internet. It's outside. You have to go out into reality and do the test yourself. We're like we don't ask people to go, "Oh, don't believe NASA, believe us." People think that that's like what we're doing here. Like we're not telling anybody to believe us. We're saying, "Hey, go out there, go outside, go do the test to test whether their claims that they claim that the Earth's a globe. Go see if it's out there in nature, and if it's not, then well, there you go. It's not out there because it's not a globe.
Yeah, I
It's
was
really
thinking
that
that too.
simple.
Like, I was thinking, Noki, when you were talking about that earlier, proving it or not proving it. Like, if you've ever thought about going to do your own long distance observations, or if you understand how to do those, or if you have any large body of water near you where you could do one of those. Have you ever thought about doing that?
Yeah, and I have. Yeah, I
You've
live in
done it?
Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, you live in Michigan, so do I.
Oh,
Yeah, so
nice.
have you done it?
What's that?
Have you done a long distance observation?
So my friend has used. I've been with my friend, so he's kind of the one that kind of led me towards this. Or he's really big into like using drones and stuff, and so he was kind of confiding to me that like some of the observations that he was coming across, and that's when he kind of jumped into it, and then kind of brought me into it. It led me, you know, gave me the curiosity to look into it. So I have not used my own, but like my friend who I've known like all my life has done them. So and he showed me like footage and stuff that he has used with his drone.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of, even though, it's possible intellectually to come to the rational conclusion based on the evidence of thousands and thousands of long distance observations, as well as the absence of any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of curvature or a globe or rotation or motion of any kind, you can easily, I mean, I shouldn't say easily, but you can come to the conclusion that there is no globe. But in terms of like pounding it kind of into your brain and your worldview and kind of like making that shift, I mean, a lot of people have found that it's helpful to make their own observations. For example, the Chicago observation across Lake Michigan's a fairly common sight. You get a chance to go down there.
Guys,
Warren
Earth
Dunes is a
is
good
not
place to
flat.
do it.
You
This
know,
summer, you could maybe make a
we're
road
in
trip over there, and
2006,
it's pretty common.
26,
If you go camping, that's what
and
I did with my kids. I
we
went camping in
can
2020, so I could be there for several days to get there. Because it's not there every day,
we can't believe
for
this,
obvious
bro.
reasons, atmospheric
How
conditions. Of
is
course,
this
it should never
possible?
be there. So even if it's there one time, it destroys the globe. So I mean, that's just if you're in Michigan, that's like one that
Oh my
that you
god.
could possibly go
How is
into
it
sometime.
possible, bro?
yeah, and I should have like clarified too with Indio when he was
Oh my
describing
god.
the Earth or what? Because me and him, I have very similar beliefs to him. Is that it doesn't necessarily have a shape, but there are some flat earthers, whatever, that believe it does have like an actual shape, like other than the sphere, obviously that it's like a disc
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah,
I know that's probably
because
usually
I've
when you
never met
first,
one.
well, I mean,
well, I've never
yeah,
met one, but I've seen, there's obviously people like on YouTube or whatever that have that, and I don't know if it's just controlled op or what, or like I don't really know, but there are people that believe that actually there's like an actual disc looking thing, that actually has a shape. So, but so I guess I wasn't really certain what your position was on if it had a shape, and that's why I was asking you if you could hypothetically go out and like see it from like a very wide perspective. But no, I agree with you actually on that. It doesn't necessarily have a shape or It's almost like a realm.
people get obsessed with that concept of being able to define the flat earth or give it a shape or have a comprehensive map and all those things. Like globers are the ones who are usually obsessed with that. They're the ones who think that because they want just another version of the globe. They just want another thing that will explain everything or that they can imagine explains everything. That's just like an easy little thing that they can get a globe plushie, a globe eraser, a globe crib mobile, and they can do the same thing with flat earth, so it can be all contained and explained, or at least fantasy explained the way they want, just like you're going to go to the Star Trek convention and everything in their little universe is explained and contained. It's a science fiction concept, yeah, so some people have a science fiction view of flat earth, but flat earthers don't have that because we recognize that flat earth is just reality the way it presents itself. It's not a science fiction story. It's real.
Right.
So it doesn't have an end. There's no end to reality, right? Do you think reality has an end?
That's a very philosophical question. I don't know. No, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, this whole topic is a philosophical topic.
Yeah, no, for
I
sure.
mean, we're
I
talking
don't
about
disagree.
existential reality. When someone starts going, "Where's the end of it? Like, where's the end of reality?" Like,
Where does it start?
yeah. I mean, that question can that even have a meaning? Like being outside the universe. Well, if the universe is defined as encompassing everything, it doesn't make sense to be outside of it. There is no outside because if you were outside, that would also be the universe. So,
right. So
yeah, so
I don't
what
know.
you'll find is, that's, I guess you were kind of talking about these people that you've encountered who you thought were flat earthers who are saying that the flat earth is a disc and so on. I mean, I don't know exactly where you encountered that, but, some of that originally came from the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones with the original false, controlled opposition, flat earth propaganda of the disc flying through space. And then there's just been various variations of that, that have happened over time. But here in this particular Discord server and our outpost, the 24/7 Flat Earth, we do not agree with that. We do not agree with any kind of model of the flat earth or map of the flat earth. The earth is just, as we experience it in reality.
That's fair.
And you don't have to have, and we don't have to have an answer to every little thing. I mean, if you hang around here and you came in, you told me you've been listening on, did you say on Rumble or something? You've
Yeah.
been listening to the live stream? Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, so you've probably heard the Globers come in and they're like, where's your and Earth was flat, it would do this. And they usually come in with some false conception or some cartoon that they've seen of what the flat earth is, because that's the straw man that's been put out in the mainstream because it's easy to shoot down. And we also would shoot that down. We also would shoot down a disc flying through space because we don't think that the fantasy realm of outer space can exist in the way it's portrayed, with a near vacuum existing next to our air that we breathe, and having that be contained and maintaining the ratios of gas that it does. So we also reject that.
Well, they think because they have a claim or they say they have a model, right? But it's just using, they have a sphere model using flat Earth measurements, right? So I mean, like they can say, oh well, we've got this and this and this, and they can kind of point to something. So when they feel like you can't provide the same thing, and they're like what me and India were talking about, they want like a physical. They want barriers, right? Where does everything start and stop, and where's the limits, and that's where we're kind of like in limbo, right? We don't really know. Like, there's not really a model for flat Earth, and every time they've tried, like the whole, which I still have mixed feelings about the Antarctica thing. The whole, what's the dude's name? They go down there. We got Witsit and the other ones that go down there, and they see the whole 24-hour sun, and that kind of like threw a wrench in a lot of people. I guess not the true flat earthers, right? But for a lot of people that were maybe just kind of trying to get into it or understand it and see the positions, that I mean, that kind of turned a lot of people away from it. And I don't know if that was like kind of the whole point. What's your guys' opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know what the point was. I guess you'd have to ask them. They hang around here on Discord sometimes, some of them, but here on the 24/7 Discord, we consider that whole escapade to be a great blessing to getting the actual information out there, because it was like a litmus test. If anybody thinks that particular expedition proved anything, then they don't really have a clear understanding of how to debunk the globe. That is what we're doing here. We're debunking the globe. We're demonstrating logically and mathematically that there's no curvature to be found. So anything that some people did or didn't do in Antarctica is irrelevant to the fact that no curvature has ever been measured, that the drop over distance expected is never seen in reality, that it has no bearing on that whatsoever.
Yeah.
And if you interrogate them, any Gilbert thing, you go, okay, say, I accept there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, how does that observation either prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? They have nothing to say, because they can't say how it does either one. They'll just say, oh, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, show me. Well, how would it work on a flat Earth? Then they ask you to prove that it does work. They try to reverse the burden of proof, but they can't show how it doesn't work. They can't show why it wouldn't work. Do you know why? Because the actual model to even predict the 24-hour sun is on a flat Earth, which is weird.
Yeah.
It's not on a globe. They don't use a globe to make any of those predictions. They just believe that someone's doing a mathematical equations using a sphere and coming up with sunrise and sunsets, but that's not how it works. If you look at any of the formulas, it's all basically you're at the origin of you're in the center at the origin of coordinates, and it's assumed to be up from a horizontal plane, right? Because you have an elevation angle to the sun, right? If it's right overhead, it's 90 degrees. That's measured up from a flat plane. That's how the math actually works in reality to make the prediction in the first place. But people think that they're somehow doing these 3D models of globes somewhere. It's not how it works at all.
Yeah. And I was just making the point that they use like flat Earth measurements, but then they just put it onto a globe, right? And so they say, okay, well, this is the model, it's something they can point to, and the whole Antarctica thing was a way to, like, they gunned the whole thing up where everything was kind of riding on it, right? It was like a do or die type thing where they got everyone involved, or a lot of people. So it was like, if you seen the 24-hour sun, then it was globe, but if you didn't, then it was flat, type thing. So,
but that wouldn't even be true.
Right, but I'm saying, that's
okay,
what they wrapped it up as.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of, but they never actually said the second part, right? They never actually said, well, if we don't see a 24-hour sun, then it's a flat Earth. Like, why? How would that prove it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, according
Think about it. Like, no matter what the sun does, right? Now, let's say instead of seeing a 24-hour sun, they saw it for a 50-hour sun. How would that prove a flat Earth? How would that falsify a globe, right? Because in their model, right, day and night is the spinning Earth. They could always just say, well, the spin of the Earth changed, the orbit changed, right? Nothing the sun did would actually falsify the globe, because the sun can do anything, right? It
No,
would
I think they were
falsify the
banking on that
helios.
model, the
Well, yeah, it
model
would
of the sun
falsify
going
the.
around.
Well, yeah, it would falsify the heliocentric model, but it wouldn't falsify the globe.
No, but I'm saying it falsified their model. They like the flat Earth.
No, the
Whatever.
solar system model is what it would falsify. It couldn't falsify the globe, no matter what.
No, but I'm saying the flat Earth model of like the ice wall going all the way around, and that if they
No
went
one
to
believes in that.
right,
No
but
one
I'm just saying there's
Ice
a
wall
flat
is a
Earth.
global concept that isn't from flat Earth. It comes
Right,
from
but I'm
Captain
saying
Cook.
what I'm trying to say is that there's flat Earth. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like almost like controlled op because there are people who are trying to get into flat Earth or that are looking into it that see, there's no curvature in the measurements. They're seeing the videos. They're seeing whatever their own testing and all that, right? And then but they're going to these other so-called flat earthers, and they're giving them models of the Antarctic, whatever, going around the entire, and then there's the edge or whatever, or maybe there is an edge. Some of them say there's something outside of Antarctica.
Why do you think people do that? Why do you think people feel compelled
That's what I
to
said. It's
do
like
all that
controlled
stuff?
op. It's to shut it
Nah,
down so that way you don't go further looking into it. That's why a lot of people
I mean, some
turn
of it
away from
maybe.
it.
Some of it maybe might be controlled up. I think that people promote these things because they feel that they have to replace the globe, right? They need some image. Like you asked, like, what does the Earth look like? They want a picture of the flat Earth from space. That's what they want. And that's the only thing that's going to satisfy people. I want the same thing NASA has, but I want it to be a flat Earth. That's the only thing because the modern day, we're stuck in imagery.
Well,
Right,
because that goes to the point of the people who are just getting into it, right? And the measurements come back flat, right? And there's no curvature and all that, so people assume that okay, so it must be flat all the way, and eventually it stops. So that's in people's minds that they're trying to do that, like exactly what you just said, is they want that physical model of what NASA has as a sphere, as but that's people just getting into it who don't like. I assumed. Ignorantly that was your, thought process, or
No.
was some of the
Different
flat earthers,
cosmology. It's a totally different philosophical. I mean, literally from the very like you said, it's like that's philosophical. You're right. The whole thing is philosophical because the globe idea is based upon. I mean, if you go back to the beginning, right, to the first people that ever said it, Plato, Pythagoras, Copernicus, they said at the time when they wrote about it that the reasons that they thought it was a globe, the reasons were philosophical reasons. They had nothing to do with any scientific reasons. They said it at the time. It is said that the sphere is the most perfect shape, so the Earth must most naturally be a sphere. That was their argument for the Earth being a sphere, including up to Copernicus. So it isn't just like. Do you ever hear of the Copernican principle?
I've heard of the term, yes.
Yeah, so it means that the Earth, it's the philosophical position that the Earth has no unique place in the universe.
Yes,
That it's not unique. Okay, so people come in and they go, well, what about the other planets? Okay, other planets other than what? Other than Earth. Well, Earth's not a planet. Earth's not a planet. You're dumb. Right? This is stuff we hear.
Yeah, it's because they want to project what they see outside.
Why would you think? But why would you think of it to be a planet in the first place? Well, because of that. Because of that Copernican principle, where Earth is not unique, right? It's just like everything else in the sky. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet and you go, well, the Earth is like that because Earth's not unique. It's the same as everything else. So you're starting from a philosophical position, and they do not realize that they started from there. That they started from Earth can't. Then they go, what? Well, what's the Earth then? Well, it's the Earth. It's unique. It doesn't have a category. It doesn't go in a category.
No, yeah, and
right?
I agree with you.
We can go in the we can go in the category human. Fido can go in the category dog. Like there's categories for most things. Some things, this particular thing, there's no category because unique. There's nothing else like it. And the evidence is, if you actually think about it, is that there is nothing else like the Earth. There's no other place with life. There's no other place with water. It's another place with people and animals and things and plants and clouds and all the stuff we enjoy in reality, right? Not even in their paradigm do they say this stuff exists. They say we're in a Goldilocks zone, that we're in a special place. And if in astronomy they say it looks like we're in the center of the universe. Okay? Everything appears that we are in the center. It's called the cosmological axis of evil. So everything, all the evidence tells us we are unique. But if you take the philosophical position that we are not unique, when you look in the sky, you go, Earth is just like everything else. Earth is like the moon. Earth is like the sun. They come and they go, well, the moon's a sphere. The sun's round. The planets are round. Why isn't the Earth round? Well, because the Earth isn't those things.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if you were here. I think me and Daniel and I, we briefly talked about that. How the like you said, the Copernican whatever principle.
Yeah.
They want us to believe that we're just like just a speck of dust out there with no really real meaning or
Exactly. Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, and all that stems from the Copernican principle. Copernican principle is a foundation. Thus, about 400 years later, that's gone down to people. You know what I mean? It's gone down to
Yeah.
the individual level. It's gone from the earth, but now it's down to you, right? You're just a dirty descendant of a fucking ape, right? That evolved out of the cosmic goo.
Yeah.
You don't mean anything. Whether you live, die, what you did on Earth, it doesn't matter because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.5 billion years anyway, and all traces of your existence are going to be fucking gone. So
Which
it doesn't matter what you
doesn't
do.
make
So
sense.
pay your taxes and don't get beat up by the government and just be a degenerate and stick your dick everywhere, and everything will be great. You'll be happy, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, it doesn't really make any sense too, because I mean, there's species that are millions and millions and millions, supposedly millions of years older than us, and if we're supposed to like evolve over time, wouldn't stuff that has more time evolve? Like, wouldn't stuff be ahead of us? And like, why are there still monkeys and apes? And wouldn't they
Good
have
question.
evolved? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
there's like goo and like bacteria and shit. Like, we come from goo supposedly, right? And there's bacteria that's supposedly millions and millions and millions and millions of, even I think I've even read billions of years older than us. So why haven't they evolved to like some super species above us?
yeah, but the point I mean, all that's true. But the point I was making is like they've taken that original idea where the Earth's not unique and they've drilled down to you're not unique, you're not special, you're just, you're just another human, which is just another species, which is just another form of life. You're no different. Your life is no different than an amoeba. You're just the same thing. You're just more complex. I mean, there's a NASA scientist, Michelle Thaler. If anybody's got the clip, that would be great. She says, I think of myself as a complicated rock. That's what she literally said, that I think of myself as a complicated rock. That she is just a bunch of minerals and chemicals and stuff having a chemical reaction. And that's all she is, just a bunch of chemical reactions. She's not even really a person. That's her personage is just a bunch of chemicals that created that emergent property. Like they're that far gone, dude. Like some of these
Yeah.
people are just gone.
Well, yeah, and then you got to go down that whole philosophical conversation of like, what consciousness is and all that. And a lot of these scientists will tell you that it's just we're nothing more than just basically just a computer firing neurons. There's no really rhyme or reason. We're just doing things. We don't really have a individuality or uniqueness or anything like that. That basically what's his name? What's that guy? I'm trying to remember his name. He's like, we're basically hackable animals that eventually like we're going, and that's where the future is going. Is they want basically to merge man with machine. That's where it's going.
I think I think you're right. They're trying to. What I think they're just trying to merge man out of any connection with the spiritual, the mystical, the metaphysical, and just turn us into like naturalist, materialist robots.
Yeah, but basically just cut off from like I guess whatever your religious stance is like any kind of sense of God. where it's just like you're constantly like almost like where
Yeah.
you literally are just become a computer with no really consciousness or free thought or free will or anything. That eventually, like, if you ever just subscribed or adopted that and just like chip me, and then eventually like this,
Yeah,
I don't
well,
know.
I've said this before. Like, if there is no God, who is the highest moral authority left? Because if God's gone, there's no God. Who's the highest moral authority?
Yes, man.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And how are things like, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say, right? And what did they say that all the ancient rulers used to do? That they were God kings, right? That they were
Oh
like
yeah.
God. And somehow the people now are different. The rulers now, they don't do that. No, they're like, fuck, we're not going to be God kings. We'll just get rid of God and it'll just be us. We don't even
Yeah.
have to pretend to be deities. We'll just get rid of just say, deism. That's just an ancient superstition, and we're more advanced than that because we go to the moon and, yeah, we know better and just do what we say because we're technological wizards that do modern day miracles. That's like the narrative they're selling everybody. It's pretty horrifying,
Oh yeah.
quite honestly.
Oh yeah. The world's going down, man. It's going to a pretty dark place.
Yeah, people are like trying to speed it up, like, it's crazy. But like you're seeing how complicated this topic can be, right?
Oh yeah.
So like when someone comes in, right, usually the first thing I ask them now, shout out AV, something Alpha Veritas, he's a member here, used to ask him. He goes, how do you know the Earth is actually a globe? Just that one question. And they go through all sorts of things of how they know, but when it always boils down to they don't actually know. And that's really the best. If you can get them to just admit that to themselves, that they don't actually know the Earth's a globe, that is a victory.
Yeah.
That is a
Without
victory. That's the best because because for a new person, this topic is too complicated to just dump everything on them. It's too much. You
Yeah.
have to just pique their interest and maybe like lead a breadcrumb so that they will like inquire on their own. Because you like think about like you're force feeding them, right? You got a big spoon of freaking really icky tasting medicine and you're just jamming it in their mouth. They don't want to eat it. Eventually, they just barf it all up. So
And
and
that's
go
been my problem
crazy.
too. And me and Daniel and I talked about that also. Is that like you almost have to take baby steps. You have to like spark a curiosity, and not insult them too, because right when you insult or like go to name calling or whatever, they like shut down, and then you definitely aren't going to get anywhere. Because it immediately just it resorts to like just name calling competition. But like that's a very good point you brought up, because like whenever I've tried to talk with people about things that I find interesting, like as far as any kind of conspiracy, right, or flat Earth or whatever it may be, um, that I often find myself in that force feed position where I'm like, watch this, read this, whatever, and it's just like they don't have that interest, and it almost like just kind of pushes them further away from the topic. So it's I have gotten better at doing that and just kind of trying to spark curiosity where you can't do it for them. It's kind of like it goes back to the saying of you can't make someone do something they don't want to do. They have to do it on their own. For whatever reason that is, I don't know why or when or how it
Because it's
happened.
the identity. It's the identity thing. This is like a known thing. It's been known since like I've told this like. So if I said to you, Nike sneakers is starting a hotel chain, can you imagine what those hotels would look like in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I go Hilton Hotels is creating a sneaker, can you imagine what that sneaker would look like?
Nah.
Exactly, right? Because Nike's created an advertising identity. See, people identify with Nike. Right? Nike has an advertising campaign where they portray people that wear Nikes as a certain way. And Edward Bernays, who wrote a book called Propaganda, he's the father of modern advertising, grandfather, in fact. He said, like, if you want to sell people stuff, you create an identity, and that buying the product is more than just buying the product. It says something about themselves, and they feel, right, if they want to be like, if they want to feel like they're a great athlete, if they buy Nikes, it's easier to identify as being that person. Yes, I wear Nikes. People are going to look at me and see I am a great athlete because I wear Nikes. And the dude freaking, couldn't catch a colt. So, this is the thing. There's certain people that they identify with the globe idea, and you can't force them to change their identity. They have to do it themselves.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, and it's like they have to be convinced too. It's almost
Your only goal is to figure out, is it that type of person, and if it is, then you give them, you only give them the breadcrumbs. If it's someone with an open mind that's genuinely interested, then you can give them the whole thing, right? Like I'm giving you the whole thing, right? But if you were like someone, you obviously don't identify as a globe earther. I would call you like maybe you're on the fence a little bit. You're not 100% there, but that's probably just because like you haven't been around long enough. The longer you're around in this topic, the more convinced I get that the Earth is flat, not less. The more, because we have globe earthers come in here, anti-flat earthers. And no matter what they come up with, no matter what new gimmick they pull out of their hat, every single time when we actually go, okay, we're going to deep dive into this and go down the rabbit hole on this claim, it's never the way it's supposed to be. The way it's portrayed ever. It doesn't matter what they bring up. And this has been like 10 years of this stuff of like global. Well, what about this neutrino thing? You're like, well, I can't explain why neutrinos go through the Earth and they pick them up on the other side. Maybe the Earth is a globe. But then when you dig down and you look at how they actually did it, what the data actually is, what they're actually doing, you're like, fuck, dude, this doesn't tell you that the Earth's a globe. This is just a bunch of statistical nonsense.
Right.
It has been consistent for 10 years. No matter what they bring up, it actually doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. Like, no matter what they bring up. And it's like, I've seen like these, I call them trial balloons. So they'll come in, they'll try, what about this? Okay, we knocked that down. Oh, what about this? And they'll create these long ass lists, Gish Gallop lists. And like, you know what Gish Gallop is? Gish Gallop is when you try to overwhelm an opponent with lots of arguments with no regard to how strong the argument actually is. So they think that if they come with 100 weak arguments, that's as good as one proof. No, you just have 100 weak arguments, and adding them up together doesn't make a strong total argument, right? But that's what they think. So, I've heard these hundreds of weak arguments for so long, and it always turns out to be, even if it's new and we never heard it. But my thing is at this point is never, whatever a Glober says, don't believe it. Always check and see if that's what the actual case is, because typically they either misinterpret what they looked at, or it doesn't mean what they think it means, or any number of things. I'll give you an example, a good example. Latitude and longitude. What is that? What is latitude and longitude? Is that on the Earth? Can I go somewhere on the Earth and find a latitude and longitude? And I don't mean as in imaginary lines, right? I mean, is it actually a place on Earth? Can I find my latitude and longitude using the Earth? How about that? No, let's imagine. I can't see the sky. It's all cloudy. I don't have any devices. I have no GPS. I have nothing. I want to know where I am. Can I find my latitude and longitude?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. Like, how would you do it, right? That's because the latitude and longitude are based upon the celestial sphere. It's not based upon the ground. And you can't even say what your latitude and longitude is if you can't see the sky. But a lot of people think, what about, if I follow this latitude line, longitude line from, this point to this place, then this, right? Like, well, you're not on those, you're under those. Like, what are you talking about? All you did is tell me that you went under a bunch of stars, but they don't realize that. This is just one of the things that a glober will come in. They'll make some argument about maps and latitude and longitude, and then they don't realize that those things aren't even based upon the ground; they're based upon the sky in the first place, right? And so it's just funny. Like, how come if I go for every 1 degree north, I go. When I travel north, Polaris goes up. When I'm on 45 latitude, Polaris is at 45 degrees in the sky. How come? Because that's literally what defines 45 latitude in the first place. If you couldn't see Polaris at 45 degrees in the sky, you wouldn't even know you're at 45 latitude, and there'd be no way to tell if you were, right? So it's like circular logic, the whole thing. But they come with these arguments that are circular, and they don't realize they're circular. Or because they think that these points are measured points on the ground, but they're not. They have nothing to do with the ground. Only in the sense where they know if they look in the nautical almanac, some star is going to that is going to be at zenith at some point in time, and if you're standing in a spot when that star's at zenith, you're at some freaking latitude, right? Like, we have a whole system of coordinates in time, a key components to time, because the longitude is based upon the sun. So your longitude lines are based upon solar position, and the latitude lines are based upon the star's position. So the coincidence of events of time and stars where they are in the sky relative to where you're looking, right? That tells you your latitude and longitude. That is our whole coordinate system. That's how celestial navigation works, but people think that the Earth is the sphere. That's the thing. They think the Earth is the sphere, and they think that system proves that the Earth is a sphere. It doesn't even use the Earth. It doesn't require a Earth. It doesn't Earth could not exist, and that system of coordinates would still work. But that's just one example.
Uses all the whole GP ground positioning system doesn't just use flat Earth measurements, anyways, right? So.
Well, I mean, you're always measuring out from the horizon, or from
the triangulation, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that's just an arbitrary coordinate system. You can use other ones. Pacific Islanders, they didn't have any of the globe Earth stuff. They used the stars to navigate and travel super long distances, and they didn't have a compass, and they didn't have any of those tools to use. But they still navigated 600 kilometers and could hit targets that were like a kilometer across, which is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
In fact, the Spanish, when they kept finding these Carolingian Islanders in the Philippines, and they were like, how the fuck did you get here? Like, they didn't understand how they got there, because they didn't have a globe. They didn't have an astrolabe. They didn't have sextants. They didn't have any of that stuff. So how did they get there from 600 kilometers away? Well, they navigated using the stars, and they wouldn't tell the Spanish for freaking 200 years how they did it. Which is, whatever. Anyway, the point is that, depending on the person, you really, and I tell everybody this, you just have to listen to the person. Actually listen. Typically, people will come in, if it's a globe earther, right? They'll give what they think is their best evidence first. And that will tell you something about that person. If you go, okay, why did that person present that as his best evidence as opposed to some other thing? It tells you something about the way they think. And then you go from there. But you have to listen. That's the key point, is listen to who you're talking to. Because no matter what, as long as they're just not like absolute trolling or pissed off at flat Earth for existing at all, because that's some people where you're never going to get through to them. no matter what. They're only here for, to vent their anger or punch down or whatever. If it's an actual person you're going to have a dialogue with, then just listen to them. That's really the key. Is just to listen to what they're saying. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
Well, do you think someone that's willing to have a dialogue is, to me, it seems like they're open to the idea of flat Earth, right? I mean, I guess maybe not always. I think a lot of times though, is if someone's willing to have an open dialogue, then that means they're trying to see what you have to convince them, right, that the Earth is flat. But a lot of times, the problems I run into is that I don't know if they're trolling or they just resort to name calling.
Well,
You just call you flat tards or whatever, and then
yeah, I get it. There's people that are mad about flat Earth existing at all. They have these weird ideas. Because remember the identity thing, right?
yeah.
I mean, like I could post it right now. Like, dude is like, he said, "You guys make a joke out of everything, and that's why aliens won't come see us." He thinks flat earthers are the reason aliens aren't coming down to see us. It's like we're still too backwards. We have to be advanced enough for them to come hang out with us or something. I mean, these people have these weird ideas, like these NASA fanboys and people that think aliens and all this stuff. They're really into that space, the idea of space and human advance. That like, they'll say things like, "How's the human race ever going to advance if you flat earthers are around?"
Well, I've
Yes,
often noticed that the people that are the NASA fanboys, that are the Globers or whatever, they don't really do a good job at defending their position. Anyways, it's all like faith in science and NASA, but then they'll try to name call and make fun of you for having your stance on something that you've actually measured or experienced, right? So but you can't really get them to see that. And it's like I often tell them, like, you don't even have a thought of your own. You're just literally just regurgitating what people in authority say, right? That are
yeah. Well, I mean, half the time they're not even regurgitating authorities. They're regurgitating something their teacher said, and their teacher don't know. Their teacher's just reading what they saw in the textbook, and then
Yeah.
whoever wrote the textbook, they don't fucking know because they barely researched what they're even writing down. I mean, and the textbook itself is 30 years old before it even got into the school. So it's like it's crazy. Like we have a name for it. It's called the magic science guy fallacy. So all these people, they think that there's some guy out there, right? There's some magic science guy. They don't know who he is. They don't know how he did it. They don't know what evidence he has, but they're pretty sure that he's out there and he has the globe proof that they don't have. They don't have it, but there's some other guy. They'll say, "Well, I'm not a scientist," or "Well, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody else frickin' has the information." It's always somebody else. Like when people that actually, kind of push, like try to debate us, but they don't really know anything. They're just regular people.
Yeah.
And they're just like, "Oh, flat earthers are the low hanging fruit. They don't know anything." And then they come in, and almost immediately they're going, "Well, I'm not a scientist." Like, well, okay, who does have if it's not you, who? And they're like, "Well, NASA." Well, okay, who at NASA? Who do I call? I don't know. They don't know anything, right? That's like I said. That's the point. Is the point? Like all they have is like this giant belief that there's evidence out there somewhere. They don't know who has the evidence.
Yeah, they believe because there's these agencies that are ran and funded by governments or taxpayers, I should say, that it's
Well,
impossible.
they think because everybody believes it, there must be a whole shitload of evidence out there. Because
Exactly.
everyone they know believes it, and then everyone those people know believes it, and like
Yeah, it's
no
like the
people
herd.
wouldn't believe something that's not true. Of course not. People don't believe things that aren't true, especially a lot of people, which is fallacious. People believe
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of people
the
believe.
cognitive dissonance, the herd mentality. It's like they don't. People are. I tell you what, people are really scared of being ostracized. Like they're scared of being outside
Yeah.
of a circle because they don't want to feel like they're out on their own, that they're crazy, or like they don't want to be pushed out, right? They would rather, like, and you had mentioned this already, they would rather just be comfortable in the lie, and even if they can't really necessarily prove it a lie, but they can see that there's holes they can poke into the story or their ideology. They would still rather just shut up and just go along with everybody else because it's just easier that way. So
Well, I mean, some people. I mean, I've heard people say, "If the Earth was flat, I'd kill myself." I mean, literally, fuck, dude. Like, seriously, I'd kill myself if there was no outer space. I actually have a recording of that. I could actually play it, but I'm not gonna. So some people would never think the Earth is flat. Would never like. Even if the Earth was flat, they would never let themselves believe it because they'd be afraid of what people would think.
well,
Okay.
not only that too, but they also, another thing that people just absolutely hate is they hate, especially when you have a stance or position and you're so like dedicated to it, and then you eventually do find. I mean, we've all been there. I think we've all been there.
You should
Where it's
ask
like
them.
you have such a strong stance, you're willing to like go to war over it, right? And then you've proven wrong. A lot of people would rather double down on knowing,
Yeah.
even though they're wrong, because admitting they were wrong and getting that
Right.
person the satisfaction of being right is just too much.
God, you don't even know the double down, triple down. They'll bet the whole universe, dude.
Oh yeah,
On the one chance I'm gonna prove you wrong this time.
they'd
We got
rather
people that are
die, bro.
absolutely obsessed with us, bro. Like they're absolutely obsessed.
They'd rather
Because,
die than admit that you were right, or that you even have a valid point that stumps them, right? Globers, you give them, a point, and you can clearly, even just listen to them, you can fucking sense the gears turning, right? But they're just like, and then it's just like you think you're like, oh, maybe, and then they revert back to like, oh no, you're just a stupid flat tire, you don't know anything, right? And it's just like, crap,
yeah.
almost.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would never try to convince anybody the Earth is flat anymore. Like I just give people information that they didn't have previously, because a lot of people they think they have an idea about flat Earth and what it is, and CB say it all the time. They'd be like, "Well, if flat Earthers think that," and he would just say, "You don't even know what flat Earth is. Like what is flat Earth?" Well, you think that the Earth is a disk floating in space. You know what I mean? They have no idea what we think and what it is, and then they come in here and like try to debunk it. Like, how can you debunk an idea that you don't even know what the freaking idea is? They just know it from memes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't try to
On that
convince
topic,
people the Earth is flat. It's like we spend the first freaking 10 minutes is spent freaking programming them from what they thought flat Earth was.
Yeah.
So what's your model?
on that topic,
Hold
Indio,
on.
Wesley wants the smoke.
Oh, he wants to smoke. Model of what?
Yeah, what's the best map that shows the whole flat Earth?
The best map that shows, I'd say Antonio Subaratz's map.
What's the name of it?
Antonio Subaratz's map.
Antonio.
It's in the Book of the Sun.
Subaretz. How do you spell his last name? Do you know? Oh,
I'll just
Subaretz.
post
I
it.
found it. I found it. Map.
Why is the map the territory now?
I'm trying to find where his map. See,
Is the map the territory now?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You never heard of the
It
map
just kinda
territory?
goes back to what we were
Yeah,
saying
you
before.
never heard of the map territory problem? It's a well-known problem. It's been known about for a couple hundred years.
Well,
you don't
no, I
know about
noticed
that, and you're going to talk about maps?
I noticed
Weird.
I noticed that you couldn't answer the question. So, what
I
is the
did.
best flat Earth map?
I did. I said
No,
Antonio Subaratz's map, I think.
Yeah,
Best for what? But best for what purpose? Maps
I'm
are
asking
purpose
you
specific.
what is the
best
best
for
flat
what
Earth map?
purpose? Best is a value judgment.
Yeah, sure. So distances across the Earth.
Distances.
Yep.
The best map for distances. I don't know. There would be no way to actually verify the distance.
There's no way to actually verify it?
Yeah, to actually verify what the distance is, no matter what you do, like how are you going to verify it? How are you going to measure the distance?
You don't know how to measure distances?
Yeah, I think I would make a map
Now I'm
of
going to
my.
ask you,
I'd
why are
make
you
a map
asking me?
of my
Hold
living
on.
room. I think that'd be the best one.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Can
Why
you
are you
pull up
asking
the
me a question when I asked you a question?
Well, you said that we can't measure distances. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, not long distances like this. There's no way to measure them.
Oh, you can't?
Why are you asking me a question again? There's no way to measure them. No, you can't. What are you going to use to measure them?
Surveying
Tell me the
equipment?
instrument. Tell me the instrument.
Theodolite?
You're going to measure 1,000 miles with a theodolite.
Well, you can do it in segments, sure. Or you can do it with an
Really?
airplane. Yeah.
Okay.
You measure
First of
your
all,
ground speed? You measure your ground speed?
okay, let's talk about the theodolite. Let's go there. So NAD 27, which is the North American datum 1927, and the North American datum 1983. Okay, one started from a central point in Meade, Kansas, stringing out to both coasts. The other one was just a reference ellipsoid to WGS 84. When they compared the surveys against each other, there was a systemic difference between each one of them. Now, what is the theodolite good for? Well, it depends. If you start, it starts basically in the Ohio River Valley, and as you go east, the control points are too close together and getting smaller and closer together as you go further east until you hit the east coast, and then it stops because you're in the water. But when you go the other way, they get further and further apart, increasing as you get to the east coast.
So they refined it, right?
They didn't refine it. It's a systemic error.
So they didn't correct for it?
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No, what they did was they stamped a new number on the fucking control point that was already stamped in the ground.
Was it a correction or not?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
Well, how do you know which is the correct one? How do you know the first one wasn't the correct one? Which one's the correct one?
You're the one telling me about this.
Which one's the correct one? No, you said use the theodolite. So we used the theodolite. We did two different surveys and they didn't match each other.
Okay.
Which is the correct one?
The one that was verified by multiple measurements, I'm assuming.
They were all, it was fucking goddamn North American datum. They surveyed across America.
You don't need to get triggered by this. It's just a question.
Yeah, they surveyed. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. They surveyed across America.
Okay. So again,
okay, they have lots of measurements, hundreds if not thousands. Okay. So why is there, like, if we take the distance of one and the distance of the other, they don't match each other. So which one's the correct one?
I don't know, because you're the one that.
Yeah, of course you don't know. But you said we can use a theodolite to measure distance.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just keep demonstrating and gave a specific example of how that doesn't actually work.
Okay.
Because your measurements, listen, dude, if you do, like, say, the Great American Triangulation, right? They do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take the flat measurements of a bunch of triangles and they project it onto a reference ellipsoid.
Right. And so what are the angles?
Why do you need a reference ellipsoid if you're measuring a globe?
What are the angles between those triangles?
What? They're not greater than 180 degrees.
Okay.
How could they be greater than 180 degrees if you have lines of sight?
I've got data for that shows that
that's done after reduction of the horizontal direction, dude. That's done after. It's page 47. Go look on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to map it to a reference ellipsoid. Now, think about what you're saying. How could you have lines of sight between theodolites? That's a planar triangle. A line between the lens of one theodolite to another one, the lens of one theodolite to another one, and the lens of one theodolite to another one. That's a triangle. That's a triangle, and it's not going to be greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
I never claimed that.
You said they're greater than, the triangles are greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
Yeah, not from theodolite to theodolite. Come on, man. You're not this slow, right?
Okay. Well, how would it be greater? Because you're not on this, bro. Are you dense? Are you dumb?
I know you
Are you dumb? No, yeah. Try running away from your bullshit. So listen, it'll never be greater than 180 degrees. It's impossible because you're making measurements of a theodolite using lines of sight, and those lines of sight are straight. You're always going to have planar triangles, no matter how many you stack together. All you can do is do the reduction of the horizontal direction, twist the azimuth, because you're putting on a reference ellipsoid. If they were measuring a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid at all. They would just measure a globe.
Okay. So I will post some angles measured with spherical excess. Do you know what?
This is after reduction of the horizontal direction. Look in the book you're reading.
You know what spherical excess
It's page 47. Yes, I know what it is.
Okay,
They created it by calculation. They didn't measure it. They took the numbers, the actual survey data, what they came and looked in when they looked in the theodolite, and the angle they took, and they performed a calculation on it. It's on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. I'll post it.
This is not. You don't need to get angry. I'm not getting angry. So that's fine. I will go back and read that page. That's a fair point that I haven't looked at. So going back, can you post this map that you're talking about that you think is the most accurate for measuring distances?
You said no. The map that I think no. The first map I was talking about, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you post that, please?
Yeah, but what it looks like is not the same thing as measuring distances. Those are two different things.
Okay, so can you post that, please?
The one for measuring, I said it's impossible to verify.
I'm just asking.
You can't verify the distances. It's impossible.
I know. I'm asking you to post it, please.
No map is sufficient.
No, the one that you mentioned. Go ahead and post that, please. Because I looked it up, and there's not one map that goes with that guy that you mentioned. So can you post what you were mentioning? Or if you want to back away from it, it's fine too.
No, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Post
it. Yeah, I will. Hold on.
And why do you like this map?
Because it's based upon actual data.
What data?
Official country sizes filed with the UN and ship travel times across the ocean. Ship logs. He used ship logs and the official country survey data. Right. So every country reports to the UN, hey, our country's X amount of square miles. So that's what he used to get the country sizes, and then he used how long it takes to travel by boat across the ocean to get the distances between points in the water to make the sizes of the ocean.
You think the shipping distance from South Africa to Chile is accurate on this map?
Sure. Why not? Show it's not.
Well, the Antarctic race around Antarctica is a lot shorter than you could ever do it in
What's the world record?
I don't know, but it would be at least 2 or 3 times as long.
How come the world record?
Wait, I'm looking at boat race distance around Antarctica.
So you're making shit up? So okay, the IDEC 3. The IDEC. Okay, I already know the answer. I'm asking a rhetorical question because I already know the answer.
Okay.
Around
Antarctica.
So the world record around Antarctica is the same time it takes to sail around the world. It was by the IDEC 3, which is a trimaran. The world record for a solo person was 93 days. That 93 days is more time than it took the Thermopylae and Cutty Sark 18th century clipper ships fully loaded with cargo to sail from Shanghai to fucking the United Kingdom. The average speed that fucking carbon fiber racing yacht must have been traveling would have been 6 knots.
Okay.
To circumnavigate Antarctica.
The distance around Antarctica for the Antarctic Cup yacht race is 14 to 16,000 miles.
Yeah, that's cap. What's that? That's cap, dude. That's wrong.
So nuh-uh.
No, I'm saying nuh-uh. I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Okay,
what did I say to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you. Why is it wrong?
Because it's bunk, you said, and because of the other
Because
ships
it's
around.
bunk, I said? I didn't use the word bunk. I didn't say anything like that. Because we know how long it takes to finish that race. And that
We also know
the
the
ship that we have two
nautical
choices.
miles.
We have two choices. Either the distance is wrong, or carbon fiber racing yachts are going 1/4 of the speed that they normally sail.
Or they're not going a constant speed, or they stop overnight. Could that be
They don't
possible?
stop overnight. It's a constant race. They don't
You want
stop
to
overnight.
you're sure of that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm sure. They
You're
don't
pretty
stop
sure. You're
overnight.
sure. Are
No,
you
I'm
pretty sure?
sure.
You're sure? Okay. I'll look that up. But where's Antarctica on
Yeah,
your map?
I don't know.
This is too easy.
You're getting cooked, dude.
I'm
What are you
getting
talking
cooked.
about?
Is that?
Yeah.
Are you claiming that? You're claiming a win already?
Well, dude, you haven't done anything but make claims which you're wrong about, factually wrong about.
How come flights from New York to Paris are about the same length as South Africa?
Where'd you get your distances from?
You got to talk it. You got to talk.
Yeah,
over me.
no, I want to know where you got the
me,
same
right? Is that how
problem.
you win?
You're going to
Is that
keep
how you
running
win?
into the same problem with your map argument. You have no
Is that how
measured
you win
distance.
here?
No,
Why?
you're going to
why
keep
is-
Wesley. You're going to keep running
Wow.
into the same problem. You don't
I
have
can
any
show you
measured.
flights.
No,
I can show you
you're
flights on
yeah.
Google.
Now you're over talking me. You don't have any measured distances, and you have no way to measure them.
Just like you did the length of boat ships going across.
Yeah,
I
we
can
have
give you
sailing
lengths
time.
and I can give you lengths of airplane flights from South Africa to Argentina, and they're not 2 times or 3 times the distance that you're showing between Paris
How do you know that?
and New York. Because I have the Qantas air flight times from FlightAware.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them too. And then when you actually look into the transponder data, they're all fucking blank.
You're so
like
cute.
you can go.
You're
No,
so
you can.
cute.
Yeah,
You're so
Wesley. I know what flight it is. It's Qantas 47. Okay. If you go
Okay.
look on the actual data, right? They have a tab which shows you the actual data, the transponder pings. It's all blank. It's all NA. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why that
Came in
is?
here with a fucking 2-bit McToon
Do
fucking
you know why
argument.
that is?
Yeah. Why is that? Tell me.
Why? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why then. You said you knew why.
That is blank?
Yeah.
Who cares why it is?
You
The
said you
thing
knew
you're
why.
relying on, the
You said you
data,
knew why.
doesn't exist.
You said you knew why. Go ahead and tell
I
us
don't
why.
care why. It doesn't matter why. Why would it matter why? It's not
So
there.
somehow people get on these flights
Yeah,
and
that's
they
right.
leave at the right time and they get there at the right time. So you
There is no right time, dude.
what?
The flight, listen, the Cindy to Santiago, Chile flight varies by 30% in each direction. You don't know what you're
why?
talking about.
Do you know why?
Oh, why?
Because of the jet stream, maybe?
Because maybe? Or is it?
Right?
Maybe?
Yes.
You're just
So they
making
get
it up,
on
dude.
and they get off at the right
You know what
time.
could also be? You know what
but
could also be?
It's inaccurate. It's
It could also be
inaccurate,
the approach to the airport.
right? It would change it by 3 hours?
No, it's more than 3 hours, dude.
Okay, so
It's 5.5 hours.
The approach changes it?
No, the approach could be make a difference by 45 minutes.
Dude. Makes sense, dude.
The approach can make a difference by 45 minutes. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago.
Why are you
I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. Okay, I flew at 2 different airports. Okay,
I flew
your
on one
antics are only going to get you muted, dude. Okay, so
you threaten me with mutes? Is that how it works?
no, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to deal with your immaturity.
No, you just can't handle the argument.
What
So
you
what
haven't? What argument? I refuted your argument, and you said.
So the
You said what?
Qantas air flight, why isn't it 2 to 3 times more than the Paris to New York?
Why
flight?
should it be?
Look at your map.
The map. So how did you measure the distances on this map?
You could use a ruler.
To tell us what they should be.
You said that this was the most accurate for distances.
No, I did not. I specifically said even before I showed it to you that's not the case. You're a liar, and now you're muted. I told you before I even talked to you that was not the case because I knew what you were going to do. People are too predictable. I told you. You asked me what it would look like. I said this is what it would look like. You asked about distances. I said there's no way to test whether the distances are right or not. And then you said this is the one you offered for distances. You're a snake. You got one chance to reprieve yourself and admit your error.
Okay, so I agree. I agree that you said that. So I apologize for strawmanning you. So then, which is the map that shows the accurate distances?
There's no map that shows accurate distances. We don't navigate that way.
So how do you explain flight maps?
What do you mean? How do I explain flight maps?
How do they have flight maps that are accurate to distances?
Accurate in what? What do you mean accurate? Accurate in what way? How do you know they're accurate?
Because they have the length that they've traveled, they have the departure and arrival times, and they're all consistent.
You're just making all that up. You just believe all that shit.
Well, you could say nuh-uh. That's fine.
You can actually provide evidence to support what you just said.
Okay.
I'm not saying nuh-uh. What am I saying nuh-uh to? Your claim?
How come Google Earth is...
Am I saying how come Google Earth's a cylinder, dude?
It's not a cylinder. What are you talking about?
Google Earth is the web Mercator. It's a cylinder.
No,
Go on
it's not.
Google Earth, try to draw a circle around the North or South Pole, and it'll snap into a half moon. Okay? It's a cylinder.
It still shows the distances are accurate to 99.7.
Yeah, but no, Google does not say that. Google says Google Earth is a fucking toy, dude, and it's for entertainment purposes only. Stop making shit up, dude.
Okay, I'll put the citation then. If you don't, I don't know why you're disagreeing.
It better be Google. That's the citation.
Yep. Google Earth accuracy.
Now you're Googling it. You're Googling the whether Google Earth or accuracy.
You
Google
think I just
says that Google Earth and Google Maps is for educational is for entertainment purposes only. They don't claim accuracy because then they would be sued. Okay? It's a toy. Google Earth is a cylinder. It's the Mercator map wrapped around a cylinder.
No, it's not in a cylinder.
It's a cylinder. They took the spherical projection of the latitude, longitude coordinates, and they projected them onto a cylinder, dude. Sorry.
How come they use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances then?
Who cares?
I do. Do you know what the Haberstein formula is?
Yeah, I do know what you guys are so corny, dude. I knew what the Haberstein formula was 20 years ago.
Well, then why would you ask me why is that a silly question?
I didn't say it was I said, so what? They use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances. So what? I used freaking the Haberstein formula to calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pin. Who cares? If you can't validate whether the measurement is accurate in the physical world with actual measurements, you can calculate whatever. Okay, do it. Show us.
Airplane flights show the distance that they've traveled.
Based upon what?
What do you mean based upon their ground speed?
Where their ground speed?
Yep.
Yep. Measured with what?
What?
Measured with what? The instrument they measure their ground speed with.
GPS.
Get the GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's a tangent plane. So try again. And even if GPS did use a globe, they'd be using the Haberstein formula. The thing that you said that's circular logic, dunce.
Why are you so angry?
The Haberstein formula proves the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
They verified the Haberstein formula by using the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're talking in circles and it's aggravating.
No,
because you came with this weak ass McToon shit, dude.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it now. And also with the
you're literally parroting a fucking McToon video, bro. It's boring.
The reason the TFP thing happened is because several flat earthers, many of the most popular.
Who cares? Here we get with the drama.
Oh well, you were strawmanning the reason they went, so maybe you didn't want to be corrected. Okay, that's fine.
What? Why? I mean the reason they went?
Yeah, you guys were saying like it was a false dichotomy or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
No.
Yeah, you were. You were in here just saying that before I came on voice.
I did not say it was a false dichotomy. I said No matter what they observed about the sun, can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth.
Yes, but it can disprove the maps that the people believed in.
Which map?
The ones that they believed in.
Which map? The Gleason's map?
Yep, and the AE.
It still works on the Gleason's map. They didn't see anything that was inconsistent with the Gleason's map.
Okay,
Nothing.
How do you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a Gleason's map?
It's right on the map. What do you think? Did you ever read like the map itself? It says sun. It says longitude and time calculator. Does it say this is what the Earth looks like?
Do you have one? Do you have?
Does it say this is what the Earth looks like on it?
It says the flat Earth map on it.
No, it does not. Why are you making shit up? It says latitude and time calculator.
Flat Earth map, Alexander Gleason, 1892. The flat Earth map of the world.
Keep reading.
Yep.
Longitude and sun calculator.
Okay. And then, do you know what it says?
That's what its purpose is.
Do you know what it says in the bottom right?
A bunch of shit. I don't know. I'm not reading it right off the top of my head.
Oh, you don't know this?
Yeah. What's this? Listen, I can go look in our maps channel and go look at it. What? Tell me.
You said it was correct.
It is correct for telling time. Yes. For telling the solar position. Yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay. Why does it say in here there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but unknown regions?
Because they hadn't discovered Antarctica yet.
But you said it's right. Wait, they hadn't.
No, it's right for this. I said. What did I say it was right for?
Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?
Look, it is still right because the longitude lines that exist on that map are the same longitude times that converge in Antarctica, right?
No, remember you said it was
are the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica, right? Are they the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica?
The longitude lines do not.
The longitude lines on the map, right, on the Gleason's map, are the same longitude lines. There's no difference, dude.
They don't converge.
You don't understand maps. That's your problem. The fundamental problem. You don't understand coordinate systems. You don't understand maps. You don't understand that they're made for specific purposes. And they're not meant to be reified because of the map territory problem.
You said
which
that
I started with.
it was accurate sun calculator, and this says that there is no sunlight in Antarctica below 80 degrees south.
They didn't know about Antarctica.
They hadn't discovered Antarctica by the time this map was produced.
They didn't.
You want to stick with that?
Yes. It was unexplored.
November 1892. They hadn't discovered Antarctica at this point? Is that what you stick with?
They knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
Oh, because now you're shifting to they knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
It was unexplored, yes.
When did they get
to the South Pole? When
did they get to the South Pole?
Amundsen got to the South Pole. I think it was
when?
1913 or something.
So now you're shifting it to expedition, but before it discovered. So you're shifting your goal.
And Amundsen was never at the South Pole. There is no South Pole to be at. How would he know he was? Listen, let me ask you. How would he know he's at the South Pole?
Do you want to know?
Yeah, I want to know how he would know. How did he verify himself he was at the South Pole? What did he do?
Yep, the South Celestial Pole. That's how they knew.
Oh, so he went at night?
No, he could go during the day with a 24-hour sun.
Oh, well, he said that he didn't see it. Well, he didn't. He said he didn't see a 24-hour sun. In fact, he said they seen a sun for one day the entire time they were there, and it wasn't a 24-hour sun.
No.
He has notebooks. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down. You can go look on archive.org right now, the notebooks of Amundsen. You can go read it yourself. He said that it was brightly lit all the time, and it was driving his crew crazy.
24-hour sun.
Brightly lit, not a 24-hour sun, brightly lit. And that when the sun finally come out, the crew had a party.
Okay, because you think they were only
Did you hear different? Did some doofus anti-flat earther tell you different?
You think they were down there for 1 day? You thought the expedition took 1 day?
No, they
Really?
said for only 1 day of the entire time they were there. Why are you
Yeah, but who was
strawmanning what
there?
I said?
You weren't
Okay.
there.
Okay, so now we know that this map is wrong. You're
No,
not
it's
gonna say
right.
that,
It's
right?
right for its purpose. It's not a
The sun
travel map.
calculator, it's obviously wrong because it says there
No,
is
it
no
is
sun.
right because if you're on one of those longitude lines, that's where you're gonna see the sun. It is correct.
Longitude?
Longitude. Yes,
Yeah, but
longitude.
it says one of the key factors in the bottom right says there's no sunlight below 80th degree.
That's great. That's latitude, but you're gonna be on one of the longitude lines, and
So
that's
you
what
agree that it's wrong.
that's what it calculates. You don't understand the map even in the slightest. You're
So you
trying and
agree it's wrong.
trying and trying, and you're just smashing up against it. You know why? Because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is
So you
nothing
agree
for me.
you agree it's wrong, right?
No, I don't. That's the 5th time you tried that. It is
Okay, so
correct for its purpose.
but it says there's no sunlight below the
It
80th
even
degree.
calculates distances correctly. You know that, right?
Yeah, do you know why it calculates distances correctly? Is it a linear scale? Come on,
What do you mean?
come
Do
on,
I know
Matt.
why it calculates that? Why? What do you mean? Why it calculates this correctly?
Yeah, why does it do that?
Because it's an azimuth projection of a celestial sphere.
Okay, do you know what a scale is on a map?
Yes, I do know what a scale is.
Okay, what is the scale on this map? Is it linear?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
It is linear. It is linear if you do the do the distance calculation correctly, as in measure from the center. You measure the distance linearly from the center to each point, and then you do a calculation to figure out the distance between those points.
How come?
Of course, you knew that, right?
How come
You knew that, right? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah, but it's not linear, right? You know
It is
that, right?
linear. It is linear. It's a linear
How come
distance
it's
from
not
the lines.
fundamentally accurate to the lines of longitude? You have to measure along certain lines of longitude.
Dude,
The scale's
I'll
not
post
linear.
a video in the chat of someone measuring the linear distance using the method I just said. Doing it, not talking about it, actually doing it.
No, the scale. I'm talking about the scale, not actually measuring it on the map. Is the scale linear?
My last 2 brain cells.
No, no.
Yeah, good. Okay, I agree.
Not.
Thank you.
Listen.
Thank
It's
you for
not a
understanding.
linear scale.
Good.
If
Why?
you use it one way, but you can turn it into a linear scale if you use it another way. It's like your ideas about what maps are childish.
Yeah, there is only one-to-one scale that is the most accurate map of the world. So
Oh, what's that?
the globe.
That's a lie. That's a straight lie. You ever measure a globe? You ever take a physical globe and measure the distances? You
Yep.
could just try to check it for internal consistency, and it doesn't even have that.
How far off is it?
Well, 30%. Depends on the physical globe you use.
Okay, how'd you measure that 30%?
With a string.
Okay, tell me how you did it.
I'll post the video.
Okay, how do you know that when you use the string, how do you know that?
Look, does the globe claim distance say across, east to west in, say Australia, right? Then you
You
could
told
find
me
some
that
other.
we
So
could
say,
measure.
hold on, let me finish. Then you could find some other place on Earth, right? That is supposed to be the same distance, and then you can take that string and put it across that region and see if it's the same distance.
Oh, so
Well, they're not.
now you're trusting globe sources.
No, I'm testing. It's called an internal critique of the globe.
Okay.
You know what internal critique is?
Yep.
Okay. So right here is 3 different globes measured. I just posted it. So he takes 3 different globes. Same person that made that map. Same person that came up with who discovered that the distances
one
in
without
the Antarctica, circum-Antarctica race are bullshit.
the one without the Antarctica on the map that you don't know why it's not on the map. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I
guy.
didn't make the map.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you ask him if you're trusting him as a source?
I don't even believe Antarctica is a continent. Why should I?
Oh my gosh.
Why should I?
Full conspiracy nutter.
What conspiracy did I just mention?
That there is no Antarctica.
I mean, there's a place that they call Antarctica. I said I don't believe it's a continent.
Why not?
Why should I?
Do you believe Madagascar is an island in Africa?
Yeah, there's photographs of it from the
There's no
sky, capturing the entire island.
There's no photographs of Antarctica?
From the sky, capturing the entire continent? No.
Yeah. Okay. If I show one, will you then believe it's a continent? Or no?
From the sky, from an airplane.
Oh, from an airplane? Okay.
Yeah, the
so have you been
sky.
to,
Airplanes fly in the sky.
okay. Have you been to
I don't.
have you
I
been,
don't need any more globe cartoons, man.
have you been to
It always
Australia?
comes to your fake ass space pics every
Do you
time.
believe that Australia is a continent?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a picture of it from the sky?
No.
Okay, then why do you believe it?
Because people have circumnavigated Antarctica.
What about Australia? Yes, they
What
have
about?
circumnavigated
I mean, Australia. People
You're
circumnavigate Australia. They haven't
They haven't
circumnavigated
Antarctica?
Antarctica.
You even just
Well,
said it.
because Antarctica would have to be 3 times the distance they say it is. It would be way too big.
No, they don't say it is. It's 14,000.
It would need to be like 26,000.
Show me the proof. Nobody says that.
Okay, I know nobody says that, but if you look at the time it takes to travel, okay. So here's an example. Okay, the race I mentioned, the IDEC 3. Okay, it's a trimaran. They did a circumnavigation around the globe. It took them the same amount of time to circumnavigate Antarctica to the day. 72 days.
Do you know why that could be?
Oh yeah, because Antarctica is 25,000 miles across, right around.
What's your evidence for that? Just one race?
And that's not the only one. There's also the world record solo race.
Yeah, and do you think the seas might have something to do
Why
with
do
it?
you think it's not that? How about that?
Think it's not what? No, I agree. It's 14,000 to 16,000.
Why?
Because we have measurements of it.
I just gave you measurements. You haven't given me shit. Give us
What
your
measurements
measurements.
have you given me? You gave me a time.
The
measurement.
race. The
Yeah,
time.
but they tracked 14,000 nautical miles.
No,
So go
they
ahead.
did not.
Yes, it's 14 to 16,000 nautical miles. What do you mean? No, they did not.
No, they did not. They have a time. They actually measured how fast they're going.
And
right?
the distance. And the
And the
distance.
time and the distance equates to longer than 14,000 miles. So I'm
How
asking
did they
you,
track their speed?
why do you believe it's more than 14,000 miles? Or
How
like,
did they
why
track
do you
their
think it
speed?
is 14,000 miles, Wesley?
Because they measured it. How did they
With
track their
what?
speed?
Okay, no. With what? What was the
GPS.
instrument?
GPS.
No, I'm banning you just for fucking lying.
Aw, so
Go be
cute.
a fucking liar somewhere else.
Wow.
Sounds like he's been drinking McToon's Kool-Aid. Hella thick.
Yeah, from his knees.
Right? He's probably helping him do those little experiments in the basement to prove that you don't need a concave mirror to produce a rainbow inside the house.
Dude, he literally went down the list of McToon's clown arguments that he makes when he debates.
Yeah. So funny. They got him on speed dial, huh?
How many things did he make up?
This is the like, why is this flat Earth Discord on English Hub? Isn't this, I come here to practice English speaking. Why is this channel here?
One of the owners is interested in this topic and thought it would be a good topic for people to discuss once they've learnt some English. I mean, it's not the only off-topic channel in the server. There's music and politics and religion
the
and all that.
religion and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. So it's just it's a matter of choice. Once you've learned some English and you want to practice it, speaking, having a conversation about a topic that you might be interested in, you can choose one of those and go to it. And this might be of interest to some people. They might, they might want to come in and talk about this topic with the English that they've learned.
It's a variety.
Yeah, but also, how hilarious would it be to have a flat Earth server or a flat Earth channel in our server? What kind of fun could we have with people by putting a flat Earth channel in our server? That's a pretty good joke, my friends. Right?
I don't know, brother, but I would think that there is like an flat Earth server, you know.
There is,
For-
and
Yeah.
called 24, but nobody
there
cares.
must be a million of them. Flat stuff, man. You have your own. I promise.
Yeah,
you,
we have our own
Edub,
server,
Edub,
and we
you
have
your own.
25,000 members, and that place was on
25,000.
popping. 25,000 members. It's not a small server by any stretch, and so we've had to spread out because nobody will come to us anymore. We've terrified the internet. Do you understand that? We have made the internet crap its pants. They are running from us. They don't come to us anymore. They're very afraid. You want to know why? It's so simple. The way that you've experienced the earth your entire life is exactly what it is. It's a horizontal plane that doesn't move. That's what it is. You're not crazy.
Well, that's not true, probably, but
No, it is. You're not spinning. Dude, you are not spinning. Come on, bro. Open your eyes for a half a second. Go, damn, this place doesn't move. Damn. Seems like up and down is the same no matter where I go.
Right. Wait,
do you ever
Iki,
think
you
that
weren't
you
wait,
guys are
bro.
kind of,
Wait. Hang on, bro.
Okay.
Hang on, bro. Were you under the impression that we are in doubt, that we're like not sure?
No. I think you're sure.
Okay, cool. Sorry, continue.
Do you guys think that you might be a bit confused about this kind of?
There's nothing to be confused about.
No. And
it's
you're
always
kind
measured
of
by everybody. Everybody.
Like,
the surveyors.
You're like fortifying each other's views and kind of circle jerking about this matter. So you guys just fortify
this
each
is your
other's views.
opinion. This is your opinion. You don't know that about us. We have every bit of evidence that we
I'm asking.
present that the place is measurably flat. It's not about us. We're verifying what people are doing every day. They're measuring the earth as a flat plane everywhere, always, no matter what. Not me.
But it's not like a real scientific measure. To measure it as flat. You can
scientific
read
measure is not a thing.
No, man.
Scientific measure is not a thing. That's not even a real word. You measure things by measuring them. There's no science involved. You want to get as accurate as possible and use very sophisticated. You want me to be confused. You want me to be confused that my reality is not exactly as it presents itself to be.
What do I need to do? put a white coat on and hold a Bunsen burner, and then I can measure stuff and it's scientific?
No,
Why can't I hear anyone's
to understand
What makes it scientific?
it's a
Tell us
goal.
what makes.
You can
Hey, bro.
you can
No,
understand
detail.
some base
One
pretty
sec, bro.
basic physics.
Wait, how the fuck
Right.
is hay
Okay,
coming
okay.
out?
Tell us
What's
what
going on?
makes a measurement scientific.
The scientific method.
Yeah, what's that? Explain it.
It's measuring something, and it's something that you can prove by measuring it again.
That's just verification. That's not the scientific method. It's just verifying something. You're just backing it up. You're testing it 1,000 times to make sure that the measurement is correct. But that's not science.
There is no way to prove that the Earth is flat by
Sure there is. You
math
measure
or
it.
physics or something like that.
Yeah, you can do it with all that stuff. Every bit of what you just described, yes, we can.
You know the ship sailing across the
Yeah. Right. What about it?
disappears eventually.
Yeah, it disappears. What about it?
So it's not flat.
Just because something goes beyond your field of vision or appears to disappear bottom up, you think that's because you live on a ball Earth? No, this phenomena happens every day for everyone in all kinds of different situations, and it has nothing to do with Earth curve.
Okay, okay. Let's say you're right. Why would everyone who knows these kind of topics way better than you or I know it? Why would they lie to us forever?
So you're conceding that the Earth is flat, and now you want to know what they're lying about. So are you some kind of conspiracy
How would you
theorist?
know?
Why would
Well, hang on
they
a sec.
lie?
How would you know that they know more about this stuff than us?
For hundreds of years.
How did you evaluate their extensive knowledge? If they know more than you, then how were you capable to analyze their knowledge base
in these fields of physics?
Yeah. How do you know that they have that beyond them saying they do?
So it's like you don't understand something, so they must be wrong.
No, I promise you something, friend. This is the internet. Hold on. This is a vast group of people, right? We're not just a bunch of. This is the problem. Someone has labeled us some crazy conspirator group. Now we have some of those. Don't get me wrong, okay? We got a real problem. But the other part of this is that there are some very intelligent, very well-funded PhDs, pilots, people that are experts in aerospace. We've read the white papers. We know what's been tested. We know what the measurements are. This is all available for all of us to have. And so we have it. And so we've gone over all the data. So we've gone over the data.
Very smart people.
Yes.
They all say
Calm down.
exactly opposite of you.
No, we actually agree with them. They're telling us that they're measuring the Earth as a flat plane and that it doesn't move. Einstein said there's no optical experiment that we can perform to confirm or deny whether or not the Earth is in motion. We have no idea whether or not this thing is moving. No idea.
I think you can.
As far as we can tell, they can't measure it. There's no way to measure the motion of the Earth. And there's no way to measure any curvature. We've looked for the curvature. It's not there. It's a vast, flat plane.
You're talking about this cognitive dissonance and stuff like that, but I think you're the one having it, really.
Oh, no, friend. I'm sorry. I know you're going through a tough spot right now. You didn't think anybody was actually considering all this stuff. No, that's fine.
I'm just
Take a
having
deep
conversation.
breath.
I'm fine.
Yeah, we're going to be fine, you and me. The point is what we've gone over all the data. We've done our own measurements. We've done everything that we can to find the curvature that they said this place has, and it's just not there. In fact, everybody is treating it, building on it, measuring it, navigating, all that stuff as a flat and stationary plane. That's what they say, not us.
Who are they and who are us?
NASA, all kinds of aerospace engineering firms like Boeing, like all of these agencies are saying, yep, when we model all of our flights, like in the simulators, and how we train people to fly planes as if the Earth is flat and stationary. That's what they say. It's pretty confusing that they treat the place and measure it all flat and stuff, and then they come along and tell us it's a ball, and then we go looking for the ball and it ain't there.
Exactly. In navigation and surveying and engineering and building and goodness knows how many other, even in some fields like biology, marine biology, and all sorts of different fields, measuring the magnetic fields, all of these things, they all utilize the Earth as a plane in order to take measurements.
No, they don't.
Astronomy treats the Earth as a plane and measures angles to stars.
Oh man, do you know anything about these subjects that you listed? You don't.
Yes, you
You
don't.
might know these things that you saw on YouTube videos, but they're made of by people.
No, we've gone
like
directly to the fucking sources, bro.
Directly to
Not
sources
YouTube.
like YouTube.
Yeah,
no, not YouTube.
There
University
are
level
papers,
freaking papers and things.
Actual universities teaching this kind of stuff.
Hold on a second, friend. Hold on just a second. I just want to remind you of something. YouTube is one of the most vast libraries of very technical, very high level education, seminars, whatever. It's full of really good stuff. And so for you to go, oh, YouTube, no, YouTube is an awesome resource. The greatest library of video education probably that the world has ever seen. Yeah, you bet your ass, YouTube.
Yeah,
We
hours
learned
and
on
hours of
YouTube.
university lectures by professors.
Yeah, there are Harvard lectures and stuff like that. But,
yeah.
But I can make a shit video just lying my ass off, talking shit.
You bet.
YouTube video, release it, and you would
Yep.
probably share it on Discord, man.
Yeah. The university
my point.
professor, the big conference and the big conference and the big panel that they had, and all of the displays that they brought, and all of the things that they show you that they do to test all this crap. Yeah, there's a great way to fake that. We're doing exactly what they're showing us they're doing from Harvard, from all MIT. Yes, we're doing exactly what they're doing. And the Earth is flat. Yes. That's our point. Everyone's treating this place as a flat Earth. Everyone. But they're telling you it's a ball. So we went to try and find the ball, and it's not there. Why? I don't know. I can't divine their motivations. It seems nefarious. If they're hiding something that's so blatant from you through just all these images that they give you and all the stories that they tell you about the images, and then you bought it, like we all did. We all bought the big old, scam. We all went to the same schools that you did. We get it, but we checked. And I know it's like, there's no way. Yeah, we thought the same thing too. Yeah, no way. No, actually, no, that's the way it is. The Earth is as you experience. It's a motionless plane, and it's contained. That's what we know. And if your head is imploding and you're like, there's no way this guy on the internet could be, be serious about what he's saying. Yes, I am. That's why there's so many of us. That's why the internet is terrified of flat earthers. We got this tramp stamp on our YouTube videos. They are terrified. Highly censored.
Who is
if we're wrong,
there's plenty.
Yeah, why if we're wrong, why are they hiding it? If we're wrong, why are they censoring us? That's what I want to know. If we're wrong, who cares?
Brother, who is censoring you? You're talking here all the time.
YouTube, the United States Congress, has admitted in a video.
Censoring you. Have they deleted your videos?
They've definitely hidden them in the algorithms for sure, and they promote anti-flat Earth content. No, sorry. No, you have no idea what this phenomena, what this internet thing, called the flat Earth has done to the modern day society in a very short amount of time. It's been very controversial. You want to know why? Because as soon as people kind of snap out of the mind control and go, holy crap, that's right. Actually, I always thought it was weird. They're telling me the Earth is spinning, but I actually experienced that the stars move.
Yeah, that's why they call it diurnal motion. In astronomy.
Maybe this kind of like, are we moving? Are the stars moving? Stuff like that. Which, listen to me, both are moving right now. It's a matter of
Okay.
scale. You as a
Yep.
human person, you are a very small entity. You're not
Yes,
even
I
a
know.
sand grain
I know.
in
I
this
know.
galaxy
We're
or in this
also, I
universe.
know we're also insignificant on this big ball. I understand how you think.
We are
You're
very
going through it, man. It's fine.
yeah, but
Listen, don't chant at me, bro. You're chanting at me. You don't like what I'm saying. I get it. You're emotional.
no,
It's okay.
I think you're kind of like projecting on me. I'm
No,
okay. I'm okay,
I'm
brother.
fine, dude. I've had a million of these conversations, believe me. If you don't like
So
it,
you
it's fine. It's
yeah,
if you don't like it, if it's just too freaky, you just relax. It's fine. You think I want to be on this side of the fence? Believe me, if the truth was on your side, I'd be over there in a heartbeat. This is not fun for most of us, right?
if you
So,
weren't American, I would tell you that healthcare is free and you can get medication and
oh
stuff
my
like this.
gosh, yeah, I know.
To
See,
be
and
honest, man.
now you have to just, I get it. You have to insult me now, right? So do whatever you got to do, and just get through it. But it's
I'm not
okay.
insulting. I'm
Reality
not
is
insulting you.
fine. No, it's okay. I understand. So, anyways, do you have any Earth curve measurements that we can look at?
Why would I have them on hand? Not me.
No. I mean,
You
you
can
have the
Google them, I
internet
think.
right there. Yes, I know. You believe me. You don't think we've Googled this? Can you find me some Earth curve measurements real fast? Just go ahead. I'm sure you'll find something.
I'm not even gonna try, brother.
I know you're not
I
going to try.
I think this
know.
conversation with you, it's not gonna lead anywhere, really.
I know it's not going to lead
Right,
anywhere.
'cause
All I want to know is if someone has measured the Earth to be curving, and we've been asking this question for 10 years, and no one has come along. No one has shown us a very
exactly.
simple thing. Very
What do
simple
you
thing.
But
what
someone
do your
smarter
like
than you did it, right? Someone smarter than you figured it out, right? Okay.
probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's all you need. You just need to trust and have faith that somebody did it and they're telling the truth, and
Do
that's
you
all good
think
for
that you're
that.
smarter than like thousands of scientists and engineers and people who made GPS and missile systems and aeroplanes
Yep.
and stuff like that?
Yep.
Do you
Some of
think
those
you're
are flat
smarter
earthers.
than them?
No. Some of those guys are flat earthers. Did you know that? Some of those guys that work in those
No,
industries, they're flat
they were
earthers.
not. No, they
They
are not.
are. They are. No, it's true. We're everywhere.
Are you
The
one of
flat
them?
earthers are everywhere.
You're an engineer. You're a scientist.
No. Neither one of those things. I mean, how would you define that? Because I've built a lot of things for myself, that work, mechanical things. So I'm an engineer because I can build things and design them and make them work. In fact, I'm both an engineer and a technician. So, I've got some experience with, materials and measurements and things like that. Most men build things. Well, actually, not in this day and age. Most of these pink-haired fools, don't know what a tape measure looks like. But that's not the point. I know what measurements are. Okay, I'm not an idiot. And the people that are doing measurements of the Earth, it's just as simple as the stuff that we do every day. Okay, they have a standard. They know how their tools work. They take measurements. They're measuring the Earth as a flat plane. The surveyors are. They're measuring it this way.
What do you mean it's a flat plane? Who and how? Can you like prove it?
Yes, all of the surveyors, You can look at any of their manuals. They'll be discussing how they're going to be taking angles from this flat horizontal plane that they're measuring, and all of those horizontal planes are parallel with sea level. So everything is all parallel, and there's rise and fall and distance over the run in a flat plane. They measure the Earth as a flat plane. And then they take those little measurements, they are usually in squares or little triangles, depending on the terrain and everything. And they map everything in a very triangular, it's a horizontal, it's a 2D thing that they're building, right? But it's all planar. There's no curvature involved. Their measurements would be all out of whack. If the Earth is curving, every measurement is going to be off. So they measure it as a flat plane. And then they take all of those squares and they put them around this presupposed sphere, like a big giant disco ball. And they give you a geoid and they say you live on this. But they got that sphere from nowhere. They just created a model and put all those measurements around that ball. And those are the maps that you use. But that's not correct to reality. That's not how reality works. So everything's out of whack. You can't put these squares on a ball. So everything's sort of close, but the jigsaw puzzle, ultimately, the picture, you can't see it. When it's flat, everything looks perfect and it makes sense. They don't measure any curvature. That's the other thing. They're not measuring any curvature. They don't want curvature.
The people like surveying land for like construction or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Again, man, this is a question of scale.
Yeah,
they are maybe looking at 50 meters forward, and the Earth is 40,000 kilometers wide.
I know.
Like wide.
This is.
So it's
Here's what I'm telling
you. don't need to take into account the circumference if you're just measuring 50 meters forward.
We're not really talking about 50 meters, bro. We're not talking about 50 meters. We're talking about the guys that are doing the planar surveying when they're really trying to get a good look.
You go on 5 minutes monologue about something.
No, I'm not going to go on a monologue. I'm telling you that these guys are taking big chunks as best they can to measure the Earth, but there's no curve in what they're measuring. None of it.
Not even over hundreds of miles of railway track. Or canals.
I mean, my goodness, brother, you and I both know that water flows downhill. That doesn't work on a ball.
There is
Goes from high to low.
Gravity.
No, there isn't.
You don't believe in gravity either.
No, I don't believe in your magical genie. No, I don't. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Can you show me any scientific experiment where gravity was the independent variable?
Brother, you can do this right now. You put water in a bottle, you spin it on top of your head, and the water stays on the bottom of the bottle. Brother, that's gravity.
They programmed you real good, didn't they? They got you bad. They got you with the bottle, huh?
Yeah, maybe they
do you understand the difference? Just think about it for a minute. On a ball, is the basin the water, is it on the inside or the outside of the ball?
What do you mean? Like the Earth, the water, is it inside or outside?
Is it on the inside or the outside of the ball?
It's outside of the crust of the Earth, I would say.
Yes. Okay. Good. So when you're swinging the
I'm
water
no
bottle
expert, but
around your
yeah.
whoa, when you're swinging the water
What do you mean,
bottle
whoa, whoa?
around your
You
head,
keep like you keep this
I don't want
condescending
you
kind
to.
of
I
talking
don't
to
want
me.
you to
Come on,
go on
man.
a monologue, Fred. I don't want you to go on a
And
monologue.
you're the one having
We're
these
not done.
monologues, man. You keep
We're not
talking. Come
done.
on. Okay, please
We're
tell.
not done. We're not done. So when you're swinging the water bottle around your head, is the water on the inside or the outside of the bottle?
Okay, I would say inside.
Inside.
Yes. So is it the same if there's the water on the outside of a ball? Is that the same as having water on the inside of a bottle?
No idea, man. Don't know what
No
that means.
idea. He doesn't want to answer that, folks. He doesn't want to pay attention to the fact that that is a false analogy. They tricked you by showing you water inside of a bottle and swinging it around your head. That's called centrifugal force.
Yeah, but
You
if
are
you turn the ball around,
describing
Yes, keep
a
voimaa.
spinning ball. So you have to take a ball.
Painovoimaa,
Bro,
vetovoimaa,
listen,
maanvetovoimaa.
you have to take a ball and you have to put water on the outside of the ball and you have to spin the ball. You tell me if it holds water.
right, or even just get your bottle and turn it around so that the cap is facing outwards, and then spin it around and see if the water stays in it.
Yeah, that one, T-Dub. I
Again,
wanted to say that one.
this is about scale. You guys
Yeah, it's
don't
about scale
understand
again,
how
boys.
large the Earth
No.
is.
Scale came
Because
back.
we took that
It's
scale.
scalable. Physics is
It's
scalable.
Yes, it is.
If you scale it up, all of a sudden everything turns upside down. Nothing works anymore. Everything that you experience here on the ground, all bets are off. When the scale goes up, nothing is the same anymore. Nope, physics doesn't work that way. You're kidding yourself, man.
Okay, maybe I'll convert someday.
We're not looking for converts. We're not. That's not why we're here.
I will join
We're
your
just
cult.
No, we're just here to, one, because we're in the English hub and we want you guys to practice your English, and you sound pretty good. You sound like you understand everything and you speak very well. So good for you.
Thanks, man. And you're obviously American, which is it's kind of weird that you're practicing here.
Yeah, we're very annoying, us Americans, and I get that, and I feel for you. I actually kind of pity you for having to talk to me because we're such complete assholes.
No,
but
brother,
anyway,
it's okay, bro, you're good.
But anyway,
this is
we're
interesting.
just trying to give this information, right? We're not looking for converts. I don't want you to even think that like I'm being combative with you. I know exactly where you're at because I heard this one time. Yeah. I know, but I've been in your shoes.
I just want to fight.
I've had this conversation before at the beginning when I heard this because I said the same thing. No way! Shut up! You guys don't know anything. You're a bunch of idiots. You don't know what physics is, right? Like we all had our moment where we were just like, "You're so full of shit," And I had that moment too. But all we really can do is let you guys know what's actually going on. You're not crazy. The Earth is exactly as it presents itself to be. You're not nuts, But also,
I just fucking hate this world.
See, it makes people do that kind of stuff. They really don't like it. So you get the information, you can hang out and talk with us and ask the same question over and over and over again because everybody always does. Well, what about the gravity, though? But the gravity, man, and the Foucault's pendulum, what about that? And they'll ask it 1,000 times and they just keep banging their heads against the wall, And it's hard to watch, and sometimes they can be real pricks, and so can we. The point is that you are welcome here to talk and ask the same question and tell us we're nuts. That's fine. Just if you can be respectful about it, we'll get along great. It's take it or leave it information. That's all it is. And you're like, why are you doing this? That's a good question. Why are you flat earthers even bothering? Well, it's weird. Like we know something that we want everybody else to know, but everybody else doesn't really want to know it. But we're trying anyways. We're like, this is actually groundbreaking, no pun intended. But this is really important information, and we just want you to know, and you can take it or leave it. It's kind of like, people who have a religion, and you're like, hey, dude, I just wanted to let you know, part of your religion is all nonsense, and that's hard to
Do you
hear.
think this flat Earth kind of stuff is kind of like a religion for you?
No. It's not about
No, but
belief. It's not about
you're
belief
kind of
for me.
like the priest of flat earthers on this channel.
No.
You're the only one
Oh
talking.
gosh.
You all believe in the same stuff that not the majority of people believe in. You're,
Yeah, I know. We're crazy. It's
a
fine.
religion.
And
I'm not
that's
saying
why
you're
the
crazy.
others.
I'm not saying you
Oh,
might be confused, but not
see, yeah,
crazy.
that's the thing. Yeah, so yeah, we're confused. I get it. We aren't thinking right. We're not seeing it right. We're not seeing it correctly. You'll come
Okay,
back. You'll
maybe
come
I'm
back.
confused. I'm not saying anything, but
Right. Yeah.
um,
But the point is that you don't have to no one here is trying to convert you. I promise. And you can stay exactly where you're at, and we can still
yeah,
be
I'm
friends.
okay. I've been like
Okay.
reading about this kind of stuff for years. I'm not. This is not my first time
Right.
hearing about this. It's okay. I'm not
Okay.
instantly converting. It's okay. I'm just
Yeah,
having
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
conversation and practicing my English, uh, brother.
That's
It's
great.
okay.
So if you've been reading around about this topic before, I guarantee you most of what you've caught probably is not.
Yeah, it's
I want to call it
debunking. Just
yeah, well, it's just not
quite easily.
legitimate flat Earth. Yeah, it's this paper tiger, it's this phantom. It's this caricature or straw man of what flat Earth actually is, and that's the one that people all just kind of they get herded over into that group, and they're like, "Yeah, look how stupid these idiots are with this azimuthal equidistant projection," that is easily debunked because it's a globe flattened out. I mean, my goodness, we should have been paying more attention, but whatever. You live and you learn. The point is that, yeah, there's like a whole illegitimate kind of crazy conspiratard, azimuthal equidistant flat Earth group out there that now we have to deal with. And that makes perfect sense. The best way to kind of ruin something is to usurp it. You don't overtly take it over, you infiltrate. And that's a pretty good way to do things. But anyways, I digress. The point is that this is kind of a different corner of this topic where we really try to stick to what's empirical, And if it can't be validated in some way or tested or measured, then we throw it out.
Grupos de
And
conversação?
if
Da hora.
people aren't being honest with
Público.
themselves or even
Mas
paying
aí tem um
attention
grupo.
to the
Quando é assim se chama
obvious
servidor.
things like,
Servidor tem
gravity
quantos milhões de pessoas pode
is just a
ter?
mathematical concept. There's no science involved in. There's never been an experiment. Nobody busted out a beaker. A Bunsen burner was not ignited. No one did anything. They just went to a
About
drawing
gravity.
board and yeah, gravity. They just made up a bunch of equations. They turned
But you
concepts.
can definitely prove gravity.
No,
It's
you
not
can't.
made
I'm
up
sorry.
equations. Come on,
No,
man.
I'm sorry. I know. This is a bummer too. But there's no gravity. There's no magical force reaching up and pulling things down to the ground. There's no space fabric, for you to kind of like bend with mass, whatever the hell that is. And then all of a sudden that makes things go to the earth and then also orbit and then also move sideways and then also go outward. Like it's all stupid.
Okay. Do you believe in God, or that God created Earth and
Yes, I
alien
do.
and stuff
Yes,
like
I
that?
do. Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
So he
Yes.
made it flat,
Yes.
and he just
He
made
describes it that way.
the moon round and Jupiter round and.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Why is Earth special, and why is it the only flat?
Well, it's the place we live for
place in
one.
the sky?
Well,
I mean,
I want to. Well, hold
what
on,
the
T.
fuck,
But
bro?
before he gets there, I'm going to let you go. But I don't want you to get the wrong impression. We're not describing an Earth in outer space, not a flat Earth in the outer space. That whole thing is all based on the Earth being a ball. If the Earth is not a ball, that whole model, it's just a concept. it falls apart. No one went to space. No one's on the ISS. All that stuff is propaganda. I'm sorry. I'm just going to break it to you straight. Yes, it is propaganda, and we're watching them fake it in real time. Like they're not even really hiding it that well.
Why would they lie about that kind of stuff?
I know that's a great question. I mean, we all have our theories, but it doesn't help us with the fact.
Because you can't go and check it. Because you can't go check it. That's why they're lying about it.
If you have enough money, I think you can.
Actually, you can go check it without any money, dude. You just go to an ocean or a beach or a lake. You'll see the water's flat.
Again,
yeah, I know, but he can't go and do what they're claiming to do.
You can get a weather balloon for like 50 euros, a GoPro.
Yep, and it'll show you the Earth is flat. It shows you the Earth is flat.
You can see.
It shows you the Earth is flat with your weather balloon.
No, it doesn't, brother. Come on.
It does. I'll show you. One sec.
It's all about scale and the lenses of the cameras. You guys have been fooled for years, and you have this dissonance about this. You see wrong information, and you believe it because you want to believe it. You talk to each other, and you like.
Yes, I was fooled. I was fooled for 45 years, bro. Yes, I was fooled for 45 years.
Are you 45 years old?
No, I'm 51.
You're 50. You're 55.
Yes.
6 years you've been believing in this stuff. So since COVID, the lockdown, you had to stay at home.
Yes. I was fooled for that long, thinking that I lived on a big, giant spinning ball.
You started reading about this crazy stuff on the internet, and you believed it. Man, maybe
no, I don't believe it. It's an experience, just like you experience. You deny your natural experience of physical reality. You deny it. You see flat water and you go, it's not flat, it's curving.
It's about scale, brother. I can look up.
No, it's called you.
All right, just pausing the the recorded show. Just checking if anyone has any questions that they want to ask Mr. Latz. Mr. Latz is here to answer any questions about the flat Earth topic. See, we have some new people. Yep. What's up, Latz?
How you doing, brother?
Good, man.
Good.
We have some Ricola in here. Good to see you, Ricola. And Candy. And we have Nyabingi. Welcome. Does anyone have any questions about the topic of the room? Otherwise, I guess I'll just keep playing the show.
Sounds good.
Matthew, they pushed back your moon mission again. Funny how they do that so often.
Did they really?
Yeah, they keep pushing it back.
Just kick it kick the can down the road a little bit further.
No. I'm so excited for that damn thing too. Shit.
It's interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing the footage, but I don't have any high hopes. They don't have a reputation of impressing me with their footage when these things come out. We hear the globe earthers saying, "Oh, you guys must be terrified. In a few days, they're going to go to the moon." And then after it, the Globe never really brings it up again because they know that the footage that was presented is horse shit.
I want it to look like Star Wars level.
Who cares about the footage? I mean, the purpose of this mission isn't to provide footage, right?
Yeah, we could just believe that they did it, and the purpose definitely isn't to provide footage. It's just to tell us what they did, right? And then you just have to have faith.
Test things out.
It's testing people's faith, really, isn't it? It's like, look, how shit. Like, what can we tell? We can tell these people something and provide the most horseshit footage possible, and let's see if these gullible retards are going to buy into it.
Well, I'd be fine if they didn't provide any footage.
Yeah,
You're having to imagine that it's not what you experience. You're experiencing level horizontal surface of water and thinking to yourself, It's not, though. If I was a long way away from it or much bigger, I'd be able to see it curving. You have to imagine that it's not what you're experiencing. I can just experience it
Sometimes
and accept
reality.
it as being what it is.
Sometimes reality is different than our experience.
That's the playback. T-Dub has not graced us with his presence yet.
So let me just get this out of the way. We can't triangulate the height of Polaris or any celestial body, flat or globe. Flat or globe. Yoder's list wins again. So McToon did conceal the fact that you can't triangulate the height of Polaris on a globe during this discussion. And he knows he can't. I mean, this is center to the entire claim of a heliocentric globe spinning around the sun. But his point was to attack Nathan's claim of triangulation. Nathan Oakley claimed triangulation. He claimed a linear distance of 60 nautical miles per degree, flat baseline to a perpendicular to Polaris. That's a triangulation, and there's a geometric logical consequence of that claim. And to me, this is one of the biggest mistakes that has been made over the past few years. And Globers are smart not to claim any triangulation of Polaris at all. They know they can't, they know nobody can. But this point seems to be lost on many flat earthers who think they can. Or they want to have their triangulation cake and eat it too. They want to be able to claim triangulation using a flat earth, but then disavow any claim to the height of any celestial body. That's what's happening. So what Globers do is they treat the light of Polaris as a large flat surface that emanates parallel rays to a small globe. That is their ad hoc space magic escape hatch. If they treated Polaris as a point to be triangulated, like Nathan Oakley claimed you could over a flat Earth, then Polaris would also move with the observer on a globe, just like we sort of see it do from our vantage point on a flat Earth. It is observer dependent, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a mystery that bears no relation to the surface topology of the flat Earth.
And it doesn't have a distance. We're around about 3,950
just
miles.
as what is claimed by triangulation for
Yoda was actually talking.
a flat Earth, then the consequences are such that Polaris ascends.
What's up, T-Dub?
Hey man, how's it going?
Hey. Yeah, Matthew was just trying to talk to the recording as well. It was kind of funny. Hey, guess what, Matthew? He ran away, but he was just saying that it doesn't matter about the footage that NASA provides us. So if the footage looks terrible, that doesn't matter. It's about what they did. He said that they wouldn't even need to provide any footage, and that would be enough.
Yeah,
That's
a little embarrassed by that.
Yeah, he ran away, didn't he? That was pretty embarrassing. Yep. Yeah, I'd be embarrassed. All right. I guess I'll hit play. Unless any Globers have any globe evidence or questions about flat Earth, Falats, and T-Dub.
You can ask about anything. Boats over the horizon, satellites, Brenda. T-Dub has a lot of answers for that one. Whatever you guys want to talk about.
Yep.
Yeah, all right then.
And descends with the observer on a globe moving further and closer away, back and forth to a position under Polaris, just like on a flat Earth. Neither point would exist as a fixed triangulatable point in free space at all. So how do the globers get around this? Well, the non-geocentric globers claim parallel light rays. They claim that Polaris is so big and Earth is so tiny that the surface of Polaris is effectively flat, perpendicular to the parallel rays that it emanates. The curved surface is a small point somewhere in fixed space that is bathed in that parallel light. If you understand what just happened here, they reversed the geometry. They took the flat surface that you stand on flat Earth, and they moved it into deep outer space. They took the small point that we see in the sky, which is Polaris, and they made that small point around a globe called Earth. And they preserved the geometry, they just inverted it. So the big mistake has been to claim triangulation with CellNav on a flat Earth this entire time. For the past 3, 4, 5 years, it's been that bad, that long. Anytime this is done, anytime triangulation is invoked, it introduces a means to pinpoint the height of Polaris with triangulation, and you can't do it. We all know you can't. You can't have your triangulation cake and eat it too. There's no proof of a consistent 60 nautical mile per degree of angular change relationship that is everywhere produced on Earth. Therefore, we do not have any consistent distances or orientations of land masses or observers consistent over a flat Earth using CellNav. It's not consistent. It's not as accurate as people claim it to be, at least not without a boatload of corrections. Corrections that contradict the rule. So what can be claimed without contradiction is an observer-dependent relationship to the celestial objects in the sky. Nothing wrong with that. Flat or globe, we don't have this validated angle-distance relationship and orientation over any of the vast distances everywhere consistent in reality. So I do think that flat earthers have steered us wrong over the past 4 years, saying elevation angles to Polaris prove a flat Earth. For the same reason that elevation angles to the sun didn't prove anything either way for Eratosthenes. This was seen as a quick, easy win button that many flat earthers got away with for too long because the globers didn't understand their own geometric consequences of this. This is why we rely on surface measurements directly, lasers, long-distance observations, high-altitude infrared photogrammetry. These are all very valid direct means to assess how flat the Earth is, and we've got an abundance of evidence on our side for this. Use it. Globers are starting to figure out that this elevation angle to Polaris claim is not the easy win button for us, as our side thought it had been this entire time. They're exposing it, and they should, because it's a misused argument. It's on my list of misused arguments and bad arguments for this very reason. Even if there was a consistent 60 nautical mile to 1 degree of elevation change relationship in the sky, even if the orientations of the Earth are kind of what they seem to be on all these maps we have, we still have the flat Earth measurements. It does not comport. There's a big problem here. And what we're exposing, if anything, is how people lie about what they see. And if you're a flat earther and you're still using the azimuthal equidistant map or the Gleason's map as a flawed but somewhat accurate representation of flat Earth, you're still doing it wrong, folks. That is still 100% globe. There's nothing flat about it other than the projection. The projection distorts the globe calculated distances and makes them inconsistent. It's a non-uniform scale. You're forgetting that part. You're forgetting that when you pull up an AE map and show it to your friends as flat Earth, you're forgetting a crucial fact about this map projection. It's that the calculated circumference of 89 degrees north in the very center of the map, 1 degree off from the point of origin. The circumference of 89 degrees north latitude is about 430 miles. And on that azimuthal equidistant map, 89 degrees south, near the furthest outest edge of that map, 89 degrees south, looks like it should be 60 or 70,000 miles in circumference. It's not. If you apply the scale that belongs to the map, that also is 430 miles. Mm-hmm. Elevation angles to Polaris don't prove anything either way on their own. Not without supporting claims to go along with it. If you're going to claim triangulation as a flat earther, you're going to have a bad time with that. Not only are you going to have, you're going to have to claim a distance, a linear distance that is verifiable, which I don't think has ever been really done. But you're going to have an incoherent sky geometry that you have to be comfortable with. I'm comfortable with it, but I'm not comfortable with claiming a distance or linear baselines. Has anybody ever proven that you can stand directly underneath Polaris in the first place? Has anybody taken a 90-degree elevation angle to Polaris? Has that ever been done? We're going to uphold ourselves as a community of zetetic empiricists. We're going to rely on a body of evidence and firsthand observations to back our claims. If we're going to be claiming elevation angles to Polaris, how come nobody in our community has ever been able to produce evidence of a 90-degree angle, elevation angle to Polaris in the first instance? Stop using it or cough up the evidence. You're making us look terrible. All right, I'm going on mute.
Oh, bro. I see my face just blasted on the top, dude. That's so funny.
Ha ha.
I can talk for about 45 minutes. Oh, that was Gemsy. What's up, dude?
Have you seen this this video making its rounds? It was from the Worldwide Debate Server Livestream. And they have this guy on who is
I think everybody's flat in here, AFK, right? They haven't spoke up at all. Paused the video like 4 or 5 times now. Still nothing.
Yeah, man, I posted in the lobby and tagged all of the VC verified, and they're all scared.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Terrified. Yeah,
Terrified of little old me?
Yeah, just told them to get their ass in here. But
Oh, me.
A film camera optics expert. Have you seen this? It came out, I think, yesterday. 6 hours.
No, I haven't. You have a link?
I'll have to post a link later. Maybe if DJ comes on, he can. He shared it with me.
Yeah.
So this guy comes in and he sounds like he's a flat earther. I've never heard of him before. And he's got this highly specialized background in camera and film. And he said, when I first came into this topic, there are two things that were on my mind, top of mind. And that is what is the optics of our world? Is if refraction is the thing, does it favor a flat or a globe reality? And second, for how long have they been able to fake imagery and film and still life and so on? So himself having a background in this, he gets into the details. He goes back to like the 1920s. And he starts playing film through the 1920s, through the 40s and 50s, describing some of these very
Hello, welcome. Loki, you there, brother? Oh, shit. Pulled the T-dub.
yeah, look, that's 1-0 there. 1 win. Yep. It's like 12-second record. He's gone.
Let's go. Well, I got about 30 more minutes.
used for faking scenery. And some of the techniques are really good. Saying, yeah, we've got back in like the 1930s and 40s, they had the equivalent of 16K resolution. And in the 40s, they had the ability to roll film at 400 frames per second. I mean, this is astounding stuff. This is the kind of thing that we're not really familiar with, that they had this technology back then and they were using it.
Right.
He explained a complex process where they can use matte layers to create false images and scenes. And all of this is really building up to examining the Apollo 11 footage. How the camera burn-in was faked. By camera burn-in, I mean there's some segments of the Apollo 11 footage where you can see the moon through the astronauts and the horizon through the astronaut. And it sounded like what he was saying is the camera burn-in feature would make sense. Like if the camera was set up on the moon and you have this bright, intense light that was leaving a burned-in image onto the back of the sensor, that it would leave this ghost in there, kind of like the old school screensavers. They kept your computer monitor from burning in the Windows background. So they said it almost looks like they purposefully did a camera burn-in just to try to make it look more authentic. But then there are some interesting cases where they would move the camera and the horizon moved, which means it wasn't a burn-in. And there was a case where he showed that the camera was still and not moving, and the Apollo LEM, the lunar lander module, which was casting a shadow on the moon, was like lifted off and moved somewhere. It's like, how did that happen? That the shadow moved, the camera stayed still, the horizon is focused. What caused the Apollo landing module leg shadow to move like that? and it was right at the end of what looked like a scene. So it's like they were deciding to pack it up for the day.
There's
Put
a lot of
everything away and
problems
take
with
it out
that
tomorrow.
footage. Yeah.
But man, just all kinds of stuff. He was talking about how they had basically in the 1940s almost a virtual reality experience, which they'd used to train aerial gunners. He described how they had multiple cameras providing a curved screen around the watcher, and the watcher had these guns, and they would create film, basically they'd fly like model airplanes around, and they'd film it, and they would project the film onto the screen, and they had hit detection using these mock-up guns. And they had hit detection built into the background of the screen somehow using light and hitboxes, and they would register hits every time the aerial gunner would successfully hit one of these model aircraft in this movie that he was watching. It read a hit, and it was immersive because the screen surrounded him, like 1940. Like, holy crap, dude! Basically, the case is it seems to be that the special effects industry, which is already pretty secretive, like Hollywood likes to keep their special effects under wraps because they don't want competitors figuring out their camera tricks. But there was a lot of high-end camera trickery that was well known deeper into the past than we think, which means footage from propaganda that we're watching has a higher chance of being faked using techniques that we wouldn't even consider that were available at the time.
Yeah, I mean, I watched those Charlie Chaplin movies with him hanging off of skyscrapers and stuff, and he looks pretty real, and that's from like 1929, so they had the tech.
Right. Overall, an outstanding live stream. I think the worldwide debate server is the community where the flat earth debate people rolled into, hosting Nathan Oakley and all the others. I haven't joined it, but I gotta say, like, if they can get content developers like this, like high-end credentialed people, highly educated, well composed, mature people, the flat earth community's been hurting for content, new content, for a while. Like, we've seen a lot of recycled stuff for the past 2 to 3 years. Not that we don't really need anything new, but it'd be really neat to get some fresh takes on things. More observations, more analysis. It keeps the topic from getting stale, and it draws people in.
Yeah, I need to record some observations that I've done. I've been lazy. I know Indio did a good one just recently, so he's planning on doing some more this year.
Yeah, that's a goal for me too. It had been hard for me to get away. I'm such a busy dude. Working, I have a pretty involved family life.
To see what? Talk. I was just about to ask her how she did.
Sports and activities. Like, I don't
Yeah,
have free time.
Sure.
I got 4 kids myself. It's a hassle.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
But it's fun and it's worth it. I love my family.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. I'd rather do this than to film Flat Earth Proof, but if I can do both, that'd be great. But I've got a huge career pivot coming up that will afford more time, and I'll be able to take very easily some discretionary time throughout the day throughout the week to go do something. But I need to get settled into all that and develop a pace and a reputation first before I start exercising my flex.
Right.
Just need a good half a day. Huh?
I got lucky. I have a job where I can work from home all the time. 2016, I started working with Bitcoin, and that was a good deal for me. So
awesome. And I got into the crypto game really early, back when we had to buy crypto using bank drafts, and it was only Wachovia or Wells Fargo or something, Bank of America, that would accept and give you bank drafts, which you can use to buy Bitcoin with. It was crazy. And then you could mine it yourself, obviously. And the ATI Radeon mining arrays that were out, the ant miners that came out that were not that great.
Yeah, we were mining Ethereum back then.
Yeah, when Ethereum came out, I still think
you could
Ethereum
actually
had
get a few
the most promise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could actually get some from in your own house back then.
Right. I had like 10 or 11 Bitcoin or something at one point. I'm like, damn it.
I'll do one better. My brother and I, we had 70.
Nice.
But we sold and we bought some houses and stuff instead. So I like property, but I wish I would have kept it now, obviously. But you didn't know 2020. This was.
You got to cash out at some point, otherwise you're going to die clutching it.
Right. I mean, I still have some left, but not all that much. Hey, Hackle Dog, you're hot micing. Good morning, by the way. I saw something in the chat about that girl, Secrecy. No, what's her name? Wait. Security. She's new to Flat Earth, and I think she converted, but her husband was in here for a couple of days ago, and they abruptly cut the feed, disconnected. So I was curious to talk to her again and see if he has come around or not. It's always difficult when, I remember when I became a Flat Earther, the first person I wanted to tell was my wife. She didn't take kindly to it, so I can't talk to her about it. But so I understand the problem, the dynamics there. So
yeah, I was the same way. My wife doesn't care. Like, she doesn't get turned off by it, but she isn't curious about it either. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah, it's about that's probably where we're at this point. She lets me have my thing, right? But she doesn't want to talk about it.
My kids are hearing about it in school right now, which is kind of awesome. Like, the kids are starting to talk about it. Public schools.
My son is 6, and he's at that point where they start to show him the globes and stuff like that. So it's difficult.
Yeah, man, that sucks.
And basically, when you turn on YouTube, every other video has the moon and stars and rockets and spaceman and aliens in it. So it's a lot of propaganda that they get on them immediately. It's way too early. They have no critical thinking at that age, really.
I've seen an uptick in random jabs at Flat Earth and cartoon content, social media content for kids and stuff. It seems like that this is happening. I don't know if you're aware, but we had, and back in 24/7 in the home server a few years ago, there was a period of time where over the course of maybe a year or so, we would have all these media people coming in. people from newspapers, people from like USA Today. USA Today in particular sticks out. We had journalists from USA Today come in and wrangle with us and spiral out and lose their freaking minds. And then they'd go write articles that would appear on USA Today about their feelings towards flat earthers. And you can actually go to usatoday.com right now, search flat earth. You're going to see like 20 or 30 articles by the same like two people over a compressed period of time, maybe 2023, I want to say it was, where they're just like coping hard with flat earth.
I think I remember reading these articles when I was flying. Because you get the USA Today for free when you're flying, and I had a job back then that required me to fly around a lot, so I think I remember those articles actually.
Oh, yeah. That's funny.
But I don't know, any publicity is publicity. Maybe people start looking into it. I can't even remember what I was thinking when I read it. I always thought about the helicopter thing. Like, why can't you just fly up, sit in the helicopter for 12 hours, and land somewhere else? That was my first. That was my first question. And it kind of spiraled.
Yeah, like what
there.
Perpetually keeping the air moving with the rotation of the earth. Like, I get there's conservation of momentum, but that energy is going to bleed off due to tangential forces, you could say. Is the air wants to keep going in the direction that it's being flung, and the ground is rotating away underneath it. You're going to have eddy currents. You're going to see, without a mechanism to keep the air moving. Again, you should see the helicopter.
Hello, welcome, Israel. No, that's not your name. Vincent. Salut.
Hey everyone.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, it's so funny. I was out sledding and I can hear, and I'm listening to this in the background, and it's me talking to me. So there you go.
Oh, I feel you, dude.
I hope it entertains someone.
That's good. Probably going to be resuming it in a little bit if nobody speaks up again. Is DJ still on? Oh, DJ dipped.
Right. Well,
I don't know how to cancel an event because I'm going to be leaving in a short bit, maybe like.
Oh, no, you're not.
Earth begins to rotate under it over time.
Anyone who believes in a flat Earth has a flat brain. Flat brainers believe in flat Earth. Flat brainers believe in flat. You have a flat brain. That's why you believe in a flat Earth.
Let's talk
That's excellent.
to this guy then. Who wants him? I have time after you leave, lads, so we can keep the event running. I just got home and I got time
you
to
have
sit.
A flat.
Oh,
you have
perfect.
a
Okay,
flat
cool.
brain.
Why do I have a flat brain?
Because you believe in flat Earth.
Well, it's about that. They just don't
wrong with that?
follow the Earth spins.
That means you are not
it was
very
always
smart.
something that bothered me, and I never. And it's been
You know that's how the Earth is measured?
The Earth is not flat; it's round. Anyone who disagrees has a flat brain and is dumb and autistic and not very smart. I am more smarter than.
Wait, how do you know that the Earth is round?
Since I was a kid, but I
We all because we humans are not dumb like you, and we know the Earth is round.
Yeah,
we
but
can
how?
measure it unlike you because you're a flat earther. You are
Wait, can
not
you show me the
smart. You are
measurements?
Shut up! I'm the one talking. You can talk when I finish. Yeah. So when I finish, you can finally talk.
I didn't
Or I could
really
just
look
mute
into
you. I don't have to. I don't have to listen to you either. So there's that. But yeah, if you could just show me the measurements showing that the Earth is curving, that would be great. I'm gonna unmute you. Hopefully, the next words out of your mouth are gonna be something related to the Earth being measured as curving.
You are a retard.
All right, cool. So that was not.
So that's the
what I
best
was
this
asking
guy's
for.
got.
No, no,
sad.
this is cool. Okay, we can get this guy. Let me unmute him and see if we can talk to him.
Oh, of course, yeah. Go
I
ahead.
love this when they are so confident and cocky, and then we're gonna take them down a notch. Let's see. All right,
You're
guy.
gay. You're
Yeah.
gay.
All right,
You
yeah.
love men.
Hey, let's talk.
You
You
love
and I.
men. You're
You're so
so gay. It
yeah.
starts.
You're so smart,
Of
right?
course, autistic people are gay.
Hey, Ma,
Oh my
6320.
gosh.
Take a chill pill, bro.
You're gay. And a retard.
Okay, Ma, let's just break this down one step at a time. How does that prove the shape of the ground? Because that's what this room is about. You're saying it's round, and anyone who does not believe that has whatever. Our beliefs don't require this. What require from you is to prove that it's round.
Yeah, I actually had to mute him again because we can probably say a lot of stuff, but YouTube really doesn't like when they say the G word. For some reason, it's not okay over there, and so we love to talk to you, guy. But I mean, if you're gonna do that the whole time, we can't have a discussion with you. If you want to try again, you can type in the chat and we'll unmute you. But if you want to be, just weird, then we can't do it.
Yeah, let's see. I'll unmute him. Let's see what he says.
That was so fucking gay of you, man.
Okay, yeah. I should have learned the first 3 times. I'm a dumbass. That's my fault.
Yeah, no. I mean, I wanted to. It was the best ones are when they come in and they tell us that they're the brainiac of the room, right? And they're gonna school us and all that stuff. I cannot wait. It gives me such a dopamine hit when we totally flatten them. So, but if he can't, control himself, then it's difficult.
Yeah, it's rough when they can't even be civil.
Yeah.
Oh well.
But that's unfortunate. I was actually excited. I'm finally home. Had a good day with sledding with the family, and now I came back and I was like, "Yeah, let's talk to some Globers then." But then this guy is just weird.
Hopefully the next ones that come in after I'm gone will be great. Not bad like this guy. Bro, this guy's so weird. Oh, look what he's typing in the side chat. Holy. It's like all he could think about.
I'm wondering if we should maybe text mute him as well. I don't know. He's just such a weird guy.
No, Matrix beat me to it.
Oh, he got him. Good job,
Yeah.
Matrix. It's so weird.
Well, that's like all he could think about. Just balls and cucumbers and hot dogs. The projection is intense with this one.
So the more they hate Flat Earth, the more degenerate they become. And another classic example, ladies and gentlemen.
I was excited, man. He said he had Earth curve measurements. Oh, man.
I like when they come in and they just have a flatline spiral like that. They just dive headfirst into it. You're this, you're that. Flat Earthers are stupid. And they just have a full tear meltdown. Sit back and it's just like, you got it all out now. And then they'll go for a second wind. And then they run out. And my other favourite ones, my all-time favourite ones, are the ones that drop in here. I've got a PhD in this, this, and this, and I'm an expert in that. And as soon as they start rattling off their credentials, it's like, you're gone. I love that shit.
Yeah, those are the favorite. I mean, that's nothing gets better than that. When they start out with Dunning-Kruger at level 10, and then quickly they realize, but we've had some good discussions that started out like that, and then you ask them a couple of questions and they kind of mellow out a little bit. So I was hoping this guy would do that, but we didn't even have a chance to ask him about his belief. So That was
Yeah,
unfortunate.
like level 10 spiral right off the bat, like Matrix said.
Yeah.
Just the existence of this room. Oh, dude.
All right, Globers, we're here for you if you want to have a nice discussion. We don't even have to debate. We can just talk. Don't be shy. And if we have some people over on YouTube, thanks for hanging out with us today. I know we've been playing a lot of old content, but we're here now. So if you want to come and join, we can talk to you. Or if you want to interact over on YouTube, feel free to type something in the chat. I'll read some comments while we wait for people.
We got in the side chat earlier asking how does a 24-hour sun work on a flat Earth?
Oh, we had one in the chat.
Yeah, that was when was that? About 6 minutes ago at 05.
Well, if he comes back, we'll address it.
Yeah. Lopard? Who's this guy?
It's Gunslinger.
Ah, of course.
You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. It's Gunslinger.
Yeah.
Ain't that right?
Well, welcome back.
What's up? You guys get ready to get into it with me, huh? Once again.
Right. We're gonna follow up first of all. Give me a second, because you had a task you should complete, right?
Oh yeah, I didn't get to it recently, but I'm gonna get to it now while we talk about something
Let's
else. Yeah.
I'll repeat it back to you. I will read up on curve calculations. That was Thursday, January 29 at 11:57 a.m. So go right ahead.
Uh-oh.
I don't let shit go. If you say you're going to do something, you're going to have that thing hanging over you until you do it.
Give me a second, big fella.
Take all the time you need.
Uh-oh.
I take notes. Josh said he was going to come back with some pictures from space by some amateur satellite launching people. Did he ever do that?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, we're not going to let the Globers come in here and just nilly-willy make claims and not backing them up. That's not going to happen. Not on my watch, at least. All right, let's go check YouTube while we wait. See if there's something cool happening over there. Flatloid stream is up and running.
All right, so basically, what you got with Earth curve calculator, yeah, is a rough calculation of a drop from a horizontal tangent line, yeah. A tangent line is not what eye sees from a specific elevation. You understand that? That's the first part, yeah. It's a rough guide, the curve calculator. Yeah. Also, the curve calculator doesn't take
What's its
into
margin
account
of
the
error?
refraction.
What's its margin of error?
Man, shut your mouth. Also,
What's its margin of error? You said it's rough.
What's
What's
your margin of error?
So what's its range?
What is whose range?
Calculator's range. What's the margin of error?
How can you guess what a margin of error is if you don't know weather conditions?
So I don't think you really know.
I think you
I think
need
you're
to
talking
stop
out your
interrupting
ass.
me,
I think
man.
you're
Yeah.
just trying to look for
I
excuses
think you
why
need
we
to
don't
calm
see
down
the
a little.
geometry. That's what I think. I think
you
you're
need,
just looking for excuses, bro.
I think you need to calm down a little.
All
Yeah.
right, because I'm yelling. Yeah.
Nah, because you interrupted me while I'm talking. That's not a good
Yeah, because you
decorum.
made a point and I wanted to address it.
Nah, I still didn't make it. You didn't let me finish.
No, you did make a point. So you want to make point on top of point on top of point, and then you'll probably leave before we can address any of them.
I never leave, boy. Second
Well,
of all,
how about from now on, instead of you claim stacking bullshit, why don't you make one point and then you back it with verifiable data? And then when we look through that and go, you know what, that's pretty sound, or if it's broken, we can inform you of such, then we go on to the next one when you can see.
Okay, let's go one by one then.
So what's your first point?
Do curve calculators take into account atmospheric effects? Tell me that, Matrix.
Some of them
Matrix,
do.
tell me that, boy.
Some of them do. Yes, some of them do.
Most of them don't. Most of them don't. The ones you guys use to prove that the fucking curve is missing. You guys
Hold on a second, Globe-Tarded. Why is it you just asked a question, I gave you an answer, and then you decide to answer it anyways? If you already knew the answer to the question, why did you bother asking it?
I don't know, but you guys use the
You
ones.
asked me if some of them take into consideration atmospheric conditions. Well, the problem is they do afterward. Why are you talking through me? Fuck me dead. You just had to whinge at someone else for doing it, and now you're doing it to me. Probably the worst person to do it to. Right.
I agree.
Some of them do. Okay, I'm going to do it the old school way. I'll get the answer out eventually. Some of them do take into consideration, but they do it post hoc, not pre. You don't insert the information first. It gives you an answer of how much refraction there should be, and then you go out and do the job. You do it afterwards, and then people adjust the slider to bastardize what their answers should be. So they're not doing it pre like they should be doing it properly.
Right. So it matches your observation. Nobody actually goes out and measures the air temperature at the target and the observation site and anywhere in between, and then says, right, we should expect to see X, and then, oh look, we see X. Nobody's doing that, bro.
So now you've got your answer. Next point.
Why then in all of your guys like observations you use the most rudimentary basic one? Huh?
Because we don't need to calculate for something that's not there.
We've actually got quotes from universities that say it's good. Well, hey, we've got quotes from universities saying it's good enough. It'll do. It's good for practical purposes. And we've got quotes from Andrew Thomas Young, the so-called expert in the field of refraction, right, terrestrial refraction, saying, look, it's just a standard. Like, you can just use 7/6R. That's good for most surveyors. Use that for most of the time. You're not going to find being much different to that. They say, even though you never see that. Yeah.
Hey, don't be talking about
it's
no
good enough.
surveyors, man.
Do you know what you know when they account for refraction, 7/6R? It turns that equation of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height into feet into 1.32. 1.32, not 1.225, 1.325 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
I don't want to hear you guys talk about surveys.
Yeah, you wouldn't know all these details because you just talk out your ass.
We want you to acknowledge what he just said. Instead of talking shit, Globe-Tard, shut up.
Calm down.
Instead of talking shit, acknowledge what T-Dub just said. He's just told you how the refraction that you're begging for is calculated, and you just started talking shit and pretended like he didn't even speak. This is unacceptable. You come in here asking questions, and then it's basically, fuck off, I don't want to hear it. If you don't want to listen to what he's saying, don't be in here, my friend. Go to another channel and talk shit.
I don't know why you're talking with me, Matrix. I didn't come here for you, but you sound wind up for me.
Seriously, you ask non-related questions and then you dribble on with shit for hours and hours on end. Hey, Globetard, see where it says mute and the number behind it? The next level is you getting expunged from the room. I hope you can comprehend the seriousness of that. You are ban evading. You're lucky we haven't just kicked you out for practice. You are our entertainment. Comprehend that. And no, I'm not mad at you. I'm highly disappointed that someone would ask a question expecting an answer, and then when someone else goes out of their way to help you out, to enlighten you, you just basically start rambling through them and pretend that they didn't even speak. This is my disappointed voice, mate. Highly disappointed. I know because of your whatever country you're from, you don't understand the Australian accent, but this is me highly disappointed. Step it up a notch. Or step out. Sorry, guys. He's just a fuckwit.
Well, he's going to make a couple of claims like, the gas curve calculators are just there for a rough estimate, right? Then he's got to be able to provide the margin of error either side. So within what range are we talking? So like if I observe a horizon distance of 10 miles from 1 foot, is that within that range? Yeah, you happy with that? Right. If I see the full structure of a building at 15 miles, 20 miles, when it should be half hidden, by the curvature of the earth, is that within the range? Like, give us a range. Like, how rough is it? Does it account for like 100 miles looking flat?
You
1,000
think you're
miles
going to
looking
get that
flat?
out of him?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Like, I get what you're saying. Your calculator's wrong. Okay, I accept that. Can you provide me with something that's useful? I've always wondered if that gunslinger clown is Rob Utah. Just as annoying.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Alright, finally gonna get to listen to this song now. What happened? Have they done something to the bot? Well, we've got a couple of new visitors. Lamos. And Lagon. And also, is it Ildico? I'm closing up the screen.
Hey guys, I got a question for, T-Dubs or Matrix, or really anyone who wants to engage. Obviously, if the flat earth, is true and whatnot, and you guys are right, obviously there's huge global conspiracies in order to maintain fraudulent systems and suppress, correct systems and yada yada, right? So like, is there anything to be done about that? Like apart from spreading knowledge and and dispelling lies, right? Is there anything to be done to disrupt this system of arguably the most powerful people to ever exist?
So you're assuming there is some hectic conspiracy going on. What if it's just misinformation that's been passed on generationally? Like to start off with, there was one mistake and it's just been continued on.
Well, because it's independently verified by several countries across the world. Like again, we have to establish that all space agencies are fake.
Yeah, that's a fair statement. It's independently verified by whom?
By the space agencies. Like,
But they're
like
not going out
not to
measuring the
mention
ground.
physicists and engineers and
No,
surveyors.
stop. Let's go to the space agencies. They're not outside measuring the ground. They're in offices doing computer work. They're in engineering sheds building componentry and then passing it on to the next guy. They're all compartmentalized. They don't know what the next guy actually does. They just know that their particular component must be manufactured to the 1,000th of an inch and then passed on to the next guy. He just has to concentrate on his particular component.
Right. So, but like again, if we're
so how does he
about,
know? So what has me manufacturing triangles, drilling holes in them, and measuring them up and making sure they're perfect, and then passing them to the guy that fits the triangles? What has that got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Sure. Again, that the manufacturer has little to do with the shape of the Earth for sure. But what about like again the people who monitor the locations of satellites and make sure that they don't hit each other, and astronauts obviously like these people have to be directly involved in the lie, correct?
So you've seen how plane radar systems work.
I mean tentatively like
You've got a rough idea.
Sure. Yeah.
Same thing. That's it. Same thing.
Right, but you're talking about a physical,
over a flat surface,
a representation of a physical phenomena, right? Transposed into data.
Okay,
right?
Brown, you've got this idea in your head that there's people running around everywhere just measuring the ground, confirming that it's a ball. No, they are not. They are all exactly the same as you and me. We were taught something at school, we blindly accepted it, and went on our merry way.
Right, but like the people who launch Starlink satellites, right? They are using specifically orbitable mechanics, right, in order to maintain.
They tell you they are.
Right. So exactly. So but that's.
So how can you confirm it? So you're telling me they are most definitely doing it. Now, how can you confirm this, other than the fact affirming the consequent? Oh, look, the satellites are in the sky because of orbital mechanics. Orbital mechanics works because there's satellites in the sky, huh?
No, I'm not even stating that it is true. What I'm stating is that's what they're saying, right? And they're saying.
Well, we know what they're saying. This is the problem. A lot of them say a lot of things. We need to be able to verify that it's true and correct.
Right, but again, there are plenty of satellite technicians across the world from many different countries, right? They're all purporting to use orbital mechanics to let these satellites orbit the Earth, right? They have to be.
Yeah, but what is orbital mechanics?
The ways and laws that govern how things orbit larger masses, right?
So you don't even know what it is. So here's you telling me about these other guys telling you. It's just stories passed on, mate.
What did I say?
We want verification of these stories. This is why we're in here. One of the stories told we live on a ball. So let's go and measure the ball and confirm the story. It turns out, when measured, not a ball.
Right. So, but again, if we're talking about like satellites specifically, like
we're talking about the ground, and you're using satellites to prove the ball.
No, I'm saying if
we've measured the ground, so we can eliminate the satellites. We don't care, Brown. We don't care what things flying in the sky are doing. If you're claiming things flying in the sky, it's a necessity for them to be on a ball. Let's just put them to the side, measure the claimed ball. If it's a ball, so be it. If it's not, well, it's not, because we've measured it. Then we come to other problems. You can't acknowledge those other problems. You seem to believe that orbital mechanics is going to save you, but just put that aside. Check the initial problem in the first place. The initial claim is orbital mechanics requires a globe to go around. Okay, I agree with you. If they're claiming orbital mechanics, it requires the globetard. Let's go and measure the globetard. If it's there, you've got your orbital mechanics. If it's not, somebody's not telling the truth.
Right, so we can agree that it measures locally flat, and we can also agree that it's very difficult to measure an enormous object.
How many locally flats do you need? And let's also define something. What is defined as locally flat?
Perceivably flat, like imperceptually curved, right? Like again, we all agree that the Earth.
What is your definition of locally flat?
I just gave it to you. Perceivably.
No, local as in distance. How far? 5 miles?
I don't have an exact measurement for you.
So you make a call that something is locally flat. Locally to me is a range, a distance.
Sure.
How far is your locale? Where do you pull up and say it's not local anymore? It becomes global.
It clearly depends on, like, just for one example, your height.
So it's a variable. So you're making the globe non-falsifiable. That's what you're doing.
I don't believe that that's what I'm doing. Again, because
that's what you're doing. Giving up, Brown. If you're not going to give me a distance of local, you are specifically being obtuse for the purpose of making it falsifiable. That's what you're doing.
For sure. 1 mile radius for sure. But again, in terms of
okay, so 1 mile radius, we're shooting beyond that. So your 1 mile claim of local is false.
I get it's not false. It isn't applicable to your long range measurements, right? But it isn't necessarily.
So you're listen carefully. If you're doing a measurement, right? Your measurement is 1 mile, right, and you're saying it can be flat in 1 mile. Okay, that's fair. That's good. We're shooting 40 plus miles. So your 1 mile flatness is now superseded by 39 more of them, end to end. Our 40-mile measurements are crushing your 1 mile locale. So when you say it's locally flat, we're going, well, now we're out to 40 miles. And when you think about it, you put us in the center, a 40-mile circle. We've now got 80 miles across.
Right. So just to clarify, when you're referring
to not 1 mile then.
Just to clarify, you asked me to define it. I told you I didn't have a range, and then you refuted that. I told you
because why didn't you have a range?
It's not true. I don't have a range.
So you're trying to make it non-falsifiable. That's what you're doing. You're not intentionally doing it. This is just a defense mechanism from Globies. That's all it is. If you make it non-falsifiable, then I've still got my globe. That's how your thinking is. You don't even know you're doing it deliberately. You're not. It is just a defense mechanism. If he can't falsify it, it's still a globe.
I'm simply trying to illustrate my point, right? That even with a 0 mile radius, even on a singular point, if you extend,
you're supposed to be going the other way, not smaller. You're supposed to be going bigger.
Let me talk, please.
Then stop doing it wrong. You're supposed to be going bigger.
You're not engaged. Listen, you want me to engage with specifically what you're saying, and I am with the point that I tried to bring.
You're scattergunning. You're all over the place. You're trying to use satellites to prove something, and then you're talking about locally flat. You're the one that's all over the place, kid. Straight line it. Focus.
I'm trying. I was trying to focus on satellites. You wanted me to come down to the ground, correct? Because
the reason for it, you spoke of orbitable.
Talk about satellites.
The reason for it, your orbital mechanics has a very, very, very specific requirement that it goes around a globe, a spheroid. If there's no spheroid, there's no orbital mechanics. For fuck's sake, kid. When are you going to comprehend this? You can tell me about all of these things, and that's when you stepped across, but it's locally flat. You tried to break down our measurements and have the excuse of it's locally flat. And that's why I questioned you on the local distance. You need a sphere for orbital mechanics. That's it. If you've got no sphere, you have to now find out how these things are operating. Not me. It's not a me problem.
I mean, to answer your original question, though, I mean, like that's a point of personal. I guess it's a personal prerogative. I mean, once you receive this information, what do you do with it? Like, as far as like authorities that are trying to present something different to the world, well, it's up to you. I mean, some people are writing to their heads of state, heads of government, federal government. Some are taking opportunity to have their 2 minutes at the podium inside their local government or talking to state representatives. Those in the States, people are doing that. They're presenting the evidence quickly and expressing their grievance about being misled. Right, and certain authorities within their federal government, misleading the masses. and how the tax dollars are getting wasted, right? So other people make video content. Other people come into places like on platforms like this and talk about it. Other people, I guess, just go about their day. They don't really have time or the interest in trying to do something about it. They just understand. They just have the new information, and they understand their reality better now, and they go about their life without really doing anything. It's like just personal preference.
Right. So just to clarify, and I appreciate that, but my original question was, when it comes to what is to be done about these arguably this authority that's perpetrating the lie, right? The refutation was that it isn't necessarily that, but it is potentially just a connection of, misleading and misinformation, untrue facts that are the basis of all that has come after it. But my point, bringing up the satellites, was that individuals who use these things and are able to then accomplish outcomes, whether it be launching satellites or figuring out meteorology based on weather data, all these things are based off of those assumptions, and then they work. So that my point was that they have to be lying in and of themselves, like massive millions and millions of people
Not
have to be lying.
necessarily.
Well,
Not
why not?
necessarily.
They're directly using these things. Like anyone who
No,
participates in
they
satellite
no.
launching
Go on.
has to be lying, right?
Yeah, no. So they go about all their their tasks and their duties as was already talked about with your matrix, and then they see something get shot up into the sky, and they're told everything that their understanding of the globe and all the mechanics and everything is in operation, right? Oh, and so they go sit down at their computer and they receive the data and they think it's true, right? Because there's looking at data on the screen, but you don't know how they're receiving that data, where the data's coming from, right?
Right. So
It could
someone
be
has to
all
be
just a
sending that to someone else.
simulation,
Someone has to be lying to them.
right? Yeah.
Well, because again, the rocket didn't go up into space. It must have then crashed somewhere, correct? Right? Or returned to Earth and then be
It
reclaimed by another
does.
group of people.
It does. They
So
admit that.
no, I'm not
That's
saying that.
how it
I'm saying that
works.
must be the case, right? So it must be the
That
case
that
that
is
it's
the case. That's how they say it works.
well. There's plenty of now rockets can return, but again, plenty of rockets blast up into space and then parts of them
Yeah,
don't
not
return.
all of them.
No, there's plenty of stuff that
I'm
falls back to Earth.
I'm skeptical about the footage I've seen of Elon's self-landing rockets.
Right, I would imagine so, but regardless, like this
They look fake. The footage looks fake.
of the self-landing rockets.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
why not self-landing, but like the ones that return.
Right, but again, you have to be skeptical of all of their stuff because they're saying that they're going into space, and then they have videos from space, and
Yeah, I think
there's
Elon himself
microgravity
is
on the
skeptical
ISS.
about it.
Right, so but like you obviously have to be skeptical about everything that they say because like astronauts on the ISS, they have to be lying to you, right? I'm just trying to figure out again, it isn't just a
Yes.
collection of misinformation. People have to be lying with the knowledge that they're lying in order to perpetrate the lie, right? So this cabal of people who have been able to orchestrate this, right, have to be super powerful given their levels of orchestration on a global scale.
But
that was my point from the beginning.
Look, I don't know enough about it, right? But I have entertained the notion, mentally, personally, that the math, and what they're saying is happening, right? Well, potentially it's just it just doesn't those values and everything and their little letters and that actually don't represent what we're told they represent. They represent other variables, right? That which then in turn allows them to be able to achieve and accomplish certain things. Like possibly, look, it's Sunday for me, so I can I can speculate. Look, maybe things they've discovered, things they can exploit, the environment, right, at high altitude in ways that we don't understand, right? Like that they think they understand. Also, some certain people think they understand, but it's not operating the way they think it is, right? It's operating in a different way, right? So that things are staying aloft at super high altitudes in a manner that they could say it's going around a globe, yet it's just in motion above a plane.
Right. I'm not saying that you're explicitly stating this because you just said you didn't know for sure, but like just to clarify, like it is more likely to you that we live on a flat plane where there's secret technology keeping things at a higher altitude being perpetrated by a cabal of liars than that the Earth is spherical and ground measurements are irreliable for such a large mass, such a large,
Look,
thing.
I can't deny that at some point somebody has to be lying, right? Because especially with the imagery, right? That they say that, like Discover and I can't remember the name of the other one. Himawari, that's it. Saying, and they're declaring, no, this is not strips of data. This is raw imagery, right? Like not raw imagery because they do
But
admit it goes through
transmitted
process.
data,
Right. The public is not privy to the raw data, but they're saying, no, trust us. This, we've run it through software and we've done some processing, blah blah blah. But essentially, this is a complete, full captured image of the Earth from at least one side, right? Like the Himawari, right? They're swearing and declaring, no, we haven't done much to this. There's a camera on a thing. What is it? 25,000 miles away or 1,000,000 miles away or some crap, right? And it's taking imagery of Earth in full, right? And we're not doing much to the data as far as processing comes. This is what we're told, like that there's a lens on a device very, very far away from the surface, capturing it a full image of the Earth as a circle. I don't buy it. I'd like it if they're a bit more transparent with that information.
So right, but just to clarify, that interaction.
So someone is lying.
That interaction happens hundreds of thousands of times all across the world. Within the span of decades or whatever. Different agencies independently perform this exact same act for the exact same purpose, right? So my whole point is that not only does it have to point that someone is lying, but it has to point to an incredibly powerful person or a group of people lying, and then therefore using their resources to perpetrate said lie, which just logistically would cost a shit ton of resources.
I don't necessarily think so.
What did I say that like is does not follow from what you said?
Well, they could be independently just realizing that, hey, we can fake it too, or maybe they're thinking, well, they say they're actually doing it. We don't know. We're just going to pretend to do it, and that puts us up there with the Joneses, so to speak, the international high prestige Joneses, right? Like now we're a nation that is to be contended with as well. Look at our technology. Look what we can do, even though we're not really doing it. I mean, who's gonna dog on each other? Is the US going to say?
Like there's been plenty of whistleblowers, like plenty of again snipers who say they don't give a shit about the curve of the Earth, and pilots who say it looks flat all the time, and but I've never heard of a satellite technician whistleblowing about the shape of the Earth. Like they would have to be killed, I would imagine, right, to keep the lie in, or silenced, or yada yada. But again, that's more resources. It's more.
But why would they know the shape of the Earth? Why do you have this assumption that a satellite technician, so his job is to sit behind a computer screen and collect data? That's
but
it.
What data are we talking about? Like he said earlier, video data.
You're the one telling the story. You tell me how a guy sitting behind a computer screen collecting data has a prior knowledge of the Earth as a ball because of him sitting behind a compuder screen. Please tell us all this.
Absolutely. If you're watching live video feed from a satellite, and
that's not what they're doing.
Some of them absolutely are. Right. I'm not saying every single satellite technician is doing that. I'm saying some of them absolutely are doing that. Right. And if that then corroborates with the it looks like that the Earth is spherical.
Okay, so this is just my photos of space. Brown, stop. Brown, stop. What you've got is photos from space. That's what you're saying. There's a guy sitting behind a computer desk looking at photos from space.
Correct.
If the photos from space are real and we live on a ball, we should be able to measure it. We've already been through this. There is zero measured curvature. So someone is lying. It's not us because we can go and verify this right now.
Right, but just to clarify, what you're referring to measuring is shooting a laser.
Right, just stop for a second, think about it. How can you
I'm
verify the
engaging with
videos in comparison to us going outside and comparing the ground right now?
Well, again, those are two completely different things.
So you're taking his word for it.
No,
you're making up hypotheticals that you can't validate.
Engage with me instead of talking over me. Please engage with me.
You're making hypotheticals you can't validate.
You can verify the location of satellites relative to your position, right? And then
so that's a data point from point A to point B. It doesn't give you a three-dimensional ball.
You can verify from your point to the satellite. If you let me continue, you can verify what the satellite is then showing, right? And then corroborate that data based on what you can confirm from the ground, right? So that is just one way you can verify.
Okay, so let's just break that down. What I can confirm off the ground. So let's just pick one. ISS. I can go, ISS is 250 miles from me, full stop.
Mm-hmm.
Out of that data, you're going to now extrapolate that and make a ball?
Okay, what I'm specifically showing is that...
Yes or no? How do you get a ball out of a straight line distance?
Listen, I'm not doing triangulation. I'm trying to illustrate that the satellite is where...
You're trying to illustrate that this ball is a necessity. You're trying to illustrate the ball is a necessity. How do you get a fucking ball out of a straight line?
Dude, push the vein.
Answer the question. Listen, Brown.
I'm trying to. Listen to yourself. Calm down.
You're not fucking trying to. You're filibustering about shit I don't fucking care about. You've got a satellite in the sky. You've told us about it. That's fantabulous. I want to know how from my fucking house to me getting a measurement of 250 miles to a random fucking satellite, does that prove a boltard? It doesn't. You're making up cool stories to justify your belief in a globe. Do it the easy way, kid. Go and measure the fucking ground. It's as simple as that. When you get an answer, and it'll come back as flat, I'll save you the heartache, then you can go, now that is interesting. How does all this other shit work? Does it really affect me? There's a lot of other questions you need to come to. But at the moment, you're still hooked on, I need to justify the globe for my belief system. That's what you're doing. There's a guy who sits at a desk and collects data, and he tells me the photos show it's a ball. So go and measure it and prove it is. Seriously, kid. And another reason why they probably just don't know or don't care, you sound pretty young. Have you ever gone to a new job where they're still using prehistoric software and you're forced to use it? You ever considered the fact that maybe they're still using older software and they're just like, well, that's going to cost us $10 trillion to upgrade it. We're not really going to do that. You're stuck using this old shit?
Assalamu alaikum.
What are you going to do when they launch Artemis 2? What are you?
They've already bumped the date. We'll do the same thing we did last time.
Weren't they supposed to launch next week?
They already bumped it. It's already been bumped, pushed back.
Where's our refund at? Think any of the footage will be credible?
If you scroll up inside chat to 43 minutes past the hour, that's what I think of your rockets.
I'm for it, man. That guy you were just talking to got cooked. Like, it was in real time. He was like, wait a minute. I am making this circular logic fallacy. It was beautiful.
Yeah, a lot of them seem to have this idea that there's some grand conspiracy with millions and millions and millions of people all conspiring to make sure that little Matrix believes he lives on a globe. No, it's just people that have passed on misinformation. That's all it is. Like, seriously, think about it logically. Which would be easier to control? 28 actonauts or 7.4 billion people? Which ones would be easier to control?
So just clarify, someone is controlling them and lying by proxy, correct?
Which one would be easier to control? 28 people or everyone else?
So, but they are. So 28 is the correct answer. And are they controlling those 28 people? Is someone controlling those 28 people?
Who knows?
You just said. You just said.
Speculation Sunday. I can do what I like.
Yeah, they're Masons, right? All astronauts are in the club. And how do you? I just can't wait to see you explain how the female's hair is all hairsprayed up. She'll be.
Oh, he doesn't care about that.
Stiff.
All he cares about is the guy that sits behind the computer desk staring at satellite data. He thinks it's a pure video feed that comes through, and somebody's there monitoring it.
Yeah, but he can't even fathom that the astronauts could, either be compromised or part of the club to lie.
I'm not saying that they can't be. I'm saying it has to be a lie. Matrix is saying that it doesn't have to be a lie. There doesn't have to be a grand conspiracy. I'm saying there does have to be a grand conspiracy.
No, the astronauts, it's not grand, but the astronauts are definitely in on the lie.
So who controls the astronauts?
The fucking Masons.
Okay, wonderful. So the Masons control specifically the astronauts and nothing else. There's no other sources to dictate.
What are you talking about? No, of course it's part of the cabal.
But that's what I'm saying. Of course, the cabal. Matrix just said there's no cabal. So you're just
no. He just said there doesn't have to be millions of people. You're conflating. You're strawmanning his argument.
So just to clarify, Matrix, is there a cabal?
Your story, is there? You're the one. You're the one that suggested it.
Amphibious, there has to be a cabal, right?
You're the one that said. Oh, he's gonna go.
I did suggest it. I mean, it's kind of inarguable at this point.
Exactly, I agree. It's inarguable, right? So, but Matrix is arguing it.
Didn't mean to straw man his position.
No, you got it right. Is that he doesn't think there's a cabal, or he won't admit there's a cabal. That there has to be a cabal.
I'm not the one that suggested a cabal. All I'm saying is, if you're going to control people, it's a lot easier to control 28 as opposed to the rest of them. That's all you've got. About 28 people that have ever claimed to be to space.
Right, but then what about this video data? Right, someone has to be manipulating said video.
You're claiming video data, yet you've presented none.
I can show you videos. You've seen satellite footage. Don't act dumb, right? There is clear.
No, stop. The satellite footage you're claiming is not the data that guys sitting at a terminal receive. You seem to be conflating two separate things.
You don't think that the video data is streamed
YouTube videos that you get given, YouTube videos that you get given, that me, you, and everyone else in this panel can jump on YouTube and go and watch, is not what satellite engineers receive. That is not the data they're manipulating.
Sure. Is it similar to how someone could live stream to YouTube so they could transmit the data from their camera?
Not even related. Right. It's just numbers.
It's not at all similar to transmitting camera data to another source.
And now you're conflating two separate things. It's just data. It comes up on the ground. You're expecting images, as in photogramming.
What are images?
I'm talking ones and zeros. Pure data. Numbers only.
Are cameras exclusively ones and zeros?
And all of a sudden now he's gone off into another non sequitur.
I'm trying to illustrate that cameras.
Brown recluse. Brown, shut the fuck up.
No, you don't.
Brown, we're comparing a direct image, okay? A photo of a car, a house, a horse maybe, in comparison to a grid of numbers. 1002 85937-4. We're talking pure data grids. When I say data, I'm not talking transferred data, as in it's all ones and zeros. I'm talking, think old school grid data in comparison to a photograph, a film. You seem to be conflating the two to make up some bullshit argument. I don't know why. The guys sitting behind terminals just get numbers. And out of that, they calculate distances or whatever they break it down to. I don't really care. You seem to think that they're getting direct live feed video and they're watching that and going, oh, look, Brown's going to enjoy this.
They are receiving video data. It's live streamed. So what I'm illustrating is that the live
So they are. Verify it. Validate it.
Okay, let me send you a video. Let me send you a video.
So he's going to send me a video of something that he can't prove is real in the first place.
Okay, listen.
Brown, Brown, you're misconstruing again. Stop doing that. No, you're the one who's not engaging. You're the one who's deliberately breaking down the arguments to some left field weird shit. Stop doing that. You have to prove to us that this data is coming from a satellite that is in the vacuum of space. You can't do that. Your only methodology is, again, affirming the consequent. You're going round in circles. It's cyclic. Your proof of this data is, here's the video. We can see the video. Any fuckknuckle can get on YouTube. We want to know that it is true and correct. We don't care about YouTube. We want to be able to prove the data is actually coming from where it is claimed to be coming from. And when that is validated, verified or proven, then what it is looking at is true and correct. Why do you go off on these left field tangents? Like, seriously, kid.
If I may illustrate, I'm not even saying that satellite videos prove the globe. I'm trying to illustrate from before that.
Excellent, so we don't need it. Next.
What I'm trying to say is that whoever's producing that data has to be a liar in the same way an astronaut does. So that refutes your explanation that only 28 people have to lie.
Is he lying?
Many more people than that have to lie.
Is he lying?
What?
Or is he just manipulating data? So a film comes in, okay, there's a guy sitting at a desk, and the data comes in, and he is told by his boss, what you have to do is make sure that this image is nice and clean. That's it.
Okay, so
he doesn't know that the Earth's a flat or a ball or a dodecahedron. He's got no proof of that. All his job is to make sure that the video he's got is nice and clean. That's all.
Where did you get the video from? Was it the astronauts?
Your story.
No, it's not my story.
Brown, this is what we're trying to get through your head. You can't verify, validate, or prove where it comes from.
Sure, if that's what you think, buddy. That wasn't my point. My point was that more than 28 people have to lie. That was what I was trying to illustrate, and that your figure of only astronauts being the global perpetrators of the lie is not...
No, I didn't say that. My statement was quite clean and clear. It is easier to control and or manipulate 28 people as opposed to everyone else.
Obviously, it's way easier to control, half of the people than everybody else, right? So, but half of the people being controlled is a grand cabal, right? So you're illustrating...
Bram, hold on.
Yeah.
Bram,
so that's your claim.
Hold on just 1 second. Lie about what specifically? What are they lying about?
The shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth, right? Knowledge.
No. You could be bullshitting about space and still think that the Earth's a globe and still genuinely believe the Earth's a globe, but you're still lying about going to space.
Right. I agree to that. But what I'm trying to illustrate,
like Neil Armstrong, let's just say, like hypothetically, right? Neil Armstrong completely faked going to space.
Right.
Right. He could still genuinely believe the Earth's a big spinning space ball. Right. So could everyone around him.
Sure. Again, I don't say they have to believe it, but they're still lying to perpetrate the thing. It's still a lie, right? To perpetrate that there is grand knowledge about the globe, right? And that is more than just Neil Armstrong.
No,
it's
no, no. It's just
the film
about
crew.
America winning the space race and being the first people to go to space, right? So they're not lying about the globe; they're lying about going to space.
Yeah, can we try something
big
with this
difference.
guy? Like, dude, it's not a
النجم
lie
الثاقب
if
هو
they.
ده الوحيد العربي اللي زيي كلهم بقى جيج.
Yeah, homie, it's not a lie. What they're doing is they're promoting nationalistic propaganda.
Just
Okay.
what's like? Listen.
Okay,
I
it's
don't
not about
disagree.
it's not about deceiving people, because for it to be a lie, they would have some motivation that they're trying to get something from you.
Not necessarily.
People-
No, absolutely not.
yeah,
If I say I know,
Well, why
what
would they lie then? Can you answer that? Why would they lie?
Absolutely. I mean, again, because A, they're being paid to, or C, they want to perpetrate the lie that they know that the Earth is a globe, right? So
No,
if you
it's a
don't know that the Earth is a
propaganda.
globe-
It's
Right, but
about
propaganda is a
the
lie
art of
still.
it's the art of war.
Right, which is still you're
You want-
lying about your prowess and your knowledge and your
But they're not lying
superiority
to
to the other
you.
person.
They're not
Yes,
lying
they
you. They're not lying to you. They don't even know who you are.
Okay, they're lying if they say that they went to the moon and it was truly like a set, right? They have to be lying about having gone to the moon, correct?
Yeah, but they're not lying to you.
They're
That's
lying
what
to the
you-
public. They're lying to the
No,
public.
they're not even lying to the public.
They absolutely are.
That's a deception. It's a play. It's like a bluff.
It's not a lie. It's a deception.
Yeah, what they're doing is they're advancing American hegemony across the globe.
Yeah, I don't
by
disagree.
showing they've got the power, the technology to project American might all the way to the moon.
Right, but again,
that has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. In fact, it's contradictory to the Earth being a globe. Carl Sagan said it best, that it's the most ironic token of all of human history. That here you go, you've got this peaceful exploration of space that's hallmarked by psychopathic levels of deranged violence against third world countries who can't even defend themselves. Dropping like 17 megatons of conventional explosives on Southeast Asia, while telling you at the same time they're going to space for world peace. It wasn't a lie. It was about flexing. They wrote papers about this. Amish found tons of them.
So
this
how
was,
is it?
all this was to showcase just how powerful America is.
Right, but they
Look at
weren't
this
that powerful
rocket.
because they faked it. It's a deception. They lied.
deception,
Like I don't
yeah.
understand how you're saying it's not a lie. Like how is that not cognitively dissonant to you?
Because
you're
for
saying
you, it's not a lie because it didn't include you. You're not part of that.
What do you mean I'm not a part of it? If
You're completely exempt from that. Because if they lied or if they didn't lie, either way, it doesn't change anything for you. You're going to think the Earth is a globe or not a globe based on other sets of criteria that have nothing to do with a space mission some 60 years ago.
Obviously, if they went to the moon, right, that would corroborate, right, the heliocentric model, right? That
Why?
the moon, because the moon is a real place and not a light in the sky, right? And that
Okay,
this
so
massive object.
Why? Connect the dots. Why?
If you're able to stand on it, then it's real, correct? Like we can agree to that. So they claim to have stood on the moon.
Who?
Right?
Who said
Therefore,
that?
the moon. Neil Armstrong.
Okay, not
Buzz
you.
Aldrin.
Not you though.
I'm not saying I lied. I'm saying
Okay.
they had to have lied, and you're saying they didn't lie. They deceived.
No,
So
I'm saying that if you believe their story, you should really believe their story. They say God picked America to win the space race because God loves capitalism. They broke bread on the moon. So if you're going to believe their story, I challenge you to believe every single detail. All of it. Don't hold anything back. Don't pick and choose what they said and what they didn't say. Use every single piece of information that they put out and gobble it all up. And where do you come out on the other side?
If I tell you
Are you a Christian conservative that believes God has endowed America with a super position in the world?
Right.
Do
If
you
I
believe
tell
that?
you, one second. If I tell you I took a crap today, I have a painting on my wall, and I also ran 4,000 miles, right? If you believe the first two, you gotta go all the way. Believe the last one. Believe it. Believe everything he said, because the first two things he said, you already believe.
No, because
That's
you missed a point. Exceptional claims require exceptional evidence. You painting or taking a crap, those aren't exceptional. They're almost like completely like void of form or function. They don't even mean anything. You could just as easily been constipated today and just show up and said exactly the same shit.
Right, but again, I agree. I absolutely agree with what you just said. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that the previous claims don't have any notion or saying on the
it's all connected.
So
Their
that's
story.
your phrase that like I should believe that God is
you're
rooted
missing
for
it.
America.
You're missing it. Their story is deeply entwined with God of the Bible, which is why atheists of the time took the Apollo program to court over and over again. There's like 3 court cases where they said you need to start demonstrating this God of the Bible or stop invoking it. And NASA
could they have
said,
been wrong about God and gone to the moon?
How about no? No, they couldn't have because their claim
they couldn't have. That's impossible.
Because their claim said God was with them.
Right, but that isn't a scientific claim. That's a personal notion of belief, right? If they said Allah was with them, if Buddha was with them, right, it wouldn't then be Buddha caused the moon landing, right?
No,
Those are 2 separate facts that don't relate to each other.
No,
You're trying to bundle them together to make it a less valuable claim.
They said, "How did it happen? God did it."
And that's all they said. They said God took us to the moon, baby.
You could, go look it up. Go look up these quotes in these the court cases. It was all adjudicated in court.
Link them if you have them. I don't know what you're talking about.
Just go look it up yourself. This is all public document.
Look what up. Moon they're suing NASA for going to the moon. What do you want me to look up?
Yeah, the ACA sued NASA because NASA deeply entwined the Apollo program with religious claims. And they said you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that because that's not fair. It's not fair to do that and say there's a separation of church and state or you're not making a state-sponsored religion. And NASA was like, what, you mad, bro? They just mocked and trolled the shell of them, moved the court cases around to different jurisdictions, and eventually a judge just dismissed it.
I'm looking it up. I don't see this claim at all. But
if you can't find it, if you can't find it, that's all the proof I need. That is pretty much worthless talking to you.
If there's no evidence for my claim, it must be true.
Yeah, it's right. No, it's right on the. They've got it on the theist pages. They have it on atheist pages. It's all the woman who did it, Madeline O'Hare. She gets murdered afterwards. And this is one of those people. They said that this could have been another political assassination of the time that was hidden. So if you can't find any of this stuff with the internet fully at your disposal, the full breadth of human knowledge right at your fingertips, and you can't find any of it.
Right. Well,
you're useless, dude.
Possible. Okay, listen. I've been looking for 2 minutes. B, right? It could be the fact that you've seen misinformation. That's possible, correct?
No, because
that's not possible. Just to clarify, that's impossible that you're wrong.
Yeah, because everyone's talking about this court cases are huge. These like
then can you find them real quick then if it's so easy?
No, just consider this an IQ test. Okay. Right now, you're inside an IQ test.
I don't know what you're talking about. You do know what you're talking about. So again, I don't even know how to spell the name that you mentioned before. Something Melon O'Hare. What I can guess at O'Hare because I live near Chicago, but I don't even know what the first name you're saying is. So again, like I said, I just don't know what you're talking about. It makes it much more difficult to find your source.
Okay, there you go. Amish linked it.
There you go.
Yeah, I just typed in atheist sued NASA. AI overview. In 1969, American atheist founder Madeline Murphy O'Hare sued NASA, O'Hare versus Payne, regarding the Apollo 8 crew reading of the Bible and the book of Genesis on Christmas Eve. The lawsuit allegedly the government employees engaging in religious activities violated the First Amendment.
Okay. But just to clarify, you said that the refutation was that they claimed God took them to the moon.
Yeah.
Right. So wonderful. So again, what I'm reading here is that again, specifically religious statements made by individuals at NASA is what this lady is claiming violated her First Amendment rights of freedom of religion, right?
Yeah.
That's
So the
not at all
Apollo
what you
8,
claim.
the Apollo 8, they said they were compelled to read from the Bible. They were compelled to by God, by God, to
where does it say that?
broadcast back to Earth on Christmas Day.
Where does it say that?
It's right there on NASA's own website too. You can just go to NASA Bible readings, recordings of it all right there.
Yeah,
NASA
Are you surprised
astronauts
that a
are
government agent in
compelled
1960 was
to
incredibly
read
Christian?
from the Bible.
It lines up perfectly for me. Yeah, the America was even more Christian than it is today, and it's very Christian today. So,
No, it was more Christian now. Back then, you had powerful atheist speakers who were punching up. They were constantly taking the government to court. You had activists all over the place, civil rights activists, like people, like minority groups. Now, today, you'd be hard pressed to find an atheist who would say the government even capable of lying.
You think that that's true?
Yeah, we get into all the time.
I'm an atheist, and I'll tell you the government's perfectly capable of lying.
Yeah, so the government, the
So there you go,
model of
there's one right
U.S.
there,
government
debate.
is in God
Check
we
it out.
trust. And you're trying to tell me that government who says trust God is also going to tell you that atheism proved the earth was a globe? I mean, get the fuck out of here, dude.
No, you're conflating the personal religious beliefs of the individuals at the time with the stance
All
of
of them.
masses.
All of them. There's no, without
100%
exception.
of people. 100% of people.
100%.
So then why was she
All
suing?
of them.
So then why was she suing? Because
Read
she
the
didn't
court.
agree. She didn't agree with their
No,
practices.
she wanted them to prove this divine being who intervened in worldly affairs. Prove it. Her court case was prove it.
You see, they found a reason. They found a reason to care. For me, it's like, well, who are these people that I should even care anyway? Why they're lying? American citizens, yeah, because they've invested tax dollars into this stuff, allegedly. Like if my government lies to me about anything, right, I'm concerned because it's going to affect me directly, economically, right, politically. There's reason for me to care why, someone in a position of power in my country would be lying to me. But in another, unless it's going to affect some sort of international trade, then why should I even really care? Why should I care that that there's these Americans that are being funded by the American government and taxpayers saying that they did this or that in outer space? Why? Why should I even care? Why should I even entertain it? Look at it? What? Why?
You just use your own atheist logic for flat Earth. It's really that simple. I am unconvinced by heliocentric model or models presented by state sponsors of religion. Their evidence is I lack belief. Even better, I lack belief that their models represent reality. Because I can go out and look at reality. I don't see any evidence of curvature or rotation.
All right. Just to clarify, I'm reading this lawsuit. She does not ask them to prove God. Again, it's simply the separation of church and state, and she thinks that their practices are inappropriate for the government workplace. So just to clarify, that point was wrong. I hope you'd be able to admit that.
Yeah, you missed it again. You need to look into that.
Then fucking quote. I'm reading the whole thing. She's not asking them to prove God. Where does it say prove God?
Yeah, because they invoked a supernatural being as part of this. And she wanted to find proof of that supernatural being.
Where does it say this? No, it's freedom of religion has been abridged. Claiming that the religious practices and the religious
let the atheists go to the moon then.
And say that God didn't help you get there. That's how you would have done it. That was Tyson's claim. Neil deGrasse Tyson mocked her and said, how about you go to the moon and you don't do it with a God? That way you can prove that you didn't do it with a God, and these other people who did it, their God was kind of irrelevant at that point. Because you can do it with
stop
or without.
crying, atheists.
Like he basically said that atheists, a direct quote, need to shut the fuck up about the Apollo program until they go to the moon themselves.
Again, nothing in this thing that was linked states that. right? So again, it was simply about the practices
Yeah, like
being
it says, IQ test.
No, again, you want me to
Wait, what if it
interpret
had
it
been
your way, which I
Buddhists?
think is incorrect.
What if Buddhists went to the moon?
Well, again, do you think again you guys don't believe that anybody went to space, but there's plenty of non-Western agencies that have been to space, right? And they are either atheistic or non-Christian, right? China's a heavily atheistic thing, and they've spent time in space. Like India's Hindu, which is uh, again not Christian. So like again, it's either way. Like they're not claiming that the Christian God took them to space, so they have to prove that their God is real to prove that they went to space. I'm just saying none of this lines up. Like they're not saying that the science that took them that may help them assemble the rockets was and actually just divinely inspired by God. And again, this lady is not saying that they need to prove God in order to have their things be substantiated. She's saying it's inappropriate given the First Amendment of the Constitution and the clauses of separation.
Incorrect. Establishment clause. That they are establishing a religion because they invoked their God as taking them to the moon using taxpayer money. So they were supposed to present proof of their God.
No, they're not establishing proof of their God. They're establishing a religion, right? It doesn't say prove Christianity. It says you can't establish a religion. It's inappropriate for government employees.
Yeah, and what happened?
How is that? That's
what
right,
happened with that
those are
court
two
case?
different things.
What happened with that court case?
I'm pretty sure they were given the answers were given free rein. 1 second regarding approach. It's absurd to say that this is a violation of the Establishment Clause. First Amendment does not require the state to be hostile to a religion, but only neutral. Yeah. So again, yeah, they concurred. Yeah, it was.
They lost. The atheists lost the court case.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So they found it was non-substantially. It was not substantial that God helped them. That God was the sole reason or whatever. Like that, it was fine what they did. The astronauts were fine in confirming their religious beliefs and their affirmation towards Christianity. So they didn't disprove God, and they also didn't prove God. That's not what happened here.
Yeah,
they said
the
their
mission
personal
proved
statements were
God.
fine.
The mission itself is proof of God.
No, it's not. That's not anywhere in this. That's a pure random claim by you.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. What happened here? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What you are talking about?
So you basically got two choices here. Either they went to the moon and you lose your atheism, or they lied about that and you can keep your atheism.
Sure. All right. Well, then they went to the moon and God is real, but the earth is round. So do we agree?
No, you have show curvature.
There we go. So what do you want? You're presenting a false dichotomy. I simply tried to illustrate before that their belief in a God does not inherently illustrate or is not inherently tied to the claims of going to the moon and space existence and gravity and yada yada.
Directly.
You're claiming they are inherently linked, and so you cannot believe one without the other. That's a fallacious claim.
Yeah, it's inherently because Nixon, the shot caller at the time, said that the guy in charge of NASA, President Nixon, said that God of the Bible personally told him that America will win the space race because God of the Bible loves capitalism rather than communism.
And so just clarify, I have to believe that if I believe that space is real.
What the proof's in the pudding.
No, it's not.
So who won the space race?
Again, Russia went to space first. We went to the moon first, allegedly, right? So that's
look, you're adding yourself back into that. No atheist has been to even the low orbit, dude.
I'm an American. That was the we.
Yeah, as an American, the founding documents say we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator.
Sure, absolutely.
So you can't be really an atheist to be an American. You're allowed to deny
what's
the
that
God.
First Amendment say? What's that First Amendment say?
Yeah, you can deny. That's what another legal case that atheists won, that the God-given right of free speech gives them the right to deny the same right that the God grants.
It's not to deny the right. It's to deny the existence of God, and that the origin of rights comes from God.
You can't do that. You can't do that and say we at the same time.
Yes, you can. Again, you're trying to put me in an out group, right? Because I don't believe in God, and you think that God is responsible. It
doesn't matter if you believe in God or not. You will comply with God-given human rights, or your other option is society will lock you away so you can never harm someone again. That's your two choices.
God
You
doesn't
can,
give those human rights. The
yeah,
Constitution does.
no, God. The Constitution
Right.
cites God.
Right. Yeah. Again, the writers of the Constitution were overwhelmingly Christian, right?
All
So
of them.
absolutely, like I said,
There
sure. And
isn't
the
anyone atheist.
astronauts were overwhelmingly Christian,
That's another
right?
thing
So
too. There isn't
does not
anyone
mean that
atheist in
God gives
government.
rights.
There's no founding father. There's no one in government who's atheist. You
No.
guys are just a fringe minority group who just somehow thinks like this was a scientific endeavor when the whole thing was just dripping with nationalism, chauvinism, like religious like crap. It was just like one of the most disgusting points of human history.
The space
And
race.
as soon as Nixon leaves office in 1972, the space race or the space age just evaporates. It goes away. And then you've got Buzz Aldrin, the second guy in the moon. He becomes a used car salesman, booze hound. And you got the first guy in the moon, Armstrong, goes into complete isolation. No one sees him for decades. Then he finally comes out to talk, and he gives some coded speech about peeling the onion back to find the truth. And you're gonna cry as you peel back those layers of lies. You'll finally find the truth in the middle. And he's like, my generation failed. It's now in your generation to peel the onion and find the truth. You're like, what the hell was that about? People like, oh, he's old and senile. Who knows what he was on about? You got Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, become some sort of rampant conspiracy theorist talking about reptilian shapeshifters from outer space. Tons of the Apollo astronauts, you did not want to be in a car after the Apollo astronaut. So many of them, their cars broke down on train tracks, car accidents. It's like the amount of traffic accidents for Apollo astronauts was like, holy shit. You guys need to get on public transportation, like right away.
Definitely sounds like a grand conspiracy for sure.
What a coincidence. They do this, but maybe they just ran out of luck. They just used up all their luck in life getting to the moon and back, and now they got back. It's like that final destination. Like, I don't know why you atheists are constantly swinging on the Apollo program as some sort of advancement of humanity. It was a dumpster fire. It was a shitstorm dumpster fire, and people didn't believe it then, they didn't believe it after, and they don't believe it now. Like, absolute, like, Carl Sagan, God rest his soul, said it, he couldn't have said it any better. It was the most ironic token of all of human history. If you want to find something more ironic, you can't. That is the hallmark of irony. Like, the only people who really vehemently defend this shit are like neo-Nazis, and they think that somehow the Operation Paperclip justifies their worldview. Like these, Nazi war criminals who are in charge of the Apollo program, showcase that, their worldview was correct because with, a National Socialism, you get to the moon. Without National Socialism, you get nothing for 60 years. And now that supposedly National Socialism is back on the menu, now we're gonna get the Artemis again. It's like one of those things where you say, who said this? Like Ted Nugent or I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name, the Son of Sam guy. You're just deranged crackhead shit. It's like you cannot tell the vehemently foaming at the mouth, militant defense of the Apollo program coming from an atheist, a third wave atheist. Not the second wave. They were calling this shit out as fake. The third wave atheists and a neo-Nazi. You guys equally vehemently defend this shit for some reason you really won't explain or take questions on. Why? Why do you even care about some space program 60 years ago?
It's probably the most iconic
Ironic. No, ironic. Ironic. Most
You can call it
ironic.
whatever. I'm saying it's probably the most iconic space flight in all of time, right? We can agree to that, I'd hope.
Hey, Brown Recluse.
Yeah.
Just want to ask your opinion on this. I'm not going to give you shit if you defend it, but what do you think about this footage? You buy it? Do you
I
think
don't
people
know.
would be crazy to question this footage?
I don't know the origin of that, so I mean, no.
This is NASA
usually-
Apollo. This is NASA Apollo footage. Just take it on good faith at the moment, and give me your opinion on it, right? Because I can provide you the source.
Yeah, it doesn't look particularly good. I'll give you that. I
Thank
could
you.
definitely see it being interpreted as fake.
Okay.
I think it's
That's all I
necessarily
wanted.
fake, no. But again, I don't know. I don't know if it's real or not. Again, I'm not saying that NASA has never lied and that the American government has never, worn their pants too high and had to, put up the check or whatever, right? But it's, I think that to state that everything is a lie is either dishonest or not, entirely
Do you think maybe
intellectually.
they faked some of the Apollo footage?
It's again, I don't think so, right? But with that being said, I can't tell you
They
that they did.
admittedly did so. They admittedly had props and studio filming ready to release to the public right before they landed, right? Showing the landing because they knew that there was nobody there to film it, so they fabricated that part, right, for
What about him
effect,
stepping out?
right? No, the landing on the moon, the lander coming down onto the moon's surface. Like they had footage ready to go that they'd admittedly faked for that purpose, just for dramatic effect, right?
Sure, I have no
Entertainment
problems
purposes.
against that necessarily. No, I mean, again, I think that America and governments across the world lie all the time. Like it's within their best interest, right? So, but again, to say that they're lying about everything, right, implies a logistical operation that doesn't just span the astronauts. It spans again many people, which is what I was talking to Matrix for. It Occam's razor, right, at the moment dictates, in my opinion, at the very least, that it's far more feasible just to fucking fly something straight up, right? Obviously, it's not as simple as that. That's a bastardization, but when I first came in here, my initial inquiry was about the said cabal and what could be done about a group of highly powerful elites. The refutation was that it doesn't necessarily have to be that, but I still disagree.
Well, we'd need a list, wouldn't we? You got a list?
No, of course not. No, obviously no one has a
I don't
list.
think anyone does. What do you like this footage? I just put some new footage in the side chat. Which one's your favorite? The one that I posted previously, or this one? Do you think this one looks more realistic, or the last one?
I'd say if it was up to my naked eye, I'd probably say the bottom on the second one rather.
Greetings. Second one looks more realistic than the first one.
That's what I would say. But again,
cool.
So
yeah, I would.
What
I
about
would
those
agree with
pictures
you
of
on
the
that
moon?
one. Yep.
What about those pictures of the moon I posted? That's from that's from Artemis. Is that what the moon looks like?
Is that what the moon looks like? I mean, that's looks like a moonish for sure.
So it's egg shaped. Why doesn't it look egg shaped from us?
I don't think so.
That's a shadow. It's very clearly a shadow.
Oh, it's
You're
a
referring
shadow.
to the bottom part?
Right.
Yeah. You've never seen the moon covered in shadow?
Never seen the moon look like that in the sky, no. It
No,
looks brighter than that to me too.
Yeah, that's I can't imagine that's a full depiction of at least one side of them. I don't think that was the claim. Yeah, and them stepping out of the lander, like there's like on the schematic for the original Apollo lander, you can see an arm, a camera arm that is intended to come out to, visualize this specific moment where he's stepping out. One big step for man, one giant step for mankind, or whatever. So like, again, that seems feasible. I don't know what you're talking about with a lander landing. I don't recall that shot, but
No.
Yeah, Buzz himself had to correct Conan O'Brien when he was on his show about what he thought he saw on TV. So I saw you and Buzz Aldrin landing on them, and he goes, "No, no, you didn't. No, you didn't." So, what do you mean? My memory's a little hazy, I guess. And he goes, "No, what you saw was animation. There's nobody there with a camera."
I would love to see that clip for sure.
Yes.
Someone got the clip or what?
Have a look for it.
I mean, just like do this. If you really think the Apollo program is that great, why don't you spend the rest of your life learning about it? There's enough content there that you never have to worry about flat Earth again. None of it. Just going over just the, any aspect of it. Learn about each mission, who was on each mission, their flight times, their burn times, what equipment they had. Which ones had rovers, which ones didn't. Which flight had a civilian, the first civilian. Which military officers and what branches they're in. Just go do that. There's enough content there to keep you busy for decades.
Yes.
You can say that about any topic.
I like it.
Just go fuck off and don't talk to me. Like that's what you just said.
No, if you heard that, that's a delusion. You hallucinated that.
No, that was an interpretation of what you said.
I remember very clearly. I think
this is my take: is that this is a flat Earth channel. This isn't the Apollo program channel, and you've been derailing the channel for as long as I've been here, like almost an hour now, with non-stop Apollo program horseshit.
You think I brought up Apollo?
At this point, it's time to move on to the different topic.
All right. Last thing, quit. One second, and then we can move on to a different topic because I did queue up the clip. All right, let's listen. Damn it! Why is it not playing?
about this because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly. I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. See, you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no. But what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop.
It's
and
exciting.
A few other things, and then Neil said, "Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed." Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, I guess the Earth is flat. I guess they faked it, and they faked it, and then they talked about it on Conan. So not a very good fake, was it?
No, he wasn't denying it at that point. He's just simply saying that, for entertainment purposes, they just animated that part of the mission and, overlaid the audio on top of it, right? So that it seemed like that's what was happening, right? And then, but once they were on the surface and they deployed their cameras and everything and suited up and got out, that was all real, right? That was actual footage. That would be their claim.
Right. So if what you're saying is true, then this has no refutation power. This clip is not emblematic of any problem. If he's simply talking about a different transmission.
Yeah, no, it sheds doubt because they admittedly were capable of presenting to the public footage that they admit was fake, right? But did they say it? Did anybody read the fine print at the bottom of the corner of the TV screen? No, they were just all enamored and you know.
Right, but what
with
1960
the
animation are you
the
referring
event.
to that would be alleged to be real? Like what transmission, what television transmission are we talking about? Because if you're talking about the initial landing on the moon, that televised event, they're claiming that was animation. Then that is what was presented, is that they're claiming that that was fake, right? If you're saying they're talking about a different transmission,
Well, the
then what are we
footage
talking
that I
about?
showed you earlier looks like stop motion animation. So I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe he was talking about that kind of footage.
Yeah, which again is completely different footage to like the landing on the moon, right? So again, we don't dispute that that all of the footage was real 100%, like from every transmission. But obviously, we're talking about the famous, once
Oh,
Superman
so
went
you
to
agree that they faked some of the footage that they claimed to be real footage?
I don't know if again, where are you seeing that they claimed it to be real footage? Because he's claiming it's animation. So is he going against NASA?
Okay, so which footage do you think
I
from
have
the
no clue.
Apollo missions is animation?
I have no clue. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Buzz. What
Yeah,
he's talking about.
whatever he's referring to, I imagine, but I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Well, Conan was referring to I saw you walk on the moon, so I'm not sure. He
Yeah,
cut him
but
off when he said that.
what was it? T-Dubs saying that he's referring to a different transmission, not talking about, because like again, he's just to clarify, Buzz Aldrin is admitting that he faked the moon landing on Conan, right? That's what you think happened.
Yeah, well, he's put hints a bunch of times. I guess he can't come out and say it blatantly, but maybe he's throwing
He's
some
gonna
hints
go
out
on
there. We
Conan
don't
and
know.
say
We don't know. We don't know
what you
exactly.
saw wasn't real. It was an animation, and that's not telling you that the moon landing was fake. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
that
well,
the
I don't
moon
know.
landing
Look,
was
he
fake.
said to a
That's
little
exactly what
girl
that
as
is.
well. He said to a little girl, like, we didn't go there, and that's what happened. So I don't know, like, who knows what's going on with this crazy 33rd degree Freemason alcoholic car salesman?
As he nears, his deathbed, and maybe his conscious is playing on him.
You guys hear the last lore? Like he disowned all his kids.
It'll get ruled off as dementia. Don't stress.
That's what they're thinking too. They're like, just leave him alone.
I mean, he seems pretty upset about the fact that kind of got left high and dry by the government, regarding his achievements, so claimed, right? Second man on the moon. Oh, here's your ordinary Air Force pension. Thanks for helping us out with like the moon landing and everything. No extra, no bonus, just whatever you can make on the side because of that feat. You go for it. We're not stopping you. Write a book, help make a movie, whatever. But it's not out of our pocket.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Remember that video came out? They acted like the girl ambushed him with like a trick question. You're like, really, dudes? That's what you're gonna go with? That he got ambushed, an ambush interview by like a hard-hitting journalist that trapped him, with a question he wasn't prepared to answer. Yeah, Overfence is a good one too. How depressed they were at that briefing. The explanation for that was, well, they just spent 3 days in quarantine. But you look on the Hornet, the quarantine vessel, There's video of them laughing and playing cards and talking to Nixon, and they had a blast.
They're just upset that they had to leave the cameraman there.
Like, who does that? Look at their face; their eyes are down. They're like, "Man, we really got to do this."
Yeah, how come that vessel, like the lander, when it's leaving, right, and it takes off, and you see those rainbow sparks fly off? Okay, isn't the moon supposed to be rotating at like 10 miles per hour? That thing just goes straight up.
And with no atmosphere?
With no atmosphere, yeah. Where's your air? Well, the air's spinning with the Earth, like with the airplanes, right? So, okay, why didn't it seem to like zip off into the distance instantly as soon as it left the surface? Like, where's the moon's Coriolis effect? Huh?
It's all full of holes. That's why they didn't want to. Once people said why their photos don't show any stars, because later on they'd be like, "Hey, according to your heliocentric model, that's not the way the stars should have looked."
Yeah,
Well, it's
Bart
just-
Sabro was saying the other day. He's like, you can disprove the moon landing with this one simple photo, and he just shows, and it's very cropped image. It just shows two shadows, and they're perpendicular to each other. It's like, there you go. That's it. It's over.
I've been like going into a dive here. This is a funny quote. So the after the Apollo program, there was a favorable shift, sort of the evangelical attitudes in America. The right to prayer. So Madeleine O'Hare had spent decades or whatever, like suing the federal executive branch about prayer in school, all this stuff. Then she bites off more than she can chew. She tries to sue the Apollo program and undoes all of it. And then at the end, millions of Americans then sign petitions to say that it's okay to pray in public. It's okay to pray in school. And then she gets murdered. It's just amazing, I mean, like I think eventually, documents will come forward, and she'll be added to the list of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, JFK, RFK.
I got a question. So obviously there's a lot of assumptions, but if the ultimate purpose of the lie of the globe Earth, right, is to separate us from God, right, like show us that we are insignificant in specks in the universe as opposed to having the universe / everything created around us, right? That's just my understanding of like the general understood purpose of the lie, yada yada. Would it not be counterintuitive to be like, this is a godly mission to go to the globe? We'll go to the moon rather. Would it not make more sense to have atheists
I
on the
don't know,
moon?
maybe something like, control the narrative. So you control both the positive and the negative. Right? I don't know.
I mean, I suppose, like, obviously, I mean, just to me, it seems, ironic.
Well, it seems that they use religious rhetoric when it's convenient for them.
I would argue religion is a very good
Well,
tool.
you
of
need a
control.
juxtaposition, right? Otherwise, there's no argument.
Well, you can have a juxtaposition without taking the affirmative of the juxtaposition. Like, again, you don't have to claim that you are a Christian going to the moon. You can claim that there were some Christians that helped you, or that not that Christianity is bad or anything like that, but atheism and science took us to the moon. Like that kind of thing. Like, we don't.
Yeah,
have
who would make
Christians,
that claim? Who would be that willfully ignorant of history to make a claim like that?
I don't think it's necessarily willfully ignorant of history. Like, obviously, like I said earlier, individuals' religious claims or religious beliefs, right, aren't necessarily emblematic of the secular systems or the secular processes.
There is no secular system. America is a hard-line Christian conservative country.
It's not. It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's founded on Judeo-Christian values for sure. But again, there's specific doctrines of separation at certain states. Christianity, while the favored religion still, A, has dipped in popularity, and B, is not the official religion of America. Even though our money says "In God We Trust" and yada yada. You know, there are
Yeah, it's not just
religious
on the money. That's a
Yeah, but
motto. The motto of the U.S. federal government is "In God We Trust."
that's not the. How is that? What do you mean the model of the U.S.
A
government?
model. The guy. Okay, it used to be "E pluribus unum," out of many, one. Then the guy called Eisenhower. This is where you need to look up your history books. A guy named Eisenhower said, "Nah, enough of that mess. The new motto of America is "In God We Trust."
Yeah, it's their
And
motto. It's not
motto.
their like yeah. Like you're
Yeah.
saying, I'm sorry, you're saying model like MODEL
No,
or MOTO?
model. Their motto.
Yeah, yeah. Again, but having a motto is very different than having a foundational functioning for your society. Like again, Eisenhower was a Christian. He liked God and he wanted America to be Christian centric. Like Trump wants America to be Christian centric. So many people do. Like Christians tend to want Christians to be in power because they align most closely with their beliefs and things X and how they should continue forward. But like that does not mean that the systems themselves aren't secular.
No, they are. They're religious. So they're all every one of them. There isn't any atheist. Atheists can't even get voted for dog catcher. Like it can't. They can't even win a local election.
Again, you're conflating the beliefs and reasons to support from the populace, and then therefore the reasons to govern by the individuals in the governance from the systems themselves being entrenched in Christianity.
Yeah,
Like
they take an oath. They take an oath, and at the end, they said, "I solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I take this oath without any moral reservation or purpose to deceive. So help me God."
Right.
Of the Bible. God of the Bible.
Wait, do they all have to do the Bible, or can they pick any religious text they want? Can they pick a non-religious text?
No, they swear to God of the Bible.
Do they have to do it on the Bible? Like, for example, did Mamdani swear in on the Bible? I can tell you, it's a trick question. He didn't. He swore on the Quran, right? Obviously, Abrahamic God, yada yada. But like, I'm sure I could find examples of people swearing in and taking oaths not on the Bible for government positions. I guarantee there are atheists in position who did not swear on the Bible. I'm sure we can agree on
can't be an atheist because you ask God for help at the end of taking that oath.
You can't. Even if God is in the oath, you don't have to believe in God.
Because it says, I take this oath without any reservation or purpose to deceive. So you can't be like, cross your fingers behind your back, so help me God. When you say those words, they are an oath that you risk your eternal soul wagered on.
Okay. Which oath are you referring to? Like
the oath of office? Yeah. It is like 5th grade civics, for fuck's sake.
No, the God being reliant in every single thing is not 5th grade civics. This is theological basing of government systems. That's not 5th grade civics.
Yeah, even in 5th grade, you stand up and say, "I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all."
When did we start doing that? Not in 1776. Here, when was the Pledge of Allegiance established?
It's like you're coming here as an atheist.
1942. You know how many years after? Again,
you're coming here as an atheist trying to tell us we're wrong for misplacing trust in government. Like, what the fuck, dude?
You're saying government is entirely focused on God, right? And also that government is entirely distrustful or just unable to be trusted, right? Like you can't trust NASA in any way, correct? You that was your stance?
Yeah, I would say they've given
Sorry,
They give the U-2 spy plane, the photographs of Iraq with weapons of mass destruction. I mean, there's even more than that.
Sure. Yeah, there's plenty of okay, but can we also agree that there's examples of the government telling the truth?
Like where? Where did the government tell the truth at?
Death counts for disasters or reasons for shootings. Like there's plenty of reasons. You can't possibly claim that everything that
How
the
about the
government says is
Trail
a
of
lie.
Tears? Did they tell the truth then?
Listen, I've never disputed that the government is lies. I've never disputed that. I've even claimed that the government has reasons to lie often, right? But you're claiming that the government is entirely distrustful, right? So can we agree that the government does tell the truth sometimes?
No, I would say as a baseline experience. This is basically atheist logic now. You've got
What about statistics? The Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Treasury. You're saying all of them are constantly lying? Again,
George Carlin, atheist. I have certain rules of which I live by. My first rule, I don't believe a damn thing the government tells me. Nothing.
Sure. Sure, he
So
was
this
very
is
distrustful of the
interesting
government. Sure.
for you to come in here some few decades later, 2 decades later, talking about I can't think of one reason why the government would ever lie to me.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said in the slightest. That's a complete miscategorization. I said the government does lie and has good reason to lie, right? Like again, they lie all the time. I've never disputed that, right? But again, I don't take George Carlin's stance that you have to mistrust everything the government says. Again, can we not trust a single thing that comes out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics or again, healthcare data? Or again, there's so many facets of the government that give out hardline data that's corroborated by not only independent agencies within the U.S. but independent agencies outside the U.S. government and non-government, right? So you can't just trust everything. That just makes you a sheep of the other flock. That's all it does.
I need you to go ahead and give me the evidence for what you just said.
That the government tells the truth at all?
No.
Or that,
Yeah, not that they tell the truth, but the consistency, like you were talking about the Treasury and whatnot. Most people have no idea even how this government is structured and what's going on current. They don't understand modern money mechanics. They don't understand that most people, anybody that has a birth certificate is considered an employee of a corporation. Nobody has any clue.
Again, there's very specific legal distinctions and documentations that set precedent for sure. But again, sovereign citizens use the exact same thing and then get blown out of the water, right? There's a very complex legal system. There's a very complex monetary system. There's a very complex governmental system. Like all these things are incredibly complex, right? And I don't understand any one of those fully.
What is the base purpose of what's the base purpose of a democratic government?
Maintaining order.
Really? I thought it was to exercise the will of the people.
It's to maintain no, because obviously you're not maintaining the will of the people if they want to riot, right? You're maintaining order through government. Any government's main position is to maintain order, right? You can do that while exercising the will of the people, but you can't exercise all of their will.
The needs of their infrastructure. So like the citizens go, we need better roads.
Yeah,
so they're not there to enforce
that. But that's part of maintaining order, because if there's no roads, how is there going to be order? Right?
If there's are they there to do what the people say, or are the people there to do what the government say?
Yeah, again, it's Ouroboros, right? The people are the government are the people, right? Like there isn't just like the government isn't its own separate entity, right? The government is made up of only people.
This government
established by people.
This government has no cares for the will of the people.
Again,
the government the United States government, it's a corporation. It's privately owned. Can you tell me who owns the United States corporation?
Hello.
No, who owns the United States corporation?
I'm wanting you to tell me.
I don't know.
Okay, so why do you think it's run by the people?
Answer the question. Who owns it?
Everything is run by the Jews, my friend.
There you go. So I was right. It was Israel. Okay, there you go. So
that wasn't the answer to your question. Don't run with that.
No, so says who? Who owns the Corporation of America?
I don't know. Actually, it's a large board of people. They're mostly banks. I couldn't give you all of them.
What's the board called?
Some of the names are not public. In fact, I think all of them are not public.
So just to clarify, there is an undocumented owner.
Owners. Whoever owns the bank, who owns the corporation would be the people that you need to go find out who that is.
Again, there's there's the Federal Reserve, right? While it's very bank-like, it's not a bank, right? And those are the ones who typically control, money, inflation rates, production rates, yada yada, right? So is that what you're referring to?
No.
So then,
Nope.
so again, what the banks? What bank? All of the banks? Do you think one person or a group of people own all the banks?
I'm hoping that you can find out for me who owns the United States.
I don't know. I don't know. I would not have classified it that before you just said it. Again, I don't think that that's true.
Classify the United States as.
Say again.
What would you classify the United States as?
The property is under the jurisdiction of the government of the United States is what I would probably dictate that as.
No, the United States is the thing I'm asking you about.
Right, the United States is the government of the United States, right? The people that are made of the United States and the territories they control is the definition of the United States.
Actually, the definition of the United States is a corporation. You can find that in Title 28, subsection 2003, section 15A.
Say that again, Title 28, 2003, 28?
Title 28, subsection 2003, I think.
U.S. Code 28. I'm sorry, U.S. Code 2003, subsection 28. Whenever a U.S. Marshal dies and is removed from office or the term of his commission expires, after levying on realty or any interest therein under a right of execution issued by a court of the United States and before the sale of any other.
Shut up! I got it backwards. 3002.
Okay, all right. Please be nicer. 3002.
Section 15A.
Section 15A. The United States means a federal corporation, an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of the United States, or an instrumentality of the United States.
So what is the United States?
It's all three of those things.
So it's a corporation, and what else?
And an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity, or an instrumentality, which I don't know exactly the definition of instrumentality. So
right.
Again, it is all of these things.
All those things.
A fact or quality of serving as an instrument or means to an end / agency.
Yep.
Government. Government instrumentality is an entity created by a government, federal, state, or local to perform public functions. So any agency is also the United States.
So who owns this corporation or this agency?
I would imagine the people.
You would imagine that, wouldn't you? You mentioned a second that the United States or the government is supposed to have control over the people. How would you say that they're doing so
far? Crime is down.
Is it?
Comparative to 1993, absolutely. So,
So are you only comparing it to 1993?
No, I mean at the moment, yes, but again, crime is obviously up from 1402 when there was 1 million people. Obviously an exaggeration, but clearly, obviously we have 8 billion people on the earth. But if we're 330
comprehensive data behind those statistics and what they included and what they excluded.
I don't have all those parameters for you at the moment. I could look them up.
You had 1993. It sounds like you have some information. Why don't you tell me all about the statistics?
Because I just told you I don't have all of the information about the statistics. I can tell you that the crime rate in 1993 was higher than it is right now. Right? I can go further into it, but I would need to pull up some documents for you. Do you want me to do that?
I want to continue. Why you're talking so fast, dude? Relax, calm down. My goodness gracious!
You say it's an unreasonable request.
In what? Since 1993, what is the matrix? What are we talking about specifically? What kind of crime?
I imagine crime. Here, 1 second. I'll look it up for you. Yeah. Feels like a side shoot, but I don't know. Again, if your question was how is the government doing?
You're talking so fast, and I don't know why you're asking me questions. These are your claims, your data. I want to know about it.
I didn't ask you any questions except for, do you want me to look this up? What was the other question I asked?
to look it up. How about we do this? Since you only want to compare to 1993, what kind? I mean, I asked specifically, what kind of crime are you talking about? My goodness, man, are you okay?
No, you're not listening to me. You're not engaging with what I'm talking about. I've told you I don't know all the stats. I haven't asked any questions other than, do you want me to look
So
it up?
you don't
I
know
told you
all
I
the
only
stats.
gave 1993 one
Found
point of
your
data.
clues. You gotta slow down, bro.
You're not engaging with me. You're just blowing past me.
You said you don't know, but you said 1993. I don't even know what you're referring to about 1993. What kind of crime? Oh, I don't know. So you can't even answer me about what particular section of crime we're talking about. Is it theft? Is it
2004, violent and property crimes are roughly half the rate of the early 90s peak.
okay? And where are we taking this from? Who's giving us the data?
I'll give you a list of part of the corporations in the United States. The Bureau of Justice Statistics, the Prisoner 2003 Statistics Tool. So at the very least, the Bureau of Justice Statistics. I can go further into how they compile data if you'd like me to.
Okay, so we have a corporation that has decided to investigate themselves and what kind of job that they're doing, and they're saying they're doing a very good job. Do you think by the eye test you could tell me if crime is up or down, violence, dissension, overall just unrest? Do you think it's better or worse than 1993?
Well, 1994 was the LA riots, and those got particularly bad. Obviously, we're sitting in an era of unrest now, given the current American political going-ons. So again, but if the eye test isn't exactly representative of 1993, obviously there was no TikTok in 1993, so you can see a lot more. And obviously, here is monetized.
You can see more. Oh, that's fine. You can see more crime, right?
You can see. No, I'm saying you can see more across the board.
Failure of reporting. It's a failure of reporting. The same amount or less is happening now. We just have more cameras in places. Do you think that's what it is?
I'm saying as accurate as they can be. These are corroborated by independent agencies. Crime statistics have independent adjudicators and fact checkers, right? That will.
What are the independent agencies? I want their names. I want their addresses, and I want to know: are they employed by the United States corporation? Is it possible that there is a conflict of interest here?
City Protect by Motorola, Real Time Crime Index, LexisNexis. These are just random corporations. I'd have to delve further.
Independent, then. These are also agencies under the agency of the United States corporation.
Not necessarily. That's an assumption that you're making that I don't think you have any positive evidence
not
for.
An assumption.
Do you have any positive evidence to back that claim that you just made?
Oh my goodness gracious. Do they have any bank accounts? Are they registered with the United States corporation?
Every business and every organization is registered with one of the agencies that tracks these sorts of things.
Fantastic. So then they are a part of the United States corporation. They are registered with, correct?
Again, being a part of in the terms of being tracked by and being under, being someone who is subservient to, are two very different things. What's like, would we agree to this? Can we agree to these definitions that registering, like registering that you have a gun with the United States, does not mean that the gun is under the jurisdiction, or rather under the actionable orders of the United States, right? So, like again, you shoot anybody.
Yes, it is.
You don't have to follow the orders. Like if they tell you to shoot somebody, you don't have to shoot them, right? Even if you've registered your gun, right? That's what I'm trying to illustrate.
Right. It's a bad analogy. We're not talking about a weapon. We're talking about an agency.
We're talking about ownership of something, right?
Right. So they're owned by the United States corporation. So once again, the United States government is investigating itself.
Why, but that's where I'm making the distinction. If you own a gun and they're investigating your gun, they're not investigating themselves, right? Even if you're an agent of the corporation of the United States, being that you're a citizen with a birth certificate, right? That doesn't mean that's their gun.
People that don't know anything about how this place is structured. When it is registered with the United States corporation, it becomes their property. So if a gun crime is committed with that particular firearm, they're going to ask who's using our gun to shoot somebody.
Can you cite any legal precedent that states that?
What? That you register something? Just look up the definition of register and you give it to the king. Anytime you register anything, you put it under the control and the jurisdiction of whoever you register it with. You have to learn about
control and jurisdiction is not the same as ownership.
Nobody owns anything in the United States.
There's clear
I wanna
jurisdiction
jump
of
in.
ownership, property ownership, and everything. There's
But
clear
is
jurisdiction.
this some roundabout way of getting to the globe?
It's about the cabal that
What have I
controls
missed?
the flat Earth lie.
No worries, I'll loop it back around. So all these agencies, doesn't matter which one they are, being under the control of the United States corporation, who's owned by another corporation, do we think that we're really going to give them a whole lot of credit, I should say, about what they're telling the public about anything? I'm going to say no. You think so, and that's your prerogative. You trust them. Go ahead.
Like I said earlier, if you were to simply distrust everything that they say, that simply makes you a sheep of the other herd. I'm saying that independent of what the rest of the facts say, the independent verification of each fact is important, and objective analysis of each claim is important.
Just so I understand, is this whole thing about you justifying your belief in the government and therefore your belief in the globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, it was more so the fact that I don't think that the claim that all government information is invalid and untrustworthy is a valid claim, given I have conceded that the government has lied and has good reason to lie at many times.
Right. What about the claim that a body of water at rest lies flat and level?
Again, we can get back into locally flat, but that wasn't necessarily the
Locally flat. Well, it was just a claim. Well, what does that mean? So a body of water at rest will not be flat and level?
Again, obviously the oceans aren't flat, right? There's clear distinctions. There's measured. I was looking this up earlier, like
When you say they're not flat, do you mean they're curving?
Clearly, there's elevation differences which imply a curve. Correct. We can agree that there's different tides and that there's different levels.
What kind of curve does it imply?
A gradual one.
How gradual? Like what rate?
It depends on the locations we're talking about, right? So, but obviously we can dictate. I can show you a map of. One second, I can show you a map of sea levels at different places.
Conforming to a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. Is that what you're saying?
I would say that is roughly correct. Yes.
Okay. Got any measurement for that?
I'm trying to illustrate. I got the measurements of the sea levels themselves. Again, if you're looking for drop over distance, I don't have that measurement for you.
Oh, but you're saying, well, you just said though that 8 inches per mile squared conforming with 3,959 mile radius. So what do you mean you don't have measurement for that?
I didn't hear your drop over. I didn't hear 8. I don't think that's emblematic. That's
what you said when you said conforming to a ball with a radius of 3,959 mile radius. That's what they would be curving gradually to.
No, again, 8 miles per or 8 inches per mile squared. That is not the actual curve of the Earth. That works on a local level.
That's not the curve of the Earth. So what's the actual curve? What's the actual rate of the curve of the Earth?
I could look it up for you. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I know that 8.
How do you know it's not that? How do you know it's not that? If you don't know
that's a parabola. That's a parabola. That's not a spherical equation, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah. It works, but that works within like what 1,000. That works up to like 1,000 miles or something, though. No.
Sure. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't work at
smaller
distances, but it doesn't work over larger distances.
But you're saying there's no measurement. You're saying there's no measurement of that in reality.
8 inches per mile squared. Again, it can be tentatively true at certain scales.
But there's no measurement of it, right?
It depends on what you mean by measurement, because like again,
like someone measuring the drop over distance of 8 inches per mile squared.
So all I can point to at the moment, right, is both like weather data from weather satellites corroborating
weather data. How would that show you a curvature of 8 inches per mile squared of the surface?
Please let me finish. The corroboration of weather balloon and satellite data with the corroboration of land and terrestrial surveying, right? Results.
All right. Okay. Surveying sounds more like it. So, which land survey has detected 8 inches per mile squared of surface curvature?
I was looking. I can pull up what I was looking up yesterday about the constructions of geoids.
Constructions of geoids. What are you talking about?
Like I believe Indio yesterday was talking about how plumb lines curve, and I was doing research on the image that he posted.
Curving. No, you're looking for surface curvature of 8 inches per mile squared. Remember, conforming to that globe that you're talking about.
I understand what you want me to address. I'm trying to tell you what I was looking up and how I brought up geoids, right? That's what
All
I was
right. Well,
specifically
yeah,
addressing in that
and
sentence.
what I'm asking to be addressed. Why don't you address that?
I'm moving towards it because again, when you say measurement of drop over distance, right? Obviously, there's complications that come
Yeah,
there.
because you said a body of water does not lie flat and level at rest, which it observably does.
Well,
But you're saying it doesn't.
what I said
So
clearly was that the
prove it.
oceans are not level. We can demonstrate that ocean levels are different in between 2 points, between point A and point B. They are not at the same level relative to mean sea level, right? So we can illustrate by that alone that
Sea
water is not
level.
flat.
Sea level. So that is
Mean
level.
sea, mean sea level. No,
Yes, so
relative
the
to
mean sea
sea level.
level. So sea level, that's level.
No, there's an arbitrary distinction of mean sea level.
What does
Right?
the level
MSL.
part mean? Well, what does the level part mean?
The level part means a uniform distinction of where you expect essentially the sea level to be across the planet.
I'm pretty sure that's not the definition of level.
No,
A
MSL. I'm talking about
uniform
MSL. I'm
distinction
talking
of
about
where you expect the sea level
sea
to
level.
be.
It's again no mean sea level, right? Is
That
an arbitrary
definition.
distinction of relatively the middle of where most sea level
Relatively the
rises, right? But
middle.
I can show you, plenty of data
Who gave you
that
that
indicates
definition of level?
no, it's not. Like I said, not level. Mean sea level.
Yeah,
Mean
but
sea
T-Dub
level.
said, what's that? What does the level part mean?
I just explained. It's a equal distant projection across the entire surface of the planet.
Across the entire surface of the planet. That's what the definition of level is?
No, in the context of mean sea level, yes.
So sea level is different from level, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because level is relative.
So what does level mean then?
Parallel to a surface.
Parallel to a surface. Where do you get that
Correct.
definition from?
I'll Google the definition, but that's what it means. Like again, here we'll look up the Oxford Dictionary definition.
From an actual dictionary, or like a Google
Wait,
search updated in 2018 definition.
What dictionary do you
so
want me
the
to look up?
the sea's surface is parallel to itself?
What? No, I'm not. No, I'm specifically. It's not parallel to itself. It is there's a differential based on the mean sea level, which is what I was trying to illustrate. That it's plus or minus like 2 meters across this.
Well, you're saying that level means parallel to a surface. So we got the surface of the sea being level, a sea level, right?
Yes,
so what's it parallel? What surface is it parallel to?
If anything, it's parallel to the point immediately below it, right? But again, mean sea level, right, is not a real thing. It's a projection. It's an arbitrary point. Based, no. It's a series of points.
I've just posted a dictionary. I've just taken a snap of a dictionary and posted it in chat. Could you read out what it says in the image I posted from the dictionary?
Level flat plane.
Some definitions underlined there. What does it say?
A flat expanse, a horizontal line or surface. What says no irregularities in height, even flat, and not sloping. Right.
So level means a horizontal line or a flat expanse.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So that's not what you said.
Again, I'm not referring to the definition of level. I'm referring to mean sea level, right?
Well, you did, because I asked you about the definition of level.
Right, and I said parallel to a surface. That was my definition. That contradicts, or that doesn't necessarily
but we go with.
It's not exactly.
Do you just make up your own definitions now, or did you not go with a dictionary or something?
I was looking it up. But again, level.
What dictionary?
I was going for Oxford.
Oxford, an actual dictionary, or like a Wikipedia version of Oxford where any dickhead can update it?
I guess here we'll go with Merriam-Webster.com. How's that for you?
Well, when was the definition? What's the date of the definition?
Don't know if it gives me that.
Because it's funny. I think the word level was pretty well established for a long time, but you see you check online, and they're like, oh, updated in 2018. Like they had to change the definition of level for some reason. Why would that have been?
Because definitions change based on our context.
Definitions change. What would have made the definition of level change at that time, 2018? What happened? What happened in the world that in the late 2010s they had to change the definition of level?
Where are you saying that they changed it in the late 2010s? Where are you getting that information?
Well, the definition that you're talking about.
Well, obviously, 1 second, if I may. Obviously, if the world was perceived as flat and then is then perceived as global or spherical rather, then the definition alone would change.
So our
right?
perception, what we perceive of the Earth, all of a sudden flipped one day.
No, I'm not saying all of a sudden one day, but obviously we agree that the majority of the world thought the world was flat at one point, and now the majority of the world does not think the world is flat. We can agree to that, right? So based on that, our definition of space, our definition of globe, our definition of planet has all changed from what it used to be.
This definition here from this dictionary, I mean, that's not that old a dictionary. That's what, in the 1900s, late 1900s. So that's not an old dictionary. But when you go online, they're changing the definition in like 2016, 2017, 2018. Why would they be doing that?
Probably more applicable. It's probably more specific.
More
right?
applicable. Well, what changed in that time frame that they felt the need that they had to update the definition that had stood for hundreds of years?
More plane travel. I don't really know. I can't
More
tell you.
plane travel.
So, but again, if we're establishing that in whatever year your book was made, that flat meant flat, equal distant plane, and they were perfectly happy saying that.
Well, that's what level means. Level means flat expanse, a horizontal line, no side one going higher than the other. That's what it's always meant.
Right. So, but
I'm just
obviously,
letting you know because when I asked you, you said something else.
Right, but obviously, if someone's referring to a globe, then there's not two horizontal lines.
No. It's not about referring to a globe. It's about the definition of the word level.
Right, I understand, but the definition of word is purely based on its meaning in context, right? So level.
Yeah, I mean, well, this has got a bunch of definitions. It's clear: horizontal line, a flat expanse, horizontal plane, no irregularities in height, even, flat. I mean, that's not ambiguous.
Sure, but is it entirely correct? Is that the proper definition that applies in all scenarios? If the Earth is a globe, does that? 1 second. If the Earth is a globe, does that still is that still proper?
Well, why would that be a question if the Earth is a globe? Where would that question come from?
If the Earth is a globe, right? If the Earth is a globe, right, and it seems flat, right, but it isn't flat, we could still
then it
call
wouldn't be level. Then it wouldn't be level.
Again, so then nothing would ever, then no building would ever be level. No building would ever be flat, right?
I've got Collins Compact Dictionary, right? Collins Compact Dictionary 2003 for the word level, entry 19, the topmost horizontal line or plane from which the height of something is calculated, in italics, sea level.
Sure. Absolutely.
He's admitting that the evidence for the globe is that it looks flat. There you go.
I never disputed that it looks flat. Obviously, it looks flat.
So you agree then? Because I mean, my whole entire question. I mean, you're saying it looks flat, the water's level. I mean, it all looks flat, but you don't think it is. So we said, okay, where's the measurement? Oh, there is no measurement. So
not what I said.
Well, you didn't post the measurement.
Well, again, what number? Like what is the
Well, remember, you implied that you believe the bodies of water, contrary to how they are observed and experienced by every human being on Earth for all time, are actually curving at around 8 inches per mile squared.
Again, A, not what I claimed.
You were claiming, right?
A, not what I claimed. B, what I specifically said was.
Oh, so you're not claiming that the bodies of water are conforming to a ball of 39, 59 mile radius now?
Like I said earlier, 8 inches over a mile squared is not the same thing as a spherical.
That would be conforming with that 39, 59
only
mile
at a local
ball
level.
radius.
You conceded earlier that does not conform to a sphere. That is a parabola, right? So
But up to 1,000 miles testable distance, that works perfectly fine.
But
and why are you pretending that that's the problem? Because I also said, okay, well, give me your version of what you believe it is and a measurement for that. You wouldn't give us that either.
I told you I didn't have that, but what your claim was is that.
Well, then what are you talking about? Why are you splitting hairs?
Please let me finish. What you said was, does the water conform to a sphere with a radius or whatever with a radius of yada yada, right? I said yes. Then you said, okay, so then you think it's 8.8 inches.
Why did you say yes?
That's inaccurate because I do the first one, I don't do the second one.
Why did you say yes?
Why did you say yes?
Because 8 inches over a mile squared was not part of your first question. That is
inaccurate. No. But why are you saying it does conform to a radius ball with 39, 59 mile radius? Why are you saying yes?
Evidence points to that. Evidence
No,
points
but
to
we
that, right?
asked you for the evidence, and you said there
And
isn't. We don't have
that's
measurements
not
for
what I
that.
said. That's not what I said. I said I don't have a drop over distance, right? I don't have
That would
that
be
measurement specifically.
no, that would be detection of that, the conformity to the 39-59 mile radius ball. Your evidence for that would be demonstrating that the surface is conforming to that. That exactly would be your evidence, which you said you
Wonderful.
don't have.
No, what I said is I don't have a measurement for drop over distance, right? I don't have that
Yeah,
specific measurement.
so
What I
you
specifically said was the
don't have
combination of weather
evidence that the
data,
surface is conforming
terrestrial
to a
and
39-59 mile
satellite
radius ball.
surveying. How can you tell me what I'm saying and then won't listen to what I'm saying? You're not listening. Like you can't tell me my argument.
And we already asked you this because you're clarifying. You've said you do not have measurement or detection of the
Not what I
surface
said. Completely not what I said.
conforming. Okay, so you do have what? Measurement or detection of the surface
Detection for sure.
conforming to a
Again, the
39-59. Oh, you've
corroboration
got
of
detection
weather
of it.
data
Okay,
mixed with
how was it
terrestrial.
detected?
Weather data.
The
How was it detected?
corroboration of weather data, terrestrial and satellite surveying.
Vagary. What do you mean weather data? What the fuck are you talking about? What you
I said
think it
earlier,
fucking
like I said
rains
earlier,
in
the measurements from
Tanzania? What?
weather balloons,
Weather
satellites, and
balloons.
terrestrial surveying
Satellite.
combined, right, equate
Satellites. What are you talking about? Combined.
when data is
All right,
compared.
all right.
When
Okay,
data
okay.
is
Do this then.
compared,
Okay,
they
post your data for
corroborate
the
each other.
weather. Okay, post your data for the weather, and then post your data for the satellite, and then post your data for the survey, and show us how when you combine them all, you get surface conforming to
That's
a 39-59 mile ball
that's
radius.
what I said earlier about geoid construction when I was talking about
Geoid
Indio and
construction. No, you're not supposed to be constructing a geoid. You're supposed to be detecting the surface conforming to the 39-59 mile radius ball that you claim it is.
right. So
If
just to
you're having to
clarify, just 1
construct a
second, just to
geoid,
clarify,
that is
please,
not
please,
what I'm
please let me
asking for.
engage you. If the construction of the geoid is a compilation of data collected from all points on, or from many points on Earth rather, and that compilation of data correlates with not only the real measurements made on site, but also with the other measurements made from the other
Oh,
sources,
so now we're talking about
then
measurement.
therefore corroborate,
Measurements of what?
measurements of elevation and gravity potential at any certain point.
Elevation. Measurements of
Gravity
elevation.
Yeah,
potential.
look up
In
gravimeters.
reference,
Look up gravimeters. They do it
measurements
all
of
the time.
elevation.
Aerial gravimeters, terrestrial gravimeters, and satellite gravimeters. They do it all the
Gravimeters.
time. Look up gravimeter. Look it up.
And what's that
Look,
measuring?
the gravity potential of any given point on Earth.
The gravity potential. So not
Correct.
curvature, not surface conforming to a 39-59 mile radius ball.
Just again,
Just
try and illustrate how
to
would
stop
you measure that?
waffling
How
bullshit.
would you measure that?
Why
What
are
is the
you asking
process?
me? It's
Because
your
I'm telling
claim.
you how it's measured and you dispute it. So how would
You're not
you
telling
measure
me how
curve?
it's measured. You're
Oh, yes, I
specifically
did.
telling
I
me
just did.
other things. You just said it's not a measurement of a conforming surface of 39-59. You're talking about fucking gravity.
Which again is an
Which
inherently
again,
important
it's not
factor
the
when
surface
determining the
curving at a rate
structure.
conforming to a 39-59 mile radius ball, is it?
Again, the corroboration of data
Yeah.
corroborates with
I
that
mean, a
fact.
carpenter doesn't square up a piece of timber by seeing how long it takes something to fall to its surface.
Right, but
Man,
you
you've
could tell
lost the plot, Brad Recluse.
one
You
second.
were
Could
on
you
this
tell?
like a year ago in poll,
Please,
and this
please,
is where
please,
you're at.
please,
You still don't have like
please, dude.
one thing to post.
Please, my God, dude. Can you
Please
tell
what?
how?
Please
Can you
what?
tell? I'm just trying to illustrate facts. Can you tell how much helium is in a balloon by how fast it rises?
Shut the fuck up.
Yes,
Post
you
it in
can.
the
The point is,
chat.
yes, you can,
Post it in the
because you
chat.
can
Oh
use other
yeah,
facts to
so Brad
determine.
Recluse, you're observing a 39-59 mile radius ball under your feet by standing there and letting go of a helium balloon. You abject retard. Post your shit in the chat now. Shut the fuck up and post it in the chat.
I would post the
Yeah, post
construction
it in
of
the
geoid.
chat.
Which if I post the
Yeah,
construction of geoid, are you
post
going to
whatever
accept that?
dumb shit. Post whatever dumb shit you're somehow trying to link to the surface curving at a rate conforming to a 39-59 mile radius ball. And when it doesn't tell you anything about that, and then you'll go, oh, but this in conjunction with another thing that I'm going to fucking ramble about that has nothing to do with it. And then you'll post that and it'll still have nothing to do with it. And you'll say, oh, but this in conjunction with this other thing that has nothing to do with it. Go and do that just so that we can have a good laugh. gravitational potential. Gravitational potential. You Globers are toast. Brown Recluse, you're excited about Artemis? You excited about going back to the moon?
I'm looking stuff up. One second.
I think they delayed it. They kicked the can a bit further down the road on that one.
Oh, did they? What they said? Oh, we can't. The
Yeah, it's
boots. We
delayed
need to get a
again.
boots
It's
fix.
delayed to another date now.
Oh no, who'd have thought? Oh, it's raining that day.
I think they just like kind of keep it in the back pocket when they need to shift the news cycle. That's why they delay it. They don't want to just waste like a nothing day on it, you know.
I'm seeing all these quote
They'll wait,
posts on
they'll wait
Facebook and
until they
that. They're
need
like,
to shift the
we're going
public
back to the
attention.
moon. I'm seeing these posts online, and it's like folks saying, we're going back to the moon in a week, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. Like they're upset that not enough people are talking about it. Well, that's because only gullible boomers still believe that shit.
And soy boys, they love it.
Yes, soy boy little NASA bootlickers, like Brown Recluse here. Oh, the conjunction of the weather and the data. It was raining on Tuesday, so I know the Earth's a globe.
Real Steelman, guys. Real Steelman.
Steelman what? You don't have anything to Steelman?
Yeah, of course you don't think that.
I mean, it's been what? You were back on the politics server like a year ago, and you still haven't found one direct measurement of this shit that you're peddling. Come on, you know it's a joke. What they can fly to the moon, they can fucking drive robots on Mars for years, but they can't measure curvature of a lake. Get real.
Oh, it's just too big. It's too big to measure. Meanwhile, on Mars.
Yeah, right. You could barely move an RC car around a mile away for a few hours, but they're trotting about Johnny 5 on Mars for years. Still can't measure a curved lake.
A lot of our young generation won't get
Let's
that.
try again. Then. Yeah, I was trying to get in their Cyclone to say like it's funny how they've got these two extremes, right? They've got this dickhead in the desert with fucking sticks in the shadows. They believe that wholeheartedly, right? And then they jump to the other opposite end of the extreme with fucking gravimeters and all this pish. And they believe that wholeheartedly. It's like, just give us the in between,
Yeah. Still can't get the curve.
But there's absolutely no in between. Yeah.
It's a elusive.
Either ancients with sticks and shadows or fucking gravimeters that they have no access to, can't verify anything, can't do any of these tests. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. There's no just normal people going out with optics and lasers and surveyors, whatever else, actually doing real shit.
Yeah. Amazing how their evidence is so detached from immediate life, always.
Well, they're the ones that told us to go do that. That's how you prove the
Take your word
globe,
about it.
apparently, right?
Well, we can't measure the curve, but if you see here, I drop my pen and it falls at this time, and then if I go to this place over here and drop my pen here, then we can kind of just, it's a curve. Crazy. These guys just gaslight themselves.
But aren't they the ones that said, just go down to the beach, watch a boat go over the curvature of the Earth? Right, there you go. There's
That's
your
right.
globe.
It's very telling, because the way they flounder completely to make any coherent argument for this cause is probably the same effort they've put into every single other thing they believe. in their life. So, he's an atheist, but he's an atheist on this same level of incoherent fucking argumentation for it.
I'd almost be scared to
He
ask what the
supports the
evidence for
government,
that
but
is.
supports it because, this is the effort he puts into really thinking about it.
The evolution meter.
Oh, that's freaking hilarious.
Evolution
Hey,
meter, did you say?
Brown Recluse, did you find that the collab that you were meant to be finding?
Yeah, I mean, again, I have a PowerPoint of the construction of the geoid, but I'm trying to cite the sources.
Or was
So
it weather plus satellite plus survey equals globe? Is that what it was?
no, again, it was about collaboration of data.
Collaboration of data. The data's all collaborating, guys.
No, cooperation.
What? Collaboration.
You think
Cooperation?
collaboration?
Cooperation. CORROBORATION. The process of strengthening of confirming a statement, theory, or
Okay,
witness
just
testimony with
checking,
additional independent
'cause it
evidence.
sounded like you were saying it sounds like you're saying
Corroboration.
collaboration, like you're fucking up two words. All right, you're saying corroboration. All right, so the
Corroboration.
weather corroborates the satellites, which corroborates the surveys, but you can't post any of it.
I'll post you what I'm looking at right now, but again, I'm citing sources. This is a fucking.
Ooh, citing sources. This sounds fun.
Oh, Jedi, you're just behind.
Again, that's construction of a geoid.
Construction of a geoid. So which geoid did they construct? The globe you're talking about?
No, a geoid is a representation of the globe.
Oh,
right? Yeah, we're talking
it's
about
a
data.
representation. But I wasn't asking you about creating a representation of this fantasy. We're telling you to detect the ground to be this globe.
Right, but obviously the ground is flat.
Obviously,
right?
the ground is flat. Okay, well then, welcome to
the
flat
ground
Earth,
is
my
flat.
friend.
This is what I was
Yes,
talking about.
the
The
ground is
definition of flat.
Correct.
The
So
definition
why
of
have you been
flat.
arguing with us for all this time then? Why have you been arguing with us all this time then?
Because I've been trying to just get my because you
You
have any clue
understand
what
that
I
the
meant
ground
earlier
is
about flat?
and the ground. Well, a ball isn't flat, is it?
Depends on your definition of flat. If you zoom in on
Depends
the
on
ball,
your definition.
yes, absolutely.
So a ball
Because
could. So you're
obviously
saying
a
a ball
ball
could
isn't
be
a
flat.
flat level
So
plane.
a
But
ball
if you
can be
use the
flat.
definition of let's see,
So you're saying a sphere can be flat. Is
a
what you're
line
saying.
or surface that cuts perpendicularly across all plumb lines that meet and hence would
You're saying
or coincide with the surface or still longer.
a sphere can be flat, is what you're saying.
On an incredibly zoomed in level, perceivably flat, absolutely.
Perceivably flat. No, I'm saying a sphere. You know what a sphere is?
Yes.
Can the surface of a sphere be flat?
Again, at a perceivable level.
No, I'm not talking
Parallel
about perceivable level. I'm talking objectively.
depends on your definition. Like I said, if you use the
Depends on your
definition,
definition.
like
Well, you
I
just said
said,
you know what a sphere is.
like I said, a line that cuts perpendicularly through all
Isn't
plumb lines.
a sphere an object with a 360-degree curvilinear surface?
Okay, so just to clarify, if you have an enormous sphere and at a certain point,
Or is it a sphere? Well, then it wouldn't be flat.
One second. Let me talk. If you had a sphere and you went incredibly small on a sphere and you were at an incredibly microscopic
The
ratio,
sphere would still have a
the
curved
sphere,
surface, not a
it would
flat
have
surface.
an incredibly
Yeah.
minutely curved surface, right? At
Well,
the point
so
to a
would
point
that surface
0.000
be?
degree.
So would that surface? Is that surface flat?
Again, perceivably, yes.
No. I'm not saying perceivably. I'm saying is the surface flat? Because that's
Depends
what
on
you
your
said.
definition.
Wow, you're such a weasel, dude. This is
Even
embarrassing.
at 21 miles?
I just said it's not a flat plane, but if you use
Is
the
it?
definition of
But you
horizontally
just
going
said
through plumb
the
lines,
ground, but you just generally said the ground is flat. That's what you said.
okay. If clearly you can't assume that my position was that the Earth is flat. Obviously,
You just said the ground. You said the ground is flat.
That's tentatively true on a perceivable level. And the fact that you can't grasp that is
Matt, when are you
boggling.
going to stop being a fucking idiot and wasting your time?
The fact that you guys think that I'm being an idiot, even though I've said the
Yeah,
same
you
thing
are
6
being
times.
Because you're supposed to be providing measurements, not fucking hypotheticals regarding perception.
No, it's because it's not hypotheticals, right?
So
It's
is it flat? Is the
definitionally
ground
important.
flat over say 10 miles?
It
Is the ground flat over 10 miles?
Depends on your definition. Depends again.
What do you
The
mean
ground
technically
Zero
is
rate of change of slope.
again, technically
Zero.
again there isn't
Rate of
zero.
change of slope.
There isn't zero change of slope. It's not
Okay,
that there is zero.
you understand we're claiming that the Earth is horizontal across the surface, not curving. So for
Correct.
all intents and purposes, zero rate of change of slope.
Right. So, but if you say all intents and purposes, if we're talking about a globular-sized planet, 0.00001 degrees of change is not essential, or it is essentially zero, but it's not the same as perfectly flat. Can we agree to that?
Yeah, but we're going to be talking over
Can we agree to
distances,
that?
aren't
Can we agree to that?
Yes, but we're
Thank
going to
you.
be talking over distances, aren't we?
Right. Sure.
So
But
we're going to need to
over the course of
measure.
10
My
miles.
friend,
Yeah.
I've heard you waffle on for the last 10 minutes. At least try to enjoy an exchange of dialogue. Like, I'll talk and then you talk. Can we do that at least?
I would love that. Absolutely. Go
Oh,
ahead.
good. Well, maybe you should have acted as you wanted others to then. That would have been helpful. But if
I
you'd love
agree.
that, we could continue. So we're talking about a measurable rate of change of slope over a distance of the Earth that should measure a rate of change of slope according to the radius value of the Earth. That's what we're talking about, just to be clear.
I agree. So just to clarify
Good.
from my
So can we
perspective.
talk about that then?
So again, I have been talking about it. If we're talking about on sea level, right? Sea level, the rate of change at human scale is virtually imperceptible.
Not at
Right?
human
So when
scale. No, not at human scale. Over 20 miles.
right, which is still human scale.
Yeah,
right?
we're gonna agree what a frigging mile is, and we're gonna have 20 of them.
Sure, five.
What
five
happened to
but we're
boats
gonna be
starting to
using
disappear at 3
tools.
miles?
Sure.
We're
So
going to be using tools, right, on human scale. That's our eyes. Okay, I'll give you that. But eventually, over a distance of a sphere, there will be a rate of change of slope. Can we agree to that?
yes. Again,
Good.
allegedly
So,
across
do
the
we
entire
measure
Earth.
that over distance of the Earth
How would you measure that on a sea level?
with
How would you?
surveying tools?
Sure. So what surveying tool would you use to measure that?
A theodolite, a laser, electromagnetic frequency signal. A few things that we could
So just to
use to
clarify,
survey the land.
if we put a laser parallel to sea level, right? Will you see it? 20 miles later, right?
Yes.
Yes, you will see it 20 miles later, right? The question is, right? Is it then making any contact with the sea, right? If it is making contact with the sea, then that proves a curved surface, right? Right, but that isn't necessarily a foolproof method because the sea changes, obviously. Like, and even on a perfectly calm lake, right? You aren't getting exactly level across the entire way. You're getting a mean level across the entire lake. We can agree to that, I hope.
Yeah,
so-
of course. If we're going to be 6 foot above high tide, though, we're going to be 6 foot above low tide, though, aren't we? Because we're still referencing the frigging water.
Yeah, no. Again, I'm not talking about
good.
tides. I'm not talking about tides. I'm talking about the change of elevation in relative to mean sea level, even across a calm lake, right? So again, I'll look up the exact math for you in here in a second. But the degree of change over, like, say, a 20-mile lake, right, in comparison to the sphere of the Earth, right, is a less than a degree.
Okay, that's lovely. Would that be measured at all, though?
How would you measure that? This is what I'm saying. How do you measure
Again, with surveying tools, I would have
you
hoped.
you have to measure the distance from the Earth to the initial sea level, and then the laser to the middle sea level, and then the laser to the receiving sea level, right? Which is just how that's
You're
not
saying
possible.
it's immeasurable?
I'm saying as of right now, that the way that I just described it is not accurate, right? But that's what I
Cannot be
believe that you guys are
measured?
looking for.
This thing that you're talking about?
Should you see a
Can't be
laser?
measured.
I'm sorry.
Well, should you see a laser over that distance?
Yeah, why would you
Across
not
water?
see a laser? Yeah.
Because there's 250 feet of curvature in the way?
That doesn't mean you can't see it. Again, if I draw a map
Could it hit
for
a
you,
target? Could it hit a target on the other side, 20 miles away?
again, I don't think that there's demonstration of it hitting a target 20 miles away. But I was
Would you like some? We've got loads.
Yeah, absolutely. Again,
Okay,
all of the
okay.
laser level videos that I watched, right? It's
see.
simply that you can see the laser from X miles away, right? The laser.
You see the
again,
laser, or you see the point of the laser? Do you
Do
see?
you
Would
see
you see the laser flying 250 feet above their head?
No,
But
because
like
that's not what the globe dictates. That's not what the
Oh,
globe
is it
dictates.
not? How much curvature? How much drop over distance does it say there should be over 20 odd miles?
Again, you can use 8 inches over a mile squared, right? Again, but
Well,
drop
yeah, that's
is
why I'm
not
asking you. So what is
but
it?
But it doesn't mean that the laser's going over their head 250 miles. Right? They're both looking at the same point on
Well,
the
how
horizon.
much? Well, they're supposed to be below the curve, right?
Right, but that doesn't, again, relative to one
So
another.
the laser should be going over them, over their head.
What you're referring to, right, is the distance away from the center of the Earth that's allegedly in between point A, or allegedly in between point A and B, directly in the center.
No. From point A to point B on the surface, one side of a lake to another, 20 miles away, that laser should be going above the other guy's head, shouldn't it?
No, absolutely not.
No?
Like again,
Why?
some of the
So should
light,
it hit- so it should be hitting the target on the other side of the
it'll
lake.
be hitting the horizon, right? It'd be hitting
Hitting the horizon.
Right,
Hitting the
on a
horizon.
globe, on a globe Earth, it'd be hitting the horizon, right? The geometric
So
horizon.
on a globe Earth, the horizon would be 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's or laser's height in feet, which for the 6-foot laser would be approximately 2.8 miles away.
Okay, not necessarily. I mean, obviously that's the geometric
What
horizon.
do you mean not necessarily?
That's the geometric horizon, right? So obviously that is not
Yeah,
100.
yeah, the physical obstruction, yeah.
It's
On a
not
globe
100%,
Earth, the
but that's not
horizon. You
100%
said
accurate.
hit the horizon. I
Correct.
hoped you meant physical when you said hit.
Obviously, I'm just saying that specific measurement isn't 100% accurate. So it's not exactly 2.61 miles.
Is it
away.
measured? Is it measured though?
No, again, I know
Oh,
it's not
no,
measured.
you
Because
can't
it's not
measure it
measured, you
again.
can't.
Can you, McLovin?
The
It
error
just
rate
can't be
here is
measured.
negligible,
Just
Brian. You're not
immeasurable,
making any point.
undetectable again. It's really convenient, Brown Recluse. Everything you're saying, you just can't detect, can't evidence, can't prove. Why is that?
It's not that there's, again, that is the base equation for the general gist,
But
essentially, of
can't
where
be
it should.
detected in reality. Lasers are hitting targets 20 miles across lakes.
Can you show me it hitting a target? Because I think you can't show me it hitting a target. You can just show the light is visible from across the lake.
Well, a laser targeting device hitting a target. You want us to show a targeting device hitting a target? You should probably contact the military of the world and look at that. Laser targeting systems that target things. Are you denying that we use lasers to target things?
No, I'm not. No, I'm saying if we're talking about we're talking about measuring distance. We're talking about the flat Earth laser level test. That's what we're specifically referring to.
Someone's eyes are a target.
Yeah, you can see the source. That's the source of the laser. You see the source of the laser? That's them hitting the target.
Okay, if the target again, but sure, but if the target is only your eyes, right? We're just talking about light being perceived on the other side of the lake.
People are seeing the laser being shot across 20, 30-mile lakes.
Right, but again, it's not like you don't like have a meter stick on the other side and it's hitting the meter stick, and
why
you're measuring the levelness.
Why are they seeing the source of the laser?
Because there's nowhere else for the light to go. There's
nowhere else for the light to go, but it's not being obstructed by a curve of water, right?
Well, there is obviously some obstruction, but again, it's
there's not because they're seeing the laser.
No, what would
There's
happen if you
obviously some obstruction.
In a globe Earth model? Obviously, there's some obstruction.
Okay, so you assume there's some obstruction, even though we don't observe or measure it.
Yeah, we're not talking about a hypothetical globe Earth model. We're talking about when people go and do this.
No, again, in the Earth model, there's obviously some obstruction. That's what I was referencing. On a flat Earth, there would be zero obstruction, right? We can obviously minus refractive index.
So that would mean they see the source of the laser.
Right. So, but can something be obstructed and you can see the source of it? So, like if you have a flashlight behind a wall and the wall's exactly the length or the width of the flashlight, can you see the light behind the wall? No, I'm trying to illustrate it. Simply because there is obstruction does not mean that light disappears. The light is visible because it follows. It is reflected off of the surface of the water, right? And then
off the surface of the water. How does it get on the other side of the curve that's supposed to be obstructing between the two?
I'll show you a diagram, but again, if you have a
sphere,
sphere,
show us the diagram. Show us the diagram of what you're talking about.
Again, just clarify, it's me drawing an MS Paint.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing, Recluse. We will get a good laugh out of that. We will get a great laugh out of that.
That's still a diagram. I'm just trying to illustrate it.
Let's see your diagram, dude. Stop talking. Let's just see the diagram. It should be hilarious.
I'll make it real quick for you.
Yeah, do it real quick.
Absolutely.
It should be good.
Because I love you.
Well, I love the idiocy that you're displaying because it's definitely going to put a lot of people off trying to defend the globe religion like you do. So it's very useful for us.
I'm sure that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you're aware. At least you're aware. A lot of globers, they don't even realize that's what they're doing.
The amount of fallacies this guy's committed, man.
Which one?
He's basically attempting to make the globe unfalsifiable.
Which
That's
fallacy,
the
though?
only way to save the globe for these fucking retards.
Which
Just make
fallacy?
the globe unfalsifiable by
Which
all
fallacy?
means.
Which
Oh,
fallacy
don't
have I
get
made?
distracted, Brown Recluse. Get
I'm doing it
drawing.
right.
Get
I'm
those
doing it right
pencils
now.
out.
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah. In the meantime, whilst Brown Recluse is breaking the Crayola out, do we have any other new people in? Shredder? What's up, Shredder? See you lighting up.
Yeah, man.
What brings you by the Flat Earth chat?
I just found it interested, and I thought I can join it.
Yeah, you can. Welcome, welcome. You got any questions? You got thoughts?
No, I'm just here for the hearing some talkings and what was talking.
Okay. You think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
No, actually, I'm not thinking like that. I'm thinking the flood is.
What was that?
I think flood, bro.
Well, you don't think the Earth's a globe anymore? Well, that was quick. It's as easy as that. I believe in the globe. Why? Actually, you're right. It's flat. Good stuff. So, Brown Recluse, just while you're working on this diagram, what's your diagram based on? Is this based on some kind of empirical evidence that you've observed, or is this just from your imagination?
Logical deduction.
Logical deduction. What have you logically deduced?
Is he fucking
Okay.
Sherlock Holmes?
I'm Sherlock Holmes, exactly. Trying to demonstrate how light works when hitting surfaces.
Trying to demonstrate how light works when hitting surfaces. Mm-hmm.
Well, like
Okay.
reflection.
That's what I said. That's what I said
There's
earlier.
a law behind that.
Absolutely.
Reflection. I don't understand how a reflection is going to be helping you in this scenario.
A reflection, the principle of reflection.
Well, like, so you shine
Angle
the
of
laser off the
instance is
water and
equal to the angle of reflection.
yeah, right. So you shine the laser off the water and it reflects up into the air?
No, it reflects in every direction.
In every direction?
Absolutely. Do you disagree with that?
Light reflects in every direction.
Sunlight absolutely reflects in every direction.
It depends on the angle of incidence.
And the reflective material of the surface, absolutely.
So if you're standing on the edge of a lake and you shoot the laser kind of off into the lake, that light's going to bounce back into your eye?
That's how you see it, absolutely. That's how you're able to see that there's a light. Yeah, of course it bounces back into your eyes.
Bounces
off the water and then like changes direction back into your eye.
No, it goes in all directions at the same time. So that's again,
Yeah,
you know how you
so
can see the light?
backwards into your eye.
Yeah, because
the
that's how you see
surface of
you
45
have to be able to
degrees and
bounce photons off of it to see it.
90 degrees.
It's supposed to have a hump in the way,
So
bouncing
again,
it back towards.
just to clarify,
the
what I'm specifically
source.
referencing is your eyes receiving photon data and perceiving that, right? So if person A on side A of the lake and person B on side B of the lake can both see the light, if they are both
Just
receiving
draw
that,
it out. Just show us the diagram.
if they're both receiving that data, that means they can both see the light. Obviously, I can't post anything. I don't have permissions.
Oh.
So there you go.
You can DM it to T-Dub.
No, Crit. Give it to me.
Oh, Crit. You
Yeah.
send it to Crit.
Absolutely.
This is actually bewildering as a listener that has been sitting in there for a while. How can you not understand that if you shoot a laser beam 5 foot over water on beach A, 10 miles away, it ends up 5 foot over water, 10 miles away on the other side? That's a straight line. And we can even show you a side shot from this whole thing, right? And you're gonna talk us into thinking that's a curved laser or that it hits the water?
Again,
It's crazy
when you
talk.
say a straight line, right?
Yes.
One second. There's no point on the other side of the laser. So there's like the producing side of the laser and the reception side of the laser. On the reception side of the laser, there's no point that dictates a straight line. You're simply receiving data, right?
Dude,
So
if
if
we
you're
have a
standing
side
20
shot
feet,
of this shot and we see the laser from beach A go to beach B in a perfectly straight, non-curved line,
let's
what
see
are you
that.
talking about?
Post that, please.
What is this diagram? What is this diagram?
It's to illustrate the sight lines. Person
The
B.
what?
So there's
So
person on the right.
that laser. What's that laser doing?
It's again, I can't get it to scale. That hump in the middle is the hump on the Earth, right? And it's
But
hitting
isn't
the
a
hump on the
laser
Earth.
shooting just a straight line?
Again, this is not to scale. I hope you would understand. It's not to scale. It is a
Yeah,
straight
but
line.
yours is like. I mean, how do you even describe that?
Okay,
I
because it's
think
not to
gonna be like,
scale.
it was going to be the light was going to reflect like 90 degrees away and
Okay.
then suddenly fucking reorientate in the middle of the sky towards the observer again.
Again, this is not.
Did you etch a sketch this?
Yes, it was in MS Paint.
He would know what an
Okay,
etch a
so where
sketch is.
the star is, where it makes contact with the geometric horizon, right? From that point, going either direction, light scatters in every
Fucking
direction.
get a grip, man.
How? Name one thing I'm saying that's wrong.
Shut
Name one thing I'm
the
saying that's
fuck
wrong.
up, you
I'm not saying
fucking
anything that's
moronic.
incorrect. You guys keep saying that. That's just fallacious ad hominem.
You're
And to address
absolutely
my argument,
sophisticated about
does
this
light travel
entire
in every
topic.
direction? Would anybody, regardless of their angle of perception from point A to point B, be
This
able to
is not
see that
what's
geometric
taking
horizon?
place, right?
Depends if there's something in the way or not.
I don't understand.
Can you give a bit of
You're
detail in your diagram?
At the moment, there should be Earth curve in the way. We're doing these distances where there should be Earth curve in the way and finding that there isn't. Why the fuck you spent the last 10 minutes doing this, mate? I don't know.
Exactly. Can you give a bit of detail in your diagram? Like, what's the distance of that?
Ah,
10
fuck
miles.
no, we're not spending
10
20
miles.
minutes on this piece of shit diagram.
Well, that
I think
diagram is definitely not showing 66 feet drop.
That says it all, really, doesn't it?
It's a misrepresentation because his laser isn't level. It's angled down towards the surface.
It's again. Just to clarify, this is not perfect representation. Imagine that laser is straight and hitting the curve.
No,
If it was straight, it wouldn't be hitting. It wouldn't be hitting the curve.
I'm in MS
It'd be
Paint. You have to
deviating
imagine
away
something.
from the
You have to
curve.
imagine something.
Hey, it would be deviating away from the curve, not going towards it.
Wait, just to clarify, exclusively deviating away from the curve? It wouldn't scatter in any other direction. Just to clarify.
Yes, if it's level, it'd be a tangent plane.
And that's the only
Oh
direction. the light would
God, Brown!
I'm just trying to.
Come on,
illustrate.
man. You're smarter than that.
You're
I
not
don't know.
addressing.
I don't know.
If it hits a mirror, if a laser hits a mirror, right?
Brown,
hitting a mirror?
You don't have curvature.
Oh.
You've yet to demonstrate curvature. Stop fucking assuming it.
If the mirror's above my head, am I going to see the reflection?
Depends on your angle. It depends on where you're looking at it from. Yeah. Is it?
Yeah,
Is
no,
it like
dude.
looking up?
Your
Are you looking
diagram,
up?
if I'm following you correctly, no, it's not going to reflect in that angle. What the fuck are you doing?
It again, when the laser hits the surface, it reflects in every.
Why does it hit the surface? The laser is level to be parallel with the surface. Why would it hit the surface? The laser's not in any tense aiming downwards. It's leveled.
If the Earth is curved, we agree.
No.
One second.
When we do these tests, the lasers have to be leveled.
Right, compared to what? Compared to the ground you're standing on immediately, right? Is it
Yeah.
level? Is it level
To
with?
a ground that you're standing on immediately, yes, which would be perpendicular, yeah. So
Right,
we're not going to be aiming it into the ground. So your idea of it hitting the floor and reflecting round the corner, that ain't working, mate. What we're talking about is two parallel lines, right? For all intents and purposes. Why are you talking? I'm clearly still talking to you.
Because you're not listening to me.
Right, dude, I'm going to lose my fucking patience in a moment. I'm trying to point out to you there's two fucking parallel lines here and the laser's fucking level. At no point in this are we aiming the fucking laser to the ground, so your diagram is irrelevant. What you've been explaining for the last 20 minutes is fucking irrelevant.
Okay, so how did you confirm that point A and point B have the same level?
Same level, whatever, at the same altitude above the water, because both tools will be leveled on site.
Mm-hmm. And just to clarify, is there an exact reading from point A to point B that dictates that laser has maintained level? Right? Does the laser be produced at 6 inches above sea level and then received at 6 inches above sea level, or is it simply perceived at the other side?
No. So I can cite multiple laser experiments where you mentioned 6 inches, yeah. One from 6-inch laser to 6-inch target over a distance of 10 miles.
Let's see that.
Yep.
Let's see it.
Okay, it's going to take me about 5 minutes to find it.
Okay.
I mean, there's examples where they may not have even leveled the laser. They're just like holding it and just shining it and waiting until their target, their observer, sees a light, right? And there's one instance I remember where they're shining it and they see the source light and they know it's the source light, right? Because you can see the reflection on the wall. You're not seeing what they're seeing isn't the reflection. They see both the reflection and the source.
I'd love to see that. All the ones I looked at yesterday,
Yeah.
someone posted a bunch of them yesterday. All the ones I looked at were simply a pinpoint of light across the lake, as opposed to two distinct points of light, or again, a specific measurement from point A to point B above water level. Right? These measurements were not dictated. It was simply that the light was able to be seen. So again, if I'm wrong, I would love to see it, but I have not seen any evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, you're already wrong by saying the source of the light is observed. It wouldn't be if the Earth was the fantasy globe cartoon that you're embarrassingly trying to defend. So that's it.
What I was specifically referring to is that the light is seen, and it came from a source. I'm not necessarily saying that the
but the laser is not flying overhead as if it was coming from around the curve.
Right, but where's the laser going?
Okay, so apologies for interruption in the side chat. I posted the peer-to-peer observation done by Dr. John Dee about 7-8 years ago now. It's between two piers on the south coast of England, one at Worthing and one at Brighton. The distance between the two piers is about 9.6 miles. The height of the laser and the height of the target were both 6 inches, I believe, above the ground. I think this is the video that explains the observations and the results.
Looks like a pretty straight line to me. Doesn't look anything like your diagram.
You're not. I'm looking at it right now. It's not a straight line. It's just, and there's no receptor. It's just a camera. So again, yeah,
Was that a curved line?
There's no demonstration of the line whatsoever. It's simply that the light is being perceived on the other side. What line are you getting? Where's this line?
The line, the camera is being directly hit by the laser on the optic.
So just to clarify, you think that if they put the laser or the camera 6 inches down or 6 feet up, they would no longer see the laser?
Depending on the beam width and how much it had diverged over that distance, if you were outside that calculated distance, then obviously you wouldn't have a direct line of sight, so no.
Well, again, so just to clarify, do you think that if they were sitting 60 feet above that laser, they would not see it?
Well,
it would not appear on
60
the
feet
camera?
above the laser.
60 feet on the other
see
side.
the laser, but they wouldn't see it hit the focal point of the aperture.
How can you dictate it hits the exact focal point?
Because you'd be fucking blinded.
Right. So, but in the camera, like I'm looking at the camera right now. They're not blinded. They can simply see a dot on the other side.
Okay.
So
good.
Again, when we talk about measurement, if you want to talk about a straight line, right, you have to demonstrate.
Okay, Brown. The laser's aimed at a camera. How far is the difference between the laser and the camera in comparative to how far it should be?
What do you mean? It's 10 miles either way. I guess again, it's slightly further on
Elevation-wise, the laser is X distance from the camera, thus giving us the excellent shot provided. How far should it be, my friend?
From the laser, from the sea level. What are you referring to? Elevation?
Yeah, how
The
high should
difference
camera
between
be
the
above sea
laser
level?
and the camera.
That's 10 miles. What do you mean? What do you mean how long?
Elevation. The camera, if it was hit directly by the laser, you would just see a green thing.
Again,
Full stop.
Depends on what you mean by elevation. If you're talking about in accordance to the center of the Earth, the same.
Okay,
In
if you
accordance to sea
shoot,
level-
do you know what a tangent to a curve is?
Right.
Above fucking sea level, dude. Come on, you're making this harder than it bloody needs to be right now.
Again, I'm just
He's
trying
been like this all freaking morning. He's been doing it for the last 4 hours.
These are not the same thing. Obviously, the camera is 6 inches above sea level, and the
No shit.
laser is 6 inches above sea level, right? So again,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to illustrate is that does not demonstrate a straight line just because you can see it, right? If the laser had a pinpoint
No,
accurate,
see, the point is we shouldn't be able to see it. We shouldn't be able to see it. That's the point. If
Why
the
not?
surface of the Earth was curved, we shouldn't be able to see it because there wouldn't be a direct line of sight.
But just okay, like I illustrated previously, if there was a flashlight and a wall in front of it, right? That is
I'll
a
get
fully
the.
obstructed.
Have you? Okay. Have you seen the FE core laser tests? Were
I
they
believe that was
given
the
to
one
you
that-
yesterday?
I believe that was what I was looking at. Yeah, where they're on a frozen lake and there's like 5 of them. It's like a vlog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's the
Yeah.
one.
So you seen the target that was hit by I think it was approximately 3 foot in diameter of the collimated beam. Did you see that? We were talking about the actual focal point of the beam, 3 foot in diameter, seen on the target. That's what is being aimed at the target. It's not that we're perceiving it, it's hitting fucking target. This is what we're seeing in the camera with the peer-to-peer one. The beam is hitting the camera focal point, right? Now, in all instances, we shouldn't be able to have a direct line of sight with the target because the curve of the Earth would be in the way and the laser would be well above the target, right?
No, that's not necessarily the case. If you're
Not necessarily the case.
Yes,
So
but
why
let
is
me
that not
illustrate.
necessarily the case? You're saying the light is bending for some reason?
No, again, like I illustrated earlier, if the Earth
No,
is a
sorry.
sphere,
Like you illustrated earlier, what your diagram, you fucking illustrated bollocks
No.
all there.
in fairness, I
Don't
meant
go back to that bullshit
verbally
trying to explain
illustrated.
reflection when we weren't aiming the laser downwards. It was level. Remember? So let's not circle jerk back to that fucking bollocks.
It is the laser. When is the camera pointed at the horizon?
At the horizon?
Yes.
Is the camera pointed at the horizon?
Correct.
No.
No. The camera's
just to
pointed at the
clarify-
laser.
Just to clarify, so is the laser on the horizon?
Is the laser on the horizon?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
For the 6-foot laser, the camera would be less than a mile away. So you think that the receiver, the camera's no, it's 10 miles away.
Right.
On the horizon. What the fuck do you mean?
From the observer's perspective, are they looking
Of
at the
the observer's
horizon?
perspective, no, this is a laser.
From the observer's perspective, are they looking at the horizon to see the laser?
No, they're looking at the laser to see if they can see the laser. This is
the
at night
laser?
time.
Where's the
Yeah.
laser? On the
Yeah,
horizon.
it's by a pier across a coast.
Mhm. On the other side of the coast, on the horizon.
Yeah, across a coast. They're not looking out to sea a horizon in front of them. They're looking down a coastline.
You think if you look at a coastline, is there a horizon?
Well, maybe a little bit on the left hand of my periphery if I remember what Brighton looks like when I look west.
No,
The majority is north when I'm looking west, and that's beach. I've got 1 foot in beach and 1 foot in water. You understand? We're looking down a coastline here.
Just to clarify, a horizon is where
Just
the
fucking
Earth's
clarify.
surface.
My God, you're testing my patience.
Because you're wrong. The horizon is where the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. Right. So if you're looking at the coast,
You asked me if they're looking at that. No, they're not looking at that. They're looking at the laser.
Right.
The horizon,
is the laser
if
on
there
the
was
surface?
one, would be between them. The horizon, if there is one, is beyond them.
No,
the horizon
no.
should be between both camera and observer, right?
No. Where's
No.
the geometric horizon for a 6-foot observer?
2.8 miles
Are
approximately.
they beyond that? Are they beyond that?
They're approximately 10 miles away.
So they are beyond the horizon, correct?
Approximately, if there was one,
So just we agree that they are behind the horizon. You
Yeah,
just stated that the
they are
horizon was
behind
behind
the
them.
curvature of the
If
Earth.
the
If there
horizon was
one.
Again, we agree that the horizon is the X.
Hey, McLovin, there's no if we agree. If
Mm-hmm.
the geometric horizon was where you proclaim it to be, you shouldn't see said laser. Full stop.
Disagree. I don't think that that's a founded claim.
Why should you be able to see it? There's a horizon in the way.
Like I said, if you point a laser at the brim of a sphere, if you're standing on the other side of the sphere with
There's a horizon in the way. Are you stoned or stupid or just fucking deaf? You can't shoot a laser through a wall.
There is no horizon here.
It's not through a
They're not
wall.
seeing
It's at
glow,
the top of the
man.
wall. If you want to follow the analogy, if you shoot the laser at the top,
It's not on top of the wall.
Yeah,
It's
not
the
what they're
analogy,
saying.
damn it. Just listen to the
Not seeing
analogy.
glow.
We're not talking analogies. We're talking factualities. This is a video. You can see it. You can witness it for yourself.
I'm trying to tell you what the
Stupid. Think about it. You are on a sphere. From point A to point B across a sphere, you have to generate a chord to go through the fucking thing. This is not what's happening in reality. So stop being such a denialist.
That's not true. The fact that you think you need to go through it is not accurate.
Well, lasers aren't magically bending around it to conform to 8 inches per mile squared.
There's no horizon observed in this observation either.
If like
If no, watch the video.
I've watched the video. I've
Okay,
watched
cool.
both videos
So
that you
there's
sent
no
me.
horizon between the observer and the target, or the laser and the target. There is. Can you show that to me?
It's where the sky meets the ground. So where they are is where the sky meets the ground.
Is that an actual physical location, or is that just an optical location? Is that? I need a clarifying question. Is that a physical location, or is that an optical location?
Optical location.
An optical location. Okay, then it's not a physical location.
Right. So again, I
Okay.
made a distinction between the
So it's not
geometric
going to be
horizon.
reflecting off of an optical location, then, is it?
No.
No,
Obviously,
good.
okay, obviously, those are two different things.
Yes, most definitely. Yeah, and
100%.
we've eliminated that the horizon is Earth curvature.
Well, how have we eliminated that?
Because it moves.
No. No, because even if it moved again, because again we just agreed it's observationally based. If the Earth is curved and you moved, the curvature would still play
No,
into
no, not if I moved. It moves. Depends on the optic that I move. I'll stand still. I won't change my altitude. I'll use my eyes, and then I get some high-powered zoom camera out. The horizon will move. It will perceptively move. I will be able to resolve things based on the technology that I use that I couldn't resolve with the human eye, and the horizon would appear beyond those things that I can now resolve because of the technology. Depending on the atmospheric conditions, if I was to keep that technology there and not move it, and all that changed was the weather, then the horizon could appear further away or closer to me. So the horizon moves. It's a purely optical meteorological phenomena.
I just posted a little paint illustration. Can you tell me how the other guy's gonna see the laser light and set globe?
They would look at the horizon and they would see an illuminated horizon.
You're not looking at the picture.
I'm looking-
You made that abundantly clear then by that answer.
No, if you look at the person on the left, and if the person left,
Notice how the laser on the guy on the left is clearly above his head.
I'm trying to
Brown. Saying my name 14 fucking times isn't going to change the fact that you don't listen. Explain to us the yellow line hitting the blue guy on the left. Why is it not hitting him, Brown?
If the yellow guy, or if the blue guy on the
There's
left...
no if in this. It's a straight up. Why is the yellow straight line not touching the blue dude on the left?
Right, because you think that's the only direction light travels in.
What, to the left? I didn't mention that at all.
No.
So stop with your straw man fucking sophistry bullshit.
Oh, you're crazy, dude.
You're thinking it's like a glow, right?
Please. If the guy on the left looks at the horizon, will he see the light?
Why is the light not hitting him? That's what I want to know.
Answer my question.
Your answer does not involve you asking questions.
Hold on. If he can see it, he'll see it shoot up above his head.
Again, in any of the laser tests, do you not see any resolution from the laser on the observer side? You can simply see the origin of the.
And now he's going to twist this off and do his own fucking story. Answer the question, Brown. Why is that yellow line not hitting the guy on the left?
It's moving at an upward angle.
You swallow. so
because it's obstructed by the ball that's there. How inconvenient. Now, Brown, this is what should be happening if we live on a globetard. Shut up.
Listen, could the guy on the left see the light?
I don't have to listen. You're the one that needs to comprehend.
Of course you don't.
He thinks he's now seeing the fucking bat signal.
No, he's seeing light. He's seeing
Yeah,
the
bat
light
signal.
originating from the laser, right? Which is all any laser has ever proven, that you can
Yeah,
see.
and on the
light
other test,
from the laser.
no, that's not all that's ever been proven. We discussed at least 10 minutes ago that you'd seen the Lake Bissell tests, right? And I reminded you about the target with the 3-foot diameter circle of light produced by the laser. So we have the direct line of sight with the laser hitting the target. You see it, remember?
I don't know so I don't know how that laser 3-foot diameter was determined. I didn't see that anywhere in the video.
You didn't see the target that had been hit by the laser. All right, I'll see if I can go find that for you.
I would love that. I'd appreciate it, and I will track my statement. But again, from what I looked at the videos, that is inaccurate.
There's a good 10, 15 videos of it, dude. So give me money.
Yeah, India sent like 7 of them yesterday or something like that. I looked at like 4.
Well, if you still got others to go through, dude.
Okay, but I'm just before I watched were similar.
Anyway, because that piece of canvas that you use as a target, that's literally what they jump up and down about.
Brown, you're just fucking about, aren't you? If point A is hitting point B, there's no Earth curve, is there? If point A is hitting point B, there's no Earth curve, is there?
This is how you think lighthouses work.
No, okay, just to clear, what my contention is that point A is not hitting point B, but that point A is, or the light originating from point A is perceivable by point B. That's my contention.
Yeah, we can see it. There it is. There it is. We see it. The point is, we shouldn't see it.
Is it producing a silhouette?
No, I'm saying that you can see it regardless.
Yeah, what you're saying would produce a silhouette.
If I was to walk around the corner, would you be able to see me? If there was a physical, say, wall in the way.
Are you shining light?
In a moment, I will be.
If you're shining light behind a wall, I can see the light.
You can, yeah, exactly. You might be able to see the light that
I'm
in
arguing.
the corner, right? Say like a distant city somewhere. You see the light illuminated in the sky, but that's not what we're talking about, dude. We're talking about seeing something and then shining a laser or a bright source of light to confirm that we can see that thing. The point is that we shouldn't be able to see any of these things because there should be a wall or a corner in the way.
So just
you keep pointing out that I keep turning on my flashlight and you can see me turning off my flashlight from behind the corner. That's not what we're saying in these. Like, you're making this more difficult.
But that's exactly
he keeps deliberately misconstruing. Shut up, Brian, you're a clown. He keeps deliberately misconstruing the light source with the light emanating from said source. Oh, but I can see the light. But I can see the light. Can you see the light source, Brown?
You can see the light emanating from the source.
Can you see the light source?
Show a demonstration of you being able to see the light source. You could see the light because that's all the laser demonstrate. All the laser tests only signify you can see the light.
You should not be able to
illuminating
see it.
That's what you're. I can.
Is it illuminating the ball edge? Is it illuminating the ball edge so that you see a silhouette?
Okay, I don't think a silhouette is not appropriate because a silhouette is
That's what you're
the
talking about, bro.
Right,
Like in your little diagram.
right, but if you shine light through water, you're not seeing the silhouette of water. You're seeing the light transferred through the water. Can we agree to that?
Wait, no. You're saying
No friggin'
there
way.
is an obstruction. You're seeing, bro. Now you're changing your story.
No, I'm illustrating the point you just made. Right? I'm not because there isn't a wall.
You're not illustrating it. You're deliberately misconstruing it again.
Well, there's supposed to be. There's supposed to be curvature in the way.
And
Yeah.
again,
Yeah,
if
there is.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that the analogy of there being a wall in the way is incorrect, unless you want to confer the or
That's how you're describing it.
Let me use an analogy like I was trying to before. If you
Yeah, how about no analogies? How about we do this the easy way? Brown Recluse, in the side chat, I do believe someone's tagged you to draw the laser line on this diagram to explain the laser test. Please do so. So we can understand what you're yabbering on about.
Right. Do we think that this is to scale?
We don't care.
Well,
You're going to draw the laser line. No excuses. Just draw the laser line from point A to point B. Go and do it.
I'm just going to repost the video that Elbow put up because that would be accurate. Again, not to scale, not accurate, and still my point is not invalidated. That person on the left would still be able to see the light originating from the person on the right.
We're talking about a laser, Brown. Stop with the excuses.
Here, one second. Oh, here, who?
Okay, we're going to do this a sensible way. Silence. Go and do the drawing. When it's posted, we'll unmute you so at least someone else can talk. Because there's other people in here I haven't seen. Rion, Precious. I haven't seen MTVs for a while. KC's in here. How's it going, mate? Jedi, of course.
Thanks.
Dragon Black RK. I don't know who that person is. Please, if you've got any questions, queries, concerns. Or maybe proofs of curvature. Sorry, Jedi.
Not concerns, though. Precious would like to know what topic is going on. The moment we're resetting the topic to just a broad subject of the Earth and its overall dimension or shape. Some people think the Earth is a planet. That means a sphere, round. Some people think the Earth is flat, horizontal. So that's what we're discussing. Dragon believes that is just utterly.
Yeah, the whole morning, Jedi, it's been someone will give him an answer, he'll grab 1% of it, twist it around, make his own version of it, and then you'll be answering that question for the next 20 minutes. Then he'll grab 1% of that, twist it around, and it's just been ongoing. It's disgusting.
Sounds fun.
Yep, send your awesome picture to me.
Oh, is there a picture? Oh,
Well, he's going to draw the line.
Hope he hasn't Etch-a-Sketched it again.
Righty, I've got a little red tag here. He has... what?
Oh, he's muted, isn't he? I forgot. It was only a minute ago as well.
I'm just going to warn you. I'm going to give you a second opportunity to draw that again. they're probably going to ban you.
Post it.
For being a okay, I just got to post it. For being an numpty. That is what was directly sent to me.
Okay, let me zoom in. Oh my god, he's pissing over the fucking hill. What's he doing?
I don't know, but that yellow thing is supposed to represent a laser.
Why?
What kind of laser is that?
Why is it come? Why? I don't understand.
Is that what he drew to show what the laser's doing to you?
Correct. That's what he sent me.
Where? Can I see it? Can you send it to me?
It's in the side
It's in
chat.
the side chat. 24
Okay,
past
see
the
it.
hour. Circle, 2 blue dots on it, and there's a yellow string connecting them.
Looks
He
like
probably should have
his
chosen a better
laser's got
colour.
erectile dysfunction.
He's
That's where
probably
it
watched
doesn't show up for me.
Ghostbusters.
Let me leave and come back.
Wow.
Well, if you'd like to continue your conversation with him, Jedi, I've got no problem unlocking him, but
The hell
yeah,
is
that
that?
just, to me, shows a pure act of
Are they
sea
doing jump
lining,
rope or
trolling.
something?
I want to know where the hell he got his laser from.
What, you want one?
But does all that? Hell yeah. Is he still here?
Yeah, how about? Hey, Special Ed, it's time for you to explain yourself.
Yeah, Brown, do you have that laser with you? Can you show us how that works? And where the hell you got it from? Yeah,
Timu. I tell you, Cyclone, I think that test there is up there with the triangle test.
Yes,
I don't know, but somebody needs to fucking print this out and put it on their fridge.
Draw the laser.
The least he could have said was, the cat bumped me whilst I was drawing, or some shit like that.
And the thing is there anyone on here that agrees with Brown's laser?
At this point, I'll take it bounces off the atmosphere. I think this guy took the short bus to school.
Hello, peeps.
Hello, peeps. Bloody hell. You alright?
Hey, Dragon, you might want to unclip your microphone for that one, mate. Welcome, Dimitri. Go on.
Just a little mic test. How am I sounding anyway? A little bit of feedback on how my mic is.
Give me off, sir.
What's that? Sorry, can you hear me? Is it all right?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Can you give me a concise summary about what you guys are discussing about?
The topic's about flat Earth. What's your
Okay.
thoughts on it?
Oh, that's cool. I'm listening.
You heard of the topic before? What's your thoughts on it?
Post them, I'll show you. Just been busy with other things.
Sorry, say that again.
Oh, and Brown has deafened. You asshole.
Yeah, he deafened when I asked him what laser he had for that diagram that he showed.
Yeah, posted a screenshot from the 21 mile Great Salt Lake in Utah test that Ben from Taboo Conspiracy performed a few years ago, and you can see there's the blue light, and then there's a blue light, a fainter blue light underneath it in the capture. That's the reflection of the light of the laser off the water from 21 miles away.
What's the height? Sorry, 21 miles, and what's the height?
5 foot. 5 foot observer. I'd have to listen to talk about it again in the video.
I'm not, because the guy, they both had lasers. So they like Ben and his friend. One of them was from the team of FE Corps, I'm pretty sure. So they're one is each end of the lake. Ben's got his. I think they both got cameras. I'm not sure what his friend had. Ben had, I think, the P900. And so they both had a camera, both had a laser. And they were pointing it at each other, and they could both see each other's laser. And plus, Ben did daytime observations across the lake too, and could see clear across the lake to the other side. Like DJ's presented it dozens of times, hundreds of times probably now.
Yeah, that shows it all there, doesn't it? It's got to be way over 100 feet of drop, apparently. So if you put your hand in front of that laser, it's going to block it.
Ben's done a few. There was another one he did, and I think it might have been 19 miles, and his wife was on one side of a lake. I'm not sure, can't remember the exact body of water where it was, location, but she was getting the laser and putting it down pretty much right at the water, like right, just holding it with a hand and then like moving it around until he could see it. And I think again in that one you could see the reflection off the water as well. Yeah. So they didn't level their lasers. So like, yeah, but regardless, like if you point it down, it should be obstructed by the curvature. If you point it up, well, it's just going to go into the air, isn't it? I mean, either way. But at some point, they're seeing the source point. Like when they're moving around, it like you see in the footage, it clearly like gets like it disappears, and then suddenly it's like really bright, like it's hit that focal point,
Yeah, that's the thing. Once you see the source of it, that's it, game over. You're seeing it. There's nothing blocking that.
Yeah, well, what's reflecting off the water?
Yeah, exactly.
His reflection, his spread, his glow. I don't think so.
And that ain't the furthest one taken. I think it's closely, roughly to 40 miles, 30 to 40 miles. I think the furthest one.
Is it 40 miles or 40 kilometers? I'm not. The FE Core one's 40 kilometers. Hey, Dragon, why don't you mic up? Talk to us.
Yeah, 40 kilometers is about 24 miles, I think. So, but either way, that's enough.
Yeah, it's over 300 feet of drop. Dragon, obviously optics have limitations, right? There's is the optical resolvability. They only have the ability to resolve so much so far, right? What should it look like? What should what did you say? What should America look like from Portugal? What should you see? Tell us that.
Why do people think that we can see forever once we figure out the Earth is flat? It doesn't mean our eyesight change. We still see like the same thing as normal. Dragon, you need to mic up and tell us what you're on about.
Yeah, I mean he's just thrown diffraction, angular resolution, and atmospheric interference. He's thrown all that under the bus. None of that exists. Yeah, how good's your telescope, man? What sort of lens? What's the diameter? I think you overestimate the the capabilities of high-powered optics. They released the P900, right? Nikon P900 camera, super zoom capability, 80 times zoom, right? And people were taking it to lakes, things, right? And even just across land, right? And to the naked eye and to the camera, when it's zoomed out, can't perceive certain things, and it zooms in and it can perceive them, right? And resolve them. When they should have been well and truly hidden by the alleged curvature of the Earth.
Not only that, the P1000 has it's 125 optical zoom, but the P900's only 83, I think, 85.
Right.
Which is still a lot. Yeah, it's still good.
So in millimeters, that's equal to a 3000 millimeter zoom.
Yeah, I used to get confused about that. Yeah, and DJ had to educate me on that. I still don't understand it, but like properly. But at least I know that when somebody says they have a camera that has 600 times zoom, They mean 600 millimeter. Yeah.
Yep. That's how most of them are rated. Unless you've got a prime lens, it'll just have a straight number, say 600 for example. Whereas your normal lenses that can zoom will have a number, say 75 to 400. That means it can zoom from 75 millimeters to 400 millimeters, and then focus everything in between that.
Right. Yeah, because everyone was going on about the Nikon P900's, ability with this 80 or plus times zoom, and I'm like, yeah, but my friend said he has a 600 times zoom. Like, what's going on? Like,
Yep.
and I was like, oh right, okay, I see.
See, and then they use digital zoom after that. So when they say, a lot of cameras will have optical zoom, whatever their number is, and then digital on top of that. So what they do, in effect, they'll start out at, say, 20 megapixels, and by zooming in, it'll take it down to 15 megapixels. Zoom in, it'll take it down to 10. To put it into plain English, 0.7 of a megapixel is a 19-inch monitor.
Yeah, I figured that out when I was using my camera. I had, I think it's saying like 20 optical zoom, but I've got digital zoom after that. So what I noticed with this optical zoom, when you're zooming in, the camera will physically move, and when it gets to digital zoom, the camera won't move anymore. Just zooming in onto the actual display.
But you lose quality. So
Yeah,
that's what
you
you got to
lose a lot
watch
of
out for.
quality.
A lot of cameras, you get to watch inside, you'll see the little zoom bar, and there's normally a line or a notch or some indicator to say when it's going from optical to digital.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep. So for your best quality, you park on that line, and that's it.
Yeah, that's how I figured out the difference between optical and digital. So I noticed once I got to that line, after that, my camera wouldn't physically move anymore. It wouldn't adjust. I can't remember who. I think it was Rated Criteria on here. He told me all about it. But yeah, I figured it out, and he told me that. Yeah, that's right.
It's basically just enlarging the image, right?
Yes. Enlarging and cropping a specific section of it. And that's what it's doing.
Good evening, everybody. How we doing?
Hello. How's it going, man?
Good, good. How's the day been? What's the action been like?
We've been talking to Brown Clues for like a few hours now. First in politics server, now here. Or are we still in the politics server? No, we're in English Hub, aren't we? Yeah.
Nice. What's the contention? The shape or the description?
Flat earthers.
You're going.
That's the contention, is us. A lot of them just don't like flat earthers saying anything. Whether they're right or wrong, doesn't matter what we say, they'll just argue against it.
Yeah, they have a preconceived, tainted well logic.
Yeah, one of the lads called it flat earthers are wrong syndrome.
Yeah. For a while we were in the weeds about, like the deception and, like who'd have to be lying, blah, 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 all that, conspiracy. And then we got into some of the cyclone got us on track to the actual geometry claims, and Brown Recluse was coping with this idea that when lasers are shot over water, that you're seeing the light, but not like directly pointed at the target. You're seeing some of the light that's like, how does he describe it, Matrix? Like spread or scattering or reflection or I don't know. He was coping.
Yeah, he's
He
got a
draws a
crazy
couple of
laser.
little funny diagrams.
But Brown, you're back, aren't you? So what laser have you got? Are you shine a laser up in the air and it bends down
No, sir, it's
by
not
your
like that.
diagram?
I was being facetious with the requirement of drawing that diagram. That was
Fair
that.
enough. I'm glad you're back because I provided for you what you said you'd be interested in seeing. So I'll just get the timestamp in the side chat.
I think I see
At
it. 2:30 or
37.
6:37. Yeah.
Yep, 37 past the hour. Yeah. Okay, so that's a screenshot from that video that I posted underneath, and you can clearly see that there's a more prominent light and then a lesser light, and the lesser light is a reflection of the water.
Let me see. Let me watch your video.
Okay. Goes for 20 something minutes, I think.
Give me 1 minute.
It has both daytime and nighttime observation and measurement.
There you go, T-Dub. On the P1000, the actual lens is a 4.3 to 539 millimeter. The rest is digital.
Oh, okay.
But the only downside of it, and that's been my only whinge about it the whole time, is it's got a fixed lens. Whereas I can whip a lens off, chuck another one on. If I want to do close range stuff, I just put the smaller numbers on. If I want to go full long range,
Right.
like if I had unlimited money to burn, one of the lenses I can get is a 1200. You put a doubler in front of that, which takes you to 2400. And then you've still got your digital zoom on top of that.
Yeah, I think they're gonna improve on that with this technology that is already in use, but I think that they've tweaked it, and I think they might be looking at commercial use, right, where you have an array of sensors, which
Yep.
so it's not optical, but it is, right? It's like, so these sensors are collecting the information, in and then you'd need it so it could aid in the like in the interpretation of what you're saying. So you could either use it in conjunction with lenses, or you could just use it solely by itself and just have software construct the information into a visual, and
Yeah.
and it's looking like it's going to be a very powerful piece of technology.
Yeah, I read something about that a while ago. The advantage of having those sensors is because they also basically catch light which overlaps from other sensors. So instead of just having one sensor picking up everything, there's a grid of, say, 3x3 or 10x10 or whatever the number happens to be. But because they overlap and collect data that the other one's already collecting, that information becomes more refined when they're joined together and more accurate. That's why it's such a great system.
Yeah, it overcomes things like your angular resolution and diffraction limits and that sort of thing. Because they say that it's aiding in astronomy. All right, give it to the public and let them point it across the surface of the Earth, guys. What, you scared?
Matrix, would you mind posting that? Should I send you? And I'm sorry,
Yeah,
who
no.
sent that video initially, T-Dub?
Sorry, who?
No, so you sent that video initially of the Great Salt Lake laser test.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to present a refutation if Matrix will please post that.
Copy
image.
image. Hold on. Hold on. Paste. There it is. That's what was just sent to me.
Okay, absolutely. So the light on the right obviously is the laser, and the blue light below that is the alleged reflection on the surface of the water, right? What are we then claiming that the lights on the left, it is also a reflection of the lights onto the water below that? You see those two identical, or dimmer rather, lights
Yeah.
beneath that, right? So my contention is that you're positing that this laser is going level across the entire lake, correct?
No. No, I'm not, because that was handheld, so I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying that it was necessarily horizontal at that moment.
Okay, well, so then I think it would definitely not be horizontal, just specifically indicated by the fact that if that laser is reflecting on the water at any point, it would be reflecting upon the water at all points, because it's equal distant from the surface of the water. I'm positing that based on the video, this is simply a refractive image that you're looking at.
Oh, it's refraction. So you're saying a refracted reflection.
But beneath the initial laser, as you can see from the other lights in the video, is the mirror image, the refracted image across the entire coastline.
Those lights are up the embankment and further away.
Right, but they have almost identical quote unquote reflections upon the water. If you look at the video, if you're looking at specifically like 8 minutes, or rather even 6 minutes to 8.5 minutes, you can absolutely see like the line of refraction across the entirety of the coastline.
The line of refraction?
Again, the refractive image across the horizon. Again, you can see specifically.
There is no horizon. There is no horizon.
Again, just to clarify, the definition of horizon is where the sky meets the ground. Right?
Yeah, there is none in that video. In that instance.
Can you see the sky and the ground?
No, there's a mountain. It's like an embankment, and then like there's water, and then there's a shoreline, and then embankment, and lights and buildings, a smokestack, and then beyond that is like hills, mountains.
Right. So just to clarify, where the sky meets the ground on any point along that line,
be the mountain. Be the top of the
furthest distance. Why the necessity to omit certain clarifications? The furthest distance where the sky appears to meet the ground. The furthest distance there is blocked.
The definition of horizon
by mountains, hills, and towns and shit. So why are you trying to make stuff up?
Supposed to be at 2.7 miles across 21 miles of water for a 5-foot observer.
Right, that would be the geometric distance.
Yeah, that's what's supposed to define your horizon.
No,
that's what's in contention here, Brown. The geometric horizon, which is not where it should be, or it's not existing at all in this case.
Well, again, the horizon, by this definition, is where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, no, don't sidestep this. What is in contention is your geometric horizon. It is not there. Where is it, Brown?
It would be in between point A and B.
It's not there. We can see that quite clearly because those lights would be obstructed. You would not even see the reflection. So where is it?
All right. Again, I've contested that this entire time. If you're still positing that over,
no, you're not contesting it. You keep misconstruing it as in. So you've got this is what you keep doing. You keep using the word horizon, and then you'll add a different word in front of it, and then you'll change it to something else. The geometric horizon is what is in contention. They shot a laser across a patch of land. The laser should have been blocked by the physical geometric horizon. It is not there. Where is it?
I can reiterate my
Don't just say again and start repeating shit. Where is it?
I wasn't going to. I was going to say I'm specifically not going to keep reiterating the same point. I've illustrated that you could see the light, right, regardless of whether it's flat or spherical, right? You're positing that it would be
wrong. That is incorrect.
All right.
That is incorrect.
Again,
if it's spherical, the light would be blocked by the physical nature of the ball.
Okay. If you're saying,
don't just say okay and pretend I haven't spoken. That's exceptionally rude.
Acknowledging what you just said. If you would let me continue. Okay, I understand that's what you're saying. I disagree because if you had a light laser behind a wall.
No, stop with the laser behind the wall. We're talking about seeing the front line directly. If I get a torch, stand behind a brick wall, yes, you can see lights emanating from behind the wall. No, you cannot see the direct beam. In this circumstance, we can, or this situation, we can see the beam directly. You keep sidestepping this fact. So, on a ball, you would not be able to see, number one, the beam directly, and or number two, the reflection of said beam off the surface of the water. This is not possible. We are seeing this, so your ball is now non-existent.
That's not.
And mumbling through people in the background when they're talking is fucking rude, because you had a whinge about Cyclone earlier doing it.
No, the fact that you think I'm over.
Don't say no. That's what you're doing.
You're doing the
and
same
now you're
thing.
laughing. You think it's a joke.
It's ironic. It's hypocritical, is what it is.
Brown, can I ask you, what's the difference between a geometric horizon and a normal apparent horizon?
Geometric horizon is physical. Apparent horizon is based on the observer.
Right. So if your physical geometric horizon isn't there, do you not see the problem with it?
Again, I could say it again, but again, I'm being, like there's.
In other words, nuh-uh. I've got another answer that I'm going to hit KC with. Why don't you ever answer the question asked? If there's no physical, geometric, and now he starts talking to him again. If there's no physical, geometric horizon, there's no ball.
Can you're positing there's no, based on this test?
Well, pick another test then. Which one don't you like the most?
All of the laser tests are not indicative of a flat Earth.
Why are they not indicative of a flat Earth?
Because again, you're claiming you have a direct line of sight towards this.
It is. The laser is dead straight.
Don't overtalk me, Matrix.
Don't fucking cry. The laser's dead straight. You are magically making up some kind of twisted idea of what lasers do. You seem to believe that lasers magically conform to an 8-inch per mile squared curvature. If this is true and correct, you should be able to post up a video of said laser bending around the curvature of the Earth.
Just clarify, did I say that?
If it wasn't indicative of a flat Earth, you wouldn't be making up excuses for why we get these results.
100%.
I'm not making up excuses. I'm trying to explain why it is not.
No, you are.
Just to clarify, if you can, like I was asking Jedi earlier, if you can clearly demonstrate that laser is originating from point A and hitting point B at the same elevation, then that's great. He was using the focal point of the camera in order to demonstrate the same observer height from the origination of the laser. I'm simply saying that you're not actually determining that it's hitting a specific point on the same level above sea level, right? I'm indicating that you can see the laser, right?
If there's a hump of curve in the way, bro, it doesn't matter how you level that laser. You shouldn't ever see it.
I disagree with that. Disagree with that assumption.
Yeah, you can disagree with it all you like.
Brown,
geometry
why do you
disagrees with you?
Why do you magically believe you can see a laser through a hill of water?
Because it's not through a hill of water. You're pointing it at the top.
Well, it would be. No, you're not on top of it. You're behind it.
Where's the laser going?
You are behind it.
Look.
Do you know what a chord is?
Look at the diagram.
When we're talking about circles, do you know what a chord is?
See? Excuses again. Excuses.
What excuses?
It is. You're making just dumb shit excuses.
I disagree. You haven't refuted my point.
Okay, Brown, I'm going to give you two scenarios.
You be saying it.
Scenario number one, person standing on top of a ball, shooting a laser in any given direction with you there to see the laser. Option number two, a person either side of the ball. In your picture that you drew the wobbly laser, being facetious earlier.
Yeah. Again,
why is it earlier you were being facetious and you could not draw the laser? What was stopping you?
It was not to scale, right? Those people are not.
Scale's got nothing to do with it.
It absolutely does.
Wrong. That's a red herring. It's got nothing to do with it. We're talking about a spherical object. Shut up. We're talking about a spherical object. And the size of it has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
If there is curvature, there is curvature. If there is not, there is not. It doesn't matter if it's a zillion miles across or 5 miles across. It's still spherical in nature, and it would have the same results. If you've got person A and person B on different sides of it around said curvature, then the curvature would be blocking their line of sight.
Can I demonstrate why size and scale matters?
Oh, here we go. He's going to show the picture of the Earth getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
I'm not going to show any pictures.
Brown, why are you so defending such stupidity?
Because I believe it. Can I explain?
Because you believe what?
That the Earth is a globe.
This is not about size matters. This is about you pretending a chord is not a chord and it actually goes around a ball. That's what you're pretending.
Did not claim that.
Yes, it is. Would you like me to draw a little picture for you?
No,
and I'll show you what I perceive of your words.
I know what you perceive.
How about I do that for the entertainment of the panel, and the panel can then fucking judge how fucked up you are.
Sure. Are you just going to try and draw a line going through the top head of a circle? Like, I understand what you think. You don't.
T-Dub, why are we entertaining this fucking idiot? Seriously.
Yeah, no, he's saying you can see it through a chord, you can see it through a tangent, but a line of sight doesn't, what the fuck? I don't know what you're talking about.
Now he's the whole day, everything that's been spoken, he's made deliberately so the globe is unfalsifiable. It doesn't matter what happens, he has to manufacture it so it's unfalsifiable. As soon as I mentioned chord, what did he come up with? Oh, it's not to scale. Everything is non-falsifiable.
Yeah, just taking it away from the point. That's all he's been doing.
Yep.
Yeah, yep. That's the globe because reasons and shit. Oh, and it looks and measures flat because reasons and shit.
Is he still here? Ron Recluse.
Yeah.
You see the images that I posted in the side chat?
Yeah, so just to clarify, a chord is 2 points within a circle, right? A tangent is point off
I
of a
know
circle.
what a chord is. A chord is from, it's just a line across that's not through the diameter. It's anything but the diameter. That's a chord.
Right, exactly. So just to clarify, the laser originates from outside the circle and then hits the circle. That would be a tangent, not a chord.
Right, it's just a tangent. That's fine.
So it's
Okay,
not
do
a
you
chord.
agree with the images that I posted in the side chat?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you agree that if I shoot a laser horizontally out over the surface of the Earth, that the laser should get higher and higher above my head once I go past the horizon?
Yeah, eventually at some point.
junction.
Absolutely.
Okay. So why doesn't that happen?
Again, I argue that does happen. What my contention earlier is that there is no point on side B of the laser test that you're indicating that the laser is hitting. Jedi mentioned earlier a 3-foot diameter of the laser, right? And then he was going to post something about it hitting canvas on side B. That was never posted, right? So what I'm indicating is that the laser is traveling in that direction, away, increasing that deviation away from the curve, and that is represented in the.
So that means the camera would have to be about 60 feet in the air, actually 270 feet in the air for one of the tests, in order for you to see the laser.
Incorrect.
Can you not comprehend that?
That's incorrect. You're mistaken.
No, I'm not mistaken. That's the calculations for it.
No.
You're mistaken. Go and do the calculations yourself. Have a look. Swole Dog's already got them in the side chat.
Right, so again...
That's how arrogant you are.
No, again,
You're that high-strung, you haven't even got the decency to read what people are posting for your convenience.
So again, I agree that person B on the left, rather, would have to be at a certain height to receive a straight, direct line from person A, right? But I would argue that if person B was any distance to the left of that exact point, they would still see the laser.
We're talking elevation, not to the left and to the right. So stop misconstruing arguments. You're a fucking slimy weasel. Quit it.
I'm referring to his document, where obviously the deviation...
Oh, I'm referring to this. And now you're going to go back to the document. You are nothing but a weasel. You're a slime.
Look at it. You told me to look at the image. That's what you told me to look
Hold on. I'm gonna go find the image of the laser hitting the side of the boat, and I'm gonna show you the 3-foot divergence that it's doing from 28 miles away. Okay.
It's been nothing but lies all morning. We've entertained this shit for the last couple of hours.
Yeah, it's
You
not
know what?
us that he's being dishonest with, it's himself.
I was gonna say, you know what? And T Dub or whoever, is either Matrix or T Dub is right. Rounder Clues, you can't falsify the globe. If we falsify the globe, that's incorrect. But if it proves a globe, that's correct. Like that's the stupidest, most circular reasoning I've ever heard in my entire life.
The thing is, Swole Dog, the whole show, every time anyone said anything, he's gone out of his way to make sure that it's non-falsifiable, and that's what his gift is this morning. It's just nah, and then he'll make excuse after excuse after excuse on how it can be non-falsified.
Yeah, I suggest
I
you guys
know.
watch a few of these videos that we've posted. Sit down, watch them from beginning to end, and think about it to himself, like, and be honest with himself at the end of them. Like, and not want to come back and if he thinks that he can reason it away and justify it for like by Globe's standards or whatever, then okay, fine. Go on your merry way. Then go live your life. Go live your life and be happy that you're on a ball. And keep being dishonest with yourself.
Yeah, because at that distance, you're not going to see a laser for a chord. You're not going to see it at a tangent, and if you see it at a tangent, you're not going to see the source of the laser. A line of sight.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it. I don't know why he keeps flipping it around.
And you're not going to see reflections off the water.
Yeah, exactly. Especially not at a tangent because you're not going to see the source. So I don't know where he's going with it. And refraction ain't going to help, especially at that distance either. Not with a chord or a tangent line. It's not going to help.
And on top of that, I'd encourage him to go out and make his own observations. Like, I can't be a hypocrite and say, do the laser test. I haven't done a laser test. I've made some long distance observations, but yeah, I'd love to get out there with a laser, do some tests. But if he thinks he can like demonstrate that these, we'll go out and arrange a test where you can, like control the variables and show what you're talking about as being absolutely the case. Right? Do it. Prove this shit wrong. Don't forget about your corroboration of insinuation and inference, right? Go do something, direct.
Here you go. I'll put something in a side chat that's simple. You don't have to go out and get a $30,000 laser. Here's something you can do simple on a lake near your house.
Was there a globling in here? You guys are talking to?
Yeah, brown recluse.
Oh, him again. God damn it.
We listening on YouTube?
No, actually, this time I wasn't. I just heard you guys saying he can go do this, he can go do that. I wasn't sure who it was.
Yeah, he's coping about lasers hitting targets and being seen over distance. He's saying that, in one breath that's refraction, and that's why you can see a reflection, because he was trying to say that, no, you're seeing reflection, or you're seeing spread, or you're seeing glow from above the horizon, or whatever. Like, he's just like coping.
Reflections would be even harder to see. What is he talking about?
Well, I showed him a reflection of a laser source off the water. So I was like, well, what's that? A reflection of the reflection? No, it's refraction. I'm saying, so it's a refracted reflection. Right, okay. Just doesn't matter what you show him, man. He just comes up with a reason or excuse for why he's seeing it. It's not indicative that the Earth is flat. That's what he says.
Gregor used to say, he called it invincible ignorance. That's all it is. You can't defeat his ignorance. He's going to stay dumb longer than you have patience.
Right. And he said it's not indicative of that the Earth is flat because he doesn't agree that you shouldn't see it. Right. I'm like, well, the geometry disagrees with you. He's like, no, you shouldn't see it because of these reasons. I'm like, there are your excuses of why you're seeing it, bro, because the geometry should be, in the way. Right. Like,
only boats. Only boats can get behind the Earth curve. And windmills. Everything else you can see all the time.
Right. Yeah. That's what. Well, he was like unbelievably saying about how imperceivable the curvature is over small distances, even like 20 miles, right? And I did pipe up at one point. I said, "Oh, what happened to boats going over the curve? Like at 3 miles? Oh yeah, bro, he's just coping."
Yeah, India, if you look in the side chat, I posted what he thinks lasers does. I don't know if he was being serious about it or not, but
No, he's taking a piss.
Oh, fair enough.
Because he knew he was backed in a corner and he couldn't draw a straight line from point A to point B.
Oh yeah, we'll show his diagram. Show Indio's diagram.
Yeah, that diagram KC just posted is pretty yikes.
Oh, that's one of them. There's another one. Where is it? Trying to scroll up.
Yeah, Indio, that's our new test. Like, we've got the triangle test, and that one there's been certified by Cyclone, which is great. So we give them the ball with the 2 blue dots on it, and they have to shoot a laser from dot A to dot B. That's all. It's very simple, and they just have to draw it.
Yeah, and he shot the laser like a cannonball. Is that it?
I don't know what that yellow thing is, but I want one.
Customer.
I just posted his other one. I think that's the
Oh,
other
cheers,
one.
man. Thank you. I was still scrolling up to find it. Yeah, there you go. We're like, that laser isn't level, bro. But he's saying, no, but light spreads in all directions, goes in all directions, right? So some of it's going that way.
Brown, you can feel free to explain your diagrams that I posted for you.
I've explained them.
What's wrong, boy? You're pretty quiet now.
Good job.
Yeah, I'd love to hear you talk to Indio about reflection.
Well, does he know about the law of reflection?
Brown, is that for you? That's for you, man. Do you know about the law of
Couldn't tell you it off
reflection?
the top of my head.
It's the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. That means that whatever angle the light hits the reflecting surface off of, it reflects at that angle.
And only that angle?
Well, from that viewpoint, yeah. So if you have a flat surface, right, and you see a reflection and you're 6 feet tall, right? If you know how far away where it's reflecting off of, you can calculate exactly how high the light source is. But if we already know where the light source is, and we know our height, we can calculate exactly where the reflection, where it bounces off of. The light source, right, and the camera, say, are at the exact same height, has to bounce off the midway point between the camera and the light source. Has to.
Yeah, that's what I'm positing. Yeah.
Unless it's a ball.
Well, if it's a
Unless
ball,
it's
would
a
be at the
curved
mid.
surface.
Yeah.
No, it can't be. Because you got
Yeah.
horizon dip.
Well,
So the elevation is changed. The elevation is changed at the midpoint.
Right,
So
but
now
the
it's
distance
higher.
between A and point B have the same elevation difference, or the same deviation between the middle and themselves, correct? So two equal distant, or 10 miles. Two
No, but
observers 10 miles away from each other.
Okay, the
5
surface.
miles.
Bro,
have the same
the
deviation.
surface the surface is tilted at the reflecting point. Remember, you're on a curved surface.
Which
The
direction is it
surface,
curved?
like, okay, if I take the tangent at the midway point and I take the tangent at the observer, the camera,
Mhm.
are those parallel lines?
Sorry, say it one more time.
If I take the tangent at the midway point and the tangent at the observer, are those parallel lines?
No. Oh, yes. Yeah, they would be parallel lines relative to each
They'd be
other.
parallel.
Well, it depends on which direction you're sending the tangent. Are you talking about like from like the direction that the laser would be firing in?
No, the tangent. If I draw, you don't know what a tangent is?
No. Again, what's the origin of the tangent and which direction is it going in?
The tangent is the point, the midway point between the camera and the observer. That tangent line
Right.
and the tangent line at the observer, are those two lines parallel? Yeah, they're not. Okay, and because they're not, they can't have the same reflecting angle as a flat surface. So it couldn't hit the midway point. It has to reflect somewhere else. Because you're not going to have the equal angle.
I don't think that that's true. I might need a visualization, but I'm pretty like again, if we're referring to the tangent between person person A and the center point, and the tangent point between person B and the center point, those are
Oh
obviously
my
not parallel.
God.
Well, again, just help illustrate what exactly you're talking. What tangent point from the observer to where is your
Yeah,
tangent?
the tangent point under the observer's feet. Okay.
Heading towards the alleged curve, correct?
Tangent goes in both directions. Apparently, you're standing on the curve, dude.
Right, but the tangent has to go in a direction for it to be parallel with another tangent.
It's not parallel on a curved surface. It would only be parallel on a flat surface.
Well, I would need that. I disagree with that based on this, assumption. But again, I don't know specifically which tangents you're referring to.
Okay, a tangent point at the halfway point. If I take a circle, right, and I put A and B there, and then point C halfway between them, and I draw tangent lines at each one of those points.
Yeah.
Those lines are not parallel to each other.
Correct. I agree with
They're,
that.
yeah, okay, then you can't have an equal angle at the halfway point.
Again, you're referring to the light. Well, I mean, those angles.
I'm returning to the surface. The
Right,
surface is the reflecting surface, right? The surface of the earth, the water.
Right. But again, the angle between point A and C and B and C are the same.
No, they can't be.
Why not?
Because it has to be rotated. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it a different way. I'm at A, I'm at B, I'm at C. I have plumb lines. I hang them. I hang plumb lines. And then I take the 90 degrees from the plumb line. Are those horizontal lines parallel?
No.
Okay, then how can
Those
I
are
have an
vertical.
equal angle on a globe as a reflecting surface or as a flat surface? It's not possible because from the viewpoint of observer C, right, the surface is tilted. It's rotated.
Right. It wouldn't. Again, it's not tilted. It's tilted relative to the other two, but it's equal. Equidistantly.
It's tilted. It's tilted. Yeah,
At the same angle.
it's look. It's the camera, the laser, the person, and the tangent points are all tilted relative to each other.
Right. So, but like between A and B, right? Obviously, tangent line.
This is more invincible ignorance. You're being like I can't believe that you're actually even arguing this.
Well, no, because again,
be honest.
Like this
obviously
all
the tangent line
morning,
between
India.
A and C would go above B, right? I agree.
4
with that.
hours
There's
straight.
no above. We're all on the surface. Everything is reflecting out. We're all talking about at the surface of the earth. The tangent lines, they're not going to be parallel. Okay. But on a flat surface, they are parallel.
There is no tangent lines
Okay.
on a flat
So
surface.
there
Tangents
is.
are inherently circular based.
You can find the tan on a flat surface. Yes, you can. Okay. The angle 0. So you need angle 0 at each surface.
Is a straight line that touches a curved surface, or a curved surface. So there cannot be a tangent of a flat point.
It's considered 0 because you can you can find the angle of a triangle using the tan function. So yeah, you can.
Right, but it's based off a circle.
Yeah, the interior of a circle, not the
Right.
exterior.
Right, but
The
either way,
interior.
it's in reference to a circle.
The interior. Dude, are you brain dead, dude? You're not listening?
Well,
The interior of a circle. Trigonometry deals with a triangle that's on the interior of a circle.
Right.
Just yeah, right.
No, I'm just not saying how what you're saying is conflicting with what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that you're saying something that's impossible on a curved surface because that surface is tilted from the viewpoint of the observer. And that equal angle, that equal reflection angle, can't exist. It can't be the same as a flat surface. It's not possible.
No, I'm not. Again, just to clarify, I'm not saying it's the same as a flat surface, but I don't.
You already
think
said that. Dude, you should just be banned for just lying right now.
Again, I don't think I said
What do
specifically.
you think this whole... You did say it. You said it would be the same. You said it'd be at the halfway point. It wouldn't be. Couldn't be.
Okay, now.
Again, from my understanding, if person A fires at point C, which is equidistant, or rather fires directly forward, right, on a curved surface, they will hit this geometric horizon, right? And that will hit it at roughly halfway. Again, roughly. I'm not saying exactly halfway. Roughly halfway between A and B, right? How is that incorrect?
No, but C could be further away than halfway. I mean, like
because listen, bro, parallel at the horizontal at the laser is tilted up relative to the camera and relative to the midway point. It's tilted up.
Yeah. Again, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you have to tilt it down to hit the midway point. So now you're not that triangle that you had originally. The isosceles triangle doesn't exist now. I have a scaling triangle.
Okay.
But you need an isosceles triangle
Okay,
because
so
you have a camera. Because you have a camera and an observer at the same height. So you have to have an isosceles triangle for the observer to see the reflection of that light.
Well, like you just said, geometry is based on the interior of a circle. We're talking about observers that are outside the circle.
Oh my! Shut the fuck up, bro.
Okay,
Shut up, dude. You're just saying word salad, dude. You're just saying random shit, dude. You didn't understand the whole interior of the circle. I'm talking about trigonometric function, okay? The tan function, tangent, tan. That's the tan function.
Again, I just don't think.
Yeah, you just don't know what you're talking about. Just go to bed, bro. You're overtired.
and it's almost like you think that as long as the two endpoints are the same elevation above the surface, that the horizon or the tangent line between drawn directly from them is going to be midway. The tangent point
on a perfect
is
sphere,
going to be midway.
Away from point C, right? You're going to have the same deviation from point A to C and point B to C. It's the same deviation. So how is that
Like in the 21-mile laser test I showed you, right? The horizon, that tangent point of the direct line of sight, like across, if you were to draw your tangent plane to the to the apex, it's not going to be halfway between the two observers. It's at 2.7 miles away, and there's still another 18, 17 miles to go to the other observer, to the target.
Right, but
it's not halfway. The tangent point's not halfway. I don't know why you keep saying halfway. Like in those cases, it's not halfway.
Well, again, if you look at the image that Swoledog posted, right, this is what we're talking about. Person A firing in a straight line towards person B, and then in the center is where the horizon is relative to either A or B.
Not necessarily. What are you talking about, bro? They'd have to be equal distances apart from so one the other side would have to be like in the one I posted, the 21 mile, right? It wouldn't be 21 miles. It would be 5.4 miles between observer and laser source.
Okay, let me
I don't understand what you're saying. Like,
all right, let me look at his math in that video. 1 second. See, he puts the math and everything. Unless that's a different video I'm thinking about.
He doesn't know what he's saying. He's forgotten about the fact that your horizon is calculated from your elevation. So let's just base this off a 1 foot observer. You're 1 foot high, you've shot the laser. It should hit the horizon at 1.225 miles. Then you need to have someone 1.225 miles further than that again in order for them to be equidistant from the geometric horizon. And that person must be at 1 foot elevation. That's the only way for Brown Recluse's stupidity to line up.
Right. So from 5 foot observer, from 5 foot height, right, and you point, towards the horizon. You draw that line, your line of sight to the horizon, and then it keeps extending out beyond that. So 5 foot on the other side from the surface would be 5.4 miles. Right? Is that right? Am I calculating that right? Yeah, no, wait. No. Because then they've, like you said before, they've got their own tangent plane on the other side. So they intersect, not. Yeah, right. Duh. Yeah. I'm not getting how you're thinking that, like in your diagram, that, halfway between two points, like that, is the tangent plane.
The only way it could be possible, T-Dub, in that particular test, the 21-mile test, is if both the observer and the laser were 73.5 feet in the air. Then he may have a leg to stand on, because they would be equidistant from the alleged horizon.
I will admit I was mistaken on that point. I was incorrect. The equidistant or tangent differential.
Yeah, I mean, you could have that. I think, like, it just depends. Like on, like we've been saying, the observer height and the arc.
All right, fair play. I'll look further into it.
Yeah, and what India was talking about with the reflection.